I am a loser, but I can talk to 8 girlfriends at the same time. They are not only all beautiful beauties, but also all compete to warm the bed for me because I have awakened the desire-peaking system. Anyone's desires and thoughts are all transparent in my eyes. Therefore, even if she is an ice queen, I can easily break into her heart. Yesterday, I met the campus belle Lu Ruyan and found a large information panel above her head. Name: Lu Ruyan. The first item on the wish list is to find a boyfriend who can keep the relationship secret and develop into a stable comrade. The second item is to find someone to relax at the bar and drink freely. I was shocked to see this scene in front of me. Is this Lu Ruyan's wish list? Lu Ruyan is the recognized campus belle of the dance department. It is rumored that she has been kept by a wealthy businessman. Why does she still want underground relationships? To confirm the authenticity of the panel, I quickly unfolded more information. The third item on the wish list is to move out of the dormitory and get away from the green tea roommates. The fourth item is to raise a big golden retriever, a male one. When I saw Lu Ruyan about to leave, I quickly asked, I know a very famous bar. Do you want to have a drink with me? Lu Ruyan looked at me in surprise. At this moment, my heart was pounding. If this wish list is fake, my request now is actually very presumptuous. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan suddenly smiled and agreed. My heart suddenly surged. This means that the wish list is real. I can see the desires of everyone, which means that all the girls have no secrets in front of me. We quickly took a taxi to the Nightfall bar. Although it was late at night, the bar was still bustling with people. Many fashionable and sexy women were twisting their bodies on the dance floor, waiting for their prey. I sat down with Lu Ruyan in a quiet booth, drinking and chatting. Although I appeared to be chatting, my eyes kept scanning the various people in the bar. Everywhere my gaze landed, there were rows of desire lists above their heads. I noticed a 7 out of 10 girl in the corner, her whole body swaying with the explosive music, constantly shaking her head and body. Desire list item number 1. Boyfriend found a new love. Not in a good mood today. Want to find a man to sleep with. A few more is fine. And another girl with a quiet appearance. Seems like it's her first time here. Is drinking and chatting with a tattooed bad boy. Her first item on the list is to welcome the bad boy to join our AIDS family. While the bad boy's inner thoughts are to drink a little more. The excitement will start soon. In the bar, all kinds of desires were observed by me one by one. Some greedy, some dark, full of negative emotions. What have you been looking at? Lu Ruyan sipped her cocktail, looking at me thoughtfully. For some reason, she found this ordinary senior particularly fascinating today, with a confident look in his eyes as if he had control over everything. I haven't seen anything for a long time. I asked immediately, why don't you want to go back to the girls' dormitory? Lu Ruyan was startled by this sudden question. How do you know I don't want to go back? I smiled slightly, my eyes playful. If you really wanted to go back, would you have agreed to come for a drink? Lu Ruyan laughed unexpectedly. I don't want to go back because I really dislike them. They always talk behind my back, saying I'm a kept woman with a wealthy sponsor. With my family background, there's no need for me to do that. To avoid suspicion, I have to drive a kilometer away from school to go home. But even so, I can't stop those gossiping women. Upon hearing this, my impression of Lu Ruyan has also changed somewhat. In my original impression, Lu Ruyan caused quite a stir when she first entered school, but in the past 2 years, she has not had a boyfriend. However, for a girl with such good conditions like her, why would she want to find a long-term stable underground comrade? Although I was puzzled, I couldn't ask her directly about this kind of thing. At this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly asked me, why do you suddenly want to invite me for a drink? After our previous interactions, Lu Ruyan's impression of me has changed quite a bit. She stared at me intently, and in response, I smiled slightly, not avoiding her gaze, with a hint of mischief in the corner of my mouth. What would happen if I were to reveal her list of desires? Because I successfully found a suitable house for living alone. Let's celebrate. And don't worry, I don't plan to date. And even if I do, I will find someone to secretly date, because my family does not allow it. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan revealed a surprised expression on her face. Oh my. His thoughts were exactly the same as mine. Seeing Lu Ruyan's surprised expression, my mood instantly improved. And I continued, I also plan to get drunk today. Great. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up even more because she had the same idea. Then let's not return until we're drunk today. Just then, a man walked over with a glass of wine, heading straight for the girl who had just wanted to get back at her boyfriend. Lu Ruyan saw me staring at that sexy girl and immediately became unhappy. What? Is she prettier than me? I shook my head and said, no. I just feel sorry for her because she's about to be drugged and taken away. Lu Ruyan looked in the direction of the man and indeed saw him secretly putting something unknown into the drink. She wanted to go stop him, but I held her back, saying there was no need to intervene because the girl was also looking for a man. Lu Ruyan muttered in disbelief, but the next moment she saw the girl taking the man's cue. chatting and laughing. If the girl wasn't interested in the man, she wouldn't have been so proactive. Lu Ruyan was shocked, her mouth wide open. How did you know? Hearing this, I smiled without saying a word. I couldn't tell her that I could see other people's desires. Could I? After eating and drinking our fill, we hailed a taxi to leave, but Lu Ruyan kept talking all the way. How did you know? At this point, I could only come up with a random excuse, saying that I was naturally observant and could notice details that others couldn't. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan showed an interested expression. Then guess what I want to do now? I was stunned for a moment, then called out to the driver. Let's go to Jiangshan Grand Hotel. That's what you want to do. And you really need it. After saying that, Luo Feng had a teasing smile on his face. Sumajai couldn't speak, almost frozen. Then her face started to turn red. I just didn't want to do this, much less need it very much. We've had enough to eat and drink, so why don't we take a break? I'll simply drive you to the hotel. Oh, so that's how it was. Su Meiji thought, he really could read minds. After saying that, but also obediently followed behind and stepped into the cab to the hotel. Jiangshan Hotel. The brilliant lobby people come and go. Busy waiters with hurried steps, constantly greeting the couples who come to check in and open a room. Tomorrow is a hospital extravaganza though. But tonight, it was definitely a hotel extravaganza. Slightly raised his head to look at the flashing red Jiangshan Hotel sign. Many passing couples can only sadly leave, because the rooms here are quite expensive and not everyone can afford them. Still, there are a lot of little youngsters who empty their pockets just to have a wonderful thrill with the goddess of their choice. Luo Feng turned his head to look at Su Meiji who came from the car. Her eyes also met, her eyes flowing, pure and charming, feeling quite thoughtful. In the past, Luo Feng would not have come to stay here even if he had 3 to 5,000 in his pocket at any time. But today is different. The jump money card can yield upwards of $8,000 a day. And even if you max out the $12,000 limit on your credit card, you'll be back on your feet in just over a day. There's no need to even think about the cost. Take Su Meiji such a level of beauty to open a room. That certainly have to be such a hotel. It is difficult not to let others' sister to live in a small hotelet? Well, at least you helped yourself to 5 attribute points and the money jumping card, right? 8, worried that I slept with you? Oh, look at that couple coming into the hotel. The woman is blessed. Arriving at the main entrance of the hotel, Luo Feng nudged towards the couple entering the hotel ahead of him. Blessed? Why? This guy is awesome. Awesome? Is it that aspect? Sumajai blushed a bit, seemingly curious about this type of topic. Nah. Luo Feng touched his nose and nodded slightly. All of them were adults. As for what was said, it was unspoken. How did you tell? Su Meiji became even more curious. She had never known that she could tell if a boy was good or not just by looking at him. Men with firmer asses are awesome. Oh, like this. Su Meiji slowly nodded, subconsciously looking towards Luo Feng's ass. It was also quite perky. Wasn't he great too? And with such a conversation came, along with it, an even stronger desire welling up within her. That kind of mind that shouldn't have been thinking about it constantly tormented her. And at the moment the mental internal consumption had come to its limit. Are there any single rooms left? Yes, sir. Well then, I'll take 2. Yeah, well, at this time of night, I don't think anyone's staying in the single rooms. Are they? Single room? Sir, are you sure? The receptionist had thought that Luo Feng had come alone. But then she saw such a big beautiful woman standing behind Luo Feng. Obviously someone along the way. I'm sure. Facing the front desk lady's questioning eyes, Luo Feng nodded fiercely. But you can also see that this front desk lady's list of desires is listed first. 1. Hurry up and get off work. My Oba is waiting for me. Tonight is too long. It's been an itchy night. 2. This woman's body is really superb. I wish I had such long legs and a thin waist. Seeing this, Luo Feng could only fill his head with black lines. Damn you. Just 1.5 meters or so tall. You have a good figure. But you are not as beautiful as Su Meiji. Sir, 3888 for a set, 1888 for a set, and 888 for a set. Look, 3,888. Luo Feng chose the most expensive single room without hesitation. But behind her, Su Meiji, who had her head slightly lowered and didn't know what she was thinking about, snapped her head up. Don't want it. We'll just take the $888. Seeing this, Luo Feng naturally smiled in relief and shook his head toward the front desk lady. No need for the 888 yuan one, just the most expensive one. Luo Feng was also surprised. How much did the original owner spend on her? I've never seen her heartbroken. Swipe your credit card. Yes sir. After some maneuvering, Luo Feng got 2 room cards and turned his head. Let's go. I'll send you up. Seeing that the other party did not make a sound, Luo Feng lost his smile and said, "You won't be worried that I will rely on your room and not leave, right? Then you stay here. I'll change the hotel?" 9. Sharing a room with a goddess. Nope. You don't have to change hotels. Sumeji was merely thinking about other things just now and nodded. Following Luo Feng's footsteps, the two quickly got on the elevator. There were a dozen people in the elevator. It was very crowded. After thinking about it, Sumeji still leaned towards Luo Feng's arms. Luo Feng naturally wouldn't mind. Slightly reaching out, he stopped her thin waist, declaring that the woman was his own, and that those salty hands in the elevator were better left alone, or else you'll be photographed and exposed immediately. At this moment, cradling the goddess in his arms, Luo Feng had a sense of accomplishment that he had never felt before. It's really unimaginable. The goddess that the original owner of the body frantically licked but couldn't, but now she is actively leaning on her own arms. The thin waist is so soft, the feel is good. But after Luo Feng saw the list of desires of the men in this elevator, it's also breathless enough. TM, this woman is so pretty. I want to punch her. I suddenly have no interest in the woman in my arms. These long legs are unbeatable. If this woman wears high heels, the feeling of pinching her back would be unbeatable. If I want to have such a girlfriend, I'll go directly to the Imperial Hotel to get a room. The big waterbed there is good. There were people going up and down the elevator, rather frequently, and in about 1 minute, Luo Feng and Sumeji finally arrived at the 15th floor. Luo Feng, I drank too much. I got a little dizzy just now. Sorry ha. After exiting the elevator, Sumeji said apologetically and left Luo Feng's embrace with her eyes averted. It's okay, I also see those men with abnormal eyes. I'm afraid you'll suffer. Luo Feng smiled slightly, then saw a man and a woman come out of a suite. The woman was pure and sexy, and the man, in a suit, was dressed in oil. The first list of desires in a man's mind is then, this number 8 technician is really good. I'd like to order her all night, but it's a pity that it costs $20,000. The corner of Luo Feng's mouth pulled slightly, subconsciously looking at this girl. He thought that the other party was so pure and beautiful, so it was a peripheral? It's $20,000 for an all-nighter? Then how much is a fast food? Luo Feng got curious, but, with this feature, the girls you meet in the future can also successfully avoid pit scum and peripherals. Subsequently, Luo Feng glanced at the number 8 technician who walked beside the man, and the first desire in her head was, I want this man to order me all night, just once for 10 minutes, plus a bath. It's too good to earn this money, isn't it? When Luo Feng saw this, he also silently gave his buddy a moment of silence. You're a newbie, aren't you? To a mechanic? I can't believe you didn't take some hormones first. Isn't that like paying an IQ tax? It's so expensive. Man, 10 minutes? With a shower? There is no blood loss. Luo Feng only know. Those old geezer. Every time you eat to go, get those technicians impatient. After all, it's just a fast food. You damn well have to eat for more than an hour. Girls must have complaints. But this woman's 20,000 overnight really isn't a bad deal. And she's definitely a goddess in the mid-90s based on appearance alone. But it's a lot worse than Sumeji. Luo Feng couldn't help but wonder how much it would be if it was a beauty of Sumeji's level. Luo Feng is gone. What are you looking at? Envious? Sumeji of course do not know that this pair of men and women are just doing business, but also think it is a couple. In fact, the mouth said Luo Feng envy. Why would she not envy it? But wasn't that guy's ass not awesome at all just now? She then pulled Luo Feng, and the two of them flamed through the long corridor, came to the front door of room 15-8. After a click and swipe, the door to the room then opened. Luo Feng, I'm going in first to rest. Okay, good night goddess. Luo Feng gently nodded his head and walked towards his own room on the opposite side. But at the same time, he also observed Sumeji's expression, finding her eyes staring at her unwillingly. That expression, alive with the look of the longevity monk leaving the daughter's kingdom, the queen holding onto the tree and watching the longevity monk leave. How about a bottle of wine? Suddenly, Luo Feng turned his head. It also made that Sumeji who was about to enter the door subconsciously turn her head. Still drinking? Yeah, didn't we agree to get downright drunk for once? This desire, in itself, had come second with the journey to the hotel, but Luo Feng said so and once again came first. This, if you go to a bar and drink, that's fine, but when you come to the suite to drink, men and women share a room. As a girl, it is hard to say yes. After all, the other person is not their lover. Waiter, 2 bottles of Catamaros. Seeing the waitress passing by in the hallway, Luo Feng snapped his fingers and handed over his credit card. Catamaro? What kind of wine is that? Sumeji asked. A digestive aid. Sumeji was surprised. Just now herself, but she really ate too much. What's wrong? Nothing. I just ate too much. And red wine is supposed to be a digestive aid. And Katamaro, a wine that's known as an after-dinner digestive drink, isn't too high in degrees itself. Sumeiji raised an eyebrow. Some then? Luofeng lost his smile. It's already ordered. Do I still need to ask? Oh, then go to my room and drink? Yes. Luofeng nodded, naturally happy to accompany him. Her hangover cravings had come first again after all. It's definitely an opportunity to be seized. 10. Oddball. The system rewards poker overtime cards. Soon after entering the suite, in such an atmosphere, Luofeng could clearly feel her nervousness. After all, it's a girl's first time sharing a room with a guy in a hotel. More or less shy. Coming to the suite window, Luofeng held 2 bottles of wine and sat comfortably on the floor-to-ceiling sofa. The wine was then placed on the glass table as well, and 2 tall glasses were found. Outside is a beautiful view of the Huangpu River in Mordor. The view is great, and with the wine, that feeling, Squeak comes up, looking out the window. Luofeng was slightly wild at heart. This was a feeling of mastering the world. No wonder society, with its countless people, struggles for money, because it's nice to have money. You can buy as many luxury cars and villas as you want, and even the goddess of your choice will fall under the power of your money. Yes, 3888 for a suite is indeed nice. Sumeiji also felt similarly to Luofeng, but her life, however, was being mastered at all times. Still wearing your shoes? Don't you feel tired? This isn't a bar. No one will say you're rude. And the carpet is soft, so bare feet are comfortable. Yeah, I forgot. My feet are really tired after half a day of rehearsal. Go on. Luofeng smiled. Can see the other party's desire to speak and do things, always in control of the whole situation. As for Sumeiji's inner desire, she definitely wanted to change her shoes because she usually walked barefoot on the carpet when she got home, but she gave up for fear that Luofeng would think she was seducing him and that it would be impolite to go barefoot. But when Luofeng mentioned it, she went to change her shoes as a matter of course. You can think of seduction even when you change your shoes? This woman, she doesn't even know what to think, Luofeng murmured. But the next moment, she saw that pair of small feet with red nail polish, incomparably seductive, and incomparably crystal clear, slowly stepping on that carpet. Luofeng knew that he was wrong. It does tickle the fancy. Luofeng didn't have a solitary love for the stuff though, but clean, thin, long feet with red nail polish is a definite plus for men. Seemingly also sensing Luofeng's gaze, she slightly lowered her head and sat on the sofa to the side with a slightly reddened face. Actually, my family is similar to yours. They don't allow relationships. They don't allow going to bars. They don't even let me touch boys. Every Valentine's Day, I hate to hide alone. I really want to get properly drunk today. While drinking, the two of them chatted about one thing or another. By the time the second glass of red wine went down, it's not a high degree, but it seems to be mixed up and the alcohol is a bit on the nose. In her mouth, all those grievances came out at once. I'll tell you what, you'd be perfect for my boyfriend. You know what? I'm a hui yet. I don't eat pork. And your family actually raised a big golden hair. I think I want one. It's a pity that my stepfather doesn't allow it. Those people in the dorm, I don't want to care about them either. I've decided to move out. When Luofeng heard this, inwardly he could only give the original owner a moment of silence. I've been chasing her for half a year, but she hasn't even given me a straight face. And yourself? But said he was perfect to be her boyfriend. However, Luofeng didn't reply to these wine words of hers and drank silently. Because, at the moment he was also complicated inside. If he directly pounced over, Luofeng knew that, according to her inner desire, it was estimated that the water was immediately watery and raw. But it's unethical. Do you think Sumeiji really likes herself? And no, it's just that he's so qualified to be her comrade in arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fulfill Sumeiji's desire to get completely drunk for once. The host has successfully gained rewards and attribute points. Because Sumeiji is a 95-point goddess, she receives 5 attribute points. Items are, 1 trampoline overtime card, time 50 minutes. Props are disposable. Seeing the items that were rewarded this time, Luofeng subconsciously looked towards Sumeiji who was next to him. It was found that she was still babbling on about something. I don't know if this woman can carry an OT card. 11. Sumeji's desire explosion. 5 attribute points now? Add them to what? Luofeng stroked his chin in thought. With that, he also looked up the system panel. Intelligence? Or is it power? Agile? Wait, the body proportion thing? I'm an 89? Luofeng cocked a smile. Also, the original owner of the body itself 185 height, and for fitness is still a great love. Otherwise it would not be outside the school in an opportunity. In the gym, to know is doing yoga Sumeiji. So, being tall and loving fitness, then the body proportions still look good. Add it to my body proportions. Luo Feng's main concern at the moment was appearance. The colors can't be added to. That can only add up to body proportions. Ding! The host's point increase is successful. The system prompt soon fell. And at the same time, Luo Feng only felt as if his entire body was wrapped in some kind of comfortable airflow. The arms were a little more lean and strong to the naked eye. The shoulder width is also slightly widened. Luckily, the big beautiful girl next to him was looking out the window with a misty-eyed look, rambling on about all her hard work, and didn't even notice this side of the room. Luo Feng, where are you going? I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Making a random excuse, Luo Feng went to the restroom, looked into the mirror, and took off his top in one go. Nice one. 8-pack abs. Are they finally out? What graceful lines. Luo Feng are going to be disoriented. The mirror in the self. The body proportion proper shoulder width equals height of 3/1. And the tendons are well developed and the chest is full and the back is wide. Those abs were so knotted that they look like a knot tightened with good rope. The perfect muscular lines, under the cold light, were covered with a layer of greasy frost-like beauty. Luo Feng instantly remembered that sentence. When I lose weight, none of you are going to burn through me. What burns I wear? The shower was left open. Can't live up to these years of weight loss. Hey, Luo Feng, what are you doing in the restroom? Don't want to hear me ramble, do you? I'll give you. However, in the very next moment, that Sumeji stumbled towards the place. But see this scene. The sexy little mouth subconsciously opened up enough to drop an egg. You have a great body. Sumeji stared blankly, like a child who had never seen the world. Such muscles, such lines, such shoulder width ratio. Except on TV to see male models have had. The reality is categorically not. Of course, the gym kind of hunks don't really stand out in a girl's aesthetic. It's not like there aren't women out there who like it, though, but liking that big muscular woman is like liking that E, or even F man in general. In fact, most men's aesthetics still prefer women to be C+ or D. Too big would be too ugly. Not the bigger the better. Of course, at the moment, in Sumeji's eyes, Luo Feng looked like a beautiful woman in black silk heels, because for a woman, such body proportions and musculature are the equivalent of black silk heels for a sexy woman. It's the most lethal of all. What kind of workout is that for you? As Sumeji said that, she also walked forward and stretched out her slender fingers, poking his abs, and find it hard. After that it was even bolder, poking and pinching instead. #O. Feeling the softness of that boneless little hand, Luo Feng was slightly overwhelmed. Wow, nice pecs too, said, also probing toward the chest. As the palm of your hand schemes, Luo Feng was about to explode. And at this moment, Luo Feng actually saw the first desire within her. I can't believe it's with this man. It had to be said that Luo Feng looked dumbfounded. 12. Luo Feng, please keep our business a secret. Hey, you. Luo Feng reached out and took her bold little hand in his. However, Luo Feng felt that just missing out on rewards and attribute points for once. It really shouldn't be. Why don't you let me touch it? You're hurting me. Being pinched by Luo Feng's arm. At this moment, Sumeji grunted in anger. Those beautiful big eyes were also as if they could seduce the soul. Innocent and charming, constantly stimulating Luo Feng. Seeing her exasperated and charming expression, Luo Feng's heart was also incomparably struggling up, hesitated for a moment, and said warily, should we come? This sentence just came out, but Sumeji beautiful eyes glared, flabbergasted, pretended to be haughty and said, come on, who's afraid of you? Yes. Luo Feng nodded and glanced towards the bathroom. It seems she doesn't have much experience either, neither knows what to do next. You go ahead and wash up, goddess or not. Something like that has to be cleaned up properly. Luo Feng is not so much of a fetish though, but basic hygiene is still required. Oh, seeing the other party nervously walk towards the bathroom, Luo Feng on the other hand, his eyes kept sweeping the drawers of the suite. Finally, in the drawer, rummaging around, I found what I needed. Luo Feng knew that it was impossible for a hotel of this level to not have one, even single rooms, but Luo Feng felt that it was good to at least respect the other party's fledgling. Yes, discard it. I never had one. You're going to. It was only about 5 minutes later that she was wearing her wet hair and a white bathrobe, her whole body a little expectant and a little nervous, her donut rising and falling. But the next moment, Luo Feng then greeted her at once, wrapped his arms around her thin waist, and kissed up towards those sexy red lips. Woo woo. She was so nervous she didn't know what to do. No experience at all. But then there was a frantic response as well. They say things like that come to you. And she's learned the tricks of how to circle back and forth. This is the goddess of the school. A top 3 level beauty in the whole school. Luo Feng's heart pounded, constantly wrapping his arms around her thin waist, as if he wanted to break it, very frenzied kissing. Luo Feng, please keep our business a secret down. Don't worry, Maggie, it's a secret between the two of us. Soon, the lingering kiss ended. For the other party's question, Luo Feng nodded fiercely. To this juncture, not to mention this kind of request, even if it is a little more excessive, to ask for the stars in the sky, Luo Feng will also not hesitate to agree. A horizontal hug followed, and she smoothly wrapped her arms around Luo Feng's neck. The two then arrived at the final venue. 13. The goddess is too fierce. 3 o'clock late at night. The next morning, Luo Feng was caught by a burst of sunlight in his eyes, which caused him to prop himself up in a daze. Glancing at the messy sheets around him, you can imagine the heavy artillery fire that took place yesterday. However, the room was empty except for Luo Feng. He headed towards the bathroom at a fiery pace. No one was there. Bathroom. No one. Luo Feng felt like he had lost something, and his heart ached a little bit. Although, that said, since entering the hotel suite last night, because of the hangover of seeing each other's desires, always in control of the situation. But after all, this was the first woman in her 2 lives. Well, at last, as his eyes went to the table, he found a note on it. It was left behind by Maggie. So, thank you. Yesterday was beautiful. Remember to eat breakfast. Also, I changed your note to War Buddy. Luo Feng, that sweat, really in the other party's inner heart, just to solve the need. Luo Feng had a sense of frustration at the moment, but to blame, the original owner of this body. The face value is also too low. It's only 80 points, plus it's only 85. But for the other person to be like that, they must actually have a good feeling about themselves. Ha! The overtime card in my system backpack. Why is it gone? Luo Feng opened the system panel and casually looked at it, but all you could see was the empty backpack. Patting his head, it came back to him. Yesterday the two began by exploring each other nervously, and at first it was all about Luo Feng taking the initiative, but to the second half, instead, she became a little righter and bounced around. It went on until about 3 o'clock late at night. The two were styled in many ways, plenty of venues too. Eventually Luo Feng got a little carried away and utilized the OT card. Sure enough, this woman with the 10-year itch is a bit scary. Hello warrior. Luo Feng took out WeChat and found Sumeji's dialogue box at fire speed. Looked at the previous chat. All records of the original owner's frantic dog licking. Sometimes the other person answers back in a couple hours. Sometimes they don't answer for days. But the original owner continued to send good morning and good night as usual. But soon, the other person replied to the message. Comrades in arms. Comrades in arms. As close as brothers. The revolution has called us together? Luo Feng smiled and replied. The feeling of being returned by a goddess in seconds. If the original owner knew, he would probably die of envy. You go back to sleep. I'm going to go back to catch up on my sleep too. It hurts a bit so I'll come to you? Bring you some medicine? Luo Feng worriedly sent a voice note. No, I got up at 5 a.m. because I was worried about my family knowing. But, found that you actually prime at 5 o'clock. Isn't it said to be in the morning? Cough cough. Luo Feng didn't even know what to reply. Sure enough, as soon as the cooking was over, the women didn't hold back at all on any of these topics, and it's more talkative than men. After all, she's cooking with you. What does she care about that? And don't they say you boys, you're all short videos? How come you're better than an extended version of a movie? Because you're so pretty. Poor mouth. Alright, I'm going to rest. You get some more sleep too. Okay, talk to you tonight. Luo Feng hooked an ant-like smile and put down her cell phone, standing outside the window and breathing in a big gulp of air. It was a moment that felt like life was that good. Ding! Last night, the host fulfilled Sumeji's desire to have a poker game with the host. Receive rewards and attribute points. 14. Re-awarded, $1 million watch exchange card. Because Sumeji is a 95-point goddess, the host receives 5 attribute points. Special reward, 1 randomized watch exchange card. Randomized name table redemption cards? Luo Feng was flabbergasted. This thing should have been clicked to use it and then it randomly popped out the name table, right? But since it's a famous watch, then the value must be no less than $100, 000 or $1 million. As for whether it was 100, 000 or 1, 000, 000, Luo Feng didn't know, but it wouldn't be cheap anyway. With that, Luo Feng still took these 5 attribute values and added them to health. The face and the body, 2 items that have already been added, can no longer be worked on when it comes to face value. Name, Luo Feng. Face value, 80 plus 5. Health, 75 plus 5. Body proportion, 89 plus 5. Fighting, strength 66. Agility, 58. Endurance 61. Professional knowledge, English 2. Math 3. Finance 2. 10 attribute points. Can add 1 level. Skills, driving level 2. Cooking level 1. Piano level 1. Dance level 1. Trampoline vehicle skills level 0. Traditional crafts level 5. Cash, $2. 600 plus $3. 600, 12 hours of earnings from money jumping cards. Item column, none. After health was added to the 5 points. Luo Feng's body, 2, looked like it was wrapped in some kind of comfortable gas. An overwhelming feeling of refreshing energy then emanated from the entire body. My back, which was slightly sore from last night, was much better. Oh, 10 hours have passed, and now my private deposit has come to $6. 200. Cash deposits. They do look shabby, but Luo Feng knew that this thing was about a fine line. If the passive income of 240,000 a month is something that Luo Feng can't afford to look down on, he is also afraid that he has brushed too much of the jitterbug. Luo Feng, who was in a very beautiful mood, was refreshed at the moment and didn't intend to catch up on his sleep. While brushing his teeth, Luo Feng was all wondering if he should ask Su Meiji to come over again in the evening. However, thinking that this little beauty was afraid that she had been injured and would not be able to regain her vitality in a short period of time, Luo Feng could only bury his thoughts in the bottom of his heart. 20 minutes later, Luo Feng brushed his teeth and washed his face to finish, and when he took the clothes, he actually found his own clothes, which were neatly folded by the big beautiful woman and placed on the side of the cabinet. Luo Feng remembered that yesterday, his clothes were violently taken off and thrown to the ground, took a picture and sent it to Sue's big beautiful girl, then with a thank you text. The other person didn't reply to the message, so I guess they were really sleeping. Such a war veteran is also hard enough to fight until 3 a.m. and get up at 5 a.m. to go back to the dormitory? Around 9 o'clock, Luo Feng had already appeared in the breakfast area of the Jiangshan Hotel and began to gulp down his breakfast. The steamed dumplings are not bad. They're filled with lamb. When the time comes to kiss a goddess, it can't smell like pork. Rockwind comes in with 2 cages, served with a bowl of hand-ground soy milk, played with my phone while I ate. It had to be said that yesterday's battle was still very physically draining, and now he had to need to make up for it. Of course, mentioning soy milk, yesterday Luo Feng even persuaded the goddess to drink a cup, but unfortunately the goddess refused. These guys, it's show or die, right? Luo Feng opened the WeChat circle of friends, a clear show of love. Simply cannot stop. Hubby had a good battle last night. This morning to make up for it, with pictures of hen-stewed wolfberry soup. My roommate is high-flying, and tonight he went on a date with my goddess. And when he came back, he fell straight into bed, exhausted, and I immediately sniffed with his clothes, and I finally smelled the goddess's perfume. Looked around the circle of friends. Aside from the showmanship, there's the odd assortment of copy. After thinking about it, Luo Feng directly put yesterday's masterpiece with the goddess messy sheets photo, posted in the circle of friends. The battle is fierce. Nothing was said, just those 4 words. Look at the picture and talk. For everything, make up your own mind. Of course, Luo Feng has been single for 10,000 years, so he only has a bedsheet photo. No one believed it either, but it's a record of the first time in 2 lives. Afterwards, Luo Feng took a big bite and started eating up his breakfast, never bothering to look at the show of love in his circle of friends again. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Predictably, once the original owner, the guy who's been maternally single for 20 years, sends out something like this, it's bound to be a pile of comments and likes that just won't stop. 15, Jim Walk. Consumption goes. Crap. Lao Luo. It's okay. Off the hook? Congratulations. I don't believe it. It's a web chart. There's no way this guy is off the hook. Ha ha ha. Can't you see through it and not say anything? Can't you learn from me to play dumb? Seeing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but spit it out. How can this be a net map? And the mistress, or the goddess you can't reach, doesn't know how good it smells. Jingle bells. WeChat. After some bombardment, Luo Feng's phone rang. Picked up a look. It turned out to be a college classmate. Su Xiaoyuan is considered to be playing better a group of classmates. Su Xiaoyuan's family conditions are not bad. His father is a factory. The annual income of a few million is not a problem. Although the young man has a good family, he is still a single mother. And Luo Feng's situation is similar to that of the ugly ones who can't look at them. And the goddesses, right, they want to be rich and handsome. Even if you have better conditions, you can only find girls with about 80 points, 90 points for a goddess. Like a little rich family like theirs. Barely enough for a bit, but it needed to be licked. After all, people are not so rich that they just spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars on the kind of rich kids. Hey, you kid. A picture posted by a friend? Where did you steal it? I don't believe you're off the hook. By the way, did you come here by air? How much did it cost? The call was answered. And the other party immediately came over with a bitchy laugh. Full of disbelief, Luo Feng tossed his lips and said in a bad mood, "What do you mean? If you're off the hook, you're off the hook. Is there a need to lie to people? Besides, what kind of person do you think I am? Would I do something like that? Well, no shit. Where is it? Do you want to come out and play? Now that the singles disaster is over, we have to go out and find our prey, don't we? Strive for the next Valentine's Day and have your own couple's waterbed too." Luo Feng thought about it. This guy should be going to the gym again. The usual place? No. Today to change a high-grade gym. Brother, to take you to pick up girls. We several single dog army. Waiting for you to join the force. See you at noon. After that, the other party hung up. What followed was a gym address sent over. Luo Feng looked at it. The name is called Nami Fitness Club. The location is in the lively downtown area. The location is very good. Volkswagen review. Per capita spending 300 yuan. The card monthly spending is 8,900 yuan. It is a high-end fitness facility. After all, even in the Magic City, there aren't many people who can come up with nearly $9,000 a month to spend on fitness. The point is, you can't skip meals, water, clothes, and workout for a month's paycheck. Can you? Hey, Lo Feng, what's the point of sending out that sheet of ours? Just when Luo Feng was playing games in the hotel until noon, ready to move to the gym, Sume Ji's side sent a message over. Seems like he woke up from a catch-up nap. Just post it for fun. No one will believe me if I'm single for 10,000 years anyway. Baby, are you still coming over tonight? Luo Feng thought about it and still missed the goddess very much. Not coming. It's inconvenient. So open the back door? Or crouch? No. Well, holding his tongue, he casually chatted with the goddess for a while before Luo Feng called a cab, while heading towards the Naomi Fitness Club. 16. Miss Universe. The strange desires of a beautiful coach. Downstairs at the Naomi Health Club, after Luo Feng swept the WeChat payment to the cab driver, he looked at the cash balance that had now come to about 10,000. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The time was about 12:30 and the gym was still pretty crowded at the moment. This gym, which is very famous in the Magic City, is not other than the fact that there are a few Miss Universe in this gym. But of course, it is a regional one, not a national one. The owner also saw the business opportunity and signed down a few Miss Universe with high salary. And during this time, the business of the gym was exceptionally hot. Of course, there are beautiful women in consumer places to stimulate spending, and such tactics are not very new. But then there is the brilliant one, which is a tool for befriending the powerful. Walking into the gym, Luo Feng saw many advanced imported fitness equipment, shapely young ladies, and even fitness men with big abs. Those ladies, basically, are yoga pants with a short white halter top. The exploding donut is simply impossible to take your eyes off of. To come to the health club, Luo Feng of course wore a short undershirt, because of the muscle lines added to the 5 points. At this moment, even if he wore a short undershirt, Luo Feng's perfect body could not be concealed, projected in the eyes of many young ladies. Of course, Lo Feng's 94 body proportions. In other words, that's a 94 body rating. In real life, men will still have glowing eyes when they see a 94 girl's body. That's what it's all about. Ooh, there sure are a lot of beautiful women. No wonder business is so good. Luo Feng sat down in the rest area and didn't immediately go to workout. Now he needed to wait for Su Xiaoyuan and a few of them to come over. And at this moment, a black watch naturally appeared on Luo Feng's wrist. It's the one that was redeemed for the watch exchange card just now. When you look around the gym, the male trainers, basically, are taking some young ladies, and those Miss Universe female coaches are bringing a bunch of big old men. These Miss Universe, they all have a great figure and face. Luo Feng watched quietly and also began to check up on the first desire above their heads. Fei Zhang's list of desires. 1. This 22-year-old young man is the son of XX company, and I want to be his girlfriend. 2. That boy called Qin Xingchen, but very handsome. A pity, just a petty family are not even considered a student. But the development of a comrade in arms, it is very promising. Li Shui's desire list. 1. This old man, all fat and disgusting to look at. Can you stop posting me? Go and get Fei Zhang to take you for a chaperone. Alas, it seems, they are all gold-digging women. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. With the system in hand, the slag woman and gold-worshipping woman simply could not escape under Luo Feng's eyes. However, just at this moment, a beautiful woman wearing a tight fitness outfit with a single ponytail, walking a catwalk, then passed by Luo Feng's side. At about 5'7", she was incredibly sexy, and the donut, on the other hand, was practically crying out for attention. Short chambray tank top, that little tummy is smooth and defined. It's like a water snake waist. It's also one of 3 Miss Universe beauty coaches. Her skin was pale, and that single ponytail, more than anything else, made her look competent and refreshed. Name, Daryl Lamb. Height, face value, 94 points. Body, 95 points. Desire list. 1. I want to eat spicy crayfish. 2. Gym owner gets a raise. 3. I want to have a house of my own in Magic City. 4. Get a 20,000 monthly diamond membership card today. 11. Looking for a boyfriend with a suite in Lujiazui. 17. What? You want to chase me? The first desire, actually, is to eat spicy crawfish? Luo Feng dumbly laughed up. Such a desire, he himself regarded to be very good to satisfy her yet, tidied up his head and clothes. Luo Feng boldly walked towards Lin Ruoshi. The purpose is to treat each other to spicy crawfish. A 94-point goddess then gains a lot of attribute points. But, again, not knowing each other, there's no good reason to strike up a conversation out of the blue. It's definitely going to be half the work. There has to be a proper reason for the pickup. Just when Luo Feng was in no hurry to strike, he looked at a lost delivery man downstairs. Combined with Daryl Lin's first desire, Luo Feng knew that what the delivery man had sent was definitely Lin Ruoshi's. A reason to strike up a conversation. Isn't that something? I'm starving. Why hasn't this delivery boy arrived yet? Daryl Lin sat in the lounge area, waiting for his crawfish. But half a day has passed. The takeout hasn't been delivered yet. Opened the app and already saw the little brother arrive. Yeah. This young lady. Are you Ms. Lin? I am. Lin Ruoshi looked up at Luo Feng, a durable type of boy with a well-built look. Oh, the delivery guy couldn't find his way earlier, so I went to ask and learned it was your delivery, so I brought it over. Lo Feng's help, obviously winning Lin Ruoshi's favor. He thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to even let you personally go downstairs to get the takeout. What's your name? My name is Luo Feng. And you? Daryl Lin. Lin Ruoshi said. Opening the takeout box, she took a deep sniff and said intoxicatedly, "It smells so good, Mr. Luo. As a token of appreciation, I'll treat you to crayfish. Just a little bit. Is it enough for you to eat?" Luo Feng joked instead. Then order another one please? Lin Ruoshi knew that the other party was joking and didn't get angry. That won't be necessary. Come after dinner. Luo Feng smiled and refused. And immediately afterward she took a big bite. Not ladylike at all, but it won Luo Feng's favor. Then the girls who are pretending to be something they're not. This looks much more comfortable. Ding! Satisfy the goddess's desire to eat crayfish and gain 4 attribute points. Reward, 1 card of the heavenly dignity and nobility temperament. 1 hour duration. One-time prop. Luo Feng was flabbergasted for a moment, not realizing that the crayfish he got from the takeaway man was considered to fulfill a desire. Then for the 4 attribute points, Luo Feng naturally added them to endurance in the fighting skills column. But, the celestial air card? An hour? What does that mean? After the host uses it, it can make you look dignified, like you were born into a noble family. Oh, so, Luo Feng was in no hurry to use this card. After all, fast knives have to be used in the right places to manifest better results. It's hot. It's really delicious. Mr. Lo, sure you don't want one? Lo Feng went off on a daze. Chatting just got a little awkward to live with. Lin Ruoshi took the initiative to find a topic of conversation. There's really no need. Luo Feng once again shook his head and refused. But it looks like you really like eating crayfish, don't you? That's for sure. Lin Ruoshi nodded affirmatively. That's also great. A girl like you is especially good to feed. Luo Feng smiled. What? Mr. Luo is interested in me? Lin Ruoshi was the little beauty who could afford to joke, immediately raising an eyebrow as she asked. 18. Celestial Nobility Temperament Card. Noble Temperament. Don't dare to dare. Those competitors of yours are too tough. Luo Feng glanced towards the fitness area. A lot of big guys, but all of them looked like they were hating their wives watching the 2 people chatting here. I'm afraid that even if I catch up with you, I don't have the life to enjoy it. Luo Feng didn't even know. When did he himself get so greasy? But most girls like this set. Luo Feng could only harden his head as well. Lin Ruoshi bared her teeth. Is it that serious? I'm rarely chased by anyone. No way? You don't have a lot of guys chasing after you? A gym? Basic boys? All eyes on you, right? Nonsense. Li Shui has a good figure and is pretty too. Okay? Lin Ruoshi laughed and then asked. So is Mr. Luo's eyes on me as well? Guess what? Not really. See Li Shui go, right? Lin Ruoshi smiled. If I hadn't paid attention to you, would I have known that the takeout guy was delivering something that was yours? Luo Feng laughed. Oh, then how did Mr. Luo see it? So meticulous in his observation? Lin Ruoshi was curious. Because you can't hide it at all with your foodie eyes. Lin Ruoshi once again snorted a laugh, but did not say anything. only casting over a nice big blank stare. The other party didn't even know that the big white eyes of a beautiful woman like her were really flavorful and mesmerizing. The two of them had a nice chat. Luo Feng knew the other party's list of desires and could tell a lot about her inner thoughts. Therefore, they will avoid the lightning points and specifically say what the other person wants to hear. Awful. Stealing food during work hours. The boss's wife is coming. But just at this moment, Lin Ruoshi glanced at the main entrance of the health club. All of a sudden it's like a bird of prey. She was well aware of her boss's wife's shrewishness. Stealing crawfish during work hours. Definitely going to get yelled at. You know, you're so hungry. You can leave a few rich guests behind and then come to the lounge area for crawfish. Lin Ruoshi, why are you here? You're not off duty now and you're eating? Zhanglan stepped on her sharp high heels and walked towards Lin Ruoshi and Luo Feng with stern eyes. Lin Ruoshi wiped the grease from her mouth as she did so. Take off the plastic gloves as you go. Just waiting for a lecture. But Luo Feng looked at Zhanglan's list of desires. Luo Feng wanted to help Lin Ruoshi resolve this crisis through the desire list. 1. Would like to find a strong man to rely on. Their own one person to guard the gym. Business is still so good. Peers are too jealous of. Always looking for me all kinds of trouble. 2. Do not give me a strong man, but also let me gym a few more ruthless familiar 3. 500 membership cards were issued this month. So it's a single female boss? Do you crave the shelter of a strong man? Luo Feng muttered. Looking again at the list of desires above Lin Ruoshi's head. 1. Don't dock my paycheck. Don't dock my paycheck. Please my dear boss lady. Luo Feng used the Emperor's Noble Temperament card without hesitation. One moment. An invisible divine dragon then wrapped around Luo Feng's entire body and circled upwards, eventually disappearing in the location above his head. Are you the owner of Fitness Tube? Hello, I'm Luo Feng. Luo Feng took the initiative to greet her, interrupting her move to scold Lin Ruoshi. Oh, Mr. Luo. Hello. Zhanglan shook his hand, but then glanced up. Boy. Zhanglan kind of looked dumbfounded. This male temperament. How? Even the star-studded son of a plutocrat that he himself had taken a look at a top party was not as strong as this. Such gravitas. Can't say it at all. She was very skeptical. That's a big family boy. But it's only a suspicion. What if it's an actor? The temperament thing is still a snap for actors? To believe that the temperament can determine the identity of the other party? That Uncle Dao Ming. Do you see? You have to shout my emperor long live 10,000 years old? However, the next moment, Zhanglan noticed the watch on Luo Feng's wrist. 19 million watches. The boss's wife looked silly. Immediately licked the dog. Ha, Lang? Or the 760 series? Zhanglan said with a bit of an inward froth. She knows this watch well. The watch is powered by a manual mechanical movement. The dial is cast in solid silver. The hands are made of 18K rose gold. The case is also made of 18K rose gold. The alligator strap has a power reserve display and a tourbillon function. The diameter of the watch is mm. The water resistance is 30 meters. And the reference price is $1,646,000. The price of almost $1 million or so made Zhanglan instantly be in awe of Luo Feng. They say that poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. This young man can wear a $1.6 million watch. In her eyes, this is even more bullish than someone who drives a $5 million Ferrari. After all, when a brand like Ferrari drives out, everyone knows it's a luxury car. But the people who just go out wearing a $1 million watch and can see it, are almost non-existent. Yeah, Darrow Lin, bringing guests to the lounge area for crawfish? Zhanglan's originally serious expression instantly smiled as well. Oops, the boss's wife is laughing. Lin Ruoshi was more than a little worried. After all, the boss's wife didn't curse but laughed first. Then it was designated as brewing greater anger. It always feels like a grim smile. Sister Zhang, it's not like that. I got up late in the morning, so I didn't have time to eat breakfast. Lin Ruoshi was about to explain something, but Zhanglan directly interrupted, saying, it's fine. There's no need to talk about this. Well then, I'll stop that, and I'll go greet those guests now. Lin Ruoshi opened her mouth slightly and looked at Luo Feng. Then Mr. Luo, why don't you follow over there and I'll take you with me to work out? Hey, Daryl, just accompany Mr. Luo alone now. Those few guests who are looking for you, leave it to me. Zhanglan said and smiled politely towards Luo Feng. Mr. Luo, then Miss Lin will lead you in your workout. I'll get busy first. Have fun working out. What the hell? Lin Ruoshi's face was very confused. The boss's wife didn't scold herself? Instead, you left a few important guests behind, letting yourself accompany Luo Feng alone? But since the boss's wife had arranged it this way, then of course Lin Ruoshi had to follow orders. But soon, Lin Ruoshi's cell phone received a text message. Lin Ruoshi, this man is from a rich family. His watch is $1.6 to $1.6 million, so be careful how you serve him. $1 million watch, plus Luo Feng's unmistakable aura. Zhang Lan didn't suspect Luo Feng's identity, directly transformed into a licking dog. Holy shit, a $1.6 million watch? How did you not realize that yourself? Lin Ruoxi was sweating beyond belief. But I've never seen any luxuries myself. It's normal not to recognize it. Lin Ruoxi spoke. Hey, Mr. Luo, has your friend not come yet? Luo Feng nodded. It looks like Su Xiaoyuan has something going on at home and will come later. I don't think it's coming then. Why don't we just go over there and work out for a while? Yes. Luo Feng nodded, and after she cleaned her little paws and mouth as well, she then exited the rest area. Luo Feng is 185 tall, even if Lin Ruoxi is 173 tall. In front of Luo Feng, though not to the point of being a birdie, but it's also a very appropriate height difference. With a height difference of about 10 centimeters, kiss feels perfect. Luo Feng doesn't need to bow his head too much to skillfully navigate. Two people walking side by side. Naturally, there are a lot of gay men. All glanced over towards the side, passing acquaintances, also smiled and greeted. After all, it's one of the prettiest Miss Universe. What man wouldn't covet it? Sister Zhang, do you recognize that man? Li Shui saw that the boss's wife seemed to have dismissed a few customers who were looking for Lin Ruoxi to accompany them, and specifically let Lin Ruoxi go to accompany Luo Feng to work out. So naturally she was curious and asked about it. There must be something wrong with this kind of treatment. Don't recognize it. Ha! You look at the watch on his hand, 1.62 million lang, and then look at the person's temperament. I believe you when you say it's Principal Wang himself, Zhang Lan said faintly, and Li Shui, who was beside her, was already frozen in surprise. A $1.62 million watch. She wasn't a white person either, and knew that the gold content was no worse than that of a rich second-generation man who drove a $5 million Ferrari, and Sister Zhang took the initiative to show her goodwill. Of course it was not to earn Luo Feng's money. Such a rich second generation, to be able to get acquainted with, is certainly more fragrant than earning that little money, and there are quite a lot of gym troublemakers lately. Boss ladies so need to know people contacts. Think of a single woman. It is really hard enough. Thank you Ms. Lin for finding the clothes. Having a beautiful woman to work out with, I feel like I'm full of motivation. Luo Feng quickly changed into his workout clothes, craning his neck and moving his joints. Luo Feng said it was going to be a run. Lin Ruoxi then led Luo Feng to a treadmill. Alright, don't call me Beauty or Ms. Lin either. My name is Lin Ruoxi. You can just call me Xiao Lin. I don't know why, but I'm comfortable talking to this boy. Her feelings towards Luo Feng were still quite good. Okay, Xiao Lin, you do the same. Just call me by my name Luo Feng. And don't Mr. Luo. Shall we start then? Luo Feng nudged towards the treadmill. 20, I want to touch it. I don't know if it's okay. Lin Ruoxi nodded, a charming smile hanging on her face, and then pressed the treadmill's on-off button, and swiped the card. Luo Feng, this is my internal membership card. It's free. How embarrassing that would be. Why don't I just go get a membership card? Luo Feng refused. Lin Ruoxi said, no need. The boss's wife has already done it for you. It's a 20,000 diamond monthly card, the highest level. I go. This boss lady, really fooled by her own temperament and expensive watch. Crazy to be a lickspittle? But think about it. If not these, according to this violent temper of Zhang Lan, Lin Ruoxi is probably going to be scolded to death. Easily took care of that desire. Not bad at all. Luo Feng's physical fitness was still very okay. After all, the original owner exercised regularly. It probably ran for about 20 minutes or so. Luo Feng was still full of stamina. Luo Feng, you're not bad. You actually managed to last almost half an hour at this speed. Lin Ruoxi was instructing Luo Feng on the side and couldn't help but praise him as well. Just now, he thought that a rich second generation like Luo Feng's physical fitness wasn't expected to be too good. Just the usual consistent exercise. Faster. I'm okay. Luo Feng spoke while being very relaxed. If he didn't know she was talking about running, Luo Feng would have misunderstood it as some other kind of endurance. But that endurance, Luo Feng is better. Can't you see Sumika for 3 hours? That's like the Yellow River. Well then, I'll put you in a faster gear. Lin Ruoxi reached out and pressed the gear button, but then saw that Luo Feng's workout clothes, which were already a bit short because of the other man's height, were a bit short. After running like that for half an hour, the dress then shrunk up a bit. At the moment, she could see Luo Feng's 8-pack abs, so perfect that she was a bit dumbfounded. This kind of figure is like a man seeing a woman's long legs. It is the same feeling. The favorable feelings towards Luo Feng intensified once again. Holy shit, this woman. Actually the first desire. is to pinch her abs? Luo Feng ran while also keeping an eye on Lin Ruoshi. Men, seeing a girl's long legs, of course, is also the first desire. Want to touch. And girls? I'm sure they'd like to touch it when they see such a great body. After all, there's a saying that a girl can be 6 times more horny than a guy. Knowing this desire of Daryl Lin, Luo Feng pondered for a moment, and then he let out an ah. Lin Ruoshi was also startled and hurriedly turned off the treadmill. Luo Feng, what's wrong with you? I have a twitch in my abdomen. Luo Feng pretended to make an expression of pain. Ha, it's not a cramp, is it? When Lin Ruoshi saw this, her expression became even more flustered, and she hurriedly helped Luo Feng to a rest area chair on the side. Is this the place? Cramp here? Lin Ruoshi didn't care about anything else. Lifting up Luo Feng's short undershirt, she pinched towards those abs, and try everywhere. Yes. Luo Feng once again pretended to be cramping in pain. Okay then, I'll rub it for you. Lin Ruoshi didn't think of anything else in her mind at the moment. She just hoped that Luo Feng was fine. After all, a fitness instructor's job, aside from taking the guests through their workout, that is to keep them safe. If the guest is using the instrument in an irregular manner, one is obliged to remind him, her. And I blame myself. Why did I just go along with him and increase the gears? Woohoo! Feeling the small, boneless hands, kneading at his abdomen. Luo Feng hadn't been cramping, but was going to cramp instead. Look down slightly, almost see the cold plums in the snow. Better? It still hurts a little. Oh, well, rub it again. And if it doesn't work, go over to the infirmary. The doctor is more specialized. Luo Feng had accomplished the first desire of the other side though. But how could such enjoyment end at this moment? Also, it seems that from rubbing her belly, she rubbed some hairs. Seems like it's okay. Seeing that the other party's hand was a bit sore, Luo Feng then pretended to look relieved. You scared me to death. Lin Ruoshi scattered her small hands, her face relaxing then, and rolled her eyes. When Lin Ruoshi saw this, she hurriedly explained, Luo Feng, don't say that. I didn't blame you, either. The two chatted about one thing or another. Afterwards, Luo Feng then took the time and went to the front desk to say hello to Zhang Lan. After all, people gave themselves a supreme monthly card, briefly greeted the boss's wife. The other party added his WeChat. Luo Feng thought about it. In the future there should be a lot of dealings with Lin Ruoshi, so he agreed. But when she came back, Lin Ruoshi looked at the message on her cell phone with excitement. It almost looks like it's going to jump up and down. 30,000. I can't believe it's 30,000? The boss's wife gave me a raise. What's the matter with you? What's so happy? Luo Feng was at a loss for words when he saw how excited Lin Ruoshi was. That's nothing. Why don't I buy you a milk tea? Lin Ruoshi hesitated and pointed towards the milk tea area. Kinda thirsty. Luo Feng was confused. This Lin Ruoshi had warmed up to herself a lot, which was visible to the naked eye. But he didn't do anything himself. 21. Why do girls like to bite straws? Hey, Luo Feng, it can't be that you said something to the boss's wife, right? While sucking on the pearls in the cup, Daryl Lin even bit the straw. Luo Feng watched and kept guessing. Why do girls just like to bite straws? Anyway, Luo Feng as a boy likes to eat pearls. Luo Feng picked up. I can't understand. I didn't say anything to the boss's wife. I simply chatted a few words. I got a raise. When Luo Feng heard this, he understood. Shaolin, you're misunderstanding something, aren't you? The matter of your salary increase has nothing to do with me. Really didn't say anything? Lin Ruoshi questioned as she looked straight into Luo Feng's eyes. Really didn't say anything. I said it. Just a simple chat. Then the other person asked me for contact information. So I gave it. Luo Feng recalled while saying, by the way, she asked me how I felt about working out with Ms. Lin. I said it was pretty good. So, Lin Ruoshi saw that it wasn't Luo Feng who took the initiative to speak up for himself to raise his salary. That's a big relief. After all, girls, men who show too much to the female performance, then it is likely to scare the female, directly alienate the male relationship. In any case, I thank you for that. Didn't you thank me already? The milk tea was delicious. That's it? Are you satisfied? What else is there to do? Am I going to be invited to the big waterbed room? Hearing this, Lin Ruoshi's face slightly reddened as she shattered a bad egg and then didn't say anything. Girls, of course, want men to be bad. But a man can't show that he's too good for her, because a girl hasn't decided to be with you. You've been too good to her, and these are favors that she doesn't want to owe. Just at that moment, however, outside the gym, on the other hand, came 3 foreigners. The voice is still louder. Luo Feng and Lin Ruoshi both turned their heads to look over. It was actually a few people dressed in non-mainstream Su Xiao Yuan. I have to say, The level of appreciation is really problematic. No wonder the mother of all singles, just such a decade ago the non-mainstream dress, now also have the courage to take out the hand? Your friend is here? Lin Ruoshi gently opened her mouth and asked curiously. Yeah, these guys, what a shame. Wearing some of these things. Luo Feng gritted his teeth slightly and said unhappily. But soon, Su Xiaoyuan saw Luo Feng who was sitting in the rest area and a big beautiful girl who was drinking milk tea. Luo Feng, I'll go. Damn you. You actually arrived first? Also, isn't that Lin Ruoshi? Nice guy. What's going on? They're just a little late with something. Luo Feng went straight to one of the prettiest Miss Universe in this gym, eating up milk tea, and laughing. Among the crowd, the first one to come over was Su Xiaoyuan, and the tall one with glasses is called Young Sayu. The last one, a 185, very thin boy, was Li Jie. A few people, all of them, cast envious glances over, and very surprised. They are all good friends in the circle. Who doesn't know each other's weight? If they were to be awesome, they wouldn't be single. But now, seeing this, it was like they were dreaming. 22, is Lo really off the hook? Or Miss Universe? Hello 3, you're Luo Feng's friends, right? Lin Ruoshi took the initiative to greet them. Yes we are. Su Xiaoyuan immediately nodded his head in a bitchy manner. Old Luo unkind. Picking up girls behind our backs? Don't talk nonsense. But Ms. Lin invited me to drink milk tea, Luo Feng said in a very Versailles manner, which also made a few people even more envious. Xiao Lin, you go ahead and get busy. These few people, I'll lead them to practice. Luo Feng turned his head to look at the petite great beauty and realized that she was blushing a little. Oh, okay. Seeing this, Lin Ruoshi also looked at Luo Feng thankfully. After all, being misunderstood by Luo Feng's friends to mean that she herself was also embarrassed, quickly drew away. I'll go. Luo Feng, you guy, as soon as we came, you branched out from the big beauty? That is, worried about us stealing your woman? A friend's wife is not to be deceived. We still know that. Seeing everyone's complaining voices, Luo Feng rolled his eyes and spoke. Come on, I think you guys are friends' wives who are not polite, right? Although I know in my heart that these friends don't have that kind of ability, but people are almost embarrassed by the little beauty, so they definitely need to branch out. Damn it, Luo Feng. Are you on a hangover? How is it that in a moment, you've gotten into a fight with this Lin Ruoshi? It is. I can't believe it. By the way, did you get a new watch? Crap. Langs? Is that the 760? Good lord. Your old man hemorrhaged money to buy you this? Are you worried that you won't find a girlfriend for the rest of your life? Say, wouldn't it be nice to buy an Audi TT with that kind of money? A few classmates, whose families were not top rich, saw the watch and recognized it. And there was an answer to Luo Feng being so smooth today. It looks like they're going to have to make the family more or less complete with a luxury car or a nameless tuya. Next, these three people must have been constantly crunching on Lin Ruoshi's those colleague beautiful coaches that could be introduced to introduce them. Luo Feng casually dealt with the situation and led everyone to start working out. It had to be said that with Luo Feng's presence in the gym, several young ladies took the initiative to come up and say hello. After all, a fancy gym is full of young hotties who want to be on the big time. The narcissistic Su Xiaoyuan had always thought that it was because he was too handsome that he had attracted them over. By the time 2:30 rolled around, everyone teamed up and went to the gaming hotel to play games, and with a hitchhiking gym girl. Of course, Luo Feng helped Lin Ruoshi fulfill her desires of not being scolded by the boss's wife and pinching Luo Feng's abs. Naturally came with 8 attribute points, 2 bonus items, one of which is a $1 per second money hopping card. It's stackable. Now Luo Feng, passive income, once again upgraded to 10,000 a day. As for the 8 attribute points, 4 of them, Luo Feng didn't hesitate to add them to the agility of fighting skills. Name, Luo Feng. Face value, 80 plus 5, health, 75 plus 5. Body proportion, 89 plus 5, short for figure, or muscle line. But in general, a man's body looks good. Fighting, strength 66. Agility, 58 plus 4. Endurance 61 plus 4. Professional knowledge, English 2. Math 3, Finance 2, 10 attribute points, can add 1 level, skills, driving level 2, cooking level 1, piano level 1, dance level 1, trampoline vehicle skills level 0, traditional crafts level 5, cash, $10, 000, passive income, 20 cents per second. Item sucks, I won't tell you. Hey, Luo Feng, those friends of yours, they don't look like good people. Luo Feng left the gym and went to the Electric Gaming Hotel. At the moment, he was playing a game with 3 friends, and a young lady that the gym had brought over. League of Legends 5 Blacks. But on Lin Ruoshi's side, A message was sent. Luo Feng immediately maneuvered his top single gallon into the bushes and replied to the message. I didn't realize you cared so much about me. It can't be that you're really interested in me, right? Cocking a smile, Luo Feng waited for how the other party would reply. As for the contact information, that was added over milk tea. Of course, it was Luo Feng who took the initiative. After all, you have to take those 30 attribute points and glean them. Lin Ruoshi, who was sitting in the rest area of the gym, immediately blushed when she saw Luo Feng's reply. What a joke. I'm just concerned about my friend. He. Luo Feng laughed, even if he didn't go to look at her. He guessed through the cell phone that the other party's hands and feet were at a loss. It seems that this beautiful coach, he is in the game. Without immediately going to operate the game, Luo Feng once again sent a message. In fact, you're wrong to blame them. They have no taste in clothes, so they dress so non-mainstream. In fact, is not a punk. So, then it's my fault for misunderstanding them. Sorry haha, Lin Ruoshi replied. Also, how could you have friends like that? It's okay, it's just these pussies. If I didn't know them, I'd think they were alleyway assholes. Do you ever scold your friends like that? Male friends are scolded like this. Female, of course, we must want a how to spoil, how to care law. Once again, the other party blushed and didn't know what to say. In the end, amidst the curses of his teammates, Luo Feng still ended his chat with Lin Ruoshi. After all, his own upper tower was going to be pushed through by the opposing weapon master. At the time of 5:30 in the afternoon, Lin Ruoshi returned to her small 50-square-foot home. In the center of Magic City, the rent for such a little house is not cheap. It's going to cost you half of your own paycheck. There was so much to be happy about today that at some point in the afternoon, she ordered another 3 pounds of spicy crawfish. It's mostly shells galore, and there are other condiments that count for pounds. Even if a goddess doesn't eat much, she can still finish it. But as she ate, she stopped. This one tasted terrible, and she was a crawfish pro. Really picky. With her hands resting on her fragrant cheeks and looking at the cell phone on the table, Lin Ruoshi began to wait. What was waiting was a call from Sister Zhang's side. I've already written up my own application for processing my salary. It's 100 words. Although Sister Zhang had said that she was going to give herself a raise, there was always a process to go through. Daryl, your application has been approved, and on the financial side, you'll be given a raise starting tomorrow. You can start tomorrow with a base salary of $30,000. Cheer up. Remember, the next time Mr. Luo comes over and I'm not here, you have to greet him. At the mention of that man, Lin Ruoshi's expression still changed a bit, but at the moment the most happy. That is the wage increase, counting the actual implementation of the matter. Wow, for a second. And she jumped. That invincible gnocchi, because when you come home, it's a vacuum. Also under the silk pajamas, for bouncing, and bouncing. Slightly can see a bit of red in the center. After being happy for a while, she couldn't help but take a screenshot of Sister Zhang's approval note and sent it to Luo Feng. Thank you Luo Feng. Although the other party hadn't replied yet, Lin Ruoshi wasn't in a hurry, knowing, after all, that the other party should also be eating at this hour. 23 rewards that come out of nowhere. I said you melons, you just went to play a game, and instead of going to an internet cafe, you're going to a gaming hotel? Now for dinner, you're inviting me to the bottom of the sea? Luo Feng, while sitting in the box, took a sip of beer and was truly speechless towards these people. I say Luo Feng, didn't we just have gym ladies to go play games with? That certainly has to be a little pushy. Now that it's just us old faces and old mouths, is it necessary to spend recklessly? Besides, what's wrong with Haidi Lao? Per capita consumption is also 70 to 80 okay? You guys can drink so much. It's 200 per capita. You still don't like it? Why don't you take us to the Grand Hotel to Su Xiaoyuan heard Luo Feng's complaint, but also immediately retorted. Their money, but also not much All have to follow the beautiful women to spend a lot of money. There's no need to play hard to get when you know what's going on at home with these brothers. By the way, Luo Feng, by the way, how are you doing with that dance department's goddess? Su Meiji? Li Jie suddenly said this one. The conversation opened up immediately. Ha ha ha, needless to say, people don't even look at old Luo. Old Luo, are you tired of being a licking dog? If you ask me, just ignore her. Just longer legs? Is it just a thinner waist? Is it just a little bit of Su Yurong? That woman everyone said. A do peripheral just. Do not know why you still like her so much. That's right. It's not as good as Daryl Lin. I've been to the gym a few times with this woman, and she doesn't rub off on the rich guests much at all. Listening to everyone talk endlessly, and said he licked the dog or something. Luo Feng wasn't angry, because just yesterday, Lo Feng had been comfortably coming with her for a couple hours now. What do you care? And only Luo Feng knew that Sumeji was not a peripheral, her own family was in good condition itself. The point is, that blood, it's the real thing. If she didn't have to wait for her relatives, in terms of Sumeji, she probably would have come to Luo Feng to play poker. After all, it's the first time you get a taste. Can she not want the 10-year itch? And Lao Luo, that watch of yours, if you really forced your old man to buy it for you, it's all these friends, I say, it's not necessary. Of course, to say that your old man suddenly got rich or something, forget I said anything. Yeah, there's no need. Hearing this again, Luo Feng also knows that everyone is concerned about themselves. Opened, my old man is not rich, or ordinary company executives. No change, recently invested in a little stock, but earned some, crap, stocks? You still play that? How much did you make? Luo Feng said, $5 million. Crap, ruthless, not giving us a word about this good thing. Not enough of a friend. Luo Feng coped with half a day. Finally, it was agreed that this meal under the sea was Luo Feng's treat. And when you have time for a good meal in a few days, it's time to go to a big hotel. Luo Feng also answered with his mouth full. A message from Daryl Lin? Payroll request approved? Luo Feng picked up the phone and looked at it, intending to reply. But the next second, the system alert came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping Lin Ruoshi fulfill her desire to raise her salary, and obtaining attribute points and rewards. What the hell? Luo Feng was instantly confused. After all, this desire has always hovered in Lin Ruoshi's top 3, didn't come up first at all. But now, he helped her realize it? This surely made Luo Feng confused. 24, this person drives a 5-diamond Honda at best. Lin Ruoshi's desire to raise wages came first when she was waiting for Sister Zhang's application for approval. And the moment when the wage application approval came down completely was the moment when the wage increase was put into practice. And precisely, it was because of the host's reasons for the wage increase. So that's it. Luo Feng couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. This was really an unexpected pleasure. Ding! For attribute points, please ask the host to choose what attribute to add them to. Just the power. The 3 attributes of fighting. Luo Feng sort of added them all. Ding! The reward is a luxury car randomization card. Do you want to use it now? A luxury car? It's actually a luxury car? Luo Feng, while drinking beer, was also very excited at the moment, since the system said it was a luxury car. That's for sure. You can't call it a luxury car until it's at least $1 million, right? Can you call a couple $100,000 a luxury car? Of course, it depends on how you look at it. Some people think that $5 million or more is what you call a luxury car. Just don't know how the system defines it. What about the way the limo appeared? Ding! The luxury car has been issued to the parking space. The car keys will be delivered by the 4S store employees. 4S store employees? Luo Feng was puzzled, but quickly thought that it should be the system that ordered it for him, because of the limo. At this moment, Luo Feng was somewhat unable to sit still. Where's the luxury car smell when you're drinking here with these old men? I wanted to open my mouth to invite these people to see their own luxury cars, but saw too. Are drinking a big tongue. Later do not spit in their car. Which is their new car? Let's take them to pretend later. After thinking about it, Luo Feng stood up and said, something's up. I'm leaving first. You guys take your time to drink. I left $1,000. It's enough for you guys to gorge yourselves too. Luo Feng wanted to leave. Originally everyone disagreed, but said to leave $1,000. Then you fuck off. Ha ha ha. There is money to stay here, that's all. It doesn't matter if the person stays or not. You're not exactly a big beauty, aren't you? Seeing this, Luo Feng can only helplessly shake his head. This TM, really a bunch of bad friends. However, just at this moment, outside the door of Hai Di Lao store, a pretty anchor woman wearing ultra-short jeans and a white t-shirt was holding a cell phone. Started narrating into his cell phone in the vicinity of the parking spot. Mouths perked up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another. Look at the clothes. Look at the temperament. And guess the car. It's about a minute's walk from the entrance of the seaside to the parking space here. We have a minute to guess. Pretty hostess event. That's looking at the person coming this way towards the parking space. Exactly what luxury car will end up being chosen. So young? Under 20, right? Got a car? Coming from the bottom of the sea. Coming this way. I should be coming to the parking space. Can't see the brand of the dress yet. Can't draw any conclusions. I saw it. All Uniqlo. That Wuling Honda. It can't be him. Can it? You're overthinking it. Young people nowadays, even if they don't buy a car, they won't buy a Wuling Hongwon. At most that BMW X3 over there, bought by pretenders, is the one I despise the most. So if you have the guts to buy a BMW X3, Isn't it time to say the fridge is cooling? Blind guess on one hand. It's not that Porsche, is it? It's a Porsche. And I'm eating shit live. I guess just the BMW X3. Place your bets. If I don't get it, I'll put in a magic book. Right? 25. A car you can't afford for the rest of your life? Soon. Luofeng walked to the parking space. Eyes glanced around. Of course it's looking for system-dispensed luxury cars. Soon. Luofeng's eyes, then, locked onto an Audi. Crap. No way. Is his this car? Bullshit. This car is almost $3 million on the high end. Did you guys not pay attention to the details? This man, too, didn't come straight to the car, but searched for a good part of the day. What do you mean? I don't know what that means, but it's definitely not the owner. Luofeng didn't know he was being live-streamed. Sure, the anchor woman had some morals and just live-streamed the clothes. There was no live face. I just said it was very young, and it was also dictated by the anchor woman. Why is this man standing by the car? Do you want to get in the car or not? Give a result, okay? The anchor woman also waited 3 minutes. After all, if Luofeng didn't choose the car, then the reward part of their blind guessing game wouldn't go down. The current situation is that if everyone guesses incorrectly, then a lot of waterbenders are going to be rewarded with hundreds of dollars in gifts. If anyone guesses correctly, then one loses a lot of money. There was even a viewer guessing at the Audi sports car. It's impossible to win though, but in case she wins, the prize for her output is a $1,000 phone bill recharge. She's going to lose by the seat of her pants. We're already poor, right? But this guy actually bet $100 on a gift. An Audi sports car? That's the equivalent of betting on a leopard. After all, this young man looked, well, impossible. Anchor, why don't you just go up and ask? It's no good waiting like this. The female anchor blankly glanced at this pop-up. What are you talking about? To ask directly, is this $3 million car yours? If not, how embarrassed would people be? But the anchor woman walked on anyway. Casually, he tapped him on the shoulder. Luofeng was startled and thought that the car key delivery had come. When I looked back, it was a little beauty, holding a selfie stick. What are you doing? Luofeng asked first. Hello little brother, do you like this car too? Lu Hanyan asked first. I don't know if I like it. I haven't opened it. Luofeng said casually and added. If you broadcast live, it's best not to shoot my face. Don't worry, Lu Hanyan said affirmatively, then looked at the car. This car is good. Oh, you understand? Luofeng asked rhetorically. Lu Hanyan immediately transformed into a car by Shui. Slowly, he spoke. It's also the tone of the science for the people on the air. It's an Audi R8 okay. I still know it. Know how awesome this car is? The engine is 620 horsepower. V10. Center-mounted 4-wheel drive. Combined with someone's top-of-the-line transmission, you can go from 0 to 100 miles per hour in seconds. That pretty anchor woman, at the moment, was gushing out introductions, like the car was his own. Very dejected. I said anchor, speak as if this car is yours. This car is supposed to be a top-of-the-line Audi R8, and the paperwork all comes down to about $2.7 million, right? Seeing this, Lu Hanyan smiled and said, so, I'll do the math for you guys. If you earn 10,000 a month and don't eat or drink, you'll need years to purchase it, and given that none of you can earn 20,000 a month, I'm not going to do the math. Doing the math for a monthly salary of 5,000, it would take 45 years. That is, when you die of old age, you can drive this luxury car. If you make 3,000 a month, I'm sorry, it would take 75 years to live God knows how long. 26, never sat in one? You know it's uncomfortable? Crap. Anchor, please, stop. Anchor, will you be a human being? Don't forget, I could make $2.7 million in my lifetime and there's no way in hell I'd buy a sports car. So, for the rest of your life, the Audi A6, BMW 5 Series and Mercedes-Benz E-Class and the BBA are already the ceiling for the average person? What else do you want the others for? Lu Hanyan's live effects are generally more like strikes. There's a sense of bringing young people, who have been poisoned by short videos showing off their wealth, back to their roots. It's her style. It's not flattering though, but Lu Hanyan felt that it was slightly more meaningful. However, for the live broadcast, the clear color is a beauty monster. All beautiful women. It is obvious that Lu Hanyan, such a pure natural beauty, will not have an advantage. And whether it's the live world or the entertainment world, it takes talent and connections. There's something to give at the necessary moment. It's not that easy to get fire. Unfortunately, while lumbar support and thigh support are still good in this R8 seat, the seating position is low, the gas and brake pedals are nearly vertical, and the left foot clearance is narrow for average comfort. When Lu Hanyan said these words, Luofeng, However, suddenly laughed out, then issued a soul-torturing question. You've sat on it? Crap. This little brother is a bit interesting. Blitz. Proper blitz. Sit back and wait to see how the anchor responds? What if the anchor really did sit on it? Does she have that life? Lu Hanyan direct people silly, although she understands this car. But basically read the forum discussion. Really haven't sat on it. But now what? This man sends out direct soul torture? What to answer? It's just uncomfortable. Lu Hanyan grunted. You sat on it? Luo Feng's same question was asked again. It's like a segment where Rudre is angry with the Jade Emperor and repeatedly soul tortures him. Have you ever been beaten by a candidate? Lu Hanyan couldn't refute it. But soon her eyes lit up. You sat on it? Since I can't answer that question, then reverse soul torture? Luo Feng smiled slightly and didn't answer, carefully observing up her face. Needless to say, the girl had a big smile, a big sunny girl, but of course, still foxy looking, plus long legs and that slightly boudoirish donut. A goddess indeed. It's a shame, it smells like a dick. At this moment, Luo Feng began to check the other party's desire list. And basic data. 27. Little Beauty's desire list. Name, Lu Hanyan. Face value, 93 points. Body, 95 points. Age, 21. Desire list. 1. How I wish this luxury car in front of me was my own. 2. Become a popular anchor like Xiao Yang. 4. Work hard to earn money and buy a LV bag first. 5. I want to buy a black silk from Balenciaga. 6. It would be nice to have $20,000 of pocket money every month. 7. Buy the latest Apple cell phone. 8. Find a boyfriend with a male model. I'll play poker with him every day. 9. My boyfriend must be as handsome as the man who digs up manure. 11. Looking for a rich second generation with 100 million assets, so that you can sit and collect $250,000 of interest every month, go traveling every day, and go ho-ho-hing every day. When Luo Feng saw this little goddess's list of desires, inwardly he wanted to laugh a little. All sorts of ideas? Totally a loser's idea, yeah. After reading this, Luo Feng shook his head and said, sorry, I haven't sat on it either. Cut. Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes, but the next moment, Luo Feng then saw a man in a suit walking over. It should be a 4S store clerk. Luo Feng engaged the other party. Got the car keys in no time. A drop. Straight away, he opened the car door. Pretty girl? I'll have a seat in a minute. Luo Feng looked at the little beauty in front of him and said in a teasing tone. Next moment, the audience in the live broadcast room directly sent out pop-ups like crazy. Crap, this car belongs to this little brother? Laughing your ass off? Asking people if they've sat on it yet? The landlord said no right I also just picked up a new car? The kind that doesn't even test drive? Just buy a car for the big boys? What a bigot. Lu Hanyan was also dumbfounded. What is this situation? Damn you. You're waiting for someone to bring over the car keys? Little tiger, anchor. Hurry up and cash out now. I bet 100 on this Audi R8. $1,000 in phone bills? So the anchor is going to dump his family? Holy shit. Did someone really bet on this Audi sports car? 3 seconds of silence for the anchor. Lu Hanyan's expression went bad for a moment. The small fry bets add up to a couple $100. And here it's paying out $1,000. The key gift has to be split with the platform? She lost $800. Okay? It's your fault for buying an Audi R8. Lu Hanyan was in a bad mood, complained and intended to leave. So, women? That's how unreasonable they are? Lost money playing the game yourself? Blamed the car buyer? But Luo Feng was amused. Did I mess with you by buying a car? 28. I don't believe it until I see it. Lu Hanyan couldn't retort and realized that she had lost her temper. Sorry, let's go first. Little brother. A mischievous spat ensued. Luo Feng used his afterglow to look at her live broadcast interface. This anchor's nickname is Please Call Me Your Own, but Luo Feng looked down. You damn, just C+, right? What Yao Young? I'm still Henri. What a braggart. You're Su Yuyon? Even though the camera wasn't pointed at Lo Feng, Lo Feng's voice was still heard. Ha ha ha, our anchor wishes she was Yuck Young. It's a pity to change the name of Young but not the strength of Young. The anchor's C+ are all watered down. People shouldn't believe she's arigato. Lu Hanyan was obviously unhappy, and said in a conspiratorial manner, is this how the times are now? Real goods can't win over fake goods? I'm helpless too. What can I do? Ha ha ha. So what does the anchor mean? You're the real deal? All the other live streams are fakes? I don't believe it. Unless I conk out. Upstairs. I don't believe it either. What should I do? Kong on Kong. Unconcerned. All are considered Class A buildings. A pair of A's. Can't afford it. That's right. Calling others fake. You're very real? Luo Feng also got help up. remembering those lists of desires of hers, immediately laughed out and began to infinitely flirt with her. Of course, this little goddess, such a loser. Definitely need to keep an eye on it myself, because a lot of her list of desires are just too easy to fulfill. It's a 93-point goddess though, but the system has said that every goddess can get 30 points. I'm sure this little beauty, Luofeng, can quickly fulfill many lists of desires, right? Being said so by Luofeng, Lu Hanyan was completely speechless and couldn't refute at all. Because, to prove it, just have to give it to Kong? So, how do you prove something like that? Why don't you post it on Facebook? Ask. Luofeng saw the little beauty suffer, a light smile, remembering the other person's live room. Naturally, you can contact them later. No need to ask for contact information. Take your time wool gathering later. Just about to get in the car, but at this moment Luofeng suddenly saw, her first desire, actually changed. 29. Lu Hanyan's desires resurfaced. 1. This person's luxury car seems to have brought me a little bit of popularity, and it would be nice if I could get in the car and photograph the interior and continue to rise in popularity. Unfortunately, there's no way people will let me get on the car, and also, getting on the car worries me. It won't pull me into the grove. Will it? Whoa, I can first kill have not even gotten it. When Luofeng saw this, he also really shook his head inwardly for a while. This little beauty is a pure loser. I say, pretty girl, would you like to come up to the Audi for a ride? Luofeng was not polite and directly issued an invitation. I don't want it. Lu Hanyan directly grunted and retorted out, but inwardly she so wanted to go up and shoot. Crap, invite the anchor up for a sit down? May I ask if this is the one to sit on? Or this one do? That do wouldn't be a do. It would be a shock. 66,666. The anchor is getting in the car? The anchor's education should not support her in such behavior. You're a good judge of character? Luofeng saw that she had no intention of getting into the car, and continued to speak. I say beauty, why don't I take you for a while? Just now also because my luxury car popularity came up some. Do not want to continue to maintain popularity? And, you actually sit in this car for a while, lest when you are introduced later, you still say that this car is uncomfortable to sit in? People will laugh at you, and who refutes it later? You can just say, you have sat? Lu Hanyan looked like she had caught the other party's thoughts. So, that's what you wanted to prove to me? Your little sports car. It's comfortable to sit in? Quite comfortable. Luofeng patted his butt and said with a smile, while also cooperating with the other party. But does Luofeng need to prove that his seat is comfortable? Of course it's to fulfill the other person's first desire. That? Where are you going then? I'm not going to the wild mountains. Lu Hanyan was still very alert. I'll just go to the square across the street. Where is your house? You'll figure it out by yourself when the time comes? Luofeng opened his mouth and said, alright then. Lu Hanyan had already made preparations, and if the route was wrong, immediately the demon spirit would arrange it. After all, I really wanted to get in the car and shoot the interior up. Crap, really getting in the car? Is this the energy of a luxury car? So, you're a really good judge of character? I feel like the anchor is being set up, but I get the feeling the dirtbag is the prey? Sit back and wait for the results. As long as you don't wear them, they should all turn out. Just to the square over there? Before getting into the car, Lu Hanyan still asked weakly, no longer having the aura she had just now. Then of course, Luofeng affirmed. You more serious man. I believe your car is comfortable, but you insist on inviting. No way la. Lu Hanyan said pretentiously. Luofeng naturally didn't refute or expose it. Isn't it good to have mutual benefits? Fasten your seatbelt. I'm leaving. Luofeng said and glanced at her sideways. But fasten your seatbelt. It's time for the test. Lu Hanyan didn't understand at first. Then it became clear. Rolled his eyes. Massively, he just pulled over the seatbelt and buckled it on. Yo, no strangulation? Oh, me con? Could it be the real thing? I don't believe it. I want to see it with my own eyes. Soon, Luofeng saw that Lu Hanyan had fastened her seatbelt, started the car, and Lu Hanyan? Get in the car and set up your phone holder like crazy. A cell phone broadcast. Another cell phone that clicks photos. Lightning 5 whip. No, 5 in a row. Dozens of interior pictures of Audi luxury cars. Instant arrival. Looked at the increased popularity of the live stream. Lu Hanyan felt very earned. But Luofeng also felt very earned. So, who actually lost money? Hey, pretty girl, been sitting there for a while? Say something? How was the Audi R8 seat experience? Lu Hanyan was not a beauty like Sume Ji. Need to be careful and cautious. A loser like that? Doesn't Luofeng just take it? So a little bullying isn't out of the question? Humph. Lu Hanyan hummed petulantly. not meaning to speak. Cough cough. Luo Feng didn't say anything either. Look at that. Indicates that sitting up is comfortable? So, do you all still believe what the forums say? Seriously. It's true that sports cars aren't as comfortable to sit in as a luxury SUV or luxury sedan, but it's not uncomfortable, is it? It would be really odd for this multi-million-dollar thing to still make your butt hurt when you sit up. But just at this moment, Luo Feng's system came to a beep. It seems to be coming with attribute points. After all, it has satisfied her desire to livestream a luxury car. 3 attribute points. Luo Feng saved them. And the bonus, a level 2 money jump card. This is something that is a bit more powerful than a level 1 jump money card. It generates 20 cents per second. The same is stackable. So in that case, Luo Feng had 40 cents per second. That's $1 million a day. That's $1 million a month. It was just too beautiful. Luo Feng was still thinking that it wasn't cheap to keep such a luxury car. Was it? But now, it seemed that Luo Feng wasn't under any pressure. By the way, pretty girl, what platform are you live streaming on? Luo Feng saw that Lu Hanyan didn't say anything. The topic of conversation was actively sought. Oh, so the tycoon wants support? Lu Hanyan looked sideways at Luo Feng. Quite a taste of revenge. Who told this person to speak badly? Set you up for a wave. Don't all tycoons like to save face? So, he's going to lose blood? So, what platform? Tiger's teeth. Oh, sorry, there's no number over there, Luo Feng said in a flat tone. But the live stream blew up at once. Crap, I thought the anchor was going to be gone. I didn't realize I was going to lose my man. The tycoon just doesn't have eyes for the anchor. Does he? Driving a multi-million-dollar car? Shouldn't be bad for women? Just now I thought the tycoon was going to reward it. But it turns out, sorry, no number over there? Really rich people spend money absolutely randomly? Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes and simply couldn't do anything about Luo Feng. Don't they have a number over there? And licking your face? Shouting at people to register for one? Ha! Luo Feng laughed softly and continued driving the car. After thinking about it, Luo Feng continued to make things happen. Don't be sad. Maybe I'll go back and register one? Give you a reward gift. Next. The place is here. Luo Feng parked the car. Lu Hanyan also understood it well and opened the car door. Then we'll wait for the tycoon to reward us. Okay. Luo Feng made a gesture and drove off. Watch the Audi sports car leave. Lu Hanyan seemed to have realized an important issue. So, how is she going to find him if the dirtbag doesn't come? So, it's a landlord snub? Crap. Really gone? This dirt. I threw up. Come on anchor. Catch up. Little brother of the earth. Maybe waiting for you in the hotel lobby. So, people's earthy little brother. There's no shortage of beautiful women at all? Little anchor. You are unseen. Question. What's the little anchor's psychological footprint now? Lu Hanyan stared blankly at the pop-up screen and watched Luo Feng walk towards the hotel. Right now, she had very mixed feelings. Again, she hoped that Luo Feng was waiting for her in the hotel lobby. And again, she hoped that Luo Feng was not waiting for her. With a complicated mood, Lu Hanyan hesitated, but still walked towards the hotel entrance. But in the lobby on the first floor, Luo Feng was not found. This situation directly made the audience, again, start to laugh at her. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. And actually went to the hotel entrance to look around. Ha, it's been said that there's no shortage of women in the dirt. Seeing this, Lu Hanyan grunted and said, administrators take note. These dog viewers are talking too arrogantly. I can't take it at all. Grunting, she calmly said, unless it's to swipe a little gift. I'm not in a good mood at all. Crap, cheating on a gift? That's your excuse for cheating on the gift. Come back, little brother Toho. She couldn't snub your gift and now she's turning her guns on us. There's no justice. Anchors like to rip off the poor. However, just at this moment, a call came from Lu Hanyan's cell phone. It's the union guy calling. Lu Hanyan's expression also tensed slightly before she answered the phone. Hey, excuse me, are you the please call me arigato of our union? Yes, I am. Lu Hanyan nodded her head. He, that's quite an interesting name you have. Well then, I'm the management of the union. I'm now arranging a 10 o'clock guild battle for you. So get ready. The requirement is to win down 2 rounds, and you'll be promoted. What about not winning? If you don't win, you can still continue to broadcast, but the guaranteed $700 monthly paycheck is going to be cancelled. Lu Hanyan knew that this day had still come, because Tiger's Teeth people are companies that want to make money, but will not keep idle people. Okay, admin. I got it. I'll go home and get ready, Lu Hanyan said with some lack of confidence. She's still in college, and she's still renting out a house in order to broadcast. And starry-eyed and ready with a high-performance computer. Just because I'm kinda good-looking, and then maybe I'll be a hit on the air. But mama, When I look at the live broadcast, people are all as beautiful as I am. What's the deal? You don't have any talent yourself. After a few months of live streaming, the real earnings are not really enough to cover the electricity bill. Some of these lists are still rewarded by their good friends, and they have to go out and buy them dinner. On the other hand, Luo Feng came to the hotel, and after chatting with Su Meiji for a while, inquiring about the other person's inability to come to the hotel to be with him or her, pushed those thoughts down as well. Of course, Su Meiji kind of wanted to call to talk about bad topics, but Luo Feng refused, because it's easy to get on the fire and hard to get off the fire. At first, after being detected by the system as a 5th-level traditional craftsman, although this matter was only known to the system, he felt extremely insulted and irritated, and swore that he would never carry forward the excellent tradition again. Every click from now on, go to the real person, not the 5 fingers. After washing up, Luo Feng laid down on the hotel sofa and casually watched TV for a while. Feeling bored, he took out his cell phone and opened Tiger Tooth Live. It was discovered that this Lu Hanyan had stopped broadcasting live outdoors. Instead, I went back to the house, because the scene can now be seen. The other side of the environment is a bedroom of about 10 square meters. Doesn't this little anchor live outdoors anymore? Luo Feng was puzzled, so he spoke and asked, why don't you continue the outdoor live broadcast? Luo Feng is using a new trumpet, the previous king's number. He does not want to use it, although not many people know himself, but it is still a little bit of fame. The original owner of the previous body hooked up with those small anchors he does not want to pay attention to, are all beauty monsters. At this moment, Lu Hanyan's live room, because of the absence of the luxury car, the popularity is only 10,000. In that case, maybe only 24 people watch her live. There were only 8 more people at the VIP table. 2. In other words, out of 24 people, only 8 were the ones who had spent more than $1 on the air and ran a fan sign. The others are never consumed. The popularity is just crap. This anchor, the popularity is really miserable. Luo Feng continued to send messages on the live broadcast. At this moment, Lu Hanyan is at home while preparing the camera. Also saw a new number called Wind in the boy ID. She immediately replied, small brother hello, anchor because to play Guild Wars, from the outside to go home, some other day and then outdoor live. Speaking of which, this one will be live outdoors another day. She doesn't even know if she'll have the chance. Maybe she'll give up live streaming now, maybe just move to another platform. All depends on God's will. Of course, the so-called Guild Wars are also called promotion tournaments, where you advance if you have more running water, and if you have less, you brush it off. In other words, it's a swipe war for Missy's fans. Looking at the little beauty in the screen, Luo Feng knew that this was not an anchor like other live broadcasts, all relying on superior beauty techniques and special effects. The system gave her a 93 face value rating, which is still pretty solid, and the system has hinted that this face value is based on your own aesthetics. Can you sing, anchor? Sorry, Big Brother Windy. Can't pentatonic. Lu Hanyan shook her head. Where's the hot dance? Does the S-squat count? Hot dancing I don't know. Luo Feng sweated. He also said that before he slept, he was able to watch a more exciting scene, but it was a pity. If radio gymnastics counts, I'm considered to know how to dance. Lu Hanyan opened her mouth. Luo Feng was once again speechless, really silenced by this Lu Hanyan. Radio gymnastics are out? Is that even a skill? Hey, Big Brother Feng Zhong, still there? Lu Hanyan took the initiative to ask, because it was discovered that this Big Brother in the wind hadn't sent a message for a minute. I'm here. Is something wrong? Luo Feng was sharp-tongued. Big Brother in the wind, come in and click on the attention. And by the way, reward $1. You can go to the VIP seat. Little brother is the best. Lu Hanyan patiently explained. Luo Feng, however, could not help but laugh. Just such long legs. Carry up not know how. Invincible. You want a gift? And so humble? Sorry about that. No money. Luo Feng replied nonchalantly. In fact, their own financial resources today. Even if today brush down 20,000, sleep up 10,000 immediately to the account, and wait for the night is another 10,000. It's definitely okay to swipe a gift, and it's okay to swipe 10,000 every day. But when he couldn't fulfill the other party's first desire, Luo Feng didn't want to waste money. Ugh. Seeing Luo Feng replying so nonchalantly, although Lu Hanyan was a bit angry, she still didn't curse. Her basic qualities were still necessary. But current Lu Hanyan was in a very unattractive mood. It's also too hard to mix it up live. In all walks of life, it's really hard to get to the top without giving something. It's 10 o'clock. The first round of the meeting has begun. Miss Arigato. Hello there. I'm Xia Zixuan from the Moonlit Night Guild. I'm glad to be able to connect with Miss Arigato soon. The young lady on the other side who was going to PK came in with her mic. However, when she said the words Miss Arigato, some contempt emerged from the corner of her mouth. After all, this young lady on the opposite side looks like a C+. How is it not your oma? The point is, whether C+ is watered down or not is all a different story. Hello, Miss Z Xian. Lu Hanyan quickly put away those negative emotions and spoke. I'm Yurong from the Blue Sky Guild. When talking about his ID, Lu Hanyan subconsciously looked at the other party. The other party is the positive Yurong. He is a fake C+, though, doesn't water itself. In fact, in the country, it's already among the big ones. The ones on the street that look like balloons are either knifed or padded with something. Crap, Miss Zixuan, you're so big, so white. Seeing the other side of the young lady so Xianran, several of the white whoring trumpets that were themselves on Lu Hanyan's side went over and fumed. These white whore trumpets, gifts not brushed, all sorts of tawdry words that they love to send out, but all that results is waiting for is a disdainful look from the anchor, or pretending not to see it. At this moment, Z Xian anchor, surely ignoring the statements of these losers, looked at the other party's Lu Hanyan, and couldn't help but feel a little like laughing. The weekly list is only $900? That's a little too easy to arrange for an opponent. Soon, both sides were set for the PK to begin. A PK lasts, naturally, 10 minutes, and the one with the most gift value wins. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Lu Hanyan's side added up and received about $20-something in gifts, while the other side Z Xian, on the other hand, received about $500. However, just at this time, there was a Viscount number with an ID called Z Xian's Little Follower, and it entered Lu Hanyan's live broadcast room. This little anchor is so pitiful. I'll reward you with a spellbook. Look at the name to know. This is Z Xian's side of the fans, but also the list of the first big brother. This week, brushing more than $5,000. Thank you little follower for the grimoire. Seeing the 88 yuan gift that the other party swiped, Lu Hanyan wasn't happy, but instead forced herself to hold back her displeasure and opened her mouth. That's mocking yourself. But people reward gifts. You can still be mad at yourself? This female anchor across the street should have been defeated by the rest of her guild. So now he came over to abuse Lu Hanyan. Feeling good? Oh, that's funny. When Luo Feng saw this, he also became a bit upset. Oh, my god. Come on, give me $1,000. Will you? This is too miserable for me. A gift of a few $dozen to mock me on purpose? But it was at this time. Luo Feng then saw that the desire that had been at the top of her list was supposed to win down today's PK. But for being stimulated, her first desire became directly whoever offered her $1,000 reward. Of course, in contrast, winning today's PK makes this desire for a $1,000 bounty so much easier. And see each other desire itself on the network is invisible, only reality, but because of contact with Lu Hanyan, and to fulfill a desire, which is even bound. 30, reward blessing bag, unlimited tiger coins. Luo Feng directly typed in the public screen, Miss Yurong, the other party is too pretentious. Seeing that someone sent a message, and not to ridicule their own, Lu Hanyan had planned to quit the live broadcast industry, and did not care too much. Yes, it's really too loaded, but there's no way. Whoever has money can do whatever they want. Ha, can you do whatever you want just because you have money? Luo Feng sent a message asking. Of course it's possible. Lu Hanyan replied. Then I want to do whatever I want to the anchor a little bit. Luo Feng laughed. Alright, then windy little brother, do you have any money? Lu Hanyan said in a joking tone. Luo Feng didn't reply immediately, but glanced at the PK bar. Now there's half a minute left on the clock. Without hesitation, I gave out 2 Nebula fighters worth $1,000. This 2,000 yuan gift went down, directly let Lu Hanyan's PK bar, all of a sudden rushed over, overpowering the other party. After all, Z Xian's gift value now, only 1,200 yuan just. Crap, bull, 2 Nebula fighters, 2,000 soft dollars? When that warplane smashed down, Lu Hanyan's expression instantly exclaimed, wow, thank you Big Brother Windy. You are wonderful. Big Brother is invincible. Big Brother is marvelous. All sorts of words of thanks popped out of Lu Hanyan's mouth all at once, because you can see her first desire. So the reward of $1,000 at this moment can be said to be a snowball's nest. It was no exaggeration to say that even if at some other time, someone had rewarded Lu Hanyan with $10,000, it was categorically not as memorable as this $1,000. Ooh, Big Brother, too marvelous. There is Young here to give you a cute, to give you more than a heart. Big Brother to protect me a game. Ah, Lu Hanyan said excitedly, hating the tears that were coming out at the moment. She never expected that the white whoring trumpet, which seemed to have just chatted casually for a few moments, would actually send 2,000 yuan directly. Of course, Luo Feng himself didn't have much money, just $20,000 in cash, and jumping money cards would require a wait before he could do so. Therefore, Luo Feng chose to steal the tower at the last second. Let your opponent think that Lu Hanyan is bound to lose and then take it lightly. Luo Feng didn't want this either. Who made it so that his money jumping card couldn't be advanced in advance? If it was possible to advance a month's worth of advance, then Luo Feng could advance 600,000 a month with almost 20,000 or more money jumping every day. The good thing is, it's not a loss of 2,000 bucks to satisfy the other person's first desire. Ding! The host has gained 3 attribute points. Luo Feng didn't think too much about it. The attribute points continued to be saved up. So now there were 6 attribute points saved up. Ding! This reward, the host receives the more you fight, the braver you get. Tiger coin bag. Tiger coin blessing bag? Yes, host. A one-time prop. When clicked open, the lucky bag will have 1 million tiger coins worth of guaranteed money. But if the other party challenges, you will trigger the more you fight, equivalent to how much the other party brushes. You can brush up to 5 times the gift to counterattack the other party. And there is no limit. The other party rewarded 10 billion. You can counterattack 50 billion. Crap. Luo Feng was stunned. This thing, it's a godsend. In other words, when you open it, it's a guaranteed $1 million in tiger coins, and these can be utilized freely. But if there is an opposing big brother who wants to challenge himself to PK, then it triggers the more you fight. Any amount of money the other party swipes, he or she can win 5 times the gift to swipe over. The other side swipes 10,000, and one's choices are 10,000 and 50,000. The other side swipes 100 million, and they can swipe 500 million themselves. In the live broadcast world, with this lucky bag, even if the platform owner comes, he can't brush Luo Feng. But such a heaven-defying artifact, Luo Feng didn't open it immediately, intending to see the situation first. Xian, don't be angry. The other team stole the tower in this game. In the next game, I will make sure you win. For such a thing, Xian Anchor certainly is not happy, but it does not matter. Is licking dog, that is, the list of big brother, now send a message to comfort. Originally, Xian thought that the other party was a small rookie, a new anchor, a game for nothing, but I didn't expect to kill a Chang Bai Jin in the middle of the road, rewarded $2,000, and then directly piked himself. Zishuan, the other party is just impulsive spending, don't worry about it. Seeing that Xian was unhappy, the little follower continued to comfort him. So little heel brother, we're going to win the next round for sure, right? Seeing the continuous consolation of big brother Pengjie, Xian put away those bad moods and said it in a general tone of petulance. In the case of Guild Wars, it was usually 2 wins out of 3, and if in the next round, Xian lost again, then he would be eliminated. That's for sure. Thank you little follower big brother. We can't fail to win. If we can't even beat them in the first round, Xian won't have any recommendations from the platform next month, and that would be very pitiful. Xian said in a very pitiful tone, completely irritating little follower. Got it. That's for sure. Seeing the other party's confident tone, Xian didn't feel relieved about it, but instead sent a private WeChat message out. Hey, brother Long, you said you're working at the company over in the uptown area, and you want to invite me over for dinner, right? As long as we win the first round, we'll go for dinner. Lung, naturally, was the little follower's original name. In the case of a private WeChat message, Xian naturally called the other party by that name. And why is Dragon helping this anchor? That's because this anchor is also in Hangtown. 4 men. This is necessary. Because of the same city, a lot of things, it's a lot easier. Don't worry. Long also replied to the message. As long as he could get this Xian to make an appointment, then everything would be fine. After all, they've gotten to the level of sleeping together in a row. Though Zishuan would say something teasing, but not yet at the level of Ben present. After all, Lung had only swiped just over 10,000 before and after. Then now such a maneuver is a disposable chopstick. Used once, there will not be a second time, because after seeing the real person, the other person might not like themselves. That's why it's said that female anchors don't run for cash until they've gotten a huge benefit and have been dragging their feet. Alright then, with brother Lung's words, I'm relieved. Xian private message sent over. At the moment also relieved, waiting for the 2 sides of the second PK began to connect. Xian opened his mouth and said, Miss Yurong, our second game, or directly start? Naturally, Lu Hanyan didn't have any opinions and nodded. Last game. This boy in the wind. All of a sudden, $2,000 in gifts came crashing down. And this game, is there such a good thing? Actually, Lu Hanyan had no bottom, because that person, she didn't have contact information. However, the next moment the second PK started. This, Zixian's little follower, came to Lu Hanyan's live room, and he sent out a message. I say the wind in the young man. What do you mean? Stealing the tower in the last dozens of seconds of the last game. If you're a man, let's fight squarely. Of course, the other party wasn't actually super rich. It's one of those levels where you have the money to spend, but can't afford to spend too much. He was also worried that this white whoring trumpet had some strength, so he deliberately pretended in such a tone so as to scare off this white whoring trumpet. That way, both letting Zixian win the PK then wouldn't cost much. 31, then spoil me hard. The second round is starting. We're going to win. I'm putting the word out here. If you've got the guts, you're going to follow me. Afterwards, seeing that Luo Feng didn't reply much, the little follower once again sent a message to dislike him. Ha! Luo Feng smiled faintly, not wanting to pay any attention to such remarks. The more one fights, the more one's lucky bag. Is that you're so agitated? You're going to use it? Luo Feng wouldn't even click on it unless he could fulfill a list of desires. This person, he's too arrogant, isn't he? Although Luo Feng didn't respond. At this moment, Lu Hanyan's heart, on the other hand, started to get upset. For all she knew, Luo Feng might be a little brother who looked at her poorly and spent on impulse. But the little brother is disliked. But he himself does not dare to dislike the other party. And his heart is also suffocated. After all, the live broadcast, is the strength to speak. They do not have other big brother. Simply do not dare to say big words. 1. Come on a big brother. Hit the face of the other party hard. Give this Wind small brother a revenge. Windy's little brother seems too scared to speak. And right at this moment, Luo Feng actually saw that Lu Hanyan's first desire was this? Flabbergasted. This desire. Is it useless to brush yourself off? Because she was trying to come to another big brother and punch each other in the face? Avenge herself? No. The ultimate goal. Isn't it all about punching each other in the face? Isn't it the same to strike out and punch the face yourself? Luo Feng said and smiled. This little anchor is a bit of a loser but quite kind. Expecting a big god to come over and take revenge on himself? Then this great god, do it yourself. Oh, I knew it. It's a wimp, isn't it? Directly afraid to speak. Lung sent a private message to Zixian. Zixuan nodded happily as well. But the next moment, 2 treasure maps that descended directly on Lu Hanyan's live broadcast. Treasure maps are the most expensive gifts at Tiger's Teeth, and one is $5,000. So in the case of 2, that's 10,000 bucks. Of course, Luo Feng didn't open the lucky bag, which was his own $10,000. If the other party was really that tough, it wouldn't be too late for him or her to open the bag of blessings. At that time, with the existence of the more and more courageous buff, then the other party, even if the god of fortune had descended to earth, would not be his opponent. Lu Hanyan's first desire had to be satisfied. Crap, this be, and swipe 10,000 right? Seriously, Lung was still a bit dumbfounded, but it doesn't matter. It's just 2 treasure maps. Dragon backhandedly swiped down 3 of them. In the face of the gift of 10,000, Zixian's eyes lit up at once, and Fox charmingly pampered. Little follower big brother, don't stop, don't stop, I want more, continue. Zixin was saying exciting things on the air. The message was then sent in private, gave Lung some suggestive words. Of course, Luo Feng also did not expect that the other party is still a bit of financial strength. Rewarded 10,000. If you yourself want to go over the top, then you'll have to bounty more. But one's cash flow is simply gone. Open the lucky bag. After thinking about it, this desire must hit the other side in the face. Then the blessed bag must also be opened. Luo Feng held back and opened it anyway. To be honest, with this opponent, it wasn't even worth opening one's bag of blessings. The lucky bag was opened, and on Luo Feng's account, 1 million tiger coins appeared. It's $1 million worth of stuff. Luo Feng showed no mercy and directly rewarded 5 treasure maps out. It was found that the $1 million of tiger money was not missing at all. This means that it has been challenged, triggering the more you fight buff. And now you don't need your own guaranteed 1,000,000 tiger coins to spend. Shit, this guy is crazy. Seeing the gifts that smashed down again, at this moment, Long was a bit of a wimp. But to think, ahead of himself, he had put in 3 treasure maps worth $1.5 million. If we give up now, then Zixian girl's date will definitely be a bust. Gritting his teeth, the man once again replenished 5 caches out. Worth $10,000. Because the front itself is more than the other side. Brush the same and be able to win. Oh, like me. 5 treasure maps? Is this the last of the stubbornness? Luo Feng knew that generally returned the favor, no matter how much more than the other party's gift. But at this moment, the other party is only swiping 5 treasure maps. It is obvious that they are not strong enough. With a light smile, Luo Feng directly ordered 10 Zangbo maps and sent them over. Looking at his 1,000,000 tiger coins, there was still not a single one missing. Big brother in the wind. Cowhide. Too good. You're so strong. I love it. Can't I be dreaming? I got the electric mother experience card straight away today? Do I? A little anchor. Have a day when my big brother favors me? Too good to be true. So spoil me hard. Lu Hanyan said excitedly at this moment, completely spitting out 10 treasure maps, 50,000 yuan. It feels like everything is not so real. Luo Feng typed in the live broadcast, little anchor. Ask the big brother across the street if he still wants to continue? You weren't so cocky just now, were you? And now, let's see what else the other side can say. Lu Hanyan nodded heavily, and with a condescending tone at the moment, inquired, Miss Sister, our big brother seems to be enraged by your big brother, and asked your little follower big brother if he still wants to continue playing. Cool. It's just too good to be true. At this moment, Lu Hanyan finally realized what it means to be rich. That's the way it is in the live room. You can't hold your head up without big brother and without running water. But with big brother, with running water, then everything changes. As for the other person feeling it would be uncomfortable, that's great. You've got money, so you just keep swiping gifts. The live feeds are just so brutal. It's that realistic. Faced with Lu Hanyan's eerie provocation, at this moment Zi Xian was also out of breath. Her expression was stiff as she said helplessly, Brother Long, why don't we just give chase? Even if we can't catch up, losing a little bit less is still considered a win. Seeing the other party smash down 10 treasure maps, at this moment, Zi Xian's mood is terrible. She knows the strength of the dragon. Every week at most brush $7,000 or $8,000. Like this 50,000 level of consumption, the other party has never appeared. If he hadn't agreed to go out on a dinner date today, the other guy wouldn't have shown up with a 10,000 gift. Anyway, she felt that Lung, who was not speaking at the moment, should have no strength left, and that was actually the case. In the face of Lu Hanyan's or Luo Feng's provocation, the other party had already chosen to exit their account when they saw the 10 treasure maps. This way, you can keep your face, and when you come back again, you can say that your cell phone was disconnected, or that something came up and you went out. Then in fact, in such a case, of course, the hostess will not reveal it, and can only say that it is too bad. 32. Good powerful radio gymnastics. Straight to the top. Brother, did you go out for something? Or maybe the cell phone ran out of battery? It's okay, if that's the case, losing is losing. We'll win it back later. Zi Xian didn't curse or anything because of the other party's escape. Maintain a good relationship. It's still a licking dog you can use. But from today onwards, Zi Xian also recognized what kind of strength Dragon really had. Congratulations miss, you've won this round again. Zi Xian was beaten by your big brother in the wind. It hurts too much. Can your big brother pay some medical expenses? Zi Xian is also obviously a medical expenses anchor. Does not care what face, as long as the brush money, that dignity what, all can be disregarded. And at this moment, Luo Feng didn't even want to pay attention to the other party. This beauty monster. No money. I don't want to send out the caller even if I have money. After all, Lu Hanyan people are all for their own consideration. Desire first is to want to avenge themselves. Then Luo Feng definitely had to help Lu Hanyan out. Sorry miss, our big brother said, do not pay the medical fee. Lu Hanyan did not paraphrase Luo Feng's original words. After all, it would be too impolite to say so. Big brother said it was big brother. He could not say so. But how could the other side Zi Xian, who was also in the PK live room, not see it? Now she was losing both the game and her dignity. The latter blacked out and simply disconnected the link, and the PK was over. Thank you our big brother in the wind. I'm so excited. I actually received a dozen treasure maps at once. Yeah. Lu Hanyan spoke excitedly on the air. So a dozen treasure maps, that's worth 60,000 or 70,000, and at 30%, he could get about 20,000 too. Thank you big brother in the wind for bringing me to win the first round. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you. You wrong? Seeing this, Luo Feng thought for a moment and said, didn't you say that you don't sing in all 5 voices, and you only know radio gymnastics for dancing? Then let's have a radio gymnastics. Luo Feng is still a bit speechless. Just so 10 treasure maps. since he let himself waste the lucky bag. It's good to punch each other in the face and fulfill the desire. Then Luo Feng gained 3 points again, adding up to a stock of 9 attribute points. As for the rewards, Luo Feng was a bit surprised that another bag of blessings had come. Ding! One blessed bag doesn't necessarily mean 1 life PK, but 1 hour. So, and I said it would be a shame to use it. Then Luo Feng still has a tiger coin fortune bag in his warehouse right now, and the current hour of time, it hasn't even passed yet. Jumping radio gymnastics? At this moment, seeing this, Lu Hanyan was a bit dumbfounded. The audience was even frantically sending up pop-ups. After all, smashing down so many treasure maps. At this moment, the popularity of Lu Hanyan's live broadcast came to about 200,000. The onlookers must be more than 1,000 people. Treasure maps were props that triggered the world, so everyone could open things. And naturally, many people came to her live room. But if you don't like it, collect your gift and leave. And if you like it, stop and look around. Crap, awesome Big Brother. Smashing down Tenzang Botu just to watch a radio gymnastics? What kind of operation is that? Shouldn't we ask for a personal contact? Munchkin begs the question. Why do big guys like to watch radio gymnastics? Anyway, at this moment, Lu Hanyan, the corners of her mouth twitched fiercely. Big Brother, are you sure you're not joking? Didn't you say that dancing would only be this? Luo Feng said. If it's okay, let's start. Lu Hanyan is also very disturbed inwardly. But mouth high a sentence? Now you really want to let yourself dance radio gymnastics? But to think that if it wasn't for this big guy, I'd definitely be out of the live streaming business for the rest of my life. So how about jumping one? That's 50,000 to 60,000 dollars of bounty for yourself. You know, a lot of small anchors, reward a few dollars, have to dance or something. No, I'm a small anchor myself. Well then, let's start the perks for Big Brother Windy and Jumping radio gymnastics. Lu Hanyan still nodded. Of course, the other party started jumping up and down in radio gymnastics, and Luo Feng didn't even bother to look. After all, he had already seen the goddess Sumajai who sat on top of him and kept bouncing around. The mass, it kept swaying. That's what makes for a good view. Therefore, not really interested in these shibboleths at all anymore. The current Luo Feng, on the other hand, observed up his attributes. In the end, these 9 attribute points, where to add them? Hey, Big Brother Windy, are you still there? When Lu Hanyan saw that Luo Feng hadn't sent any more messages, she started summoning. After all, round 2 is about to begin. Boing boing, Big Brother is gone. Is he gone? Lu Hanyan looked and Luo Feng's account was clearly still hanging at number 1 on the weekly list, but he just didn't speak. As for the VIP table, there were now over 100 people in it, but most of them were high-class roadies who had spent $1 and had a fan sign, just a notch above the roadies who hadn't spent a dime. Crap, type with both hands to prove your innocence. Damn, can this radio gymnastics be so topsy-turvy? Yeah, I'm all straight up top. Can't stand it. Big Brother in the wind. Have you rushed? I flushed anyway. I really didn't expect this little anchor. She's really something. Seriously. For dancing, that donut a lot of the time doesn't shake too much. But radio gymnastics is different. It's something that requires bouncing. Shake it up at the moment. It's kinda overwhelming. Big Brother, come out quickly and keep a game. We want to see it again. I know now that Big Brother is still Big Brother, and it turns out that radio gymnastics is much better looking than dancing. The key will be shaking. If there's any dancing that's bouncy, then it's about as good as radio gymnastics. Actually, Big Brother just knows how to have fun. Fascinated by arigato. Ah, I screenshot rushed to it. It's so damn informative. Luo Feng pondered for half a day, and did not think of what attribute is good to add on, waiting to save enough 10. Then consider it. Returning to his senses, he looked at the live broadcast and realized that Lu Hanyan had already sat down. Is this the end of the dance? Just now drank water to go. Did not see crap, didn't watch? Big Brother, you're missing out on something heavenly. Yes, 2 golden treasures that are too bouncy. I went straight for it and Big Brother actually said he didn't watch it? If you just don't wear anything at all, it's the jumping that makes you bounce. Holy shit, how did you send a paragraph like that out? Did Big Brother bar him? The little anchor cried out and danced radio gymnastics. Didn't the big man watch? Lu Hanyan looked at the message sent by Luo Feng and also had a black line obviously making people do some kind of radio gymnastics. It's embarrassing on its own. The point is that after jumping up, you realize that you're jumped up so much, but it's stuck. But this guy actually didn't look. Brother Windy, shall we continue in the second round? 33, didn't you say people have material? I'm not saying that they're not a good match for me, Brother Windy, shall we continue in the second round? Originally, Lu Hanyan was planning to quit the live broadcasting industry today, but now that a wild big brother had come, then her hopes were kindled. Why would she quit if she could stay on the air? For example, just now, I made a couple of $1,000, doesn't it smell good? Decided to quit, that was brushed off the guarantee. No way around it. Round 2, Luo Feng was flabbergasted and immediately returned. Go on. Of course, at this moment, Luo Feng, because of the 1-hour time limit of the lucky bag, was still able to play the second round, or even the third round. Anyway, if you don't brush it off, it's null and void when it passes. Luo Feng of course nodded in agreement. Thank you big brother. Hearing these words, Lu Hanyan almost screamed in happiness. The strength of her big brother. She knew, just now she had angrily swiped a dozen treasure maps. Just such a big brother, or a wild one, in real life, will definitely not be a poor master of money. A big brother who suddenly swipes a lot of money like that is actually, in a sense, much more powerful than some kind of aristocrat. Don't look at a lot of people, ranked high, that's just from playing for a long time and getting paid to dislike them every month. Not really rich. Miss Arigato. Hello, I'm Meal from the Rainbow Guild. I'm happy to PK with Miss O. The other party's young lady first introduced herself, but after seeing the gift value of Lu Hanyan's list one big brother, she exclaimed, young lady, your big brother is also too fierce, right? The direct weekly list is nearly 70,000 yuan? Today is the Guild War brush? And still a newcomer? Just obtained a newcomer welfare card? Seeing this, Lu Hanyan was pleased in her heart, but on the surface she was still very modest. Lu Hanyan, hello miss, our big brother is indeed a new number, and it's a wild big brother yet. I am very thankful for our big brother. Honey, brother Windy, are you there? I'm looking for a familiar face. I'm looking for an acquaintance. I can dance. I can rapper. I can play basketball. Of course, after Lu Hanyan finished thanking her, the little honey anchor started to grab her big brother in person, and the other guy clearly knows how to play the stunt, coming up with a hilarious opening line. For such a situation, of course, Lu Hanyan was very upset. Miss Sister, let's get started. Of course, in the live broadcast industry, grab big brother. This is a common thing. Sometimes, two good relationship girlfriends, because of grab big brother, but also relationship rupture. After all, there is a saying, iron anchor, flowing water tycoon. The anchor has always been in that place, while the tycoon is unattainable. Who wouldn't want to go for it once they meet a bullshitting dirtbag? 1. This little honey child is too much. Actually robbed my big brother in front of me. Big brother in the wind must not give her a penny brush. Crap. Seeing that the number 1 on Lu Hanyan's desire list was actually this, Luo Feng was speechless. This woman. So petty. I like it though. It's a really good way to satisfy a desire like that. But think carefully, in the face of robbing the big brother. Indeed excessive. At least you also send a private message to Luo Feng. In this case, give people a little dignity. Lu Hanyan, that desire. Of course I'll help you fulfill it. Who made you a 93-point goddess? And the other guy is a beauty monster. Luo Feng laughed. For such a desire, it is really rare in 100 years. Brother Windy, I know you're the best and won't go over there, right? The heart expects not to give the other party to brush the money, and it is rare for oneself to have a big brother. Lu Hanyan directly opened his mouth and said in a very pitiful tone, is preparing to go over. After all, the other party seems to chat very fun, and will sing, will dance. The key people are really there is you are fake. When Luo Feng saw the other party say that, he started to flirt. Oh, big brother spare my life. It's not easy to meet you. Big deal. I'll learn to sing and dance in the future. I'll learn basketball, okay? Disgusted that I'm not your own then. I'll go and spend money to rumble. The funny paragraph twisted in passing. Lu Hanyan really used it and said pitifully. Luo Feng saw that the PK had started, and the first thing he did was to swipe a $5,000 treasure map. This is with their own original guaranteed 1 million tiger coins. Naturally, cannot be more than one brush, because there was no challenge. He then sent a message. First brush a treasure map to weigh down the poor little anchor. Don't learn to sing if you don't have a perfect fifth note. I'm worried that people sing for money and you sing for your life. At this moment, the small honey child's live room. List of big brother big stupid bear is more than 10,000 gift value. Seeing Luo Feng swipe a treasure map, he directly sent a message. Mimi the other party's big brother, I saw the record. It's too fierce. Let's give up this round. There's still a resurrection round anyway. Starting with a $5,000 treasure map. How can this be fun? How big a mine is the family? Okay then. Seeing that her big brother had conceded defeat, Xiao Meyer was helpless in her heart, but there was nothing she could do about it. After all, she had also looked at Luo Feng's reward record. It was just too fierce. If it wasn't fierce, he wouldn't have shamelessly robbed someone's big brother to his face. After all, if she had a big brother on her side with that kind of strength, would she still go and rob him face to face? Aren't you afraid of hurting your big brother's face on your side? Thank you my big brother in the wind for the treasure map. It's so powerful. Lu Hanyan made a thank you in the live broadcast. And honey over there, surely, keeps playing the poor guy to get those fans to swipe more or less and lose less. It's just a shame that without big brother, it's all about a bit of small fry and the results aren't that great. It's just a gift of over $2,000 that I asked for. When the last 30 seconds were left, Luo Feng raised his hand and sent over 3 treasure maps. Steady hand. Before someone steals the tower later. Luo Feng laughed. When the 3 treasure maps went down, Lu Hanyan excitedly said, wow wow wow. Big brother Windy is fantastic. This strong hand to keep stealing the tower. Yurong is so touched. Don't call it Arigato. Isn't it embarrassing? Luo Feng didn't like this name a bit. You'll be called please call me Little Bear from now on. After Luo Feng sent it over, Lu Hanyan immediately threw a big blank stare at the live broadcast. I'm not a little bear. I'm a big bear. There really isn't a single special effect on its own. C+ is not great though, but it's not small, is it? How can you be called a bear? Just now a big bunch of LSP and said shake it up. Very informative. But since little brother Toho said so, I'll change my name from now on. That little bear is too touched by the earthy brother's strong bale to steal the tower. Lu Hanyan said curtly. So now you're going to do radio gymnastics to thank me again? Luo Feng smiled and sent a message. When Luo Feng's message went out, the live broadcast room immediately stirred. Crap. Still the big guy understands me. I want to see it. I want to see it. Upstairs old man. So excited. Have you topped it already? Ha ha ha. You're the one who topped it. I'm so fucking bored. Tasteless? Then why don't you get lost? What are you looking at? I'll go. Grumpy old man. People mean it. It's been flushed. So terrific. Sage mode. Ha ha ha. Don't state the obvious. Seeing Luo Feng's message, Lu Hanyan immediately replied. Alright, if we win this round again, let's dance again. Seeing Lu Hanyan and her big brother interacting like this, at this moment, the little honey child, was also furious, but there was no way. There was simply no big brother on their side to top themselves, and they could only shut up and not say anything. It can't be helped. The other big brother is too strong and scared off in the opening round. At the start of the second set, Luo Feng directly copied the maneuvers of the first set. 1 caches to open the game and 3 caches to press back. Another win in the second round. 34 favors take you to the peak of happiness. Little anchor, you danced the radio gymnastics first. I'll go downstairs and get a happy fatty water. Luo Feng sent a message. Crap, leaving again? So, little anchor, are you still dancing? Do dirtbags drink happy fat house water too? Damn, don't you want to see it at all? Dirtbag? I'm telling you, you'll regret it. It's really nice and bouncy. Yes, the emphasis is on the word bouncy. It's really shaky. When Lu Hanyan saw Luo Feng replying like this, her face was smiling, but her heart was MMPA. But still, he listened to Luo Feng's command and started jumping. But since he knew Luo Feng wasn't watching, then he didn't bounce around as much as he did the first time. It's straight up perfunctory. It's not much of a stretch, and people are looking at it and spitting on it. They have said that the big brother is not there, so it is so perfunctory? It's not even shaking as much. Soon the third round passed. At this level, many people are naturally disbelieving. Start the challenge up, but just 10 treasure maps slammed down scared the other side straight away. With 2 rounds, Luo Feng had spent a total of 25 treasure maps, except for the starting one that can't trigger the more and more battle buff. The other 20, all of them are equivalent to free use. Thank you to my big brother in the wind. There, young, little bear didn't even think about making it to the guild semifinals. Little bear is so excited right now. Lu Hanyan had passed the third and fourth rounds and was now in a mood that was unspeakably beautiful. Of course, it fulfills Lu Hanyan's desire to not give the other side of the honey child to brush money. Luo Feng naturally gained 3 attribute points again. Still saved. It's come to 12 attribute points already. The rewards are actually still the more and more tiger coin blessing bags. The blessing bag, though, is the 2 million tiger coins guaranteed. Big brother Windy, should we continue to charge? Lu Hanyan inquired. This guild battle is a joint activity between our Blue Sky Guild battle and the Rainbow Guild. If we win first place, Little Bear will get a big recommendation for resources. Seeing this, Luo Feng replied, fine, then continue, but hurry up. You know, I'm going to sleep. Looking at the blessed bag, there were still about 15 minutes left. Luo Feng naturally hyped it up. Thank you, big brother. Seeing Luo Feng's reply, Lu Hanyan smiled happily. This is Lu Hanyan when the anchor. The happiest day. She felt the joy of being an anchor. So is it so happy to be an electric mother in those live streaming industries? The semi-finals have begun. The young lady who linked up this time was actually a young lady in a Chinese dress with a guzheng. What a great way to dress up with classic charm. Of course, at this level of anchors, there's not a lot of beauty monsters, and their faces, too, look relatively more normal. But there are still traces of beauty and filters. Hello, there's Little Miss Bear. I'm the little girl who loves candy. We've met before. Do you remember? The candy anchor greeted very gently. Of course I remember Miss Candy. Dog viewers, this time the anchor sister. But there is talent. Very proficient in guzheng. Wait a while. You can have a blessing. Lu Hanyan nodded. Naturally remembered the other party. The other party is their Blue Sky Guild's top anchor. Monthly water. Casually more than 100,000 existence. Then, in Candy's live broadcast room, there was a save a bag of candy ID. The level of the king's noble. This guy comes in and starts sending messages. Miss Arigato. Sorry, I heard you changed your name. Little Miss Bear. I hope you give way in this round. I want to protect Miss to win the championship. The other person then rewarded a gift of $1,000. When Luo Feng saw this, he immediately sent a message out and asked, you want to keep the candy? Yes, that's no coincidence. Today I'm going to bail out this little anchor, bring Happy Peak, and return the $1,000 gift to you. We're just going to play against each other. Luo Feng isn't going to give up just because of your $1,000. After all, as Lu Hanyan became more and more advanced, her first desire was actually to get the title. Of course Luo Feng was going to help. Of course, if it wasn't because Luo Feng was giving it a go and getting promoted, she, a loser, wouldn't have dared to have such a desire. There are quite a lot of earthy VIPs. After Luo Feng refused the other party's prayers, he also watched Candy's live broadcast. 300 over for the VIP table. Popularity over 1 million. It's already a very platonic anchor. Of course, Luo Feng went over to brush $1,000 gift back to the other party. Because in the other party's live room is not VIP list 1. A lot of people saw a little white number and laughed at it. Crap. What kind of place is it from? How dare the little white ship be arrogant? Laugh me to death. Where are the dirt thieves from? Suggest going to see our Save a Bag of Candy, Big Brother's weekly list. Luo Feng looked away. Thought that was how much. Isn't it just $70,000? But honestly, to be able to brush $70,000 a week, if it's not impulsive spending, it's already considered a small tycoon. And even the big anchors can't just ignore it. A rocket from a small white ship? Your living expenses for a month, right? Seeing these sand sculpture speeches, Luo Feng didn't choose to say anything. Returned to Lu Hanyan's live room, opened the nobility page, and directly chose the emperor rank. The emperor rank requires 150,000 tiger coins, or $150,000, $30,000 a month followed. Luo Feng's first lucky bag now has 750,000 tiger coins remaining. The district was just an emperor. Luo Feng opened it with a wave of his hand. And the first time you open it, you get a free gold bean roll. Of course, Luo Feng doesn't value these. The key is that there are still 2 lucky bags remaining. So the bottom line, Luo Feng has 3 million tiger coins. After all, one of the lucky bags is at the $2 million level. Ding! Congratulations to Teenager in the Wind for opening the Empire in Please Call Me Bear's live room. Click to enter the live room. This news of the opening of the Empire quickly began to roll across the entire platform of Tiger's Teeth. And naturally everyone saw the live broadcast of that candy ancient dress lady. Crap! Small white ship. Open the Empire. $150,000. My ass. I threw up. Is this the hidden bigot? You guys? Slap your faces, right? Just now you said someone's little white number? Now you're given an emperor directly? I've just said, that little white number, brushed more than 100,000 to $200,000 in someone else's live room. These people don't believe it, and said something about the little white number being so fierce? Nima the first experience welfare card is still there for white. Actually opened the Empire? The landlord's stupid son, right? Foolish son? You haven't had this chance to be silly yet. Sour what? Hate the rich? Ha ha ha. I have a feeling that our candy is going to be beaten up. Open the Empire, plus already rewarded 100 or 200,000. TSK. Borrowing a word from potatoes. Terrifying as hell. That little white emperor has said that he will take the cub to the pinnacle of joy. It's supposed to mean winning the championship. I remember this anchor is called Yao Young, right? Big Brother came and directly changed it to Little Bear? Laughing my ass off. But before Luo Feng could open, the Emperor's climax passed. Luo Feng is being a demon again. Ding! Congratulations to Teenager in the Wind for renewing the Empire in Please Call Me Bear's live room. Ding! Congratulations to Teenager in the Wind for renewing the Empire in Please Call Me Bear's live room. Ding! Congratulations to Teenager in the Wind for renewing the Empire in Please Call Me Bear's live room. 35. The goddess you fantasize about every day. In my case. Ding! Congratulations to Teenager in the Wind for renewing the Empire in Please Call Me Bear's live room. Ding! Congratulations to Teenager in the Wind for renewing the Empire in Please Call Me Bear's live room. Ding! Congratulations to Teenager in the Wind for renewing the Empire in Please Call Me Bear's live room. Such renewal prompts were 9 in a row that floated by. Candy's live stream. Those viewers went crazy once again. Crap! Here it comes. Big Brother Emperor. Making a demon again. Damn. The first time I opened the Empire and then renewed it 9 times. So Big Brother has 270,000 golden bean vouchers to give away alone? Candy give up. I don't think Big Brother can top it. How is a monarch going to fight an emperor? The opponent doesn't seem to be bad. White directly turns into an emperor in seconds. This script? Am I reading a novel? Candy was helpless to see this. He knew that Lu Hanyan, originally a wild little anchor, but I heard that in reality, people are quite beautiful. Perhaps there is no one to hold, no resources, and now, it should be tapped into. What can Candy do in a situation like this? With that kind of flow, Candy couldn't beat it in a month, let alone 1 PK. Seeing this, Candy immediately sent a message to his big brother. Gongzi, I think we should forget about it this time. Let's wait for the next meeting. We'll talk about it. Candy's big brother, who had been facing such a tycoon, would have been in a difficult position, but now that his own anchor had offered to give it up, then he was agreeable. After all, it's too much of a luxury to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to help win down the PK. Yeah, the other party's big brother, too fierce, opened the Empire even if, but also renewed 9 times. 150, 000 plus 270, 000. This is already 420, 000. Candy nodded. Grimly, thank you to our big brother in the wind. In the Bear's live room, renewed 9 times Emperor. I really appreciate it. Big brother, are we going to rush the championship today? Lu Hanyan's face was happy as if she had eaten bee shit. Nothing else could describe her happy mood at the moment anyway. She should have laid down and won, and lie all the way to the championship. But she probably didn't know that the reward money was all just a blessing bag of rewards for fulfilling her desires. With the presence of Luo Feng, a tycoon that no one dares to mess with, the semifinals were not enjoyable for everyone to watch, and it was a bit of a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Candy must have voluntarily abstained. Seeing that the other party was very amiable, Lu Hanyan naturally said in a peaceful manner, "Thank you, Miss Candy, our family dog viewers. If there are any of them who like Sister Candy's playing the guzheng, they can all go and listen to it. Feel free to give Candy some attention." Okay then, I'm going to click on a follow now? When Luo Feng saw this Lu Hanyan say so, he asked backhandedly, but the audience below was in an uproar. Ha ha ha, compliments to the Emperor. If the Emperor just won't come, will the bear just cry? Ha ha ha, there are still anchors who push out their emperors, right? It's also too awesome. Don't blame anyone for the little anchor crying in the toilet when the time comes. Bugger off, bugger off, go to Candy's live room together. In Candy's live room, as soon as Luo Feng came over, Candy started to welcome him. Welcome Big Brother Windy. I'm thankful that Big Brother Windy was merciful. Otherwise Candy would have been miserable. Candy pretended to be pathetic. In fact PK also abstained on Candy's own initiative. And the two sides did not fire. Because Luo Feng recharged his empire. He was just spending money on the live broadcast. And in the face of this anchor's show of goodwill, Luo Feng naturally has a good feeling. This female anchor is much more than those anchors. Who can do people? Luo Feng directly swiped 2 treasure maps in her live broadcast. Then said, I'll slip away first. First go take my family bear to get the championship. Thank you Big Brother. Big Brother atmosphere. I wish Cubs the championship. It was only a $10,000 gift. But for Candy, it was 2 days worth of running water. It's still nice to receive a gift like this. Luo Feng returned to Lu Hanyan's live broadcast and asked, the final round, when is it going to start? Half an hour. Well then, I'm going to go play the game, so call me when it starts later. Big Brother, how can I shout at you? Lu Hanyan was a bit flustered. What if Big Brother playing the game at a critical moment? How to shout and not answer? After thinking about it, Lu Hanyan pretended to be pitiful and continued. Big brother, can I add you on WeChat? If you add WeChat in a while, even if the other party is playing a game, you can eject voice chat over and pull Luo Feng back from the game. Luo Feng thought for a while. Anyway, her 30 attribute point limit. There are still a lot to be tapped. Sent a message. That's good. I'll send it to you privately, but when there's nothing going on, you can't mess around with messaging me. Understand? A pop-up like this is nothing short of Versailles to the Waterboys. The goddess in your eyes. The goddess you fantasize about punching her every day. Is nothing in the dirt? Is this the imperial big brother? Good. Lu Hanyan heart have dissatisfaction. Can only voice drag long? What do you mean nothing? Don't send a message. Just so dislike yourself? However, soon after, Lu Hanyan still sent out her contact information. Luo Feng received. For such a thing, also feel very common. After all, brush so many gifts. Any anchor will take the initiative to ask for contact information. When Lu Hanyan added Luo Feng, she angrily realized that she was actually blocked by Luo Feng's friend circle. Shouldn't he open up his friend's circle and give the hostess a show of strength when he adds her? And then the anchor woman posts him? This made Lu Hanyan completely confused. Thank you big brother for your support. Stiffly, Lu Hanyan still sent over the first opening sentence of WeChat. Then Luo Feng didn't reply. Wait a while. Still no reply. In fact, Luo Feng, now, went to watch anchors playing League of Legends. 36, can't even lick. What gives? Ha ha ha, congratulations cub, on the painful loss of the Emperor. Emperor, I'm going to play a game. I'm actually watching someone else's livestream. The Emperor added the WeChat. Don't bother me if there's nothing to do. Ha ha ha, oh little bear, big brother Windy won't be coming. Aren't you in a hurry? But the good news is that big brother in the wind, right now, isn't rewarding any other anchors. In fact, in the live broadcasting world, especially the psychologically not strong small anchor, occasionally meet a very bold tycoon. They are suffering from fear, always worried that the big brother brushes the gift once, will not come to find their own. That feeling, really sometimes, is so nagging and worrisome that girls are sometimes made to cry anyway. Lu Hanyan looked at everyone's pop-ups and began to get nervous in her heart, afraid that Luo Feng would not come back. But at this time, it happened that Luo Feng spoke in the live broadcast he was watching. Of course, this anchor, although it is not the national service #1 playing field emperor, but the technology is also very good. His ID is called Garvin V. Live broadcast popularity, perennial in about 150,000, belongs to the not too small anchorate. Anchor, why don't we play the game together? You'll play the field as a dog, and I'll see? Luo Feng sent a message. If it was a white guy talking like that, then the anchor would have gotten angry. But this was an emperor. Who dares to dislike just anyone? If you really dislike it, believe it or not, an administrator will immediately come to advise you not to dislike the emperor. Ha ha ha, okay, Papa Emperor, I'll play the field as a dog. Which district are you in? I have numbers all over the district. Seconds on, Emperor's hero doesn't eat development, it eats leveling. It's best to give it to someone as a dog. Upon seeing their game anchors, they actually lick the dog so much. Those fans, all of them are going to puke. Damn. The anchor kneels down to the emperor. It's so humble to be a son. Is this the fucking emperor? Shouting at you to play games and you have to play games? There's no way around it. It's a fucking emperor for 9 consecutive renewals. I looked at Imperial Brothers spending at least 170,000 rewards tonight. It's already more than half a year of the anchor's water flow. Can you not be a licking dog? Looked at this emperor anchor so on the road. Luo Feng also checked the record. Platinum Bureau all MVP. Quite good. That's fine. In a while I'm going to help the little anchor next door to play the Guild War. So I'll simply play a game. Use speed up. It's best to settle the battle within half an hour. Luo Feng finished speaking and dropped a treasure map. The game host on the other side, too, was so excited that he kept thanking them. $5,000 to play a game. A price point that, excluding some super awesome big anchors, was already affordable for anyone to hire. Of course, as long as you have money, reward down 500,000, Uzi can come to accompany you to play a game. Although, $500,000 is not much for Uzi, but you rewarded, people will play with you. Thank you, Emperor Dad. For the second time in your life you've received a treasure map. It's so exciting. Once again, I see the special effects of the treasure map being shown on my livestream. Thank you so much. This wildcard anchor, constantly ingratiating, doesn't give a damn about his face. That's the way it is in the live room. If you're rich, you're really a dad. Imperial Dad. What's the zone? Liberal Arts Scholarship District. Understood. The half hour went by quickly. as the game was finished in 18 minutes because of the masters that were brought into play. The little beauty next door, Lu Hanyan, also sent a message. It says the final round of the finals has begun. After Luo Feng returned to home in the past, just go back to her live feed. Thank you to our big brother in the wind for coming home. Luo Feng came back. Lu Hanyan directly shouted out in excitement. Earthy big brother. He is considered to be summoned back once again. I'll be damned. Dog anchor, this is too real for you, isn't it? So happy that dad is back. It's not dad anymore. It's granddad. Bowling from the first round to the final. You know, it's the first time I've seen someone come in so excited and enthusiastic about a young anchor. The excitement made the group shake a little. I remember us foxes just casually welcoming the average emperor as he passed by. Ha ha, that's because it's known that people's other emperors don't dick her. Seeing the weekly list, I can see why it was so warmly welcomed. In the midst of the water friends' clamor, the final round began, and the PK player from the other side was still a female anchor. Hello Miss Bear, I'm Ya from the Rainbow Guild. The main thing I know how to do is sing, but occasionally I'll have an awkward chat. I'm happy to meet Miss PK. The more a bit of a rowdy anchor, the more polite that must have been, and spoke in a pleasant manner. Lu Hanyan also began to introduce herself, then said, as for the talent, I'm sorry Missy, I don't know how to do it, so let's start now. It's okay, I actually don't have much talent besides singing. Xiaoya thought for a moment and spoke. How about this, Miss Little Bear? I'll sing a song for our brother to listen to first, to pull some popularity, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to beat you. Such a thing, Lu Hanyan couldn't refuse, but whether this little Ya was singing to her own little brother or to some little brother in someone else's family, that was unknown. Soon a hit song Sing kicked in, but after singing a few voices, Luo Feng began to comment, said, good to hear, love, this young lady is not only beautiful, the song is also good. I became a fan. See here, the audience of Lu Hanyan's live broadcast then rose up. Ha ha ha, oh no, the imperial big brother is going to be seduced away with the other side. Excuse me, is the anchor panicking right now? Don't be afraid, do a little radio gymnastics for the big guy and he'll come around. If I were an anchor, I'd be panicking right now. Be reasonable. Such an awkward little anchor with no talent can make it to the finals? It's outrageous. Okay, can't sing, can't dance, can only chat awkwardly? Not to mention can't lick big brother. What does that make you? The ones across the street aren't much better. They can just sing too. And at this moment, Lu Hanyan, faced with Luo Feng's flirting, as well as everyone's coaxing and mocking, naturally blushed a little. After all, it's really outrageous that you can come to the finals yourself. As everyone says, big brother in the wind, don't leave me alone didn't we agree to go to the peak of happiness together, towards the path of the king? Lu Hanyan spoke pitifully. What's King of Kings? A multiplayer game? Don't know much about it, yeah. All I know is that the other side's young lady sings beautifully and is pretty. And suddenly I'm Luo Feng continued to tease her. See, Luo Feng said so. In fact, Lu Hanyan heart also has no bottom. Do not know whether it is a joke, or really, after all, the other lady's sister is really beautiful. And next door on Ya's side, everyone started chatting too. Just a reminder that the other big brother is really fierce and has at least 300,000 golden bean coupons in his account. Crap, why so many? Renewed the empire 9 times. Wouldn't you say? Crap, can Tiger hold it then? Xiaoya's live broadcast room, there is one called Tiger, is a monarch level account. The current weekly list has reached 110,000 yuan of bounty. He had originally planned to take Xiaoya to win the guild championship, but he hadn't expected a tycoon like Luo Feng to appear in the middle of the process. Tiger also saw what happened earlier when Luo Feng opened the emperor and renewed his subscription, and at the moment the pressure was immense. 37. The identity of Luo Feng is revealed. Yeah, we'll just do our best. The big brother across the street is just too fierce. He must be a rich second generation who doesn't miss out on money. Hearing this, Xiaoya's heart is also very aggrieved. Originally felt that this time the guild champion is stable, but was a small anchor to PK off. Before this small anchor is still just a weekly running water 900 small waste. Xiaoya said helplessly. That's fine. There's nothing you can do if your opponents are too strong. That's right, do your best. Then I'll sing a cool song for our brothers at home first. Ha ha, just start singing cool? It's a great song. It's just so fitting. I'm a fan of ya. I'm not convinced. You're not convinced, are you? You go punch an emperor first. An emperor? It would be nice to be on a viscount. When the song was over, Tiger still rewarded his house anchor with 10 treasure maps. After all, even if you're pretty sure you're going to lose, you can't lose face. However, Luo Feng didn't hesitate to reward the past 20 treasure maps. It's worth $100. $000. Lu Hanyan excited very much, while hands and feet screenshot, while saying, "Thank you big brother mighty, big brother slow send, little bear a little cannot withstand your favor, do not let me have a heart attack you'd better shut up, just lie down and win, it's just too embarrassing." Luo Feng showed no mercy and sent it over. The technique of licking, you still need to learn from the next door's big brother of the field, that's only a comfortable, when the licking dog won't even, after all, the next door hitter anchors with a mouthful of dad. How can this Lu Hanyan compare? Lu Hanyan actually went to that live broadcast before and followed Luo Feng there. She blushed a little bit and couldn't call out any emperor father. At this moment, Xiaoya's live room, Tiger saw 20 treasure map down. Also no, this Luo Feng must be the real big brother, not pretending sun goods. He sent a message, Xiaoya, or forget it, even if I try, I can only fight for one round and not lose so badly. This big brother is so fierce that people doubt life. Originally, several of their big brothers, together to discuss, put together 30 treasure map, should be able to take the championship, but did not expect, out of a Luo Feng, is not at all considered a person, is a god of wealth. Look, it doesn't seem to work for him how much you reward him. Of course, since we're fighting to win a sentence, then the remaining 20 treasure maps, then we'll bounty them out again. And Tiger even went over and said, Brother Windy, just win one game, we'll give up the remaining two. In this regard, Luo Feng of course will not be soft, in case the other party just lied to himself, though there was no use lying to yourself. The remaining two games were launched at full force by yourself, so it was useless for anyone to come. But if Luo Feng wanted to win, he had to win a little more perfectly. Anyway, Fukubukuro gets more and more buff the more you fight, so it's a good idea to not use it. Therefore, with the other party rewarding 20 treasure maps, Luo Feng turned around and rewarded 40 treasure maps. It's worth $200. $000. This first inning, the other team's dry food was almost drained. However, in order to prevent tower stealing, Luo Feng once again rewarded 10 treasure maps. ITM people numb. In order to prevent stealing the tower. Actually 10 treasure map? This big brother. I can't read it. Who's going to play with you when you swipe down over $200? $000 in the first game? Brother Windy said, what do you take the top? I can top that. You can't top. I suspect that this big brother is a trustee, right? This is not the way to play even if you're rich. I kind of suspected as much, but this anchor is really pretty, with a good body and material. It's just that the dress is not sexy, and you can't really tell without shaking. It used to be a small anchor all the time, and now it should be on fire too, right? The fans on Xiaoya's side kept exchanging words, and many of them began to suspect that this tycoon was a trustee, because such a level of wild big brother, even if there is, will not brush so much money. Then, a series of platform banners that once again shocked the entire population. Congratulations to the boy in the wind. In the Please Call Me Bear live, renewed the emperor. 10 such messages in a row. Every time you renew an empire, you get a 10,000 gold bean coupon. Then it meant that Luo Feng's account had another 330,000 gold bean coupons on it. Crap. Xiaoya usually did not have foul language, but at this moment, seeing this also, he could not help but lose his temper a little. 250,000 straight up in the first game, and then the second game started renewing the empire? 330,000 gold bean coupons in hand now. Little anchor, hurry up and start the second round. If we win this round, we'll be champions, right? Luo Feng sent a message. Yes big brother, if we win, we'll be champions yo. Lu Hanyan said in a cute pretense, but Luo Feng was all embarrassed to death. Don't sell it if you can't be cute. Okay. Lu Hanyan was silent again, but the next thing that was seen was Luo Feng starting to plan the treasure map. This time it's 1 point at a time. Send back one treasure map after another. These treasure map platforms banners all over the world and everyone is drawn to them. Big brother is mighty. Big brother is the best. Lu Hanyan naturally began awkwardly licking. After all, she hadn't licked before, so naturally she wouldn't. I don't know what kind of way to lick my big brother to comfort. At this moment, Luo Feng, in his backpack, more than 300,000 golden bean coupons, which works out to be almost 70 treasure maps, looked at the account and saw that there were still 320,000 tiger coins in it. Lok Feng is trying to keep a round number. Once again, it continued with 8 emperors. Another 200,000 or so gold bean coupons arrived, and Luo Feng gave away all the treasure maps. In this round, the little anchor's live broadcast room had gained almost 500,000 gifts. and his popularity had broken through 10 million. 1,000 people also came to the VIP table, but most of them were passers-by. At this moment, Lu Hanyan began to take advantage of the opportunity to advertise. Just her most smart. Hey, big brothers, walk by don't miss ah. This opening statement made everyone awkwardly freeze, thinking this was the little girl selling clothes. Lu Hanyan continued to yell, Little Bear is a radio gymnastic anchor. Yes, tempered by Big Brother to become a radio gymnastic anchor. When there's nothing to do, he'll dance for you all. I hope you like it. Crap, what the hell? A radio gymnastics anchor? Radio gymnastics anchor, swiped for hundreds of thousands of dollars? Outrageous. Could this be some kind of special radio gymnastics? Ha, guessed it right. It's still really special and bumpy. Speechless. What kind of anchor is this? Xiaoya actually lost to such an anchor? After my count, this Big Brother has swiped over $1.5 million, plus some other golden bean coupons. People are numb. They can't make this much money in their lives. And Big Brother rushes out in one night. The pleasures of the rich really do seem so simple. The pleasures of the rich are more primitive after a live broadcast. What a primitive. It's like I'm seeing the joy of Big Brother. Off the air, is Big Brother going to go do some primal pleasures? With Bear? Now. As for Xiaoya's live broadcast, she was stunned to see Luo Feng operating like this. And Tiger was even more afraid to make any resistance. I'm sorry, this round, we lost ugly. Tiger sends a message to ya. It's okay, just try harder next time. Xiaoya took the initiative to comfort. Next time, if no such strange Big Brother appears, we'll take it again. If such a one appears again, we'd better give up. Tiger looks like he's got a shadow over the little white number. Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother awesome. Big Brother licks. Lu Hanyan was so excited that she didn't even know what to say. It's like a dream at the moment. Over 1 million bounties in just one night. Even if it's 30%, that's still over $300,000 in hand. Roughly, 400,000 to 500,000 dollars is there. Because there are still some golden bean coupons. Champions, we are champions. In order to thank Big Brother for taking fly, I decided to reward Big Brother. This time, no matter if it's singing or dancing. Big Brother said, I'm going to learn until Big Brother is satisfied. Looking at the little goddess's agitated appearance, Luo Feng laughed. Stop it. Who said at the very beginning? Pentatonic? What are you learning? As for radio gymnastics, I don't want to watch it either. I'm tired of it. You're probably tired of dancing too, right? Tell you what, if I need a chauffeur in the future, I'll call you. Is it okay on your end? Luo Feng sent a message over, but in an instant, Lu Hanyan froze. A lot of old fans in the live room also began to explode. Crap, it's an Audi Tudor? OMG. So it's Audi our 8 little brother? Awesome. Not bad for driving a $2.7 million luxury car. Say, there's enough money in today's reward to buy half an Audi R8, right? Little brother has almost 2 million rewards right out of the gate. Anchor, so you know, you're the owner of that Audi limousine? Lu Hanyan asked a little confused. Luo Feng didn't answer. Directly opted out of the live feed. 38, goddess, want to do some business tonight? What the hell? In Lu Hanyan's live broadcasting room, she just asked if the other party was an Audi tycoon, and then realized that this tycoon has left the live room for almost $2 million, and you left without saying a word? It wasn't just Lu Hanyan who was confused. The entirety of the live stream, who said they couldn't read it, said their scalps were numb. After all, rich people reward female anchors? For what? It's just a little thing in the leg, isn't it? But now, I'm fucking numb. It's too easy for rich people to tease girls, isn't it? The point is, ruffled the goddess and now she's gone without a word? I think this little anchor is afraid to lose. The tycoon's technique of flirting with girls is very skillful. The chauffeur didn't have the intention of hitting on him at all when he was driving for him. And then he turned his hand and threw $2 million. How can the little anchor top such a tycoon? I really love such a dirtbag. I want to be his girlfriend. May I ask the little anchor, can you arrange a little brother of Audi like this for me? Now Lu Hanyan's live room. But not only those water friends, there are other live female anchors, also came to join in the fun. Knowing that Lu Hanyan was swiped $2 million just by meeting a tycoon on the side of the road, she was really surprised. Why aren't they that lucky? Maybe the difference is that the reality of the face is not so good? Satisfying the desires of 4 Lu Hanyan is already 12 attribute points. What's a good place to add them? After quitting Tiger Live, Luo Feng entered his item backpack. Inside, in addition to the 1 million Tiger coins, there is also a 2 million Tiger coins lucky bag and did not open. The other was a blue card with a 12 marking on it, and Luo Feng knew that the blue was the attribute point token. An item backpack grid. which holds 100 attribute points, fills up to the next backpack grid. It's pretty much the same as those games in reverse. Additionally, there are 3 jumping money card logos next to Luo Feng's homepage avatar. Primary jump money cards X2, 1 generates 10 cents a second. Intermediate jump money card X1, 1 generates 20 cents a second. It means that the 3 money hopping cards, which are always in use, generate 40 cents per second. So these attribute points, what should they be added to? Name, Luo Feng. Face value, 80 plus 5. Health, 75 plus 5. Muscle tone, 89 plus 5. Fighting, strength, 66 plus 4. Agility, 58 plus 4. Endurance, 61 plus 4. Professional knowledge, English 2. Math 3. Finance 2. 10 attribute points. Can add 1 level. Skills, driving level 2. Cooking level 1. Piano level 1. Dance level 1. Trampoline vehicle skills level 0. Traditional crafts level 5. Cash, $52. 402. Passive income, 40 cents per second. $34. 560 a day in jump money. How about English? Raise me to level 3. Luo Feng thought about it. Body, face or fighting. All of which had already been added. The English for professional knowledge thing is a bit more useful. Of course, if this expertise was added 1 level, then it would require 10 attribute points. So Luo Feng still had 2 attribute points left in his backpack. It's $50,000. Cash me out. Get the whole amount out first. Luo Feng knew that the cash item of the system was only in the system information panel and needed to be withdrawn manually to come out. And it will also be available through normal financial channels, such as speculation in stocks, lotteries, fund proceeds, and so on, and it's after taxes. Evidence is available. That's nothing to worry about. Ding! 3838XXXXX5000051021. Looking at the $50,000 in the accounts, Luo Feng knew that during this period of time, he had opened a hotel, and the cost of food and drink, over $30,000 a day coming in. It's really cool. Ding dong. When Luo Feng's thoughts retracted, he actually realized that it was Lu Hanyan who sent a text message over. Lu Hanyan, Toho, are you going to bed? Luo Feng naturally didn't want to reply. This female loser. He casually took it himself and didn't need to give a good face. But the next moment, Luo Feng actually saw that the first of the other party's desires was, this little brother is so high and cold. Can you give me a message back? Luo Feng saw this, once again sweating. Really is a female loser desire are so breathless? Luo Feng merely replied a word over and ignored her. The other guy was also a bit skeptical. Soon, 3 attribute points came again. Luo Feng then had 5 attribute points. Ding! This reward, 1 level 1 shopping cashback card. Item function, after using it, the host can get 5 times of 1 to 4 times of consumption cashback. The maximum consumption amount of a single time is 50,000 yuan. Let's say, for example, if the host spends $10,000 to buy a cell phone, then he will randomly get 1 to 4 times the consumption rebate. If it is stormed 4 times, then it is 40,000. If it is 1 times, then it is 10,000. However, if the host's consumption exceeds 50,000, the excess is no cashback. Great stuff. Spend it out and get cash back, but only 5 times. Luo Feng was a little disgruntled. If this thing had been around forever, then even with the 50,000 spending limit, it would have been something on the counterintuitive level. But really, this thing, it's not even close to a money jumping card bull. Jumping money cards look weak though, but that's for life. If one day, one's jumping money card accumulates to $10 a second, then the passive income per day is $864,000, $25.92 million a month, $1 billion a year. Luo Feng didn't even know how to spend all that money in one day. Of course, if it's just for a day, then it can be spent just about anywhere. But how do you spend $800, every day? As for private jets and such, indeed, those things were expensive and required Luo Feng to save up for a year before he could afford them. But Luo Feng wouldn't even consider it when he didn't have much money. It's going to be hard to spend a penny a year just to save up for a private jet. Woke up early the next day. Luo Feng opened his cell phone and saw a boring message from a friend. The other top message was from Su Maggie. Asked for a good morning. Luo Feng felt a burst of happiness in his heart. And after thinking about it, he still asked, Goddess, do you have time to come and study the canon ejection theory in the evening? Since both are needed, even more than she needed it, then there was no need for Luo Feng to be ashamed of anything. 39. The little anchor fell. What did he do with the tycoon last night? Almost seconds. Swamaji then replied to the message. Su Maggie, baby, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't. Why? Sumeji, that day after a beautiful night with you, I went back in the early hours of the morning. Although I explained to the dormitory gang of women that I slipped in after 12 o'clock, they but fell asleep. I did not spend the night outside, but they may still suspect me. Told your stepdad? Sumeji, pretty much. So my stepdad scolded me, and I'm going to have to be a little more peaceful these days, or I'm sure I'll be furious when it's known about me and you. Damn. Your stepdad's got too much control. Luo Feng viciously spat out. Isn't this delaying my little brother's happiness? If it was really for Sumeji's consideration and a qualified father, it would be fine. But you outright deny your daughter access to boys and care so much that a situation like this is either overkill or an ulterior motive when you think about it with your toes. And a fucking stepdad? Luo Feng had to associate it with something perverted. Find some time. Make sure to settle the matter of Sumeji's family, and then let her be completely free. But with the strength we have now, it's definitely not going to work. At that time, if Luo Feng wanted to play with her however he wanted, he would just directly pull out and open a room, and he didn't need to look at anyone's face. Okay, don't get mad. Big deal. I'll voice help you. No fun. Luo Feng grunted and sent a message. And it's you who want that mode, right? Hell no. It's you, isn't it? You weren't the one who made me grunt last time. Without continuing to chat too much, Luo Feng was then just about to get up when he realized that his mother had sent a text message. Asked what I'd been doing since I'd been home for a while. Of course, Luo Feng's house was in another district of the school, and the magic city itself was so big that it took about an hour to drive. Because it's jammed. A lot of the time, Luo Feng didn't even go home. After a brief reply, the mother's side actually sent over $500. Say let yourself have fun this weekend. A warmth came over Luo Feng as well. To follow the original owner of the body, this amount of money, surely spit less, and then continue to ask for more. But not Luo Feng. After happily accepting the money, Luo Feng subconsciously headed towards the hotel parking lot, but then remembered that yesterday, after drinking, that little anchor helped himself to the car, parked in the plaza parking space next to the hotel. But Luo Feng just came here to drive. Immediately, he realized that the side of the car was actually Lu Hanyan. Why are you here so early in the morning, you little anchor? Luo Feng curiously walked over. Today her dress, not COS little dance, but a small denim hot pants, beige blue t-shirt, long white legs that you want to fish for, light makeup, and that still smiling, delicate face. That one. Didn't you ask me to give you a driver's license? Lu Hanyan inquired instead. Luo Feng then remembered. Ha ha ha, I don't need it today, and I haven't been drinking either. No, Lu Hanyan didn't know what to say and smashed her sexy little mouth. In Lu Hanyan's inner heart, Luo Feng is willing to for their own and the live wildly smashed almost 2 million. Then certainly on their own interesting. Yesterday that high and cold, but also is just want to escape. After all, a $2 million reward? You think with your toes, if the other person is not interested in you, is that possible? Simply pitying yourself as a little anchor? Don't be silly, there are many beggars over there on the street, why don't you go and pity them? So, Lu Hanyan took the initiative to send her to the door today. Luo Feng should tease her a bit, but the result? He really drove himself away? But a valet like that is $2 million a time. Lu Hanyan swore that she would chauffeur the other party to bankruptcy. Don't you go live during the day? Luo Feng unlocked his Audi R8 luxury car and inquired. Lu Hanyan is very good at doing things. Consciously helped Luo Feng pull open the door of the car, and opened his mouth. Introduce, little brother. My name is Lu Hanyan, the willow of the willow tree, containing, and that yen is Nailan Yenron's yen. Hearing this self-introduction, Luo Feng seriously doubted that this little anchor was deliberately driving to tease himself. Thank you little brother for yesterday's gift. I won't go live during the day today. Let's do it at night. Listen to the introduction of the other party. Luo Feng also smiled and introduced. I called Luo Feng. 3 points of water at each of Luo. The wind is the wind in the wind of the young man that wind. Luo Feng continued. Since the guild PK thing is over and done with, it's in the past, so what are you looking for me to do today? Luo Feng inquired in a very straightforward manner. Today's him, he had a spending cashback card in hand, so of course he wanted to go over to the BFC Bund Financial Center to spend some money. Well, of course I want to meet the landlord. Lu Hanyan wasn't bashful and blankly glanced at Luo Feng. Where are we going now? You come down for a bit and go to the passenger side. Aren't you quite comfortable with me driving? Luo Feng rolled his eyes. This is still grabbing the car for himself? But there was no dick to her either. Still sitting in the main driver's seat. Want to go to the BFC Bund Financial Center to spend some money. Luo Feng opened his mouth. Shopping? What else would it be? Over at the BFC Bund Financial Center, Other than a few luxury items worth going for? Seeing this, Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes fiercely, but she simply couldn't refute it. People were too rich. Then what are you going to buy? Lu Hanyan asked curiously. I don't know. Just look around when the time comes and buy it if it fits. Lu Hanyan seemed to have seen some kind of opportunity. Her eyes lit up. Then can I broadcast live when Taeho is shopping later? In itself, she is an outdoor anchor who specializes in finding luxury cars to explain and attract traffic. And of course the deluxe mall to go live. But since I can't afford it, I can only live stream it. What with getting my hands on it and touching it or being introduced to it by the attendant? That's out of the question. You can touch it without buying it though. But Lu Hanyan didn't dare. Because it's so expensive. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. You can be promised. But you should know the rules, right? No. Don't worry big brother. Won't shoot you. Lu Hanyan saw that there was a scene. Her face immediately became complacent and said with a smile. Little anchor. How old are you? Calling me big brother? Luo Feng said somewhat unconvincingly. Although I'm in college. I wasn't very old when I came in. Just 20 just. Freshman year. Rolling her eyes. Lu Hanyan snickered. Freshman year student huh? Didn't see it. Actually, I've only just taken the college entrance exam and will be going to college soon. I'll believe the hell out of you. Luo Feng believed it would be strange, but did not ask about the other party's age. This is a girl's secret. Moreover, Luo Feng had also seen the other party's panel information through the system and was a junior in college. Are you pretending to be young? Half an hour later, Luo Feng pulled Lu Hanyan, came to the Magic City BFC Bund Financial Center shopping center. Lu Hanyan in the window holding a cell phone. To the outside, said, dog viewers, watch out. Today is an outdoor live broadcast. Go to the Magic City's BFC Bund Financial Center, which is a luxury brand mecca. How dare the little anchor go to a place like this today? I don't know. But the dog anchor earned hemp yesterday. Wait, why does this car look so familiar to me? Crap, I saw the Audi dirtbag's arm. OMG. Did the anchor fall straight to the ground? Out shopping in the morning? Yesterday. Ha ha ha. 10,000 words were omitted yesterday. Today the anchor can still be so jumpy. The landlord cannot to replace me. Small anchor cannot get out of bed. Ha ha ha. Too bad you didn't get that chance. I'm numb. Is it really that easy for rich people to pick up girls? How about giving a dirt shot? 40 billions of dollars in direct equity now? Lu Hanyan naturally wouldn't give the camera, which Luo Feng was not allowed to do, and opened her mouth, in order to successfully enter the high luxury zone. This time, I purposely invited an anonymous water friend, who is sponsoring the entire live broadcast this time. Ha 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 ha. Is anonymous waterboy okay? We dirtbags don't come with names? Can the dog anchor stop pretending? All saw the arm. It's the little brother of the tycoon. And the car also looks like an Audi R8. Dirtbag was so fierce yesterday. I was dumbfounded. I'm just curious as to what happened last night. That two people had to go shopping so early in the morning. It must be that the project with billions of dollars of capital has been in the stock. And the tycoon celebrates the success of the stock and buys some luxuries for the little anchor. Why can't it be 10 billion? Get it? Rich people can't. Can they? Just billions of dollars. If you ask me, a $30 billion funded project for the dog anchor to arrange for an equity stake. $30 billion? How many billions does that make? Bro, aren't you afraid of sudden death straight away the next day? What are you guys talking about? I don't understand a thing. Luo Feng looked at Lu Hanyan on the side and suddenly said, Little anchor, it's almost here. I'll teach you a parking trick. Do you want to learn it? Tips? Lu Hanyan was curious. The audience in the live stream, too, got curious. Hee. Luo Feng smiled faintly and didn't reply to the other party, then parked his car in front of the LV storefront, so that it was easy to park and get off the car and walk into the store. Of course, you can't park in this place, but it's a pain in the ass to get to the underground parking lot. Hey, dog anchor, get off. After Luo Feng parked the car by the store door, he then prodded. What? Lu Hanyan face full of question marks. People in the mall. This is not allowed to park. Do not see the roadside no parking signs? Lu Hanyan didn't get out of the car. No way. You'll be scolded. Luo Feng smiled carelessly. If it's a normal car, then of course it won't work. The security guards will let you park it in the underground parking lot. But if it's a car that starts at $2 million, then it's a different story. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he pulled on the handbrake. Little anchor, this parking tip, have you learned it? Oh, Lu Hanyan blinked, somewhat at a loss for words. And the live stream, a bunch of waterboys, just boiled over. Crap, this little trick, it's really useful. I'll learn to scrap it. I've learned to scrap too. I want a car like this. I don't even have to learn. Wanted to try and see if my 500 could operate like this. Ha ha ha, I guess you'll get a bad rap from the security guard. Curious to see what little brother Toho is going to buy today. Lu Hanyan looked at the pop-up and was also curious. Big brother, what are you buying? Luo Feng was about to answer something. The next moment saw Lu Hanyan glancing towards that store. Her first desire was actually, what a nice skirt. What a nice bag. If only I could buy one. Waiting for the money from the tycoon's bounty to arrive. Then I'll go and buy it. Said first look, suitable to buy. Luo Feng, since he saw the other party's first desire, then naturally know how to do. Looked at her. Curious, do you want to buy some? Girls should like bags, right? LV this brand, although the copper flavor is too heavy. But it is also okay. Not on my end. Lu Hanyan hastily refused. Although it is true that yesterday's live broadcast was rewarded by Luo Feng 2 million. But that is also when the platform has not yet reached the day of withdrawal. As a little anchor who has trouble making ends meet. To buy LV bags? Well then, enter first and see. Luo Feng didn't say anything and nodded, while walking ahead. As for the limousine that Luo Feng parked, the LV shopkeepers saw it long ago and warmly welcomed it out. Even if Lu Hanyan was live streaming, they chose to ignore it. Welcome sir. I came to see if your family has any summer clothes for her. Luo Feng looked at the other party's nameplate. It was a woman called Alice. I'm not buying it. Seeing this, Lu Hanyan panicked and quickly refused. Alice didn't pay any attention to this little anchor. She knew that in cases like this, Luo Feng was the gold master's father, and this little anchor might just have slept with her. And then the tycoon bought her a bag of clothes to thank her. Buying it or not is a later decision. Let's see it first. Come on, give me your cell phone. This time I'll give you a live broadcast. Luo Feng said, looking at the phone. You switch the camera first. I'll just shoot you directly. Oh. Lu Hanyan obediently began to operate it before handing it to Luo Feng. Dear viewers, I'm today's new anchor, and today's live broadcast is about how to turn a tasteless and low anchor into a fashion powerhouse. Hear this. That Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes. I'm not low myself. That's no money for fashion. Soon, the clerk, Alice, brought Lu Hanyan to the senior women's clothing area, introducing Lu Hanyan to many styles of clothing, from short skirts, long skirts, to bustier dresses, halter dresses, t-shirts, and so on. Luo Feng, while live broadcasting, of course, also have to communicate with the water friends, although I do not quite understand those introductions of the store clerk. But the bustier skirt does not have any temperament. T-shirt cannot highlight the sexy. Arrange a long skirt. Do not lose the elegance and also expensive. The key to the small anchor height is still okay. Can handle the long skirt. After all, Lu Hanyan's height, although standing together with Luo Feng, appeared to be a bit of a birdie. She wore little white shoes with no heels, but also 5 feet 7 inches. Long dresses are perfect for such tall girls. As for short girls, forget about this stuff. It will be mega ugly to wear. But it also depends on the temperament, right? As long as the temperament is in place, it's okay to be short. Seeing this, Alice began to take down a long blue dress for Lu Hanyan, and he took Lu Hanyan to the fitting room. But at this time, the netizens pop-ups. Suddenly there are more. Luo Feng hit the eye, helplessly laughed. Dear viewers, what do you think? Can the fitting room be filmed? You still want me to arrange a fitting room? Is it that you demonic spirits have all arranged it for me? Not long after, Lu Hanyan walked out in an elegant and noble blue dress. Luo Feng nodded slightly. The dog anchor was tall and indeed suitable for long dresses. Her temperament went up immediately. Does everyone think it looks good? Nice to look at. But little anchor, what do you think of the clothes? Is it comfortable? Luo Feng inquired. But Lu Hanyan is a little uncomfortable. It's very comfortable. The material is very soft. It's not airtight. It feels like it's really too good to be in contact with the skin. And it doesn't have any sense of exclusion. It's the price. After saying that, Lu Hanyan deflated her mouth. However, at this time, the audience in the live broadcast room also became curious. A skirt? How expensive could it be to make Lu Hanyan have this expression? 41, asked the tycoon. Do you lack a girlfriend? This young lady. This dress is one of our LV's recent new models. Using Lu Hanyan's expression that she felt it was very expensive was naturally detected by the store clerk. It was soon a gushing introduction. Luo Feng picked at his ears. How much? Just $10,000. This time, the audience in the live broadcast room directly exploded. I'm numb. $56,000 for a dress? Listen to the clerk. It's only. Is this where poverty limits my imagination? As the old saying goes, if you're shy, you don't know the prosperity of the city. Looked at somewhere and there's the same model for $38. Luo Feng didn't pay attention to those pop-ups, thinking about his own spending cashback card. the maximum amount, but it was only $50,000. If it is exceeded, it cannot be counted. This was equivalent to the extra $6,000 to be paid by Luo Feng himself. I'll take it. Swipe your card. Luo Feng handed over the bank card, but that Alice froze straight away. What's the matter? Something wrong with my card? No, no problem. Be reasonable. Even if the employees here have seen a lot of tycoons, they have never seen such a tycoon who doesn't even think for a second. Right? Don't. Big brother, don't. Lu Hanyan immediately rejected it. You know, just treat it as a reward. I'm still too lazy to recharge in the live broadcast, Luo Feng said, and Versailles smiled. By the way, I forgot that there are a whole lot of complimentary golden bean coupons. The point is, this dress looks good on you. Soon, Alice then took the POS machine and swiped her card, and it was successfully billed. Luo Feng slightly leaned towards the young anchor, startling the other party, but Luo Feng just wanted to check the other party's height, then said, "Can you wear high heels?" "Ah, can it?" Lu Hanyan nodded reflexively. "Well, then, arrange for another high heel bounty." As Alice continued to take Lu Hanyan to try on the high heels, Luo Feng's spending rebate has also arrived. Not bad luck this time. Multiple rebates. Not the highest 4x though, but it's high enough. 50,000 bucks. So that's 10,000 in rebates. The $10,000 that was spent is now netting $10,000. More of such good things. Of course, the key was that it could also fulfill Lu Hanyan's desires and gain attribute points and rewards. It really was earning hemp. Soon after, Alice recommended a high-heeled sandal to Lu Hanyan, which was black. It looks very sexy. Even though it's an LV brand, the heels have a spiky, Valentino-esque style. Mind you, these are attack shoes. Girly heels designed specifically for men. Swipe it. Luo Feng saw that the other party was also very pretty in it and spoke directly. This time, Lu Hanyan did not block, because she felt that the high heels were really nice and liked it, but it's just too expensive for only $13,000. But it doesn't seem like a lot of money compared to a $50,000 plus dress. Such consumption. Luo Feng did not choose the cashback card. It is too uneconomical. Waiting for the future just 50,000 things, or more than a little bit, and then use it is not too late. Luo Feng took the initiative to carry Lu Hanyan's old clothes and shoes, and returned the cell phone to the other party. Well, you come to the live broadcast yourself. To tell the truth, you viewers aren't very helpful. I've been broadcasting on behalf of the audience for so long, and I don't even brush the gift, nor say I'm handsome. It's very sad. Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes and looked at Luo Feng's face value. It's just durable. There's really a bit of a gap with handsome. Thank you, big brother. Today, she looked happily at the clothes in her shopping bag with a look like a treasure. The little anchorman has earned his keep today. Yeah, 50,000 plus dress, 10,000 plus heels. Is it the little anchor who's made a fortune? Or is it the tycoon? Squints and laughs. This tycoon is still shouting at us to brush gifts. Doesn't your conscience hurt? What an expensive gown. What expensive heels. Why do you care about that? I feel like the little anchor is dying. It's gone. Okay, it was gone yesterday. Toho, little brother, little female anchor, can't escape me. If I were an anchor, I'd have been penetrated 1,000,000 times. Too damn consumable. Looking at such a revealing pop-up, Lu Hanyan also blushed, but didn't retort or explain. The current her, she really kind of couldn't see through what Luo Feng really had in mind for her. If you say you don't feel anything for yourself, how can you be so nice to yourself? There's a feeling, I guess, but it's not like that. Again, letting yourself be penetrated is still unacceptable to you. Next stop, where are we going? Big brother Tuho, don't buy it for me. After exiting the LV store, Lu Hanyan then took the initiative to ask about it. I'm buying it for you first so I can wrap it up for you, so you don't get into a more high-end store where you'll be stopped by the security guards. And will it be awkward then? Straight-faced Lu Hanyan was silently sweating, so speechless. Ha ha ha, this dirtbag is too showy, isn't he? Love. Such a peppy little brother. Question for you, little brother. Are you short of a girlfriend? If not, would you mind changing? If you really don't want to change, then mind having one more? I'm super good. I'll be quiet as a concubine kind of thing. No arguing. On call, to your house is fine. Hotel is fine. Lu Hanyan saw that the water friends in the live broadcast room were starting to run out of bottom lines. She could only pretend not to see it, but the heart endured to ask if this Luo Feng had a girlfriend or not, but didn't want to ask in case the other person had one. Lu Hanyan couldn't help but think about that distant future. Crap, little anchor, you have a big appetite. The first desire of seeing the other party was actually that it would be nice to have a boyfriend like Luo Feng. Luo Feng almost fainted. But the good thing was, the other person's first desire wasn't directly for himself as a boyfriend. Such a desire is a little too costly. Luo Feng just had to not do anything against such desires is all. There's no need to worry about anything. Of course, if soon that desire isn't number one anymore, it's okay to go against it. Soon, Luo Feng brought Lu Hanyan, who was dressed in a beautiful long skirt and high heels, while she arrived at the next stop, a Chanel storefront. Of course, seeing Lu Hanyan live, the clerk did not block at all. After all, the store actually need to publicize, and there is also a tycoon followed. For fear of offending people, even if they didn't see Luo Feng's luxury car, they still saw Lu Hanyan all dressed up. These shopkeepers are all luxury goods Baishao. Can they not recognize LV? 42, Goddess. You've been adopted, haven't you? After entering the store, Luo Feng picked out a backpack for himself, as well as t-shirts, short pants, and the price was over 50,000. For this purchase, Luo Feng chose the cashback card, but only received times the cashback, but it's made about $50,000. Soon, Luo Feng brought Lu Hanyan to the Hermes next door, and once again purchased 4 pairs of casual shoes, as well as t-shirts, and sunglasses. The consumption was also 50,000, all calculated by Luo Feng. This time, I got a 4x rebate and a net profit of $150,000. Adding it all up, Luo Feng had made a full 300,000 yuan from these few purchases. Lu Hanyan couldn't help but be surprised when she watched Luo Feng buy these luxury items as if he was buying cabbages in a vegetable market. But then I remembered that this guy swiped almost 2 million at once yesterday, so I let it go. The point is, if you buy something at the mall, you can still have the actual thing, but if you swipe it in the live room, unless you're charting the anchor or something, you can swipe it out and it's gone. Come on, let's go check out Bottega Veneta again. I've been looking online and they have woven styles over there, but they also recently changed designers and are weakening the woven styles, so I don't know if I can still get my heart set on them. Luo Feng spat as he spoke. This brand, on the other hand, is not as well known as the previous ones, but also nice brand over in Italy. Of course, Luo Feng also did not buy all the things carried, because the major stores, all can be stored, and so after shopping, let the clerk to the car side is. In Bottega Veneta's store, Lu Hanyan looked at an unmarked clutch bag. So this bag is Bottega Veneta's brand. My classmates have bought it before, and I feel very comfortable. I didn't expect it to be so expensive. A Bottega Veneta bag that costs 18,000? There's no sense of marking, which is to say, highlighting, and it's a real loss. What color do you think looks good? Lo Feng looked at her. I don't want it. I'll just emote along the way. What Luo Feng bought, did not ask her, suddenly asked so. Could it be that he wants to buy again? Come on you little anchor, tell me what color looks good and I'll buy a backpack on the way. Lu Hanyan hesitated for a moment before she chose an ivory white. Luo Feng backhanded her and took one. He chose a sheepskin backpack himself. However, Bottega Veneta's sheepskin backpack is definitely a nightmare for many people, because of the addition of the woven style, a little inattention, the edges of the abrasion. Of course, this is also their style. Not bad. How to buy a new one? 18,000 for the clutch. Duffel bag, $31,000. It adds up to 10,000. Luo Feng used the spending card again and this time received a mere 1x cashback. Luo Feng did not spit anything, equivalent to whoring 2 bags for nothing. The heart is still very happy. The spending card had a total of 5 chances. Luo Feng still had one more, but this time, she chose Kania, a set of formal dresses to buy. It was more than $70,000. Any excess will have to be paid for by yourself. However, it is obtained as 3 times the cashback. So now Luo Feng is still netting $70,000 to $80,000. By the time the shopkeepers had delivered Luo Feng's various clothes and bags to this side of the car, they all looked at each other, then leave with a horrified look on his face. This person, I can't believe he bought something from so many stores, and all such expensive brands. While the store clerks don't always know each other, you can't help but recognize the logo on that shopping bag. The Audi R8 can be stuffed with shopping bags in the front and back seats at the moment. Luo Feng silently calculated that this time, instead of spending a penny, he had made $380,000. Such a good thing. Luo Feng expected a little more. Anchor dog, got something going on later? Standing by the car, Luo Feng inquired. Can you not call someone a dog anchor? It's a virtue with those viewers. Lu Hanyan didn't dare to say it out loud and could only murmur. Anan? Say what? Nothing. Lu Hanyan smiled and said. I don't have anything particularly important to do. It's nearing the assessment days, so I have more time. And by the way, by way of introduction, I'm a junior in college. Ha? Lo Feng inquired. Junior year, right? What school? What's the point of asking? Lu Hanyan tensed up. Good lord, am I not curious? I assume you're just one of those third-rate wild-ass college scumbags? Luo Feng shot her a glance and mocked without a care in the world. I'm from Tongji University, okay? Lu Hanyan immediately retorted. This is a 211 and 985. Double first class. And with a strong foundation program university. You can't get into a college with over 600 points, right? TSK. Didn't see it. Luo Feng laughed. Which campus are you in? I'll send you back first. I have an appointment with a classmate for dinner. Luo Feng opened his mouth. Luckily, it was Lu Hanyan who closed the live broadcast, or else that group of water friends, again, would have to madly spit on themselves. After all, it was mealtime and she hadn't actually been invited to dinner by Luo Feng? Such a showy maneuver. But Lu Hanyan was indeed also shown by the other party, and it was scalp-numbing. I had thought that the other person was going to have lunch with him or her when he or she asked, but to actually send him or her away? But Luo Feng is also incomparable spit. You girl, your desire to eat with me, why cannot climb the first over? But the second? What can I do? However, Luo Feng also does not want to verbally stimulate her and let her this desire to climb to the first. This female loser's desire is very good to satisfy. Do not need to spend too much energy. Just bought something just now. To satisfy the desire of the two first. Luo Feng had gained 6 attribute points, and with the inventory of 2, it was already 8. As for the 2-time bonus, of course it's in Luo Feng's backpack. I'm over at the new campus, which is the Lucy campus, on True South Road. Lu Hanyan replied in a depressed manner. Okay. Luo Feng made a gesture and the two quickly got into the car. After turning on the navigation, Luo Feng headed in that direction. By the time they reached their dormitory building, Luo Feng didn't stay in general at all and directly left the school. Only Lu Hanyan, who had a complicated heart, was left behind, staring blankly at the distant Audi limousine. Who is she? Why here? Did what? Hey, Lu Hanyan. Soon, someone called out for Lu Hanyan, and it was still a girl's voice. Lin Yuting? Lu Hanyan looked over and was in the same class and major, just not in the same dorm room. It was his own dorm room across the hall. I meet them often in ordinary times, and they belong to the category of acquaintances, but not so close existences. That dirtbag just now, is he your boyfriend? Lin Yuting asked in a tentative tone. After all, an Audi R8 had been seen dropping off Lu Hanyan, and saw 2 LV shopping bags. The other is a Plowshare's shopping bag. Lu Hanyan had the intention to deny it at the moment, but now that it had all been seen, it couldn't be denied. Lu Hanyan also knew that the other party was jealous of her. After all, she was prettier than her, her grades were better than hers, her body was taller than hers, and she was crushed in every aspect. If the boyfriend thing is denied, then the other person will surely go around the school saying that he or she went to be a peripheral, a big shot or something, even to the point of saying that one is out there to be adopted. After all, it's really too much like that now. Lu Hanyan had to guard against this and could only nod. Wow, Lu Hanyan, you actually have a boyfriend too? Lin Yuting pretended to be surprised, but she was actually jealous inside. I'm not ugly. I'm not too tall. So why can't I have a boyfriend? And this boyfriend of mine, he's also very good. He's very supportive of my live broadcasts and takes care of me. Lu Hanyan knew that the other party was shady, and of course there was no problem disliking it. Your boyfriend isn't too young, is he? Lin Yuting looked sourly at the shopping bags. How come? He's only a freshman. Lu Hanyan smiled gently. Freshman year student? Lin Yuting was a bit shocked. Yeah, can't an old cow eat young grass? Lu Hanyan couldn't look at the other party and really didn't want to talk to them. The high-profile declaration of a boyfriend now was a way of telling the other guy to shut up and not ask any more questions. Lin Yuting could only sourly snicker. TSK. I didn't think that the goddess of our foreign language department also have to find a boyfriend. Bring it back to the sisters sometime. He's busy. Sometime. Lu Hanyan replied flatly. She didn't bother to say anything more to the heartthrob woman. Show you? You guys want to rob it? The point is, will people look at you? Soon after, Lu Hanyan returned to the dormitory, and the 4 roommates started cheering. 43, and Su Maggie in the bathroom. Wow, Hanyan, it's okay, you've gotten rich live? Chow Lulu looked at the bag Lu Hanyan was carrying in surprise. He knows a lot about luxury, but even if you don't understand, what college student doesn't know the LV logo? Hanyan got rich, didn't she? Buy us dinner. A little more than 1.5 meters tall. the snack food goods Chen Pingping, on the other hand, was alarmed. The other one, Han Siyao, who was about the same height as Lu Hanyan, also looked over. Her own tall figure, coupled with her nonverbal and high-cooled personality, was also recognized by many male compatriots as a high-cooled goddess. She glanced at Lu Hanyan and didn't say anything. Chao Lulu spoke. I say Chen Pingping why are you thinking about eating? Do you know how much this dress of hers costs? $50,000 to $60,000. Enough for you to eat for 3 years. Ha! Chen Pingping didn't know much about luxury goods and looked at Lu Hanyan in shock. Good boy. Hanyan, your dress is so expensive? $50,000 to $60,000? Hearing this, the high-cool goddess Han Xia was also a bit surprised, her eyes flickering for a bit, obviously thinking about something. Yeah, I accompanied my boyfriend shopping today. He took good care of me, so he bought it for me by the way, and he bought a lot too. Since Lin Yuting's side had said so, then Lu Hanyan had nothing to hide. Wow. Actually made a boyfriend. Not interesting enough a little bit not to reveal to us, have to bring over to us to see. Treat us to dinner. Chen Pingping couldn't get away from food in 3 sentences. Really is a super foodie Yes, Hanyan, there's actually such a tycoon. Bring it back and take a look. Chao Lulu also seconded. On the other side, Luo Feng, after shopping, still decided to take a trip home, and after driving for more than 1 hour, he finally arrived. As for those luxury shopping bags, Luo Feng didn't bring them upstairs. Instead, they stayed in the car. Neither of the parents at home cooked much. Dad is busy in the company. Mom said to cook for himself, but Luo Feng still refused. Just feel free to go out and eat later. As for calling mom, it's not necessary when people have their own meals. Finding a Western restaurant to eat, Luo Feng thought about it and didn't call that Miss Universe, also known as Lin Ruoshi. After all, that would be too presumptuous. There is no excuse for inviting someone to dinner. Not that it can't work, the purpose is too obvious. Of course, Luo Feng's purpose is just to make a good relationship and glean more attribute points and rewards. If he can poke her by the way, of course Luo Feng won't refuse. Of course, but also under the premise of the other party's consent. Sitting on the restaurant's card table, Luo Feng chatted with Su Meiji between his boredom. Can't go to her poker game for a couple days though, but chatting is still possible. You're at Chateau Gardens over on New West Road, right? It seems to be an Italian place? My baby has come to this Western restaurant? Luo Feng became curious instead. Quite delicious. Sumajai thought about it and sent a message. Say, what if we can meet up later? What do you mean? Luo Feng was confused, but the other party followed up with no reply. Didn't care much either. Luo Feng quietly waited for the meal to be served. The per capita consumption here is 470 yuan a. The environment and service are very good. The greenery and flowers give a feeling of vitality. The mint avocado here, and the spinach noodles with green sauce are very good. The baked rice with foie gras and black truffle and the baked escargot with cheese were both delicious. And the black truffle fries were good. But Lo Feng knew that he couldn't have too much of those. Baby, look to the left. Su Meiji suddenly sent a message. Luo Feng was about to raise his head, but Su Meiji's message came again. Don't look up so fast. Seeing this, Luo Feng also ate while pretending to look around the room. 3 people were eating at the card table on the left. One of them was naturally Su Meiji, who was dressed in a sexy long dress. On the side was a couple, both 45 years old. Luo Feng also took a special look at the man, dressed in a suit. Very amiable. Just looking at it, it was indeed human-like, but Luo Feng knew that he was a stepfather who didn't allow his daughter to contact boys. Luo Feng messaged. What's going on? Coming to this restaurant for dinner? You just said you were at this restaurant, so I mentioned to my stepdad that I wanted to eat here, and here he is. Luo Feng, oh? Your stepfather treats you well. Yo, I can still say what to eat, basically, and the rest. Su Meiji didn't say anymore, and her eyes were just gloomy, just like now. Obviously their comrades were eating over there, and they could only pretend that they didn't recognize them. She wanted to find Luo Feng to experience it again. But, alas, baby, you're beautifully dressed today. If only you could lift your long skirt up to your waist. Sure, these days, Luo Feng and Su Meiji's chats were rarely about these topics. Luo Feng also knew that although the other party refused, he was inwardly enjoying this kind of topic. Even Luo Feng suspected for a moment that sometimes while talking to himself like this, he was still enjoying himself. Stop it. Eat. Sumajai blushed slightly and slightly merged her legs with a wonderful feeling. What's wrong, Maggie? Su Meiji's stepdad seemed to see something wrong with her as well and looked up in question. It's nothing. Maybe catching a cold? Su Meiji fanned herself with her little tender hand, and could only inwardly blank out Luo Feng. This guy, when is it bad to talk about this? Now, she couldn't wait for the evening to come when Lo Feng could talk about these topics. So I'll take you back? No, Dad. If there's a problem, say it, know it, treat it in time. Luo Feng had a good ear, and it sounded as if this was also a stepfather who cared more about Sumeiji, right? How can you be so strict when it comes to matters of men and women, without caring too much? Luo Feng didn't dare to chat with this beauty. She's a little too horny. Anything more chatting could easily go wrong. But after 10 minutes had passed, Luo Feng suddenly saw Sumeiji go to the bathroom. After thinking about it, Luo Feng waited for a minute and followed suit. Sumeiji came to the bathroom and settled things and was washing her hands low at the sink. The afterglow caught a man coming up behind him, and wrapped his arms around his thin waist. She reflexively, cried out. Fortunately, Luo Feng covered her mouth. 44, Miss Universe Daryl Lin. Let's go for a morning walk. Be quiet. Luo Feng is also afraid fortunately covered the other side of the mouth. Otherwise, to alarm the security or something. What one must be misunderstood for. Luo Feng. See in the sink mirror the man who, that night, had given himself infinite beauty. Sumeiji turned around with glowing eyes all of a sudden. Why are you here too? Didn't I miss you? Luo Feng said without a trace of humor. Don't put your arm around me. There's not going to be a monitor in here, is there? Don't worry. There's nothing on this side of the wash basin. You have to go out to see it. Let me kiss you properly. Luo Feng knew that inside the restroom of the restaurant, there was definitely nothing. At most, the hand washing station could be photographed. But as it happened, this hotel, the hand washing station could not be photographed either. Next moment, Luo Feng directly kissed towards those sexy red lips. Sumeiji panicked a bit for a moment and refused very much to kiss in such a place. But a few days worth of thoughts exploded out all at once. She was quick to respond as well. Luo Feng must have also glanced at the side while doing so, and the two entangled in a kiss for about 3 minutes before they heard a commotion, and only then did they let go of her. Sumeiji blankly glanced at Luo Feng, and quickly straightened her blouse with fire. This guy, let's forget about kissing. You're still like this. Don't know how to lighten your hands. It hurts, okay? Because you're too beautiful. There's no way. Excited, Luo Feng smiled cheekily and pretended to wash his hands side by side with her while he was recalling the feeling he just had. After a small fight in passion, Luo Feng didn't linger much. After all, you can't keep washing your hands here for 10 minutes, can you? Daughter, why are your cheeks so red? Chen Berlin saw his daughter come back, but also the red face, like a layer of red frost, always feel wrong. It was the weekend for 2 days, and when my daughter came home, I realized something was wrong myself. Especially the walking posture. Dad, I've got a bit of a headache. You guys eat first. I'm going back. Driver, give your lady a ride. Seeing this, Chen Berlin didn't stop him and just made a call out. Luo Feng naturally are paying attention to everything. This family should be quite rich. Drove over a 1.5 million business Dabon car. But with Sumeiji gone, Luo Feng naturally wouldn't linger on. Checked out for $1. 100. Drove the Audi R8, and left the restaurant as well. The next morning, Luo Feng looked at a whole bunch of topics like that he had talked to Sumeiji about last night. There was also a helpless shake of the head. It's obvious that both people want it, but they can only chat about it for a bit. However, these messages, Luo Feng didn't intend to keep them to enjoy, but deleted them all. Through the existence of the spending cashback card, Luo Feng had made a lot of money and had definitely changed to a more comfortable hotel this time. It's on the Lujiazui side, near Riverside Garden. With nothing to do in the morning, Luo Feng naturally went out for a run to come, which was the hobby of the original owner of the body. Luo Feng thought it was good and learned to hold on to it. The Riverside Garden itself is a city park rich in natural features in the Magic City, and there are many people who come here to run in the morning. Besides, Luo Feng's hotel was nearby. Of course it came here. Saw a few more kites on the edge of the artificial lake, fluttering in the wind. Soon, though, an Audi R8 pulled into the park, immediately drawing the attention of a small crowd. Of course, a luxury car with a landing price of $2.8 million is certainly noticeable in a small county. But this is the Magic City, so people just look at it and it doesn't make much of a ripple. None of the girls hit on me. It does seem like the car is a bit of a drop in the bucket. Next time there's going to be a famous car redemption card. It's going to have to be a Rolls-Royce Cullinan or something. Luo Feng slightly deflated his mouth, not satisfied with the current financial power. But it can't be helped. One must meet more goddesses and then fulfill the desire to do so. Luo Feng? But just at this time, Luo Feng heard a nice female voice shouting from the parking area behind him. Turn your head. It's a big beautiful woman in tight pants who is parking her little yellow bike on the side. Because of that tight dress pants, The figure was also outlined in the front and back, causing people to catch fire. So many people looked this way. This big beauty is that Miss Universe. Darrow Lin. Darrow Lin? How come it's you? What a coincidence, Luo Feng said unexpectedly. Lin Ruoshi parked her car and walked over with a smile. Yeah, what a coincidence. Are you here to run? Seeing that Luo Feng was in a tracksuit and had brought a towel, she guessed. Nah, do you run too? Luo Feng looked at her in that outfit and guessed as well. Yeah, the air over here is good in the morning. It's good for running. Lin Ruoshi nodded. Do you always do morning walks? Sort of. In the morning the air is good, so I come to the park. At noon or something, it's too hot, so I go to the gym, Luo Feng said casually. Also felt so coincidental, if not read the other party's desire list, and did not intentionally meet with himself, Luo Feng would have suspected the other party. But I got a chance to take you to dinner today, yo. I told you last time I'd take you to dinner when the gym wasn't working. After all, there had to be some indication of Lin Ruoshi's salary increase. Not working, huh? Then the lunch date must be your treat. Luo Feng laughed and nodded. Having a beautiful woman with him? Of course he wouldn't mind. Then joked. I don't think it would be such a coincidence, right? Deliberately come to meet, just to invite me to dinner? When Lin Ruoshi saw this, she immediately rolled up her eyes and winks. Yeah, how did you see through it? Didn't think so, per se, and wasn't embarrassed to be told, but instead jokingly admitted it. And if that's the case, then it's going to take half a day of pretense to explain it. Thank you, big beauty. I'm so honored. Luo Feng smiled and revealed a row of big white teeth. Actually, I came to this place to look for a beautiful woman. Drove up in a luxury car to see if there is a beautiful woman on the hook. I didn't expect to meet such a big beautiful woman. Then I don't have to go looking for one. After Luo Feng casually finished speaking, Lin Ruoshi then looked towards that Audi R8. I didn't notice it just now, but it turns out to be a luxury car with a landed price of $2.8 million. But she wasn't surprised. Luo Feng's watch was over $1 million. It was normal. Rich people. Too extravagant. Blushing slightly, she said. Flowery mouth. I don't believe you're here to hook up with a pretty girl on purpose. Didn't you already hook up with one? Lin Ruoshi's cheeks reddened even more and pulled away from the topic. By the way, are you busy? I've messaged you several times, but you don't really reply? 45. Darrow Lin's contempt. You weakling male. It's not like I'm busy or anything. Mainly I'm not a cell phone person. Sorry, I'll turn in my application for membership later. Yesterday Luo Feng also read the message sent by the other party, but has been going to the small anchor's live room to play. Haven't really been paying attention. I didn't expect this great beauty to be so careful and deliberately bring it up to say something. Hey, don't froze. Since you're here to run, why don't you join us? Lin Ruoshi smiled faintly and took out a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and gave it to Luo Feng. Thanks. Together then. Luo Feng nodded. Be careful, but don't cramp up again, Lin Ruoshi said, also began to sit up to warm up exercise. That figure, just so swing a few times, also attracted a lot of neighboring men to steal a glance. Big beautiful girl, kind of looking down on people, right? Luo Feng smashed his mouth, wanting to say that last time he was but pretending, isn't it? Last time, there was just a little accident last time. Luo Feng thought about it. How about this? Lin Ruoshi, let's compete. If you win me, how about I give you a little surprise? Little surprise? What is it? Lin Ruoshi asked curiously. Don't ask. You win me first, Luo Feng said and also started to sit up for the warm-up session. Plus one more condition. After all, it was you who suggested the little surprise. I don't even know what the surprise is. Lin Ruoshi was worried that the other party's surprise was a gift for herself or something. There'll be an excuse to say no later. Oh, pretty girl, you say? Let's just punish with 10 push-ups, shall we? Don't run out of energy to do them by the time you're done running. Ha ha, Luo Feng laughed out when he heard this. If I were to change places, I could do 100 of them even if I was tired, said the man, glancing at the sexy body, the big white legs. TSK. Ha, Lin Ruoshi didn't react for a moment, but quickly threw a big blank stare. Also, as long as they're beautiful, 100 or 200 of them are fine. The key has to be a beautiful woman, otherwise the hormones won't go up. This way, Luo Feng, the park here is in a circle. It's 3 kilometers. At that time, let's see who will return to the origin first. Looking at that park sidewalk, Lin Ruoshi opened her mouth to set the rules. I see that today you are doing these 10 push-ups. You can give in to a girl for anything, but not when it comes to proving a man's strength. Seeing that the other party was so confident, Luo Feng deflated his mouth and said without any goodwill, "Humph, what if I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your face up then?" With a grunt, Lin Ruoshi walked to the agreed starting point. Both men began to sit up in preparation. Prepare to run. Soon, both ran out. Lin Ruwashi is worthy of being Miss Universe. Her physical fitness is very good. She has been insisting on exercising, and she ran to the front as soon as she could. Expertise at hand. She certainly knew how to change her breath and how to hold it. After running for some distance, he turned his head to look, and as a result, he didn't even see where Luo Feng had gone. The thought crossed my mind that this man, too, was a little too weak. How did you get rid of so much in one moment? But on the other side, Luo Feng, who was just running slowly, opened the system panel and looked at one of the rewards. It's an energy drink. This thing, to put it mildly, doesn't do much at all. However, if you drink it, it will restore full stamina in any situation. Of course that thing, and it's also able to be instantly one-shot and full-blooded. Ignoring Sage Mode, it can be said that when it comes to danger, it is indeed something of a counterintuitive level. But chances like that, there simply aren't many. But Luo Feng was also thinking, should he use it this time? But if you can win on merit, then of course you don't go to use it. Obviously, even if Lin Ruwashi's physical quality is very good. In the second half of the race, Luo Feng accelerated a bit and slowly caught up. The original owner of the body itself worked out regularly. Plus, Luo Feng had recently added fighting endurance, agility, and strength up. It certainly helps. What about this guy? Letting off steam at first? Lin Ruwashi saw Luo Feng a dozen meters ahead and turned back to molest her. All at once, the heart's goodwill rose up, and regardless, it just charged forward. It's too slow. Come on, big girl, my little surprise, but it's a good one. Luo Feng shouted at the top of his voice. The next moment, however, it was seen that the first desire of the great beauty was actually to win the race. This guy, he's so arrogant. I have to win you today. At least I was a gym student back in the day. Emma, this woman, she's too careful, isn't she? Luo Feng was torn. Should he let his opponent win, or let the other side lose? The last time the treadmill in order to satisfy the desire of the other party to touch his abs, he deliberately cramped, but in the big beautiful girl here left a bad impression. Could have proved it this time, but the other side comes to such desires? Forget it, rewards and attribute points are more important. Let you win. Luo Feng couldn't do too much to fake it, and when it came to the final sprint stage, he started to deliberately release water, then make a tired face out of it. This guy, he's finally tepid, isn't he? Because Luo Feng acted more genuinely. Lin Ruwashi didn't see it at all and was quite pleased in her heart. Come on, big handsome guy, why can't it work? Didn't you say that a man can't fail? With your physical strength, you wouldn't be able to do 100 push-ups anywhere else, right? Lin Ruwashi had already reached the finish line, her hands slightly propped up on her knees, panting heavily, but still not forgetting to tease Luo Feng who was running. This beauty, letting you have it alright, is fucked up. When Luo Feng saw this, his heart also became extremely dissatisfied. But who asked you to be a great beauty? Let you be. Besides there are rewards to be taken. Ouch. I'm exhausted. Count on you. Count on you. I can't run, but I can do other things. Beautiful, but you can't generalize. Luo Feng pretended to be tired and limped towards the flower bed at the side. Seeing this, Lin Ruwashi also rushed forward to support Luo Feng. Humph. Just like last time. Showing off again, right? In the future when you come here, I'll take you running. Your physical fitness has to be strengthened. Then let's make a date later. I feel that way too. Luo Feng said stiffly. The performance was too serious. Even if he deliberately said to let the other party now, the other party would not believe it, right? As if, seems like the abs cramped up again this time. Luo Feng's heart is crossed. Anyway, already vulnerable image cannot be changed. Let's just want some benefits. Not too much, right? Think of the comfort of the last little tender hand. Luo Feng is being a demon again. You, no way? Lin Ruwashi was speechless for a moment and squatted down, lifting up Luo Feng's blouse. Abdomen again? Allah. Luo Feng continued to act out, and it hurt, a lot. Let me see first. Lin Ruwashi's small hands then began to do an abdominal massage. Luo Feng was certainly happy to enjoy it. But suddenly, Luo Feng's eyes glazed over. Then she blushed too. Turns out it was an accidental touch of hair. After all, under the belly. I really don't know this guy. Such good-looking abs. Totally hit and miss. After Lin Ruwashi blushed, she also started to spit a bit. Actually, she still had a good feeling about Luo Feng at first, but she really didn't like weak guys. The last time was likely an accident, but this run cramped up again. Must be a weakling then. I really hope this weak man can get better physically. It's so bad. When Luo Feng saw that Lin Ruwashi was this desire, almost exploded in place. Weaklings? I'll fuck you up. But, you female, what's in it for you if I'm not a weakling male anymore? Why do you expect so much that I'm not? Do you want to fall in love with me? For already having a big crush on yourself, but suddenly realizes he's a weakling? Let's say, for example, you like a girl a lot, but find out about a girl's fatal flaws, and you're just as eager to. Well, the girl's flaws aren't there? To be honest, with the desire list in hand, Luo Feng could understand some of the other party's thoughts very well. Looks like this woman wants a tough guy, not a fine dog. But just at this moment, the park's lake, there was a clamor. It seemed like someone had fallen into the water. Quick, go save the man. I really don't know. You can't swim well, and you're going in the water? Both are afraid they won't make it up. Say what? That man is the little girl's father. When Luo Feng heard this, he inwardly spat furiously. God's help. After saying that, directly in the system space, he clicked to use the energy drink. 46, she's my girlfriend. Next, a bottle of Coke appeared in Luo Feng's handbag. Luo Feng didn't have time to say anything and directly opened it and drank it in one gulp. Then, spreading his legs, he ran towards the artificial lake. Running 3 kilometers without resting and going into the water to save someone is impossible. One must have instant physical strength to recover. Hey, aren't you cramping? Where are you going? Lin Ruoshi didn't hear the shouting over there and thought it was a quarrel. Stand up and take a look over there. A little girl and a middle-aged man landed in the water and kept struggling, and none of the surrounding onlookers froze and went down. Poof! After Luo Feng arrived at the lake, he directly jumped in. The original owner of the body itself fitness, naturally involved in swimming, having just run 3 kilometers. I'm sure I don't have the strength left to save anyone. But now, the energy drink goes down and your stamina is restored to full straight away. Uncle, don't panic. Try to keep your balance. Yeah, pull on me and don't panic. After Luo Feng went down, he found that this child father, belonging to half a bucket of water, as long as a little help from someone, can still float. The little girl, she struggled. If both people were completely inept in the water, Luo Feng would have a hard time rescuing them. Luckily, after supporting Luo Feng, that father sort of found a rhythm and began to float. The whole rescue took a minute, but Luo Feng swears, this was the most tired he had ever been in his life. Saving lives is really too tiring. That little girl just wouldn't listen to Luo Feng and kept struggling endlessly. There is really a saying that without absolute strength, really don't go into the water to save people. It is likely that you yourself will die of exhaustion. Saved. Both are up. Luo Feng huffed and puffed himself as he listened to the people around him keep cheering. Seriously, thankfully it's not far from shore. If it was the center of the lake, Luo Feng wouldn't be able to save it even if he regained all his strength. Soon, the ambulance arrived as well, and with all the people around just now, someone must have hit the demonic spirit. Sir, the little girl's father pulled away in the ambulance, and he told me to ask for your contact information and wanted to thank you properly. No need. Luo Feng didn't hesitate to reject it. Your thanks, and still have a good reward from the system? Lin Ruoshi's first desire was to wish that she wasn't a weak male, so if she saved someone, then she certainly wasn't. Of course, it wasn't necessarily for this reason that Luo Feng saved people, but why does a good deed have to have a name? Pulling Lin Ruoshi, Luo Feng fled the scene at fire speed. So many people surrounded the scene. Luo Feng did not like it. Luo Feng, coming to the park chair, Luo Feng sat down on his butt, but seeing the way Lin Ruoshi looked at herself, it was like she wanted to eat herself. What do you mean? Big beautiful girl? What's the point? Lin Ruoshi looked at Luo Feng with a smirk. It's fun to pretend to have a cramp twice before and after? This, Luo Feng couldn't say anything else and just coughed and laughed. So fit. Running 3 kilometers and going into the water to save people? Race just now to make me fun on purpose? Acting so much like. Lin Ruoshi is really pissed off. She thought she won, but she didn't realize that it was all because of people's acting skills. What weak man? You can run 3 kilometers? And can go into the water to save someone? She could swim herself, and was well aware that it took great physical strength and swimming skill to save a life. I was really tired of running. Did not let you, and twice really cramped. Luo Feng of course will not admit. Men, many times have to be dead not to admit it. Alright, I know it in my heart. Lin Ruoshi blushed for a moment before she looked at Luo Feng with concern. There's nothing wrong with your body, right? Not bad. No water, good swimmer. Luo Feng Versailles smiled. But now we need to go to the mall and buy a suit. Buy clothes? Looking at Luo Feng's wet whole body, Lin Ruoshi nodded. Rich people are good. They don't even need to change. Just buy. On this side of the Thompson house near Luji Azui, there is the mall, with stores on the 1st to 4th floors, and all the housing upwards. Luo Feng found a men's clothing store at random. Just change your clothes. Girl, what's wrong with your boyfriend? Seeing Luo Feng take his new clothes and go to the fitting room in a wet condition, the waitress was curious enough to ask, not my boyfriend. Lin Ruwashi's face immediately blushed slightly and shook her head in the negative. Thinking to myself, I wish I had a boyfriend. He is rich, physically fit, has a good sense of humor, always talks about himself, and doesn't say anything he doesn't like to hear at all. Unfortunately, not enough is known. Not your boyfriend? That's a shame. That gentleman has a great body. The waiter had seen the wet Luo Feng's t-shirt after all, so naturally he could tell. It's all translucent. Who says it's not her boyfriend? I am. After Luo Feng changed into a clean outfit and came out, he actually saw Lin Ruwashi's first desire was, it would be nice if he was my boyfriend. Regardless, taking her hand, he said to the waiter. But, next moment, I'm surprised the reward didn't come. Does it mean that you have to be a real boyfriend in order to get the reward? Luo Feng, what are you talking nonsense? Lin Ruwashi was even more embarrassed. Luo Feng coughed and laughed, swiped his card, pulled her and left the store, but noticed that the other's face was still red and a little angry. Just kidding. Really mad? No, it's just that the waiter looked at me that way. Lin Ruwashi was angry, but not much, more embarrassed. Rockwind tossed his mouth, didn't say anything. Start looking at your system panel. The 4 attribute points gained just now, and the reward, actually, was still a name table redemption card. Attribute points. Luo Feng continued to accumulate, and the name table redemption card, himself, clicked directly to use it. Luo Feng, where are we going now? Walking around aimlessly wasn't an option, so Lin Ruwashi opened her mouth and asked, hold on, I'll get it. Luo Feng was about to answer, but the phone rang. Oh, yes, we're in the neighborhood now, come right over. Luo Feng nodded his head while speaking and hung up the phone before saying, let's go to the Jinmao Fashion and Lifestyle Center over there. The watch I ordered has arrived. In that case, I won't go, right? Lin Ruwashi said tentatively. Come along, I forgot. I'm missing a little surprise for you. You're very good at running away from me. Seeing Luo Feng speak in that tone, Lin Ruwashi rolled her eyes. You made me, but the fact is you won. Well then, don't say it was a surprise for you to give me a watch. Watches don't come cheap for a young master like you, do they? Don't worry, it's my own. Luo Feng laughed and even dusted towards her little head. What are you thinking about? My one is very expensive. Oh, let's go then. Lin Ruwashi still nodded. Soon, the two then stepped into the Audi R8. As if it was the first time she had ever seen a luxury car of this caliber, she surveyed it curiously. I've heard that female passengers on the passenger side tend to get hot. Are you hot? Luo Feng thought of a certain female loser and opened his mouth to snicker. No, I don't think so. The air conditioning is on fine. Luo Feng smiled without saying anything. It looked quite pure. Really picked up the treasure. Didn't say anything. It's headed straight for the Jinmao Fashion and Lifestyle Center. The distance is not far. Luo Feng actually does not need to drive, but also have to take the car away, is not it? 47. Why don't we start by falling in love? Goddess? Come to Jinmao Fashion Life Center. Luo Feng parked his car. Straight away, he took Lin Ruwashi, and together they went to a specialized Patek Philippe store. Mr. Luo, welcome again to Patek Philippe. Seeing one of the store's managers walking over and recognizing himself, Luo Feng was first very confused, but on second thought, it should be arranged by the system. After all, redeeming the watch is still a customized version. That would require Luo Feng to customize it himself. Did my customized wristwatch arrive? After Luo Feng thought it over, he smiled faintly and shook the other party's hand. It's already here, Mr. Lo. It's in the warehouse now, just waiting for you to wear it. That manager said with a smile, and kept glancing at Lin Ruwashi's figure. This young lady, did you and her just come back from exercising? What are you talking about? Lin Ruwashi got a little shy and angry all of a sudden. Who sports with this guy? And Luo Feng touched his nose and laughed. Indeed, I just came back from running in the park, and I changed my clothes instead. Tell you what, go to the mall and pick out an outfit for her to come over. The manager said. Yes, no problem, Mr. Luo. You guys rest first. I'm so sorry. Misunderstood. When Lin Ruwashi saw that people meant this, she apologized repeatedly, but the manager smiled and excused herself. Just got back from a workout. Damn you, can you say running back? Harmed himself by misunderstanding something, but it's like the other guy doesn't know he's running, he just knows it looks like he just exercised. Well, you didn't mean it, so why think so much? Drink tea. Drink tea. Luo Feng and Lin Ruwashi sat on the leather upper hair in the lounge area, and the salesman brought up a cup of tea, and a cup of juice. First came Daryl Lin's clothes. The manager wasn't cheap and bought a $1.200 colorful dress. Lin Ruwashi took a brief shower at the store, put on some pretty clothes and walked over. Just arrived though. Lo Feng's wristwatch was then delivered from the warehouse. As soon as the salesman opened that box, a beautiful wristwatch in platinum lay silently inside. It's beautiful. When Lin Ruwashi saw the watch, she was instantly attracted by the starry sky and dome pattern on it. That's an expensive watch, isn't it? She couldn't help but rub her half-dried hair while she asked. The attendant was slightly stunned. Ms. Lin, this watch is from our Patek Philippe's Complication series, and the arrival price is 3.2 million yuan. Hiss. Lin Ruwashi sucked in a breath of cold air. This watch, it was actually almost twice as expensive as the one Luo Feng was wearing. That's almost enough money to buy a low-priced Ferrari. In the beginning, Lin Ruwashi knew that Luo Feng's watch would not be cheap, at least $1 million bottom. But I did not expect that it was actually 3.2 million yuan? It looks like you like it? Luo Feng laughed. Like is like. How can you not like it when it's so pretty? It was because she knew it was a male model that Lin Ruwashi answered like this. If it was a female model and the other party asked this, she would have answered in a different way. She didn't want the other woman to get the wrong idea that she was asking for a watch. She really didn't. She just wanted a simple relationship and didn't want to get too involved. I think it's okay. It's worth every penny. Luo Feng laughed. Not bad. Lin Ruwashi inwardly rolled her eyes, showered with scalps by the other party's words. Is this the world of God's men? Got the watch exchanged for the redemption card and the person didn't ask about the final payment. It means that the system has already delivered all the money when ordering the watch. Meanwhile, the owner of Patek Philippe picked out some gift bags to come up. This comes with the purchase of the watch. 3 straps, 2 in leather and the other in platinum. On top of that, there was a box of expensive tea. While Luo Feng and the manager were in the middle of a conversation, Lin Ruwashi was being lulled by the female manager to go over to the counter to look at her watch. Luo Feng collected the gifts and walked over. Which one do you have your eye on? No, I said not to buy. This lady manager lady said it can also look. Lin Ruwashi's innocent eyes, very pure. If it wasn't for the fact that she could see the other party's list of desires, such behavior, it would be a setup for Luo Feng to buy her a watch. Ms. Lin thinks this watch is good, and she was praising it hard just now. The female manager was also not a good person. Knowing that Luo Feng had money, she took advantage of the opportunity and started to set up. Luo Feng looked at it. It was a white gold and diamonds ladies' watch. Girls like shiny diamonds. It's good, but it's over $180. 000. Chen Ruwashi deflated her mouth. Such a watch, even if 30,000 monthly salary up, also half a year to purchase. Miss, you are too modest. Your boyfriend is so rich. A watch is not casual? The manageress is latching on again. To be honest, Luo Feng was a bit upset. Although he was not bad, he could not look at the other side of the mouth. But just at this moment, Luo Feng suddenly saw that Lin Ruwashi's first desire was, 1. It would be nice if I could wear the watch on my hand. I really like it, but it has to be on my own. This desire, Luo Feng is a bit powerless to spit together. His own out to buy her? Not good enough? After thinking about it, Luo Feng felt out his cell phone and sent a text message to that manager. Think of a way to give this watch to my girlfriend. See this message. That manager is first stunned, and then also understand. Rich second generation. Send some girls gifts. Must play some means. After all, not every woman is a gold-digging woman. Shenna, you go over there first. I'll talk here. Brother Peng. That female manager was a bit unconvinced, but in the way of the other party being the main manager and herself just the deputy, she stomped her foot and left. She was well aware that the guy was almost going to buy the girl a wristwatch when she was so set up. A $180,000 watch. Smoking Chang is a couple thousand. Ms. Lin, in fact, if you like this watch, you can do our store's internal activities. Internal activities? What do you mean? Lin Ruwashi blinked blankly. It's easy, just wear the watch and let 100,000 golds know about it. Then the watch is yours. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng was really going to die laughing. This manager could really make things up. It can be like this? Lin Ruwashi looked like a dumb chicken. A watch of $180,000 can be obtained just like this? Yes. Internal activities. In fact, our store will also invite some circle of thousands of gold. Wear our table, and then you can attract thousands of gold to buy. Miss, you just need to wear her. Go to more high-end places to card. Shoot video to us to verify. It's done. But me? Where do I know so many Qinjin? Lin Ruwashi immediately shook her head. Isn't there me? Luo Feng patted his chest furtively. What? If you want the watch, just take it. I'll help you finish the job then. Luo Feng knocked on the glass. Take it out and give it to her. Don't worry. I'm here. Luo Feng comforted. The big deal is that if we can't complete the mission, we'll return it to him. Then, well then, let's work together to complete the mission. Lin Ruoshi herself liked the watch, and with such a good thing, she nodded her head and agreed. With that, Luo Feng also threw the manager a nod of approval. 10 minutes later, the desired watch appeared on both hands, and Lin Ruoshi walked and looked at it at the same time, like a child acquiring a beloved toy. Instead of getting into the car, the two men stood by it for a while. Luo Feng, I always feel that such an activity is not very reliable. Is it you? Ah, what are you thinking? I'm going to give you a gift. I'm not just going to do it. Is it that much trouble? You know, my little surprise for you is this, because I heard that there are tasks over here to make girls promote their watches. Luo Feng immediately began to explain. Seriously, if you have to buy it for me, I don't want it. This money, doesn't it smell good to keep it for crayfish? Lin Ruoshi looked at the other party suspiciously. Don't worry, this activity is real and effective. I'll help you fulfill the task of going to the luxury consumption area to punch the card in the future. Luo Feng said affirmatively, then, snickered. What? You haven't even gotten together yet, and you're starting to save your boyfriend money? Marrying a great beauty like you, that's a great deal. Hey, who's marrying you? You're not even in love? Just want to marry me? Lin Ruoshi wasn't someone who couldn't take a joke, and had always liked to joke. It was just that she was more nervous about facing Luo Feng today, much more nervous than last time. Oh, listening to you, do you want us to try to have a relationship first? Luo Feng stopped and asked with a raised eyebrow. 48, reward opens. Hundreds of millions of mansions. Ha, really? Lin Ruoshi was a little excited inside, but in the next moment, realized that she was impulsive. Of course it's true. Luo Feng nodded. Think beautiful, chasing my crayfish people, can be lined up from the magic city to Hangzhou? You well, still far away. Slowly line up forget. She immediately changed her words to hide her embarrassment. After all, a question like that, asking directly if it was true or false, her own mind, would be too obvious. Is it far? So is this close? After Luo Feng finished speaking, one hand suddenly wrapped around her thin, soft waist, while the other hand, pressed against the car door. Wallet plus waist reveal. She was completely backed up. Luo Feng. Lin Ruoshi's heart was beating like a numbness at the moment. She didn't know what to say at all. Her head was all blank. Ha ha ha, what are you nervous about? Just kidding with you. Not teasing you. Luo Feng laughed at this time, immediately retracted the hand on the thin waist. It was really good. Thin and soft little savage waist. Although the girl would like to be your girlfriend, but it does not mean that you open up the other party to say yes. They are very reserved. There must be a suitable opportunity. You guys, Lin Ruoshi was furious for a moment, causing her heart to pound. And now this. Took 2 hard breaths. So close, almost didn't resist. You guys, isn't it good to hold out a little longer? Are you that unattractive? You're actually kidding? Hey, crayfish, are you really angry? Luo Feng had just heard it. It seemed like she called herself a crayfish. It should be a nickname given by someone. After all, she quite likes to eat. What do you say, Audi Tycoon? Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes towards him. And don't you call me a crayfish. Okay, that's what my girlfriends call me. Crawfish, 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 crawfish today. It's on you. You can't renege on a deal. Let's go to Aroma Bar Island Lobster for. Luo Feng's tone like that of a child once again infuriated the other party. What? Going to this one? What else? This is the only place around here that has good crawfish, right? That works. Lin Ruoshi really didn't think that the other party thought with herself and agreed without hesitation. And it was emphasized that it was her treat. But just at this time, Lin Ruoshi suddenly saw someone who was very annoying to her. Daryl. You. This was a girl who looked like her face was approaching that of a goddess, dressed gaudily. Suli, this is your Daryl's boyfriend. Hello. Seeing the other party's tit-for-tat eyes, Luo Feng wasn't a fool and immediately took the initiative to admit it. As for Lin Ruoshi, she actually took Luo Feng's arm in her hand. She also had to palpitate. Luo Feng knows too much. Reading minds? In front of this woman. Admitting to being her boyfriend really smelled better than giving her $1 million. This woman, a next-door neighbor in her old neighborhood, has found a 40-year-old rich guy and doesn't know how much she's showing off. The family also had friction with the other family because of the land matter. And the follow-up, although polite, has long been no one's favorite. One can vow to live better than her. Ha, a boyfriend. Ha, quite good. Hello sir. Suli looked at the Audi R8 behind Luo Feng, somewhat unconvinced, and turned around. Honey, this girl is my old, next door neighbor, Lin Ruwashi. Hello Ms. Lin. Hello sir, what's your name? The man was called Li Shibing. He saw that Luo Feng had a good temperament and wanted to get to know him. Luo Feng didn't give the other party much face. Honey, let's go home. Suli looked at Luo Feng. Daryl, your boyfriend is shopping over here. Does his family live in Lujiazui? After all, her husband has a house in Lujiazui. And deliberately asked. 1. Looking for a boyfriend who lives in Lujiazui. Suddenly, this desire of Lin Ruwashi came first. Luo Feng remembered that the first time he saw her, it seemed like this desire was the position of a dozen. Was wondering at the time, why does it have to be Lujiazui? So this woman's husband lives here? Mansion designated redemption card, monthly card, direct redemption of a house in Townsend for me. In Luo Feng's backpack, the reward from last time had not yet been opened. This designation of 2 words, that's just optional. He himself had been thinking about the fact that he lived in Mordor, either in Townsend or one on the Bund, and Noble Garden. These were the things that Luo Feng hesitated to do, but today, the decisive choice was the Townsend. But it's only a monthly card for a month. But don't worry, there's another card in the backpack. Yeah, in Lujiazui. Luo Feng nodded without hesitation. Oh, Lujiazui? Really? We are also in the neighborhood. We can contact each other often in the future. Suli was smiling on her face, but in her heart she was this Lin Ruwashi actually found such a rich boyfriend. Right, I have to move after we eat, so let's go there together later? Luo Feng finished speaking and looked towards Lin Ruwashi. You're moving? Lin Ruwashi was stunned. Yeah, I didn't like the place I was living in before, so I'm planning to change places. Luo Feng pointed towards the opposite building. Right over there. Townsend? After all, this place is also quite close to Thompson. Suli directly surprised out. Yeah, it's relatively nice if the house is over there, and my purchase contract is still in the glove box. Luo Feng had received a prompt from the system. Your own purchase contract and all that. All done. When Lin Ruwashi saw this, she saw that there was indeed a document in a storage box in front of the passenger seat. So how come she didn't notice it just now? What number is it? When the time comes, we'll have a string or something? It's the same hometown as your girlfriend. Luo Feng of course knew what Suli meant, and slapped his head. I even still forgot what number it was. With that, I picked up the purchase contract, and 3 keys, just flipped over the contract and read it. It's the 12th floor, 49, to be a Thompson hostess? It is indeed a house in Townsend. The man pulled Suli and whispered, don't be a clown here. Hurry up and leave. That set of houses of others is hundreds of millions. It's the same Lujiazui, but there's still a difference in the price of the listings. Okay. They live, and can only barely squeeze in this threshold. Well then, Daryl, stop by sometime. With a smile on her face that was more embarrassing than embarrassing her mom, Suli took his old ugly boyfriend and left the place. Do you really have a house in Townsend? Lin Ruwashi said excitedly. Yes, I heard that the house over there is good, so I bought it, but I prefer the villa garden. A few thousand square feet of the kind of space. Comfortable. But well, the magic city like that housing is not easy to find. Then say it. This Townsend is already good enough. What else do you want? Lin Ruwashi rolled her eyes. The rich man's world is really something she can't understand. The two hadn't eaten breakfast during the lunch hour, and now their stomachs were starving early. Quickly getting into the car, Lo Feng began to check the location locator of the lobster of Kampa Island. I think this is the one. There are so many names I'm afraid I'm going to the wrong one. You and I. We're kind of really connected, and I really like crawfish, too. Luo Feng held the cell phone while speaking, and could only notice that the other party's expression was slightly stunned. Lin Daryl knew very well that if he didn't genuinely like crayfish, it's impossible to find this granddaddy of all granddaddy lobster joints. Shamba Island lobster. A strange color was projected in his eyes looking at this Luo Feng. Hey, big beauty, looking at me with such eyes, seducing people? Luo Feng looked at her pretty face and also sneered. Who seduced you? I'm hungry. Hurry up and go. This young lady is treating me. Opportunities don't come around often. Lin Ruwashi came back to her senses and said in a good-natured manner. Okay, big beautiful girl's treat. I won't go home without eating vomit today. Luo Feng said smilingly and started the car. Just now. Thank you just now. After a few minutes of silence while the car was traveling, Lin Ruwashi finally spoke. What? It's the boyfriend thing. That woman, from my hometown, and my family don't get along. Soon, Lin Ruwashi talked about those trivial matters with Suli's family. Luo Feng didn't really care to listen. In a word, a climbing mind. But Daryl Lin obviously doesn't want to pay attention to the other side. But people are going to hit you. Do not say that there is friction, neighbors. Even if the relationship is good relatives, That you are good. People's eyes red. You are not good. People taunt you. Look down on you. Too normal. Soon, the two people came here. At noon this store was crowded. It was hard to find an empty seat. The two people quickly sat down. Immediately afterward, the waiter brought over the menu and Luo Feng began to order. You ordered almost the signature dish of the house? After looking at what Luo Feng ordered, Lin Ruoshi had nothing to add at all. Or what? I can often come here. You think you can't eat such crayfish just because you have money? Luo Feng said in a nonchalant manner, but in his heart he snickered. Didn't he follow your list of desires? You're such a guy. So good for boyfriend talk. I don't know why, but Lin Ruoshi came up with this sentence. Ha, may I? Of course not. Lin Ruoshi was mischievous. Being suitable for a boyfriend doesn't have to be a real boyfriend, does it? That's true. Then why do you think I'm suitable? Luo Feng asked rhetorically. Because the Antarctic glaciers are melting and it's all your pot. Think I'm warm? Luo Feng grinned. Pretty much. And on top of that, you and I kind of stink. It's not snail powder. How do you describe you? Luo Feng deflated his mouth. The two chatted casually, and in no time at all, the sizzling crayfish was on the table. Lin Ruoshi smiled and handed over gloves to Luo Feng. Hurry up. I eat crawfish fast. If I'm slow, there won't be any left later. Lin Ruoshi then immediately transformed into a hungry ghost cast. A lady or something? What does it have to do with yourself? In about half an hour, the two of them had eaten an eighth of their fill as well. Taking advantage of the break, Lin Ruoshi took the initiative to ask, Hey, Luo Feng, are you going to move later? It's past 1 p.m. now. I'm going to check out the new house before I move my stuff over. The house Luo Feng originally lived in, outside the campus, was 2,000 a month, not very expensive, but not cheap either. After all, the rent on the campus side of the house is not really that high. A college student who can rent an off-campus apartment and live in it for 2,000 a month is definitely supported by his family. Where else would a college student make $2,000? Why don't you wait a while? I'll send you back first? Luo Feng thought about it and deliberately said, moving will be another day. Lin Ruoshi pursed her red lips and said somewhat unconvincingly, Hey, you people, there won't be a female looking for you, right? Just going to drive me away? Ha ha, how come? Aren't you worried that something happened to you? In that case, let's go together. Luo Feng of course wanted to test how his position in the other party is nowadays. It seems can't be wrong, doesn't want to leave himself at all. Of course nothing's going on, and without further ado, the gym is closed today. To be honest, if it wasn't for running and meeting Luo Feng, she might have spent the rest of the day at home watching TV and swiping short videos. Then when you're hungry, you order crawfish for dinner. Lin Ruoshi pouted. Take me to see your house. Haven't seen any houses in Townsend yet? How about being the hostess of a soup kitchen again by the way? Luo Feng said. What? Can I interpret that as confessing to me? Lin Ruoshi revealed a winking smile. But it's not okay to confess in a place like this. At least be romantic to be sincere. Lin Ruoshi joking tone to. Romance or something, doesn't it come with the territory? Luo Feng laughed, picked up his chopsticks and made a heart shape. Doesn't it come with the territory? How about it? Romantic? Lin Ruoshi was also amused, her flowery branches trembling. This confession of yours is too straight. Will you be able to chase girls in the future? There's no need to chase it's not enough to chase you. Luo Feng made a wink with his eyes. Thinking of you. What a stinker. Lin Ruoshi blanked. I'm going to check out. If you're moving today, I'll help you along. Two people have to be quick. Thanks girlfriend then. What's all the yelling about? I didn't say yes. Lin Ruoshi grunted and headed towards the front desk to pay the bill. The two of them didn't eat much, totaling $400, which she could naturally afford with some money in her kitty. Soon the two left the lobster store. Thompson is on the opposite bank of the Huangpu River. About half an hour. Finally. 50, I can't. I'm afraid I'll get pregnant. Luo Feng drove his car and came to the east gate side of Townsend's. After the security guard made some inquiries, Luo Feng gave the purchase contract and entered smoothly. It was determined that Luo Feng was the new owner, and also helped Luo Feng's luxury car. Enter the vehicle information. I have to say, security-wise, it's still a great place, but then Lofeng is just a monthly card. To renew the cup, you have to follow up with a monthly mansion card to do so. Good thing there's another one, but to have it all the time, you have to make good money and fulfill the goddess's desires properly. Thompson, a total of 4 buildings, on the map, presents a U-shape, 44 floors high, always makes people feel magnificent. The suite that Luo Feng had obtained was on the 12th floor, and the two of them took the elevator and arrived quickly. The first thing you see when you enter the 12th floor is a grand entrance door made of rhinestone carved bronze. After opening it with the key, The foyer is a picket hall. The whole room is decorated in a luxurious European style, and the area is still very large. The height of the living room in particular gave Lin Ruwashi the feeling that it was like 7 or 8 meters. Luo Feng, this house of yours is also too big. Lin Ruwashi marveled in awe. Her dream was to have a house in Magic City, but she couldn't even think of such a house. To be honest, she actually didn't know what Luo Feng really thought in his heart. If she really liked herself, she would have agreed to some of those jokes just now, and worried that Luo Feng was merely playing around. That's why it's a crazy walk and pull. It's just over 400 square feet in total. Can it not be big? Luo Feng laughed. Wow, over 400 square feet? Lin Ruwashi almost fainted. She can buy a 70 square meters in Magic City. It's a lifetime wish, not to mention more than 400 square meters. Or Luji Azui? Anyway, Luo Feng was too suitable to be his boyfriend. If he really likes himself, in the future, if you marry, even if you are looked down upon by his parents every day, it will be worth it for yourself. Fitness a hobby and strong. All you eat is crawfish. A house in Luji Azui, a dream of my own. It fits too well. The 3 views are still so consistent. Talking and chatting can be Kadeo itself. Compared to this one of yours, my rented house is a pigsty. Then you're a little piggy? Luo Feng joked. So don't marry me, it's a consanguineous marriage. Luo Feng didn't react for a moment and quickly popped over with a brainbuster. Dare to call me a pig, huh? Lin Ruwashi ate the pain, but still smiled dementedly. So, for the baby's sake, don't marry me. She also tries frantically. Both pigs, that's quite a perfect match. The 2 men joked and laughed as they continued to tour the house. It's a duplex. The second floor is housing. Divided into the master suite, there is also a nanny suite and 2 guest bedrooms. The master suite has the largest bedroom in the entire house with an ensuite bathroom that is all of 40 plus square feet with spa features. Standing on the balcony, you can directly look out over the Huangpu River, which is very refreshing and honorable. It's so luxurious. It's kind of hard to leave here. Lin Ruwashi began to test the waters once again, but said with all sincerity, a house here that can be worth hundreds of millions of dollars is really worth every penny. This is very simple. Become the mistress of the house and you won't have to leave. Luo Feng sat on the Simmons in the master bedroom and opened his mouth to laugh. Lin Ruwashi, on the other hand, put on a pitiful look, bent over slightly, looked straight at Luo Feng, and said adorably, then can we be the mistress first, and then the girlfriend? Although you look beautiful, you can't think beautifully. Luo Feng rolled his eyes and pulled the other party into his arms in a flash. Stop it. It's broad daylight. What are you doing? Lin Ruwashi was startled, thinking that Luo Feng was going to do something bad. But girls actually like it when guys move their hands. They're just not good at initiating it. Moreover, Luo Feng could see the other party's desire and it was clear that the other party had himself in his heart. Be bold when you have your own situation. So, in that case, the night is fine? Luo Feng snuggled a little tighter. Lin Ruwashi was a little shy. No, really not. Just that ended. I don't want to carry a small baby. Luo Feng is a little disappointed in his heart. This beauty is in his arms, but he cannot eat. Why? Isn't that disappointing? I'm not a monk in a temple. Such a beautiful big beauty. Who normal man can stand it? Luo Feng said breathlessly. You deserve it. Who asked you to be so impure? Only known 2 days just. How do you want to progress so fast? What a beautiful thought. Lin Ruwashi tried again. To be honest, she couldn't see through whether Luo Feng was sincere or false to her, but there was an urge to be with each other, even if it was fake. Also, the 2 really got to know each other too quickly and really didn't know each other very well. One could never have dreamed that one would have the urge to be with the other person very much in 2 days' time. Is the other guy rich? Maybe, but there had been rich kids who had pursued them before. Not as luxurious as him, but not bad either, right? Handsome? Not really. Luo Feng is just as durable. Not really a handsome guy. All in all, every minute with her felt happy and soothing. It's not too much of a stretch to say that the Antarctic glaciers are melting and he's warming them up. And it's just the right amount of warmth. Warm to the core. So right on the money every time. Don't hold me. Let go. It's not like we're boyfriend and girlfriend. What's going on here? Lin Ruwashi still held herself up, didn't fall in, and changed the subject. There seems to be wine on the first floor. I'll go get a bottle? And such a good thing? Decoration with a gift of wine? Luo Feng really didn't pay attention, but when he thought about it carefully, in such an expensive house, the wine cabinet doesn't only have wine. In the refrigerator, meat, vegetables, beverages, it's estimated that nothing is bad. I saw it. You wait. Lin Ruwashi gave a charming smile and then walked towards the stairs. This woman, testing me to see if I'm going to have that her when I'm drunk? It's really bloody. Luo Feng didn't know what to say. If he had sworn a poisonous oath to be good to her for the rest of his life, not to play with her feelings, he would probably have that her today. But one doesn't actually know how one feels about her. Exactly. You say you love her. No way. Like it, that's for sure. This woman is really quite nice. Thinking about what? But just at this time, Lin Ruwashi brought up a bottle of red wine, and 2 highball glasses, corkscrews, and so on. Of course it's nonsense. Luo Feng hemmed and hawed. It can't be that you're still thinking about what just happened, right? What a LSP then. Lin Ruwashi didn't have the heart to say. Luo Feng didn't answer anything and poured 2 glasses of wine, so he wrapped his arms around the other party's thin waist, then looked at the river outside. Say it again. Say it again. I can really make you pregnant with a baby. Believe it or not? How dare you? Why don't I walk you in after you get cool? Rewarded with a silver bracelet? That ruthless? Luo Feng pretended to be shocked. No. So hands off la. Lin Ruwashi rolled her eyes and gently lifted it off. Luo Feng didn't say anything and rubbed his nose and smiled. Girls are shy and reserved. And even if she wants to be your boyfriend inside, she won't necessarily show it too obviously. As long as the waist showing and hugging these actions, the other party is not angry. Then familiarize yourself with it again. And when the atmosphere arrives, it will be easy to take. 51, Gathering, School Flower by Ning Bing. Lin Ruwashi sends a voice note. I've come upstairs. Why are you still downstairs without leaving? In the afternoon, Luo Feng was in his mansion, once again using a 5-star chef's cooking card to make Lin Ruwashi's favorite spicy crawfish. The other side is almost bursting at the seams. Now at the point of 7:30, Luo Feng naturally sent her back to the rental house. What? Only a few minutes apart and you miss me? Since he knew the other party's thoughts, Luo Feng definitely had to tease them often. The hell I miss you. Just your own car, parked underneath, not drive away. Afraid that I can't let go, right? But tomorrow is going to work. I'm going to take an early rest. I can't go to the bar. You find another young lady to accompany you. Lin Ruwashi started her temptation again. Luo Feng, yes. Such a great beauty. How can you let go just like that? It's not even time for you to get pregnant with a little baby. Bad silver, knockout slash. Luo Feng, as for finding other young ladies or forget about it. The ones I wanted to ask out didn't. I'm not in the mood. I don't believe you don't have any other ladies, doghead. Luo Feng, there really isn't. Well, I'll drive off then. Luo Feng didn't drive away the first time. That's because in the university's group of classmates, someone sent a message about the gathering. Zhang Jiqing, everyone, the weekend went to a trip to Sanya to play. This time back, invited everyone to dinner, in the Pudong district of the Old Iron. Can come over, Li Gang, Brother Chang, I'll go. I'll take a taxi there, and come across the district. Lin Fan, I have to accompany my girlfriend for a morning run tomorrow, so I'd better forget about it. Liren, you're a fucking morning person, aren't you? He Tao, count me in. I'll do it. Li Lon, people are practicing in the morning and you want a threesome? He Tao, I'm going to the potluck. Zhang Jiqing at Bai Ning Bing, hey goddess, are you going? Luo Feng had just dived in to watch their chat. I thought it would be a simple meal, but seeing that this guy had invited Bai Ning Bing, then this party was definitely a drunken party. The person Zhang Jiqing wanted to invite was Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing at hey, Luo Feng, are you going or not? Luo Feng, who had been just peeking at their chat all along, was suddenly ate by Bai Ningbing. Luo Feng was a bit surprised, although the original owner of the body had also pursued Bai Ningbing in the past, but it didn't work. It wasn't exactly the kind of pursuit that was too blunt to say out loud, but the other person knew what it meant. But the original owner of the body quickly gave up because Bai Ningbing was the absolute school flower of Jiangnan University. It's not much money, but it's definitely not grassroots. And Su Meiji? The original owner has always thought that it is a due periphery. The family certainly does not have much money, but also want to catch up to the hand. Every day to carry a little bit of that long legs. After all, this woman, but also the junior practice dance sister, know all, completely on the Simmons on the special thing. But he didn't even know until he was replaced by Luo Feng's soul that Su Meiji's family was actually quite rich. Hey, goddess, all of a sudden, you're hitting on me? I'm a little flattered. Ha? Luo Feng didn't reply to the message in the group, but directly sent it privately. After all, after the original owner of the body gave up pursuing the other, it's almost as if the two of them don't talk much anymore. What? Can't I discuss stock market information with you? Crap. When Luo Feng heard this, he realized it. Dare this woman. Should be from somewhere. No, their stock market earned 5 million. After all, Luo Feng and Su Xiaoyuan said what they said. The money to buy the watch is what the stock market earns. That's certainly no problem. I'll see you at the hotel later. Luo Feng thought about it for a while, but decided to go over and take a look. After all, a beauty of Bai Ningbing's level is definitely a goddess with more than 95 points. Since people have taken the initiative to invite, Luo Feng had even less reason to refuse. Zhang Jiqing at Luo Feng, hey, Luo Feng. Other goddesses seem to go only if you go to her. Come out and say something back. Our Luo Feng is so charming. Seeing the goddess Lafan, Zhang Jiqing was actually quite upset. The shades spoke up. Is the same classmate? Zhang Jiqing naturally know Luo Feng's family foundation, not just an executive father. Seeing this, Luo Feng sent a message in the group. At Bai Ningbing, since Big Boss Zhang has asked, I'll definitely go. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Only then did Luo Feng drive the Audi R8 to the hot pot restaurant that Zhang Jiqing had set up. These kinds of rich kids will certainly not treat themselves to places where they spend thousands of dollars per capita just for the sake of pretending, because they're all about the fine print. They wouldn't have much pocket money if they had to do this every day. Per capita here, it's just over 100. With a dozen students, spending over 1,000 is normal. There's no room in the parking lot. Is it okay to park here? Buzz off. Although Luo Feng's Audi R8 didn't have the roar of a sports car, the powerful waves of air weren't bad either. Upon arriving in front of the hot pot restaurant, I saw that the parking space was full. Luo Feng wanted to stop right at the gate. No. Yes sir, but if a car is going out later, you'll have to move it. Originally, the welcoming lady was going to say no, but suddenly I saw that this was no ordinary Audi. It's the Audi R8 with a landing price of $2.8 million. The words that came out of his mouth were swallowed in a flash. After all, it's also just a hot pot restaurant, and they don't dare to offend a rich second generation who drives a few $1 million of luxury cars. Okay, thanks, call me when someone moves the car later. Luo Feng said and directly took out $500 and gave it to the other party. After all, you can see her desire. It's like he's begging himself, a rich kid, for a tip or something. This amount of money Luo Feng is certainly not bad. It is considered a good karma. Luo Feng had just arrived at the entrance of the box. Everyone had already started eating. After all, he had come across the district and was definitely a bit late. Interested Luo Feng, at first glance, wanted to see this list of Xiqing's desires. If only Bai Ningbing were my girlfriend, I'd give her soup with my ribs. 2. Luo Feng, this kid, just don't come. It's annoying to see him. 3. I hope that the BMW X6, which I bought only today, can successfully send the goddess home. 4. Bai Ningbing, you drink more. Better get drunk to have a chance. The further down you look, Luo Feng was truly unable to watch. It's almost entirely about Bai Ningbing's desires. Several desires. Still hope that the white nimbus red lips, squatting or something. Anyway, Luo Feng was looking a bit manic. Your desire is so fucking awesome. You still want the schoolgirl to wear a maid to serve you? Luo Feng spat. Still, after standing in the doorway for a while, someone spotted him. Hey, Luo Feng, why are you standing at the door? Why don't you come in? A nice female voice rang through the box crowd. Luo Feng shot a look at a pretty girl wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. That white flowery long legs simply let people move their eyes. Plump and incomparable. It is no wonder that Zhang Jiqing has such a desire. Who wouldn't want to carry this leg? Moreover, this girl smiled with special innocence, so it was not easy to make a commotion. Worthy of being the veritable school flower of Jiangnan University. Her face value was a bit higher than Su Meiji, but her body was similar. Both were tall and sexy in the front and back, but Luo Feng guessed that when that happened, there was definitely no Su Meiji burning. But who knows? There was no real one with Bai Ningbing either. Ding! Bai Ningbing, age, 19, face value, 96 points, body, 95 points, status, freshman at Jiangnan University, desire list. 1. Hope XX stock, don't fall again, lost me a small 10, 000 it. 2. Hey, new energy, can you give a shit? 3. Luo Feng, come quickly, we have nothing in common with these people. 4. At the end of this year, it would be good to make a little $500,000 in the stock market. Click to expand more desires. 52. The schoolgirl with the long legs, I'm out of people. Momka, most of this is about making money, yeah, typical little moneymaker. Luo Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Such a goddess. It's a bit hard to hold. The mind is all about making money. Don't you have some lower level desires? These desires of yours are too advanced, But, Luo Feng can be very clear that her desire to make money is to spend money. But unlike others, she's on her own. Here we go. Traffic. Luo Feng nodded and slowly walked into the box. Old Luo, you're not going to come all the way across the district just because you know Bai Ningbing is here, are you? Su Xiaoyuan immediately stood up and peeled Luo Feng's shoulders. Yes, the goddess is here. Not to mention across the district, even across the city. across the province, across the year, across time and space. I have to come, Luo Feng said smilingly, and when he looked at Bai Ningbing, he found that she rolled her big white eyes at him. Well, don't be poor. To really cross the province, you take a helicopter to not? Zhang Jicheng pretended to look like a joke. Change tomorrow. Call your dad. Get you a helicopter. If the goddess is willing, I'll smash the pot and get a helicopter without my dad. Luo Feng really didn't want this guy to talk. Not a bit of emotional intelligence. All wisecracks. It was disgusting to hear. Hey, Yang Dequan, give Luo Feng a seat. Zhang Jicheng shouted in this direction towards the door, not wanting Luo Feng to come in at all, because the position on his side was Bai Ningbing's position. It's fine. It's fine. Squeeze. A few beauties. Don't suggest I sit here, right? Luo Feng laughed. These three women at the door. One is Su Lily. One is Song Fan. And one is Li Shui. The three are good friends. Of course you can. But Luo Feng, you seem to have become more handsome? Su Lily looked towards Luo Feng. Her heart slightly moved. This guy is still really handsome somehow. Bai Ningbing's pretty face glanced this way, and at first glance just now, she hadn't seen it. But Luo Feng had just sat down. On Bai Ningbing's side, she walked over and spoke. Hey, Luo Feng, do you mind if I sit here? With Bai Ningbing's movements, the whole box, almost all of them, looked over. They didn't understand why Bai Ningbing suddenly treated Luo Feng so well. At least she was the famous school flower of Jiangnan University, right? Although Luo Feng's family has a bit of money, it's not so much that Bai Ningbing will just fall back on it. Luo Feng was a bit surprised, but when he thought of the contents of the other party's desire list, he was still relieved. Probably just don't have much to talk about with them. Want to talk to yourself? Of course there's no problem. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Something's wrong. Zhang Jicheng even took the initiative to climb into a conversation with Luo Feng after seeing Bai Ningbing sit over. There can be a lot of doubt inside. He also knew some news that Luo Feng had pursued Bai Ningbing, but she didn't give a damn about him. Does it? The two of them have progressed in their relationship? Or is it already good? Just thinking about this, Zhang Jicheng's heart was incomparably irritated. What a great body the schoolgirl has, and what charmingly long and slender legs. Is Luo Feng this guy going to enjoy it? Maybe it's already carried over. Stocks, you like to play with this stuff? As they chatted, Bai Ningbing really extended towards this convenient topic. Luo Feng hit a cold snort and hurriedly added all of the attribute points stocked over the past few days to the financial attributes. Name, Luo Feng. Face value, 80 plus 5. Health, 75 plus 5. Muscle tone, 89 plus 5. Fighting, strength 66. Agility, 58 plus 4. Endurance 61 plus 4. Professional knowledge, level 2 plus 1 in English. Level 3 in math. Level 2 plus 1 in finance. 10 attribute points. Can add 1 level. Skills, driving level 2, cooking level 1, piano level 1, dance level 1, trampoline vehicle skills level 0, traditional crafts level 5, cash, $22, 402, passive income, 40 cents per second, $34, 560 a day in jump money, financial expertise, from level 2 to level 3, though not to the level of any financial guru, but it's not going to be white. Luo Feng, which stocks do you think are suitable for long-term investment? Hey, Luo Feng, are you listening to me? Bai Ningbing looked at Luo Feng in a daze. Actually, Luo Feng was digesting those upgraded knowledge points. I'm listening. What stocks are suitable for long-term investment you say, right? Well, number 1 would be those high dividend paying bank stocks. Bank stocks? Yes, after all, in the domestic stock market, in its current form, the safest long-term investment targets are definitely bank stocks without a doubt. And the reason? Banks are generally not prone to collapse. It's perfectly fine to hold bank stocks for a long time and beat inflation, but I don't think it's for you. Why? Young people should struggle. Such low risk, low reward, surely not. Luo Feng at once spoke to Bai Ningbing's heart. She nodded. Indeed, such a stock is very stable. Long-term holding can definitely make money, but it is indeed too passionless. She then asked again, and what stocks, do you think, are making a lot of money these days? Cough cough cough. Luo Feng gently coughed and touched his nose. This question, it's not easy to answer. In case I say it's okay, and you really voted and still haven't bought it, won't I be harming you? Talk about it. I don't necessarily really buy it. Bai Ningbing is to discuss and learn from each other, but also because the other party made 5 million. Believe what he said, the stock goes up and up? If Luo Feng has this kind of ability, he would have been 10 billionaires and 100 billionaires long ago, right? It's not suitable to say now. Later when we go home. Let's say, I do have a stock. surely can make money. Luo Feng thought about it and said in a mysterious manner, surely you can make money? Don't lie. There's no such stock. Bai Ningbing pouted her lips and threw over a big blank stare of flavor. Wouldn't take this opportunity to want to send me home, would you? And, sister, I don't want to fall in love with you. Believe it or not, I was planning to invest $300,000 into it anyway. Luo Feng grunted. Even if I want to send you home, what's wrong with a big beautiful woman not giving a chance? And, doesn't necessarily send you home, you have to fall in love with you, right? What the hell logic? 53, stock market early breaking news card? Understand? $300,000? Bai Ningbing didn't pay attention to anything else either, and opened her mouth to say something, but didn't say anything, as if she was internally tangling. Immediately after that, she was undecided about whether to invest or not. Instead, he took a sip of his drink and then pulled away to talk about something else. But just at that moment, a classmate walked in from outside. This is the last student to arrive, probably due to some delays. Entering the door at the moment, his face was full of astonishment, and when he casually found a seat, he spoke in a high voice. Crap, big guy, guess what I just saw at the door? Audi R8, $1 million luxury car. Yet just like that, the car is still parked in front of the hot pot restaurant, blocking the front door of the house. Maybe this is a luxury car, so you can really do whatever you want. Zhang Jiqing saw Huan Lin once in the chatter. No good temper. Huan Lin, look at you excited. Not this luxury car, it. Some other day to take you to the impression of the city over there. The door is either a Ferrari or a Bentley. That's what it's called, bullet. Then you have to be able to afford it. My big boss Zhang, Huan Lin is not spoiled. His own passion to brag. This guy throws a pot of cold water. It sucks. Soon, Huan Lin took his cell phone and gave it to everyone to enjoy. Seems like a few pictures of the limo were taken on the way in just now. That guy Zhang Jiqing said on his lips that it wasn't as impressive as a Ferrari or Bentley, but he still came around. Is this car going to be $1 million? Audi is not that expensive, right? Su Lily ordinary family, do not understand at all. The impression that the Audi is only a few $100,000. This is an Audi R8, with a landing price of around $2.8 million. Zhang Jiqing cast a look of contempt towards Su Lily. $2.8 million? My goodness, that expensive? Zhang Jiqing hastened to pick up the conversation, showing his knowledge of luxury cars. That's not it. Audi R8, the engine, V10, 0-100 acceleration in seconds, the highest speed of 331 km/h, maximum horsepower 620 horses. Cannot expensive? It's worth every penny, right? Zhang Jiqing continued. Like this car, so many Ferraris and Lamborghinis look at it, are dry eyes, with the ability to chop cows and kill horses. Boss Zhang, what's the meaning of chopping off a cow and killing a horse? Zhang Jiqing smiled contemptuously. Ferrari is a horse. Lamborghini is a cow. This is chopping the cow and killing the horse. Ha ha ha, Big Boss Zhang is Big Boss Zhang. He can know some of everything. How does this car compare to your BMW X6? Zhang Jiji immediately became a bit embarrassed. That certainly can't be compared. But it's not even close, right? But this license plate is a bit interesting. Perhaps even more impressive than the car. Zhang Jiqing looked at the picture of the luxury car once again. Lu LF888. Bai Ningbing also looked over curiously, but then realized that Luo Feng was snickering, and instead looked at Luo Feng with some suspicion. LF888? Could it be Luo Feng 888? Bai Ningbing didn't know if she guessed correctly, but combined with Luo Feng's expression, it wasn't too far off. Did this guy make $5 million to pick up an Audi R8? LOL. One is relying on the $800,000 car the family bought. One is a $2.8 million luxury car made on his own speculation. What a world of difference. Thanks to this Zhang Jiqing, he's still bragging madly about this Audi R8 here. Such a top-class luxury car. If you are born without it, it's gone for life. Like us. Unless my old man's company earns a few $100 million at once. Don't think about it. Zhang Jiqing said helplessly before returning to his seat. It's not just a $3 million car. Why do you need your father to make $300 million to buy it for you? Zhang Jiqing laughed and said, brother, if your father made $1 million, could he buy you 100,000 or so car? I guess not. That's not it. The rich second generation to drive a few $1 million of cars. The family at least 10 billion to hit the bottom. Billions are possible. Zhang Jiqing did not have the good sense to say, if it's just tens of millions, just hundreds of millions of assets, can spend millions to buy you a car to play? You dream. Zhang Jiqing's meaning is very simple. The $800,000 car he drives is not false, but the family also has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. What about bragging in disguise? He's telling the truth though. It's hardly a bit of spare cash to be able to buy a multi-million-dollar car for your son. Not at birth. Not in this life? But what about people just buying their own? Of course Bai Ningbing wouldn't say this out loud. It was just an internal spat. Hey, sir, there's a car going out. Please move it. However, just at this time, the welcoming lady at the door just now came in with a smile on her face. Luo Feng stood up slightly. Okay, right over. Barely waiting for everyone to react, Luo Feng left the box. After a few seconds of silence in the box, He Wanlin was the first to say excitedly, crap, that car is actually Luo Feng's? Damn, yes, license plate LF888? Isn't that Luo Feng FAFAFA? Absolutely, what's wrong with that? I didn't tell you guys that Luo Feng recently made a few $1 million in stock speculation. Su Shaoyuan had just been wondering if that car was Luo Feng's. After all, looking at Luo Feng's expression wasn't right. Seeing this now, it's also solid. Made $5 million? Bought an Audi R8? Crap, the pinnacle of life. As everyone said that, they coincidentally looked towards Bai Ningbing, and now they seem to understand why Bai Ningbing was treating Luo Feng so well. Feelings of knowing something ahead of time? Of course, in the face of these people's strange gazes, Bai Ningbing didn't explain anything. Love how to think. She did not deliberately set close, just have the same interests. White Nimbus to find a classmate with a topic of conversation. A few moments later, Luo Feng returned to the box and realized that many girls, their eyes blazed at him. Luo Feng, so the $2.8 million luxury car that everyone keeps bragging about is yours? Su Lily couldn't help but ask. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. A $2.8 million luxury car? Su Lily questioned again. It's not really that much. The bare bones price is about $2.3 million, and the purchase tax, insurance, and all sorts of other things come out to a little over $2.71 million. Is there a difference? Su Lily rolled her eyes, but it was just $90,000. Of course there is a difference. $90,000 is still quite a lot. Luo Feng smiled. This $90,000, jumping the money card by himself. It would take 2 or 3 days to jump out. You don't keep some for investment. You buy all cars? Bai Ningbing did feel a little bit like Luo Feng was floating. Doing business, the cards have to hold up not. Just this car also brought me a small income. Luo Feng can see the other party's list of desires. Naturally do not want the other party to think that he is a flamboyant man who loves to pretend. Small income? What small income? I'll tell you later. Luo Feng didn't find an excuse to prevaricate for the moment. Soon, the party, too, was nearing its end amidst much talk. Zhang Zhixing was hesitating for a long time before he stood up. Fellow student Bai Ningbing, it's not too early now. My home is not far from yours. Why don't I send you home? For the sake of the goddess, he couldn't care less. There's no chance if you don't fight for it. And as things stand now, if Bai Ningbing follows Luo Feng home, then everyone will say she's a gold digger, and that people follow her when she has an Audi luxury car. Great opportunity for yourself now. Such a long-legged goddess, to be able to marry home, can be their own lifelong forbidden. 54, really touch the leg to kill? How does it feel? No need. Bai Ningbing refused without even thinking. I still have some things to do with Luo Feng, so he can send me home. Then, that's good. Zhang Zhiqing's face instantly darkened. He really hated to find a crack in the ground to drill in. He could anticipate that the schoolgirl would refuse, but he didn't think that the refusal would be so dry. And he also chose Luo Feng's luxury car? Isn't she afraid of being talked down to? Then, Mr. Luo Feng, let's go. Good. Luo Feng stood up. It's almost time. Classmate Bai Ningbing and I will leave first. Everyone take your time. Luo Feng of course knew that it was the stock he had just talked about, and the schoolgirl was a little heartbroken. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked universal condemnation and offered to let Luo Feng send her home. After all, Luo Feng had just bought a luxury car, and the girl stuck it on. I don't know how many people are going to chew the cud tomorrow. Almost done. Break it up. We've got work to do tomorrow. The goddesses are gone. It's no fun. Pity. Big Boss Yang just bought an $800,000 BMW luxury car. Several boys lost the light in their eyes when Bai Ningbing left. The hustle and bustle then left the hot pot restaurant. As for Zhang Zhicheng, he must have suffocated to pay to go. And this time, he just brought up a decent BMW car, and asked everyone to come out to eat, and the purpose is Bai Ningbing. Even so, Zhang Zhicheng imagined the passenger side of the car touching the legs to kill, and then apologize or something to increase the feelings. But halfway through, he was cut off by this guy Luo Feng. Buckle up and get going. Luo Feng started the car and drove away from the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. After half a moment of silence in the car, Luo Feng took the initiative and said, "Aren't you afraid that people will say something nonsense? Screw them. Bai Ningbing naturally knew what Luo Feng meant. Yeah, it's all about being able to make money, but everything else can be afloat. Luo Feng so mentioned. Obviously she came to be interested. Said, hey, you just said the stock. Take your cell phone out. Luo Feng nodded. Oh. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing immediately opened the speculation platform. Find a stock ticker symbol, 300, of a stock. See for yourself first. Luo Feng smiled faintly. One of the rewards in your own backpack is, of course, the stock market early breaking news card. This thing, be able to know in advance on the stock, any information about tomorrow's rise or fall, and choose the one stock that rises the most. However, users can only earn up to $1 million. You can bring other people in to make money, but the total amount is only $1 million. This thing, it's really just $1 million cash card. Not much fun, but when you meet Bai Ningbing, not only can you make money, but you can also have a little pretense. SciTech? Or the stock that goes public tomorrow? This thing? It's a big drop. Bai Ningbing is not a white person anymore. She knows very well that there is a difference between the Science and Technology Board and ordinary stocks. There is no upward or downward limit for the first 5 trading days, including the first day, after listing on the KTC, and after 5 trading days, the upward or downward limit is 20%. In other words, this is the kind of stock that is high risk and high yield. Yeah, shouldn't young people put up a fight? When Luo Feng arrived at the place, he parked the car and looked towards the plump long legs. Seriously, she knows her strengths and her legs are really unbeatable. Little denim hot pants. Even without the stockings, the skin is really good to the point of exploding. Still, Luo Feng was looking forward to the fact that the legs would be perfect with black silk. What are you looking at? Bai Ningbing blanked out when she realized that this guy's eyes were not right. Of course, look at the good-looking things. Who asked you to be so pretty? Luo Feng didn't have the good sense to say. Then blame me? Bai Ningbing was really speechless and glanced at her. Haven't you seen enough? Are you planning to touch it? Oh, may I? What do you say? Bai Ningbing looked at him with a smirk. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng laughed without saying anything. Coward. Wouldn't even dare to give you a touch. Bai Ningbing despised a glance. Crap. Luo Feng looked at her with that look in his eyes and instantly became angry. Who wouldn't dare? Said, just reach out and fish for it. You. Bai Ningbing didn't react straight away. Then with an airy grunt and in a joking tone. What? How does it feel? Quite tight. Luo Feng replied honestly. So want to experience it again? No. Once. I'll strangle you, this guy. Bai Ningbing reached out and pinched it once. Hey, goddess. Stop. Wrong. You want to hear about stocks? Rockwind ate the pain. But the heart is also beautiful. It's not a bad wave even if you choke it out. Thinking about it, Xiao Yan didn't just touch Medusa's crag. It was just thrown right out. Luo Feng, this is considered good. Stock? Seeing this, she stopped anyway. Yeah, I was going to invest $300, 000 in this stock anyway. You watch. I can pre-pitch. Saying that, Luo Feng even shook his cell phone towards the other party. This stock is going to come in at over 300% tomorrow. Simply storming. If Lofeng is 300, 000, it becomes 900, 000. Really voted? You're taking too much of a risk, aren't you? Sayana brother, Bai Ningbing said in surprise. Auntie, as the old saying goes, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you have high returns without taking risks? Luo Feng didn't have the good sense to say. What the hell? Auntie? Are you crazy? Bai Ningbing said in disbelief. You can call me brother. I can't call you auntie. Luo Feng squinted at her invincibility. The big one shouts auntie. The flat one, Miss Sister. And the one who doesn't is a brother. Can I interpret this as a compliment in disguise? Instead of being angry, Bai Ningbing was also a little pleased. After all, it was possible to see the other's desires. And Luo Feng knew that the thing she was most proud of was her donuts and long legs. Of course it needs to be complimented. After thinking about it, Luo Feng said, well, if you want to vote, just follow me and count the loss on me. This, Bai Ningbing saw him say this, also hesitated. Well, I'll invest 30,000 with you, but you don't have to compensate me. When the time comes to really lose, just willing to gamble to lose. This isn't a bet. This is an analysis. Luo Feng laughed and saw that his opponent had also pre-pitched. In my opinion, Cochrane is a gamble. Whatever you say, let's wait for tomorrow's opening anyway, Luo Feng said, actually seeing that her first desire was for the stock to soar tomorrow. I believe this desire will be the #1 desire from now until tomorrow, right? Then thank you for taking me home, Luo Feng. I'll go home first. After Bai Ningbing took care of things, she opened the car door and stepped out of the car. Luo Feng had thought that the other party was going to leave just like that, but he still turned back. When you were chasing me, you forced the phone to me, but now your phone seems to have changed. Leave a chant? There was no explicit pursuit of the matter in the first place, per se, only that the original owner of the body had that intention. Bai Ningbing deliberately brought it up at this moment. Luo Feng certainly knew what it meant. Just testing Luo Feng. No problem. Luo Feng nodded without hesitation and reached out his hand. The other man brought over his cell phone. Dialed my own number myself. A note was also saved. Love plus your name. Boring. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes, took her cell phone, and said once again, see you then, Luo Feng. Okay, good night. Luo Feng waved goodbye. Then in the neighborhood, he found a hotel and checked in. Take a hot bath. Luo Feng picked up his cell phone and looked at it. There's a message from Daryl Lin. There's a message from Maggie So, and that little anchor, Lu Hanyans. Luo Feng replied in turn. After a moment's hesitation, he popped a voice to Sumieji. It took several dozen seconds for the other side to answer. Baby, what took you so long to answer? I'll close the door. What else? Seeing this, Luo Feng immediately smiled and said, no way. We're just chatting normally. What are you afraid of? Mouths say so though, but when has the chat ever been normal? 55. Taking the schoolgirl in the stock market kills the madness. I'm just worried about you guys. Suddenly coming out with a few too many of those and how embarrassing it would be to be overheard. How dare you talk about me? Which time wasn't guided by you? Luo Feng also didn't pull that much. Missed me no wife. Missed you. Honey, aha. Where do you miss me just mouth thinking right? Luo Feng paused and offered. Let's look at each other's pictures? No. 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 Hey, you're not being fair. Who asked me to send it to you last time? This time I brought it up. And you can't? Luo Feng didn't have the good sense to say. Remember last time? Chatting, she said. She wanted to see Luo Feng's baby. But Lo Feng didn't approve. How embarrassing. What do you want to see? Just, you know. Flashbulb okay? It's okay. Luo Feng said excitedly. You have to send it too. Soon both flash photos went out. The two were silent for several moments without speaking. It looks like each went off with another cell phone. Baby's so pretty. So is yours. Of course. In fact, Luo Feng did not have any great interest in such a thing. And then how to get it? How can it be as good as it really is? Unfortunately, that old man of hers is a real fuck-up. Around 11 o'clock, the other party seemed to be sleepy, and Luo Feng also fell back to sleep. The next morning, Luo Feng didn't go to school, but waited for good news from the stock market. At the time of 9:15, Luo Feng was about to open the app to take a look, but on Bai Ningbing's side, a direct WeChat call came. To Lu. It's noisy. Hey, goddess. What are you doing calling me so early? Luo Feng pretended to be puzzled, but the other party blew up at once and stabbed. Why don't you come to school today when it's open? I've been waiting for you all this time, and I can't even see anyone when I look at them. Still sleeping in the hotel, Luo Feng deliberately yawned. Just got up. How do you say? How is the stock market? By the way, if you're there, when the roll call is taken, help me yell out Taha. No problem. I'm hiding in my classmate's dorm room watching stocks too. You weren't there either? Then you say there's no problem? Luo Feng rolled his eyes. Don't tell me you didn't get someone to call you yesterday? Do you still need me? Bai Ningbing didn't have the good sense to say either. Ha ha ha, it's only natural to be a little scarce for the favor you did. Not to say, it's starting. Bai Ningbing cut out the interface and opened the app, and in the next second, immediately shouted out, wow, 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 wow. Sure enough, it's a science and technology board. Not bad. Luo Feng wasn't excited at all. After all, knowing the results in advance, what was there to be excited about? Hey, you invested $300,000. Don't you care at all? Luo Feng said. Wouldn't it be better if you made money? I don't care. That good? That's not true. Lo Feng collapsed onto his pillow, smiling slightly. Hey, it's up again. 42% now. Calm down. Can you have a nice conversation with your boyfriend? For men and women, it's definitely a good idea to try each other out, because knowing the other person's list of desires basically tells you how good they feel about themselves. As soon as the good feeling goes up, you have to try like crazy. What's this nonsense? Who's your girlfriend? Where did I say you were my girlfriend? I said I was your boyfriend. Luo Feng continued to flirt with her. Inwardly, when he thought about the big beauty's front and back body, he got a little hot inside. It's not the same? Don't bother. I'm hanging up. Bye. Luo Feng waited for 3 seconds. As if the other party didn't hang up. By Ning Bing, hey, can't we talk about stocks? Predictably, now while looking at stocks, she of course had to have Luo Feng with her. Luo Feng said, alright, I'll give you that. On this momentum, an increase of about 200% is perfectly fine. 200%? Wouldn't that mean I'm going to make $60,000? Bai Ningbing said excitedly. That's true. It's good to know about boyfriends. Yada yada yada. This boyfriend is really good. Thank you my dear boyfriend. Bai Ningbing had a happy heart and naturally came along. So, schoolgirl girlfriend, how about a dinner date tonight? Luo Feng knew that. In fact, girls in reality were almost always capable of making jokes. If once you joke people get angry, it means that people just aren't interested in you, to the point of hating you. At this point, there's no point in continuing to be a lickspittle. Hey, it's bright when I give you some sunshine, isn't it? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but say. Ha ha ha, okay then, let's celebrate, shall we? Look at it when the time comes. If it really goes up as you said, even if it doesn't work tonight, then it will always invite you to have a meal. Bai Ningbing swore. To chase me, I will give you a chance, but you really cannot chase sister. Fine, take your time then. Your boyfriend I'm going out for breakfast. Well, you this person, also really breathless, you in the future is my void boyfriend, you alone why go? Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes, and could only look stuck by herself. Say no more, just for a day. For some reason, he had a good feeling about Luo Feng. Like before, if someone made a joke like that, she'd almost always get mad. Maybe they have the same hobbies, or maybe they are taking someone else to make money for themselves, and it would be unseemly for them to be angry. As for the stock matter, Luo Feng hardly paid much attention to it. One day, it's all about Bai Ningbing sending all kinds of messages over. Excited as hell. Luo Feng also just replied with a few words. At noon, Luo Feng went to the school to hit a few eyes and made an appointment with Su Meiji to meet outside the yoga studio. The two fell to talking for a while, found a corner where no one was looking and kissed hard and lingering several times. But that's about it. After all, there's no place to study canon theory. In the evening hours, Sumijai had to go back to her dormitory on time again. At 1500 hours p.m. the stock market closed without incident. Luo Feng looked at it and the increase was set at 300%. Then it means that Luo Feng's profit this time is 900,000 yuan. After all, the investment is 300,000 yuan. Just put the phone down though. White Nimbus just called straight away. Hey, Luo Feng, it's closing. So happy? Let me guess. It must be a strong closing price, right? Luo Feng smiled and said, did you follow what I said and come out last minute high? You guys, you didn't miss it, did you? Of course it gave out, closing at 300%. Bai Ningbing nodded as she held the phone. Of course it's out. Profit I have 90,000. Not bad. Luo Feng was all calculated in advance. Being able to see the other party's list of desires, she could tell that she was going to invest $30,000. Then pick a stock that's just right. Lofeng makes $900,000. The other side makes over $90,000. It's true that $10,000 was wasted, but that's 99% utilization. What? Aren't you going to take me to dinner tonight? Since Su Meiji's side couldn't get out, Luo Feng could find some fun for himself. Otherwise how boring. 56. Designated watch exchange cards? Bai Ningbing said. Sorry not today. How about the weekend? No way? You're not living in school again? It's not like you're still afraid of your family, right? Luo Feng provoked. Of course it doesn't exist. It's just that you can open it up for fun on the weekends Alright then, in that case, wait for your weekend meal. Luo Feng nodded. But after earning $90,000, don't you show your appreciation? Thanks how? Already said I'd buy you dinner? You won't still want to covet what gifts I send you? Bai Ningbing was very smart and said ahead of time. Gifts can be couples clothes, couples watches. These I don't send. General friend type of gift. Within 30,000. You can pick whatever you want. Who wants you to give a gift? Shouting a boyfriend is awesome. It can always be done, right? Luo Feng jokingly said. Hey, what do you mean? White-eyed wolf. Don't shout, forget it. I'm hanging up. Luo Feng said tentatively, but knew that the other party was a small fortune hunter. It's fine if you don't shout. Then, I've got my eye on a wristwatch. Yeah, 28,000 for it. But the other party was anxious. White-eyed wolf. Boyfriend is awesome. She's not going to go gift shopping. You can make over $20,000 for a single shout. Blood money. After saying that, He turned his hand and said, "Well, we're not really lovers. Satisfy you YA guy." Luo Feng smiled without saying anything. In fact, in everyone's eyes, Bai Ningbing was a goddess who was not good at talking. But then, actually, foul language too. With a little familiarity, the goddess isn't so mysterious. Ding! Satisfy Bai Ningbing's first desire for a stock surge. Since the opponent is a 96-point face value, the host gains 6 attribute points. Item reward, 1 designated wristwatch exchange card. Within $1 million, this wristwatch card will transform into a bank card. As long as the host looks at a watch within $1 million, swipe to pay for this bank card. Designate 1 million watches? Luo Feng laughed instead. Just under 1 million though. But at least now, it's possible to pick your favorite watch, right? The first two 1.3 million watches, and the 3.2 million watch, were randomized by the system. To be honest, those wristwatches, Luo Feng didn't like them. For $1.3 million, Lo Feng has sold the watch for $1.15 million. You can keep the $3.2 million watch and use it for pretending. And this time, Lo Feng is going to get a watch that he really likes. Cars. Luo Feng is still not the most satisfied Audi R8, but there is currently no designated type of car exchange card. This thing will just have to go away. This woman's desire is still to make money. Unfortunately, the stock market pop-up card is no longer available, and no more news can be learned. Luo Feng laughed. Satisfy the desires of this goddess. A born-again person is beautiful, but this world that Luo Feng came to belongs to the parallel world, so he simply can't use the Prophet's plugin. Of course, one of Luo Feng's favorite watches is still Patek Philippe. In China, Patek Philippe has only 2 directly managed stores, one in the Magic City and one in the capital. But Luo Feng checked his favorite one. There is no spot in Magic City. Need to wait for 7 days, but it is in stock over in the capital. Then that's not a choice. Luo Feng went directly to the capital to buy it, and he still didn't have to wait for 7 days, and he could also take a trip in the meantime. It's at this hotel now. Right. Reservations. After a short while on the internet and online contact with a Patek Philippe salesman in the capital city online, Luo Feng directly booked the watch. Then it looked like the hotel. The reason why I chose this one is that this hotel might have a lot of goddesses. The hotel, after all, has more than just 2 specialty restaurants and a rooftop bar. It also features a spa, fitness center and a 25-meter indoor pool. When it's time to take a trip to a public place, you're sure to see the goddess. Today $300, 000 plus $900, 000. Lofan has $1.2 million in savings. Sure, glad to enjoy it. Besides, jumping on the money card, there's still over $30, 000 a day to be gained. It's added up to over 100, 000 in the last few days. It wasn't withdrawn though. To withdraw it would have added up to about 1.32 million. By the way, the sold watches, which have not yet arrived, will be another 1.15 million when they do. Regular platforms, Luo Feng also do not need to worry about money. These all add up. That's $2.47 million in total deposits. Airplane tickets. Luo Feng of course booked first class. Now there is no such thing as first class. It is business class. In fact, the meaning is similar. Although they were both on airplanes, Luo Feng knew that in first class, there were benefits that could not be found in business class. To make an analogy, if you want to pick up a stewardess or something, then the chances of first class are definitely much greater, and the chances of economy class are almost zero, unless you have the same face value as a man who pulls out a turd. Obviously, Luo Feng naturally didn't have this strength, and with a face value of 87 points, it was just okay. If they hadn't added 5 points to their face value up there, these chicks probably wouldn't have gotten on their good side so fast. Face value is really so important when it comes to things between men and women. The next morning, Luo Feng still greeted and asked Su Xiaoyuan to cope with the school for himself. He himself was from the Thompson suite. Drove off. Airport parking is still very expensive. Almost 168 yuan a day on this side of the Magic City. But Luo Feng wasn't bad. Stopping for a month is no problem. In the T2 terminal of the Magic City XX airport, Luo Feng was wearing a simple Gucci summer dress, LV loafers on his feet, and a Baodigia woven duffel bag. Headed to the waiting room. Since the booking was for business class, I was able to wait in the VIP area and have an attendant bring over drinks. At 10 o'clock noon, the attendant reminded Luo Feng and he boarded the plane through the VIP gate of the first class cabin. Luo Feng's ticket. A window seat. When Luo Feng came here, there was already a young sexy woman sitting. Sit down is full of hormone-stimulating light perfume. The other guy was wearing a hat and big-toed sunglasses. Blue mask. Privacy, it seems, is still taken very seriously. With a look like that, Could it be some big star? Big Mimi? Or is it Hot Pink? Or Lu Tianxian? Obviously, none of this is likely. If these characters, then a ticket for the seat next to it would definitely be bought along with it. She wouldn't be too famous even if she was a star. While Luo Feng was sizing up this woman, the other party also observed it, but after looking at Luo Feng's full designer label, she just deflated her mouth. Luo Feng didn't mean to strike up a conversation. He was just curious about the other party's identity. And soon, he put on his headphones and started listening to the song. Mordor to the capital is not particularly far in terms of domestic flights, a mere 2 hours away. When the plane flew into the sky, a stewardess in the first-class cabin came forward, squatted down slightly and said gently, "Sir, what do you want to drink on your side?" Luo Feng sat in the first-class cabin, not because he wanted to see how the face value of the flight attendants over here. Immediately took off his headphones and just looked over. 57, girl group member? Encounter with a starlet? Have a cup of coffee, less sugar. Luo Feng deflated. It seems that in novels and TV shows, it's all a lie. These stewardesses are not good looking at all. Just saying, the body is okay, the face is even. Luo Feng but no. Stewardesses but many industries. Is the best about out to study the theory of cannon ejection industry? There isn't one. Of course, talking about serious industry. You'd have to say those trades in that bar count too. Then no one can beat them. After a small disappointment, the girl on the side spoke up. I'll have a cup of coffee too. Less sugar. Okay. The stewardess nodded. And it was only less than 2 minutes before she arrived with 2 cups of coffee. While the other guy is drinking coffee, Luo Feng finally saw the girl. Sure is a big beauty. At this time, Luo Feng couldn't help but use the system scan. Start looking at each other's desire lists. Name, Lu Yaching. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Face value, 95 points. Body, 94 points. Wish list. 1. Must take this web series investment money. 2. Want to own a house in the capital. 3. Let's hope that this year's microblogging followers break through 1 million. 4. The internet said that they are indiscreet. Do high-end peripheral those news? Early past it. Annoying. 5. I hope the company can give some resources to it. It already belongs to the half-snow state. Only when he saw this did Luo Feng come to a realization. A mixed bag of showbiz indeed. You didn't guess wrong yourself. Lo Feng was tempted to pick up the phone to see if she belonged to the singer or what. But naturally, it doesn't work when there's no internet on the plane. You can only find out when you get off the plane. Lu Yaching, in fact, was just a member of a girl group called JY from Tianhe Entertainment. In a girl group, those who know what they're talking about understand that the few in the C position have frighteningly high traffic and the company gives more resources. But the fringe characters of the girl group don't get much in the way of resources and even less in the way of traffic. It can be described as a drought that kills and a flood that kills. You're Lu Yaching? Luo Feng didn't know exactly what the other party was doing though. But her bucket list is to look forward to 1 million Twitter followers this year. Likely. Then, it's only a couple 100,000 followers now. The chances of being recognized aren't great. But it's not sudden, is it? And with a girl like that, if someone suddenly recognizes her, don't look covered up. But it's bound to be a surprise. In other words, covering up was a must. But actually expecting someone to recognize her. Starlets don't think the same way as big stars. You know me? Sure enough, the other man removed his sunglasses at once, with a somewhat surprised expression. Hello, I'm Lu Yaching, a member of the JY girl group. If she hadn't been recognized, then Lu Yaching would have ignored Luo Feng. But since she was recognized, she couldn't ignore the other party. The company paid special attention to the artist's idol baggage, and if it was impolite and was passed on to the internet by Luo Feng, then she was going to be attacked by public opinion. Luo Feng introduced. Hello, Ms. Lu. My name is Luo Feng. Luo as in Luo Shui. Wind as in wind and snow. Hello Mr. Luo. I didn't expect to meet a fan here. Lu Yaching didn't dare to be too big. After all, she wasn't a top stream. But, are you a fan of mine? Maybe just recognize me? It's also considered a fan. I've seen you exit, and I quite like it. Luo Feng was careful with his words, although he knew that the other party was a girl group debut, and the probability was that they were singing. But what if the other person is in a girl group and has no lyrics at all? It's better to be cautious. Thank you Mr. Lo for the love. As the words fell, what Lu Yaching didn't expect was that the other party actually took out a small book. Luo Feng said, "Can I have one of your autographs?" "Ha, of course." Lu Yaching excited bad. Really think what comes. To be honest, she went out, sometimes recognized, but really rarely be asked for an autograph. Brush up. I don't know how many times I've practiced that artistic font. written with a dragon's touch. Very nice looking. Luo Feng, also speechless, deflated his mouth. This is just the fifth of the other party's desire list. Hoping that this male to give himself to get an autograph. It's not a desire to be first. There's no reward at all. But it's fine. Make the other person happy. Then their favor with you will go up. Luo Feng asked tentatively, are you going to the capital alone? Lu Yaqing shook her head. They're all in the economy class in the back. Lu Yaqing didn't explain that at a level like hers, she simply didn't have the strength to let her assistant and agent also sit in first class. After all, income is limited. In fact, I would like to save money to fly economy class myself, but the idle baggage exists, and going to economy class and being recognized might get pity. But I'm worried about being called hype. That would be too risky and unnecessary. After all, in everyone's opinion, you're a female artist. Even if you're not famous, you're not going to fly in economy class, are you? What's the point of acting pathetic? Mr. Luo, are you traveling to the capital? Lu Yaqing took the initiative to inquire. Looking at Luo Feng's clothes, he should be traveling. Pretty much. I was bored in Magic City recently, so I went to the capital to have some fun. Luo Feng nodded. He didn't say that he went to Patek Philippe and purchased an $860,000 watch. That would be too much bragging. It's also too high profile. The two of them chatted without a word, and Lu Yaqing then pretended to close her eyes. Luo Feng was not so bad as to ask for the other party's contact information, as much as one wants it. After all, the other party is a 95-point goddess who can earn generous rewards and attribute points, but at least it's a minor artist, and Lo Feng doesn't think he'll be able to ask for it. Why make a fool of yourself? Lu Yaqing was also very happy. She was still tired of chatting with Luo Feng by herself, just to cope and maintain her impression of being approachable to her fans. But the good thing was, Luo Feng chatted for a few moments and then didn't dwell on it. This made Lu Yaqing feel good. Seems like this somewhat thuggish-looking fan isn't so annoying after all. Lu Yaqing was in the entertainment industry and had naturally seen a lot of tycoons. Luo Feng's temperament was very much like a suddenly rich tycoon. 2 hours came quickly. The flight arrived in the capital without incident. At the airport exit, Luo Feng and Lu Yaqing, once again, met by chance. A Mercedes-Benz business car of more than $800,000 was waiting for Lu Yaqing at the roadside. The two men also nodded slightly in greeting and did not speak. Luo Feng stood and waited up for the Rolls-Royce over there to pick himself up. After all, Luo Feng's reservation was for Wangfujing in the capital. Inside is a pickup service. Need $10,000. Luo Feng didn't spare any money and wanted to experience it. For that amount of money, when you get off the plane, you'll be met at the airport by a $12 million Rolls-Royce. Personally, and get yourself to the Wangfujing hotel. Watching Luo Feng get into the limousine, Lu Yaqing froze in some surprise. After all, by the looks of the temperament, it did look like a thug, a rich kid whose old man had suddenly made money. But I didn't expect to be picked up by a Rolls-Royce. This made Lu Yaqing, her previous impression of Luo Feng, all overturned. That's the VIP car of Wangfujing. If not customized the guest room of people's 10,000 a night, there would not be such a benefit. It's a top-notch detached villa, and it needs to be ordered for more than 3 days at a time. That's 200,000 yuan. The assistant beside Lu Yaqing, on the other hand, explained. 58. What's the point of picking up girls when you don't have any money? Let me do it. Lu Yaqing nodded. Even so, it was still very much a sigh of relief. There are really a lot of rich people over there in Magic City. Wangfujing is a super luxury hotel in the capital. Once the internet broke out of the sky-high accommodation fees of 10,000, and netizens also went to blast through. But so many rich kids have said that it's indeed worth the money. Detached villa, not too restful, and there are actually more expensive hotels now. But for the most part, it's just some IQ tax. Wangfujing Hotel. Expensive has expensive reason. It is when a Qing dynasty prince left behind the residence. Inside the building materials, can be when the expensive wood, and some ancient balsam camphor trees were added in subsequently. Quite comfortable. It can be described as a combination of ancient nobility and modern technology. Once at the hotel, Luo Feng enjoys one of the spa services and goes to the pool, wanting to get to know the goddess. But unfortunately, Luo Feng did see a lot of goddesses. Most, however, pile on the face value with makeup. Most of the girls, they were in the 80s to 85s. I can see a goddess by chance, and I don't have a chance to hit on her. She seems to have a boyfriend, but just about 91 points for the goddess. This had to make Luo Feng think of that loser little anchor. 93 points of face value. Really quite difficult. Of course, to enjoy the spa, then you must pay an additional $4,800. Luo Feng certainly wasn't bad. As for any more special services, Luo Feng wouldn't need it. Luo Feng had never thought about that kind of thing. As long as Sume Ji here can solve the things at home, when to call out to open the room can be. Is that necessary? If I had to ask for a reason to reject it, it would be that these ladies are really too low in face value. Not a single one of those 85 points. Mostly it's a 75 or so. By relying on makeup, it looks like an 85 to 89 or so. Not interested at all. Like Sume Ji, the kind of extreme goddess who had come and gone for a whole few hours. Luo Feng's tastes were very high. Besides, what about the women? The poison? The next morning, Luo Feng was at the hotel's gym, running for a while. At the point of time around 9 o'clock, after having breakfast, they left the hotel in their VIP car, Rolls-Royce, and went to the Patek Philippe direct store in the capital. Specialized cars don't exist just to pick up once since they pay 10,000. You can ride it 3 times a day out and about. In the case of 3 days, then that's 9 outings. Patek Philippe direct in the capital. If you change another car, certainly not directly into the source residence, but with a luxury car like that, surely no one will stop it. Luo Feng didn't wait for the driver to open the car door and got out early himself. Hello, sir, welcome to the Patek Philippe direct store in the capital. Hello, I have an early reservation for a 5160 watch on my side. Luo Feng didn't say the full name, but the other party is an employee of the direct store, and naturally knows what watch Luo Feng is talking about. You are, Mr. Luo? Yes. Hello Mr. Luo, I'm Shaolin. I'm very glad that Mr. Luo came over to our Patek Philippe. May I ask if Mr. Luo needs to know about other watches? Or just look at the watch by appointment? I think I'll go straight to my target watch. The other watches, Luo Feng had already looked at them online, which was why he chose his favorite one. It's just over $800,000 though, but $1,000 can't buy me liking it. To be honest, those millions of watches is really not a little level of appreciation. Karma cannot Luo Feng's visual senses. Well then, this way please. Kobayashi nodded, bending slightly in invitation. Watches in the $800, 000 to $900, 000 class are naturally traded in the VIP room on the second floor. However, when he passed by the first floor, Luo Feng saw a girl. Then he slightly revealed a smile. Ms. Lu, what a coincidence. Meeting again. Luo Feng had to take the initiative to say hello this time, having missed the chance to meet the 95-point goddess last time. If we fail again this time, we won't have a chance at all. Originally, Luo Feng thought that when he went to a high-end place, goddesses were casually recognized. But predictably, the face value of those women in the hotel yesterday had already made Luo Feng disbelieve that there were goddesses in luxury hotels. The pretty ones are almost always taken. It's not easy to meet one in the wild. You have to cherish it. Lu Yaqing was talking with a middle-aged man on the first floor while looking at his watch. When she saw Luo Feng greeting her, she took the initiative to take a few steps and smiled. So it's Mr. Luo. Very coincidental indeed. Hello. The middle-aged man beside her took a glance at the name tag on Luo Feng and asked, Yaqing, who is this gentleman? One, Yaqing? Don't call me that, okay? It's really annoying. Mr. Xia, this gentleman is Mr. Luo Feng who I met yesterday when I was on the plane. He is visiting the capital from Magic City, right? Or a fan of mine. Lu Yaqing's introduction was still brilliant, named how it was that he knew Luo Feng, and it also made it clear where Luo Feng was coming from. I guess I don't want this Mr. Xia to misunderstand anything. And Luo Feng was also curious to look at this Chief Xia's desire list. 1. Lu Yaqing is the most beautiful one in the female group. Unfortunately, no background and resources, always not on camera. This time, must take her then to take the other members. A lot easier. 2. Such a goddess, developed into a young lover. I cannot find new love for 3 years. 3. This figure, today must give her dislike smoke. Luo Feng casually looked at a few things. All TM are those most primal desires. It looks like this Mr. Xia is her investor. It's normal though, don't really be surprised when things like this happen in the entertainment industry. A lot of actresses that you think are glamorous don't know how many people they've been with. Luo Feng had also thought that if Lu Yaqing was such a person, she would rather not have those attribute points and rewards. But it doesn't look as if it is. 59, crap. Luo Feng is too earthy. My name is Zaven. Is this young gentleman also here to see the watch? Luo Feng coldly said. Just take a look. Zaven deflated slightly. It seemed he had hit a soft spot. Hot face on cold ass. But still introduced. Little sir, which watch do you have your eye on? Or should I introduce you to it? Lest you buy a cold model. The depreciation of value by then can be very serious. Kobayashi, on the other hand, stood quietly to the side. The witticisms between the clients. The open and shut shots. none of which they were in a position to meddle with. Luo Feng asked rhetorically, "Oh, then what watch is Mr. Xia going to buy?" "I'm casually looking around, mainly to buy a piece for Yaqing." Xia Wen laughed. "Is that so?" Luo Feng instead looked at Lu Yaqing strangely, but Lu Yaqing had no intention of speaking. In other words, she didn't dare to say no, and she didn't want to say yes. "So which one are you going to buy for her?" Luo Feng continued to ask. "From the 712 series, Yaqing likes rose gold. This one is white gold." Mr. Xia pointed towards the cabinet. "I haven't heard of this series." Luo Feng shook his head and looked at the price of the watch. "How about 210,000? It's safe to say that at Patek Philippe, this is a great watch for the price. It's just entry level." "Yeah, 210,000. That's not bad," Mr. Xia said faintly, originally thinking that Luo Feng would come with a sentence that it was already very expensive. But Luo Feng just, that made Zaven's face go bad. "Do you know how to chat? And what kind of watch are you going to buy, young sir?" Luo Feng did not hide, replied, "Just the 5160 series. I do not know much. Just look at the appearance. They like to buy, do not care about depreciation or not depreciation. After all, if it is intentionally to buy a watch that appreciates in value, I think Audemars Piguet watches next door will be more suitable for some. Audemars Piguet watches. It can be more valuable than any Rolex or Vacheron Constantin, though it's a lot of people who probably don't know, but it's a luxury watch brand over in Switzerland. Oh, this face does suit you youngsters, and the price is okay, but I don't think it's in stock, is it?" Zaven glanced at Luo Feng thoughtfully. "Come to the store for styles that aren't available? Anyone who understands it understands what's going on in their mind. After all, this one, the production was small, especially the blue starry sky one that Luo Feng wanted. There is," Kobayashi spoke. "This gentleman specifically looked on the internet and we have it over here before he came over. Or else there is a Patek Philippe direct store over in Mordor." "Alright then, bring the stuff over and I'll take a look at it first," Luo Feng directly said. But then Xia Wen's face began to look ugly. Is this guy really buying or not? After all, there really aren't many people who can afford to spend over $800,000 on a watch. "Yes, sir, please follow us to the second floor." Luo Feng didn't say anything and nodded. Then Mr. Xia greeted Lu Yaqing and said that he was going to the second floor to look at the wristwatch. The two men followed suit. Lu Yaqing actually does not know much about Patek Philippe. Secretly checked the information. "I did not expect this watch to be more than 800,000 yuan. She was also surprised, and also curious if Luo Feng will buy it or not. Although $80-something million for a watch is not very expensive, but to be able to spend it, that family must be better than they perceive themselves to be. Take Mr. Xia as an example. Opened a company called Summer Love Entertainment. Although the market value is claimed to be hundreds of millions of dollars, but the liquidity, but also the level of 10 million. If Charvin was asked to buy almost $1 million watch, he certainly wouldn't. Giving yourself a 200,000 plus dollar watch, as long as you agree to it, then you know what it represents. Definitely want to spend a good couple days with him. This man is middle-aged but works out regularly. If for a few days, I don't even know, myself, if I can walk. Mr. Low, here's the watch. This watch, it's an ultra-complicated chronograph. Kobayashi found his watch and began to gush about it. And it also has a special demonstration of its reversible hand-engraved seal-carved back cover. When opened, Patek Philippe, that ultra-complex movement in the back cover, completely nowhere to hide. It really is a beautiful work of art beyond words. Mr. Luo, this watch, I can give you a guarantee that even after 5 years, it will retain its current price. And a watch like this is a completely appreciated investment. After all, Patek Philippe's motto is that you don't really own it, you keep it for the next generation. Having said that, Patek Philippe, the level of value retention, really isn't much. It's just as much hype as it could be, but the retention is okay among the few big names that are well known. Like I said, for preservation of value, I prefer the brand next door. Luo Feng waved his hand and took out a bank card. Swipe it. Seeing this, Mr. Xia's eyes also lit up. Even the Kobayashi salesman was very surprised. A watch worth over $800,000 and this young man just buys it outright? After all, a reservation is just a reservation. I'm not sure I'll buy it. Mr. Luo, don't you need to know more? Kobayashi couldn't help but remind. No need for that. I've already seen it online and I like it. Luo Feng shook his head. Okay then. Kobayashi nodded. Soon it was time to get to the cash register. A drop. The swipe worked. Xia Wen and Lu Yaqing glanced at each other, both a bit confused about this operation by Luo Feng. It's really too rustic. However, the next moment, when the cashier receptionist lady, saw Luo Feng's personal message. She hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Shaolin, come over and take a look." "What is it?" Kobayashi walked over and curiously asked the cashier. What was so exciting? But when seeing that Luo Feng's personal information, the spending record at Patek Philippe, astonished for a moment, then thought that such a young, likely first-time buyer of their watch, but I didn't realize that it had been purchased twice before. The first watch that was over $1.3 million, and the second watch, a full $3.2+ million. The records of consumption are on the Magic City side. If it wasn't for the lack of spot on the Magic City side this time, then he wouldn't have come over. $60 million watch? That's it? Luo, Mr. Luo, here's the invoice. Take it. Kobayashi respectfully took and handed over the slip, smiling. Our manager is on his way here. He will personally accompany Mr. Luo next. Ha! Xia Wen and Lu Yiqing, once again, were somewhat unable to understand. Patek Philippe's manager. The status is still quite high. After all, there are only 2 directly managed stores in the country. If you're a regular dirtbag, people don't give a shit about you. Hello, Mr. Lo, how are you? It was also my mistake. I really didn't realize that you were still a true fan of our Patek Philippe. Thank you for supporting us at Patek Philippe. The manager who came, a young man under 30 years old, saw Luo Feng and politely came over to shake his hand. True fans? Luo Feng was a bit surprised. Seeing that Luo Feng was a bit confused, the manager explained. Mr. Luo, our backstage is able to see your previous consumption over there in Magic City, the original direct store over in Magic City. That $3.2 million watch was booked by you. I also handled the matter of transferring the goods, and now we meet again in Magic City. It's really fate. 3.2 million? When Lu Yiqing heard this, her head was a bit blank and she had no idea at all just how rich this guy was. Buy a $3.2 million watch. Usually, you can understand that with his own financial resources, he could have purchased at least 5 luxury cars of comparable price. This is not an exaggeration. Mr. Xia, you came up to the 2nd floor. Do you have anything to purchase? The manager is also here. Why don't you let him show you around? Luo Feng saw that Xia Wen's dumbfounded appearance and politely walked over. Zaven couldn't speak. That, Mr. Xia, your girlfriend is so beautiful. You have to be a bit more atmospheric. If I have such a girlfriend, I can spoil her until she gets tired. Luo Feng pointed to the watch in the cabinet. This one is good. Looked at the price. Over $800,000 in women's watches. The 2nd floor is really the 2nd floor. No need. Let me take Yiqing to take a look on the 1st floor. Although this watch is expensive, Yiqing may not necessarily like it. Mr. Xia looked at Lu Yiqing. Lu Yiqing hurriedly said, yeah, the one below is fine. Despite her words, individuals could see that she was speaking against her will. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Luo Feng also teasingly laughed. Since people's girls like it, it can't be helped. I do think that this watch on the 2nd floor fits Miss Lu's temperament. Soon, and the two went downstairs. Luo Feng didn't follow down. Instead, he talked to the manager on the 2nd floor for a while. After 10 minutes, Luo Feng intended to leave, and when he passed by the 1st floor, Luo Feng realized that Lu Yiqing and Mr. Xia had not left yet. Yaharu, don't insist. Just consider it a meeting gift. Mr. Xia, it's too expensive. 1, don't send me. Please don't send me. My first kill. I really don't want to give it to a man like you, although I'd love for you to invest in that web series of mine. Seeing this, Luo Feng hesitated for a while, but still went forward. Mr. Xia, not me. You don't understand girls at all. The woman said she didn't want that watch on the 2nd floor, and you still took it seriously? I didn't mean that. Lu Yiqing didn't dare to offend Xia Wen. Ms. Lu, in fact, you don't understand men either. As soon as I look at General Manager Xia, he is the kind of person who is very generous for the sake of his beloved woman, right? Luo Feng said and looked at the other party's Mr. Xia. Before waiting for Mr. Xia's reply, Luo Feng continued, Manager and, go up there and take down that watch just now, right? Yes. Hey, Mr. Luo. Lu Yiqing was really going to be anxious to death. If really Xia Wen bit the bullet and gave himself an $800,000 watch, he's not going to rush himself to the hospital, is he? What's wrong with Ms. Lu? Luo Feng looked at the other party with a smile, then threw over a you-know-what expression. The other party saw this and froze slightly. And no more talking. Yeah, this Zaven. It would be strange to be able to spare $800,000 to buy a watch for himself. She was arranged by the brokerage company. Today, to come over to accompany Xia Wen for shopping. After all, she needed the other party to invest in a web series for once. If the investor is taken care of, then the main character is Lu Yiqing. Lu Yiqing knows those doorway, but also hold a fluke over. Now she is fully aware of these people as not see the rabbit does not spread the eagle lord. Want to pay nothing? Let the other side agreed to invest. Simply impossible. So, inside, she was actually going to give up, but also explicitly, do not dare to offend Mr. Xia. Now that Luo Feng was doing this, of course it was just what he wanted. Soon, that manager went to arrange for someone to pick up the table. As for Xiaowen at this moment, although he was smiling on the surface, he was a bit on pins and needles inside. Stinky watch, say something. You don't want that $800,000 watch. What kind of goods are you? Although prettier, you're just a small star who isn't famous. And you still want an $800,000 watch. Has your fame reached that price? Even if you're a second-tier starlet, you can be comfortable for a few days if you buy a several $100,000 watch. What do you count? Hundreds of thousands of fans? Zaven's inside sputtered madly, but on Lu Yaqing's side, she had already refused anyway, and Luo Feng forcefully wanted to do so. What's it to you? If you can't afford to give it away, then you're all over yourself. Yaqing there's something urgent on my side. I'll leave for a while. I'll send someone to take you back to the hotel later. Saying that, Zaven even pretended to look at his cell phone. Then answer the phone while you're at it. One way or the other. It's out of here. Where's the man? That Mr. Xia doesn't want it? When the watch, which was more than $800,000, was brought downstairs, the manager looked around in confusion and saw no one at all. Already left on urgent business. Lu Yaqing was also ecstatic inwardly, and even more so when she spat. To pick up a girl, she couldn't spare any money? But soon, Lu Yaqing received a text message. It's from Zaven. It seems to say that this investment, cancelled. Although Lu Yaqing had expected it, her heart still ached fiercely. A good opportunity was thrown away because of his own persistence. Yeah, that person. Gone. Luo Feng laughed and looked at Lu Yaqing. Ms. Lu, did I do something wrong? Nope, no Lu Yaqing barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Isn't it, that person your investor? Luo Feng pretended to have a suspicious tone. How do you know? Guess so. Oh, indeed. Lu Yaqing nodded. Luo Feng looked at the manager. Something, take it out. Afterward, he looked at Lu Yaqing. Do you want to try it on? Just wanted to see how the watch, a girl would look on it. I bought it for a friend of mine of the opposite sex, but I haven't chased her down yet. Luo Feng said this. Then of course Lu Yaqing would not refuse. Soon, it was on his hand. I have to say, a goddess is a goddess. With that white wrist and such a top-notch and beautiful watch, there are really no words. Ms. Lu, this is a watch with a complication to keep time. Using 18K rose gold diamond setting technology. The case is set with 420 small diamonds, and the clasp has 27 grams, totaling carats. Looking at Lu Yaqing's beautiful eyes, staring at this watch with dead eyes, the manager was also an old fox. Where did he not know what Luo Feng really wanted to do? Just brag like crazy. Mr. Luo, this watch is indeed nice. I think the goddess you're pursuing will definitely like it. Lu Yaqing smiled slightly. She was also really envious of this goddess. How beautiful was she that she could make a godly man like Luo Feng so infatuated? Yeah, she's into it now. It's nothing. Luo Feng laughed strangely. But soon, when Lu Yaqing was about to take off her watch, Luo Feng spoke. Miss Lu, there's no need to take it off. Just now I also had good intentions, but it seems like I spoiled something for you guys. I should have offended your investors, but I actually can't stand old men who can't afford to give up money when they pick up girls like this. So, this watch, count it as an atonement. Since you want to get attribute points and rewards, making good relationships, that's a must. Manager, swipe your card. Before Lu Yaqing could say anything, Luo Feng directly made a strong decision. Luo, Mr. Luo, it's really too expensive. I can't accept it. Thank you for your love. Lu Yaqing still spoke up. Didn't you say you wanted to give it to the girl you were chasing? Yeah, it's indeed a gift to the girl I'm chasing. Luo Feng purposely said this and also looked at her to test the other party's reaction, but it was obvious that it wasn't enough fire. Seeing that the other party couldn't say anything, Luo Feng immediately interrupted. Ms. Lu, let's put it this way. I want to hear about you and Mr. Xia. Can you tell me about it? Then I'll buy Mr. Lo dinner. Are you familiar with the capital? Luo Feng asked rhetorically. That's for sure. Lu Yaqing nodded. Well then, you decide. I also happen to lack someone to take me around the capital. Luo Feng laughed. 61, hangers on. The good feelings keep coming. After leaving the Patek Philippe direct store in the capital, Luo Feng then led Lu Yaqing to the side of the Rolls-Royce luxury car. Mr. Lo, where are we going now? Seeing that both of them got on the bus, The driver still couldn't help but take a glance at the body of the big beauty Lu Yiqing in the back row. But don't dare look at it more than that. Ms. Lu. Luo Feng didn't answer, but threw the question to Lu Yiqing. After all, she knew the great capital better than she did. How about going to the Tan family restaurant over at Wangfujing? Lu Yiqing thought about it and said, that side is also quite close to your hotel. As for this Tan family restaurant that Lu Yiqing was talking about, arguably one of the most famous official dishes in the capital, it comes from Tan Zhongjuan, a bureaucrat at the end of the Qing dynasty. He mixed his hometown Cantonese cuisine with Beijing cuisine to form Tanjia cuisine, which became famous in the capital. After the family fell, the children and grandchildren hosted banquets at home to help support the family budget, and it has been passed down to the present day, and folklore has it that this is the earliest private restaurant in Daxia. Oh, I know the place. Rather than having to turn on the navigation, the driver smiled easily when he saw that it was the neighborhood of the hotel where he worked, but without Luo Feng's nod, he didn't immediately start the car. Okay then, sounds good, let's go to this private dining room. It was affirmed by Luo Feng. Immediately after, the driver nodded, before twisting the car keys and then heading towards Tan's cuisine. The luxurious and dignified Rolls-Royce was in the middle of traveling. The wide rear space is also not crowded, so it won't embarrass Luo Feng and Lu Yiqing, who have only known each other for a short while. Immediately after that, Luo Feng wanted to know a bit of information about this cuisine restaurant. Lu Yiqing naturally introduced herself. Although Luo Feng could learn the information online, but there are live AI intelligent explanations. That won't be necessary. Mr. Luo, it's done. I've already reserved the box online. Lu Yiqing held her cell phone and operated it for a while. Then she raised her head and smiled faintly at Luo Feng. Okay, you arrange everything. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Subsequently, after half an hour's drive, we finally arrived at the Tan family restaurant. Lu Yiqing was the first to get out of the car and go, grabbing the lead and walking to the front, saying to the waiter, hello, we have booked the box. My surname is Lu. Though not too well known himself, but Lu Yiqing still put on her sunglasses. In fact, Luo Feng was sometimes very speechless. These little stars, both wanting others to recognize them and covering them so tightly. What kind of mindset is that? However, I prefer it lighter, without too many hard dishes, Lu Yiqing said while looking worriedly at the back. The good thing is, Luo Feng got out of the car and came, not rushing to follow him in. Instead, he looked up at the sign and his surroundings. Lu Yiqing also breathed a sigh of relief. You're not a big star. You don't have a lot of money in your pocket. You know, this Tan family restaurant is a minimum of 3,000 per capita. What does minimum mean? That's the minimum you have to spend to come in here and eat, not the price you end up eating it for. Not too much hard food? Something light? The waiter was a bit unresponsive, but quickly smiled. That's fine. We have a low consumption of 3,000 per capita over here. You see? That'll have to do. Lu Yiqing nodded, her head full of embarrassment. The environment of this private food restaurant is quite nice. Luo Feng saw that she finished chatting, which came up and came. Inwardly also cannot help but laugh. These small stars, not completely famous before, can really look at the golden light. The purse gloomy wind miserable. Mr. Luo, you order. Feel free to eat whatever you like. Soon, after arriving at the box, Lu Yiqing then pushed the notebook for ordering food over. Now that you've chosen to go low consumption, then there won't be too many expensive dishes on this. I also looked just now. The chai torch duck in this place seems to have quite good reviews. Luo Feng looked at the menu and chose a cheaper signature dish. Chai handle duck is indeed good. I've eaten it before, and it has a better taste than even the roast duck in the capital. Lu Yiqing nodded and pursed her lips. Alright, another Luohan prawns and bird's nest in clear soup. You choose the rest. Luo Feng clicked on the choices and pushed the notebook over. Luo Feng also paid attention to the price on it. The chai handle ducks cost $699 a piece. The Lohan prawns are $588 a plate. Clear soup bird's nest is $499. It really doesn't add up to be expensive for this store. After all, in a place like this, dishes over $2,000 are only mid-range. Lu Yiqing took over the menu and didn't know how to choose, as if the cheapest ones were all ordered by Luo Feng. Actually, there's no need to waste food when it's just two people eating, and I don't like to waste. Then, that's fine. Lu Yiqing was on the verge of kneeling down. This person, the master of diffusion. About half an hour or so, the food was then served. Luo Feng looked at the actual thing. It wasn't that there was a problem with the character, but the actual size, and the picture was not the same at all. It could be said that 5 dishes for 2 people, meeting a big boy like Luo Feng, seemed a bit insufficient. No wonder people have to hint that the pictures are for illustrative purposes only. But Luo Feng didn't show that he didn't have enough to eat. Instead, the other party said that they were ordering some more, fearing that Luo Feng hadn't eaten enough or something, and Luo Feng backhandedly touched his stomach and said that he was going to rise up and vomit. In the end, after eating all these dishes, if I had to rate them, I'd say there's points around 10 out of 10. Overall, still very happy with it. Are you going to go and pay for it? How embarrassing is that? Luo Feng saw Lu Yiqing make an excuse about going to the restroom, but back in the wrong direction. Luo Feng then guessed it. Mr. Luo, you helped me with the matter in Patek Philippe. I naturally have to pay for this meal. Lu Yiqing said with a faint smile. Luo Feng waved his hand. What is this? A show of hands, and I even helped you screw up the investors. Not really, I actually don't want to accept his investment, Lu Yiqing said, removing the watch from her wrist and putting it into a box. So the item is too expensive. Please forgive me for failing your good intentions. After all, it was just in front of so many waiters. Lu Yiqing was not in a good position to refute her face. It was natural that the other party would not insist on refusal when they were strong. But now, with just 2 people, she made her choice. 62, maiden wine? Want some? When Luo Feng saw the other party's behavior, he thought about it and didn't force himself anymore, and his goodwill towards the other party was also raised a notch up. Luo Feng appreciated such a young lady with a bottom line. There was no covetousness over something that cost over $800,000. Of course, is not put a long line to catch a big fish. Luo Feng is not stupid, can see some doorway. What girls are most afraid of is accepting expensive gifts from men, and once they do, then the relationship is definitely going to be a stomach-churning kind of thing. Maybe it's already seen as a prospective boyfriend. Maybe there are women who, even if they are boyfriend and girlfriend, people don't ask for expensive gifts from their boyfriends. So let me ask Ms. Lu, what is the specific situation between that Mr. Xia and you? Luo Feng knew that the odds were that it meant subterfuge though, but the specifics, not so much. Does Mr. Lo have a moment? If there is, I'll buy you a coffee? Lu Yiqing was silent for a few seconds before she spoke. Of course I have time, but let me treat you to coffee. Luo Feng nodded and agreed. Same old rules, how about you find a place? Then let's go over to the Medieval Rose. Lu Yiqing pointed outside. It's quite close to this side. Soon, she put on her mask and sunglasses, and the two of them left Tan's cuisine shoulder to shoulder. As the waiter watched their backs, said this woman, to come to such a place to spend money, and then cannot afford to eat expensive food blah blah blah. The turnkey male waiter spoke up. People come in Rolls-Royce cars. But the waiter wondered, so rich and want to order cheap food? But the answer that was negotiated was that perhaps people do want to eat lighter, not hard food. Driver, we're going to Medieval Rose, which is also in the neighborhood. Luo Feng commanded as he got into the car. The Rolls-Royce then drove out of the parking lot. Driver Wang, go get something to eat first. We might need to talk for a while. In 10 minutes, Luo Feng arrived at the Medieval Rose Cafe, and after the driver parked the car, he touched out 10 red suns in no small way. If it was a normal driver, Luo Feng would just give a 200 yuan, but such a hotel, with a driver in such a luxury car, naturally, you can't be too cheap. It wasn't that Luo Feng was afraid of ridicule, rather, Luo Feng has money and doesn't care, and the driver is quite nice. Right, Master Wang, please take this thing and put it in the trunk of the car for me, Luo Feng commanded. This is the $800,000 watch returned by Lu Yazheng. Putting it in Luo Feng's hand and holding it was also very embarrassing, wasn't it? Soon, Luo Feng and Lu Yiqing arrived at the coffee shop's box. A place like this doesn't just have coffee or some drinks. Simple cocktails and sparkling wines are also available, but Luo Feng didn't choose them. Instead, I ordered a citrus dream juice. I'll just have a glass of juice to relieve the grease, Luo Feng said, pushing the menu over. What would you like to order? I'm the same I guess. Lu Yiqing couldn't help but feel better about Luo Feng. If the other party arranged for drinks as soon as they came up, even if it was a low-grade wine, Lu Yazhen would casually deal with it and then find an excuse to say that she had something to do and leave first. But if you simply drink some juice, she was still happy to talk to the boy more. This place has a great Moscato sparkling wine. Don't you want some? Lu Yiqing took the initiative to test the waters. This is a sweet wine full of girly heart. In the mouth you can feel the aroma of lychee, peach and tropical fruits, fine and dense small bubbles, like drinking a sweet fruity drink. There is a slight taste of wine. The amount of alcohol even worse can easily hold. Lu Yiqing said this on purpose, waiting for Luo Feng to ask back if he needed it. But Luo Feng played dumb and said, no need. Even asking Lu Yiqing if she wanted to drink it, she didn't even ask. Being able to see the other party's list of desires, like this kind of temptation, Luo Feng could perfectly avoid the pit. And her test was brilliant. If Luo Feng didn't ask the woman if she'd drink it, she'd be straight. because it was a woman's wine. But knowing what the other party was thinking, Luo Feng preferred to be straight. Alright then, Lu Yaqing smiled faintly, pulled the waiter to ring the bell, and ordered, just 2 citrus dream juices. When the waiter left the box, Lu Yaqing took the initiative and spoke up. As for that Mr. Xia Wenxia, he's the owner of Summer Love Entertainment, and our agency is going to co-produce a web series with the other party. But the other party, this time, named me and asked me to come and talk to him about it. Hearing this, Luo Feng laughed. Then you still say that I didn't cause you any trouble? Lu Yaqing shook her head. Mr. Luo misunderstood. I came in the beginning. I also felt that the other party couldn't do anything to me, but I only knew in the follow-up that it wasn't that easy. I actually wanted to quit a long time ago, but I was afraid of offending someone. And you did me a favor by letting him leave. That old ugly man. He really does have bad intentions. Luo Feng laughed. Lu Yaqing glanced at Luo Feng. Then Mr. Luo, is it all good intentions? The growing familiarity. Lu Yaqing was also able to make some simple jokes. Luo Feng smiled without saying anything, but Lu Yaqing couldn't guess anymore and always felt offended. Sorry, Mr. Luo. I was joking. I can't believe it was just a joke. I'm tempted to answer that I also have a bad heart. Luo Feng laughed. Will you, then, treat me like you treated Mr. Xia? Lu Yaqing couldn't say anything and threw over a blank stare once again. To Luo Feng is such a person. Just now. Even if you pretend to be a good man and don't order a drink at the beginning, when you take the initiative to signal that you want a woman's drink, you'll just go with the flow and order it. But the other side didn't do that. Definitely not like that. So, Ms. Lu, you just said you want to shoot a web series, right? Luo Feng pulled away from the conversation, wanting to inquire about the specifics. 63. Your circle is really messed up. It's really unpleasant to the ear. Netflix? Lu Yaqing was a bit dumbfounded when she heard this. Since Mr. Luo is my fan, should know that I don't have a high status in the girl group and I'm not very popular, right? Speaking of which, Lu Yaqing was a little lost, and lifted the juice, so she took a big gulp. It's not bad. A lot of things need to be taken slowly. Your appearance is in good condition, and when you meet any resources, you can definitely skyrocket quickly. Luo Feng, even if he had a hangover in hand, at this time, apart from comforting, he couldn't find any new tricks. It's not that easy. Lu Yaqing shook her head in loss. As far as our JY girl group is concerned, it's already great to be able to bring out the one who is truly entrenched in the entertainment industry, while the others are just accompanying the runners. Indeed, there are so many domestic girl groups like them. In the country, agencies have limited resources and can't hustle up a bunch of all of them, can go out to a 10 million follower level. It's already an excellent score, and people don't rely solely on their agencies to hold them up. They have their own connections and means. It is also because people have their own connections and means that economic companies are more willing to promote such people because the chances of making them a hit are greater. Lu Yaqing said, as for this web series, what our agency intends to do is to pull in a $5 million investment, with our own company investing $2 million, leaving a $3 million shortfall. What type? Luo Feng asked curiously. Youth type, right. Such a web series is filmed right on campus. The cost is relatively low. Lu Yaqing said, continued. According to the idea of the economic company, they want Mr. Xia to contribute $3 million, and then only let people take 50% of the proceeds. In this case, we want to talk down. It is very difficult. But all of a sudden, Mr. Xia named me to talk about it. Then the brokerage company also knew what it meant, so they drew me a big pie, saying that if they could take Mr. Xia, they would give me the female lead of this drama. Ha! Hearing this, Luo Feng laughed. It's true that it's right. Your circle is really messy. After I messed up, then Mr. Xia estimated that for this web series, he won't invest in it, right? Luo Feng said in a somewhat accusatory tone. Your company, it won't be difficult for you, right? Not really. After all, this is supposed to be an exchange of interests. I can accept the conditions. I'll be the female lead. Can't accept. A $5 million play is just a play, and they'll find another investor on the line. Lu Yaqing smiled bitterly. Such a thing, in the circle is too common. I do not accept Mr. Xia. Naturally there are people who accept, and not poor me. In other words, plenty of long legs to carry. Who would leave who? Just can't live? Perhaps others have slept with someone simply for the opportunity, then go back to accompany Mr. Xia. For Lu Yaqing to have such an opportunity and not cherish it is very foolish in the eyes of her peers. Isn't there anything that doesn't rely on these and can also take the investment? Luo Feng asked curiously. Of course they do. Unless you bring in your own funds, then what else does the agency have to say? Or the relationship is strong and the actress pulls in an investment on her own. Lu Yaqing forced a smile. Such a situation, of course, did not belong to herself, otherwise she would not have wanted to refuse when facing Mr. Xia, but could not find any excuse for fear of offending someone. How about that web series script of yours? I think there should be a big profit margin with such a small investment, right? Luo Feng spoke shallowly. It would take a different person to say that $5 million is a small investment. Lu Yiqing definitely thought the other party was pretending. But Luo Feng has the strength to say this by purchasing more than $3 million worth of watches in one performance. It's true that it's easy to make a return on a small budget, after all. Production-wise, most of the money goes into filming, not hiring actors, and it's easy to make a hit with the best of intentions. Lu Yiqing said, thinking of the original Prince Consort promotion, is not the Dark Horse level of explosive, when those actors were before? Who knows? And now, not quite top stream, but in the entertainment industry, there's a place for it. Lu Yiqing said, plus some network broadcasting channels. Be seen, sign a guaranteed plus commission contract, 5 million investment. The hope of return is very big, and then is a variety of copyrights. Always will not lose money. In case it really explodes in popularity, then wait for a big profit. The key is that the entertainment company out of a red-hot artist, then the future pull investment things, dump out this red-hot artist, and there is no worry. After hearing Lu Yiqing say so much, Luo Feng felt so reasonable. Can't refute it at all. And standing in Xia Wen's point of view, it is also like this, although it is an investment of 3 million, but such a small investment, the probability of a blood loss is very small, and there is the possibility of bursting into the world. The key lies in the fact that you can also pick a heroine, and carry a few days of invincible, plump, long legs well. Either way, it's a solid deal. People with money and capital are really the meat and potatoes of this society. So the play you're filming, what's it called? What exactly is it about? Luo Feng opened his mouth to ask, and also couldn't help but check up on one of the prop cards in his item backpack. You're good. School days. It's a drama filmed on campus. There's no other drama like this, other than one about a school romance. But our show is different. We don't have a lot of sweet abuse in this show. Only the cooler flunky style. When Luo Feng heard this, he laughed. Big man cool drama? Luo Feng knows very well that nowadays, why do web series have to make something sweet and abusive? If it's a purely cool kind of thing, as long as it's not awkward, it actually looks like it's going to be very watchable. The point is, with a small Netflix series, you don't have to embody much positive energy, as long as there is no negative energy too. And with a real TV show, you have to have the right values or you'll be sprayed to death. Yes, the identity of the male protagonist is particularly bullish. And if the female protagonist, she's just been spoiled all the time. I think it's a new direction. The sweet and abusive kind is not suitable for the contemporary young people, especially many male viewers, just like pure cool web dramas. Lu Yiqing nodded and said, if Mr. Ci is gone, how much of a shortfall are you guys short? 3 million? Luo Feng smiled and asked the other party. Yes, 3 million, but what does Mr. Luo mean? You want to invest? Lu Yiqing was surprised. That's for sure. Luo Feng laughed. 64, invest in the double your profits card. Potentially hundreds of millions. This, Lu Yiqing looked at Luo Feng in surprise. She knew very well that the boy sitting across from her had such strength, or he wouldn't have purchased such an expensive watch. But she felt that the two had known each other for too short a time. There are a lot of things on which one has to go thoughtful. Do you have any requests yet? Lu Yiqing's big, beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Luo Feng, like a kind of soul torture. No demands, eh? Or what? You think I'm that old ugly man Xiaowen? Luo Feng asked rhetorically. Although this face and this body, poker for a few days, is really restful, but Luo Feng didn't have a penchant for ruling others. Ha! Lu Yiqing was rather amused by Luo Feng's reply. This was once again pinning that old man, Xiaowen, to the pillar of shame. However, Mr. Luo, may I inquire why you want to invest? Lu Yiqing wasn't exactly an old fart in this circle, but she wouldn't trust Luo Feng that easily either. That's certainly because of all the things you said that struck me. With a small investment with an easy payback and an easy breakout, I think I'm probably going to make a killing. Luo Feng laughed. Not gonna tell her. You can use the double your profits on investments prop card yourself. This prop card has an investment limit of exactly $5 million maximum. A loss is of course a normal loss, but once it makes money, then it's 1 to 5 times profit. This prop card, which had always been in Luo Feng's backpack, and now, with such a good opportunity, Luo Feng was certainly willing to give it a try. In case you make tens of millions of dollars and then also storm 5 times the profit, you'll be rich. However, Luo Feng is not a fantasist. He knows very well that the chances of making tens of millions of dollars from a pop star is there, but it won't be that easy. Anyway, As long as you make a few $1,000,000, you'll be satisfied enough on your own. Of course, right now, Luo Feng had just under $3 million in savings, and still needed to wait a little bit of time before he could have 5 million, but it doesn't matter. Luo Feng still had a 10 million credit card, prop card that he hadn't used. Once it's open, Luo Feng would then get $10 million, but it must be paid off within 1 year. Otherwise it wouldn't be an interest-free loan. Rather, the interest rates are horrendously high. Something like this. The previous Luo Feng didn't think it was of much use, but now with the investment program, it comes into play. But what I just said was the ideal situation. Lu Yaqing just said those, not wanting Luo Feng to invest, just casually, to really lose. She felt a bit sorry for Luo Feng. Don't worry, it's just a few $1,000,000. Luo Feng said so. Lu Yaqing was directly speechless, can't refute it at all. Indeed, a few million might be a lifetime's worth of money for an ordinary person, but for someone like Luo Feng who casually buys a watch for a few million, it can really only be a district. Lu Yaqing said, really want to invest? Luo Feng nodded. Yes, I'm pretty sure. If you're not sure, you can first put 5 million on your card. That's not necessary. I still trust you. Lu Yaqing waved her hand in a hurry. Afterwards, taking the initiative, he stood up, his cup slightly lowered. Thank you Mr. Luo then. I just wonder, are you letting me star in the female lead of the drama you invested in? What do you think? Luo Feng laughed. Lu Yaqing smiled without saying a word. Those big beautiful eyes were like crescent moons. Losing at Chief Xia this time around wasn't so bad that she regretted it, but it was a little disturbing. But I didn't expect that a mysterious tycoon who didn't want any conditions to invest in himself would come in the turn of the hand. Thank you Mr. Luo. Don't be so polite. I've actually been looking for an investment opportunity. Inside Luo Feng's heart, that investment doubling profit card. Actually thought about it. Choosing some steadier investments. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in profit. Maybe millions after random doubling. But even if it's a solid investment, there are times when you lose money. It's not just a bad cap when it comes down to it, but it's also a giant waste of prop cards. How about going with one of these investments that is small, easy to pay back, and has a high ceiling with the potential for a pop-up? Thank you Mr. Luo. This time I messed up Mr. Xia's investment, and I'm sure I'll have a hard time at the brokerage company. But after pulling in an investor like you, I'm sure they won't have anything to say about it. When Lu Yaqing said this, Luo Feng rolled his eyes. Didn't you just say that the brokerage company won't make things difficult for you either? Lu Yaqing. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Luo Feng pulled away from the topic and said, then how much revenue can I get in case I invest $5 million? Props card investment amount. The upper limit is 5 million. Luo Feng wants to invest in all. The profit is more. The economic company does not have a lot of money. As long as your side is willing to fully invest, of course they are very happy. After all, for them, the income of the web series is indeed good, but more hopefully, not a penny. And then the promotion of its artists. Artists burst into the limelight. They have earnings. Lu Yaqing said here and thought for a moment. If the other party wants to share the proceeds, Mr. Luo, you can agree to a maximum of 5%. Any higher would be unnecessary, and by the time you refuse, they'll be looking for you again. Luo Feng said. Oh, thank you for reminding Big Star Lu. Big Star Lu? Or what? Wouldn't you want my investment to burst into flames? And yet you're on fire? Luo Feng said so. The great beauty was also laughing her ass off. Smiling and nodding, he said, well then, let's wish our web series a big hit. Cheer up. Shoot better for me. You as the female lead. If you work a little harder, then I have more hope of making money. Luo Feng thought about it and drew a big pie tone too. If you succeed this time, then in the future, say not necessarily I will still invest in you. Lu Yaqing happily said, really? Then thank you Mr. Luo. I'll work hard. But, Mr. Luo, I'd really like a glass of rose bubbly this time. Happy, Lu Yaqing licked her sexy red lips. Oh, are you sure you want to drink it? Luo Feng asked experimentally. 65, the little beauty is drunk. What's next? Don't worry Mr. Luo. I'm not going to be out of my element and need you to take me home, much less let you take advantage of the situation. Lu Yaqing said confidently and rolled her eyes towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, however, smiled and said, that's not true. I'm a bit worried. After all, when boys are outside, they still need to protect themselves. Lu Yaqing was furious when she heard this. However, this time, after getting the matter that Luo Feng was going to invest in her web series, she was in a good mood and drank 2 large cups at a time. Toward the end, Lu Yaqing was a bit slightly drunk. Nope, seems to be drunk already. Luo Feng was now looking at her like that and was very tempted to post a thread on the internet, asking, The man is in a coffee shop. The little beauty is already drunk. What should be the next step? Waiting online. Very anxious. As per the brilliance of those internet users. Definitely say, the operative word fuck has given you your own answer. Or it'll be a clear. People in hotels and blah 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 reply. I guess. Hey, Big Star Lou. Said you had a good drinking problem? Then what? That's it? Luofeng saw her like this. After sputtering. Or pick up her cell phone. Unlocked it with her fingerprints. Luofeng flipped through her communication records and found a phone number called Yang Cici. Looking at the chat log, it should be Lu Yaqing's assistant. After half a minute or so, the other person finally answered. Luofeng also breathed a sigh of relief. Thought I was really going to take her to a room today. Hey, Masaru. When the other party didn't go on, Luofeng interrupted. You're Lu Yaqing's assistant, right? If you don't want Lu Yaqing to be picked up, come over to the coffee shop quickly and send the person back. Ha! Hearing this, Yang Cici's face went white. It's like this. I'm Lu Yaqing's friend, and I'm overhearing Zheng Guoro's. She's drunk. Now do you want to come over and pick her up? Luofeng didn't expect that he would say a word about picking up corpses or something. It can scare the other little assistant like that. Okay then, I'll be right over. Yancy breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the other party meant death by picking up the body. So it's a hot internet term. However, Luofeng didn't know that when Lu Yaqing was lying on the table, that little mouth was slightly turned upwards. But what about Luofeng? How could you not know? You damn. After lying down, it has been the inner desire is, 1. Do not send me to the hotel. You must be a good person. What does this mean? Doesn't Luofeng know? But Luofeng wouldn't take advantage of the situation even if he didn't know about all this, right? After all, Luofeng likes Sumeji's feeling of being able to take the initiative to cooperate. And this was a matter of two people. Otherwise how pointless. It would be better to have thermostat dolls. Waited about half an hour or so. Lu Yaqing's assistant, Yang Cici, had finally arrived. This is a small girl around 163. Slim but not bulging. The girl with the bamboo pole. In her haste to run into the coffee shop, she looked around, and finally, at the head of one of the booths, saw the door number 005, pushed right through the door and walked in, seeing Lu Yaqing who was lying on the table, and Luofeng who was playing with his cell phone on the side doing nothing. Finally a sigh of relief. Hello, my name is Yang Cici. I'm Lu Yaqing's assistant, Mr. Luo. Thank you for taking care of Sister Yaqing and causing you trouble. We'll pay for the drinks. Yancy came here and thankfully folded his hands as if thanking his ancestors. You're welcome, I'll pay for the drinks. It was a deal in the beginning. Luofeng waved his hand carelessly. In her phone, there is my phone number. Report safe when you arrive. After Luofeng finished speaking, he picked up his cell phone and stood up to leave. Hey, Masaru, still pretending? Yancy was a little worried, but looking at the table, just a few bottles of bubbly? Can you get Lu Yaqing drunk? A few moments later, seeing Lu Yaqing prop herself up, Yang Cici said with a blank stare, pretending to be drunk again? Yeah, let's go back first. Don't spit on me, Lu Yaqing said in a tone of confession. After all, it was a big night, and I was very sorry for making Yancy so anxious and worried. Not to spit. How come you went to the store with Mr. Xia for a good reason, but you drank with this gentleman? Did you get the investment? If the other party really wants that, we don't want him to invest. It's just that this opportunity is a bit of a pity. As Yang Cici spoke, she saw Lu Yaqing looking confident instead and asked, General Manager Xia agreed? And didn't touch you? 66. 3.2 million watches exposed. Luofeng is too rustic, isn't he? Lu Yaqing didn't hide it. No, General Manager Xia was offended by me. What? Offended? Does the other party mean that one? Yang Cici's face turned white. So now, Lu Yaqing went back to the brokerage company. It should not be a good day, right? He did have that intention, and I rejected it. But don't worry, I've already found someone else to invest in the web series. Lu Yaqing happily said. What the hell? Who invested in you? Yang Cici realized something and looked at the door. No way? Is it that Mr. Luo? Or else what? Lu Yaqing had heard Luofeng many or else what? And now she had also learned to speak in such a tone. Yang Cici was silent for a moment. Then she jumped up at once and cheered. Great, great. We finally have one of our own female lead dramas. Tell me, how much did the other party invest? And how much do we still need to be supplemented by the brokerage company? This count. Lu Yaqing compared the 5 tender white and slender hands that were perfect for attacking flying objects in the sky. $5 million? Yang Cici covered her small mouth in surprise. You're getting in with full capital. That's not true, Lu Yaqing said, her eyes blinking. But right, I'm going to work hard on this drama. Even if it boils me to death, I'm going to fight for my investors to make money. So ruthless? Young Cece was surprised for a moment and joked. You're bringing in your own personal goods, aren't you? It's not for that Mr. Luo, is it? What nonsense. Lu Yaqing rolled her eyes. The web series is on fire. So are we. So what's with the personal stuff? Lu Yaqing said, poking the little assistant's head. You think I'm a love brain? Well. Hurry up and go home. Plan your next step well. Mr. Luo is waiting to report safety. Don't let them worry. No? Young Cece said, squeezing her eyebrows towards Lu Yaqing. Go back and reply to him yourself. I don't want him to know I'm pretending to be drunk. Yeah, how embarrassing is it that the big liar pretending to be drunk is going to be exposed? Yang Cece said without any good humor. Then the two of them took their purses and came to the front desk when they inquired. Luo Feng had already paid. That's when they left the coffee shop. Luo Feng, who had returned to the hotel, didn't immediately go to sleep, but opened his system panel. Name, Luo Feng. Face value, 80 plus 5. Health, 75 plus 5. Muscle tone, 89 plus 5. Fighting, strength, 66 plus 4. Agility, 58 plus 4. Endurance, 61 plus 4. Cash, $55. 402. Passive income, 50 cents per second. $37. 800 a day in jump money. Item backpack, attribute point storage card, 26 points. It was supposed to be 16 attribute points initially, but Lu Yaqing is clearly a 95-point goddess. Satisfy the other party. Do not want Mr. Xia to send a watch and do not send yourself to the hotel. You have to be a good person of the two first desire. Then 10 points are gained, along with 2 bonuses. As for the 26 attribute points nowadays, Luo Feng saved them first and talked about them when the time came. As for the 50 cents a second money hopping income, that's certainly one of the 2 rewards for Lu Yazhen's 1 second money hopping card. It was 40 cents a second. Now it's 50 cents a second. With such a permanent prop, Luo Feng was sure to use it directly. Now the passive income in a month comes to 10,000. Luo Feng, who had taken a shower at the hotel, had wanted to watch TV, but that guy, Su Xiaoyuan, sent over a picture. Hey, Luo Feng, take a look. This guy Zhang Jicheng, in his circle of friends, sunbathed a 560,000 plus Rolex watch. I don't even know if this guy borrowed it, and there's no way his family could have bought such an expensive watch. When Luo Feng saw this, he also frowned. Why didn't I see it? Scroll through the circle of friends. No, indeed, this guy wouldn't have chosen to block me when he sent this dynamic, right? Luo Feng sent out the message with some amusement. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. This guy can show us off, but in front of your Audi R8, it's totally out of class. Su Xiaoyuan continued to screenshot over. See his dynamic reply? Someone asked him to have this money, might as well buy a car. He also deliberately said something about poor play car, rich play watch, and so on. Oh is it about me? Luo Feng laughed, naturally not bothering about that much. A small Zhang Jicheng, Luo Feng hadn't looked at it in the eyes. Hey, Sissy Li, how about dinner this weekend? Luo Feng browsed around WeChat. This Li Cece, the little goddess that the original owner of the body used to hook up with. 91 or so points for face value. Like this gold-digging woman, the original owner of the body looks so much better on her cell phone. Sure, but it's just trying to be with them Quinn. But sending a message is all too humble and dog-licking. The gold-digging female goddess, on the other hand, is the best to fulfill desires, either by buying handbags or eating expensive Western food. Their desires are low. Otherwise you think? A steady stream of various prop cards in Luo Feng's backpack? Why are there so many? Apart from those few girls that he remembered in his heart, Luo Feng could have hooked up with other goddesses. It could be said that if Luo Feng wanted to study canon theory anymore, send a random message, can't even plug it in too much, but unclean goddesses. Luo Feng wouldn't even nag them too much except for gleaning attribute points and rewards. When you have a moment, respond with a reply and maintain a good relationship in order to continue to fulfill your desires. Kid, is it fun to keep harassing your sister? Sister has a boyfriend. Give it up. Walk by yourself. Or should I give you a ride? You don't want to see the red exclamation point, do you? Crap. Luo Feng saw this, a little overwhelmed. You're a gold-digging girl, and I'm such a godly man. How dare you be mean to me? Oh, looks like I can't hide my status as a rich man for a bit. Sissy Li was confused. What do you mean? Luo Feng ignored her. Straight away, he took to his circle of friends, posted the $3.2 million watch in the hotel he stayed at, and blocked his parents and some other relatives. Of course, by doing so, you can strike Zhang Jicheng. Didn't you say I'm poor in cars and rich in watches? Secondly, Luo Feng felt that it would be better to slowly grind his teeth with these gold-worshipping women than to dominate and reflect his strength. Those constant stream of small props. Luo Feng can taste the sweetness all. High value, high quality girls to tease. Worship the goddess of gold and keep gleaning rewards as well. However, Luo Feng found that the rewards for those low-faced, gold-worshipping female gods hovering around the 90th percentile were generally not particularly good. It's hard to pop a bullseye reward. People are at the Wangfujing Hotel in the capital? A $3.2 million Patek Philippe watch? Crap. Big brother Luo Feng? Are you going to heaven? Didn't we say that the speculation just made $5 million? This has been Audi R8 arranged on? And also arranged a $3.2 million watch? It adds up to over $5 million already, doesn't it? Making money in the stock market again? Though, that said, Luo Feng didn't label the watch as $3.2 million in his circle of friends, nor did he say the model number. But these guys will look up the information. Once you go and check, you won't know everything. Also, you're a single family house in the Wangfujing Hotel, right? Tens of thousands of dollars a night, right? You have to book it for at least 3 days. Take one of me. Will I be your thigh pendant? Brush up. There are too many comments on the dynamics of loafing, and there are a lot of private messages to yourself. First, there was Sue Maggie, who was just amazed. So Luo Feng is so luxurious? Always thought it was just a petty family then. As for Lin Ruoshi, there was little surprise. Little anchor Lu Hanyan? Oh, the bounty is $1 million a night? This circle of friends dynamic? Is that bragging? People are simply sharing their daily lives. And Li Cece, who was currently in the arms of a rich uncle, wrapping her arms around the other party and entangling kisses for a while, was pouting. Okay, Godfather Dad. This guy will delete me himself. No jealousy allowed. Humph. Just such a poor boy. Why bother with him? If I have to find out again. You be careful. Got it. Take the heat off. Comforted his big gold master. Sissy Lee just sat down and swiped up her friends. But a sudden development I saw. It made her eyes light up for a moment. 67, investment company to hand? Hey, good girlfriend, help me see how much this Patek Philippe is? What? 3.2 million? So is it possible that it's rented? It can't be, can it? It's a limited edition? The photo of the boy in the photo, in this hotel, isn't P either, is it? No sign of pics? Sissy Lee was already stirring inside when she saw this. Turns out to be among his own little lickspittles. There's actually such a tycoon? Have you been persistent in pursuing yourself? Hasn't this guy always been stingy? Buy dinner and just spend $1,000 or so up and down. Gift giving is also a couple thousand at most. Of course, they themselves are no more than holding hands for each other. Hanging on all the time, just such a petty family, tasteless to eat and discard. But now you know that the other side is actually so giving? At this moment, the sight of the greasy uncle on the side suddenly didn't smell good. Li Cece quietly said Luo Feng is a star. Went to the bathroom and sent a voice. Whining. Hey, elementary school brother. Just now my sister was joking with you. You won't be angry, right? Seeing that Luo Feng didn't reply, Sissy Lee also posted a cute emoji of her rubbing her face. But still no reply. Isn't schoolteacher going to let me experience the red exclamation point? Seeing this, Luo Feng also laughed. He certainly wasn't going to ignore the other guy. A date to fulfill a list of desires is the right thing to do. But after 30 points of attribute point gleaning, you can roll with it. Of course, the other person is no worse off, with all sorts of luxury desires being satisfied. Told you I was joking. Cheapskate. Next week's weekend, right? Of course schoolgirl is available. But do you have a car? Audi R8? Wouldn't be too embarrassing for you, would it? Where would I be? I wouldn't think so if my elementary school brother drove an Alto. Seeing this, Luo Feng naturally wouldn't nag too much. That's a fucking mouthful. It's getting pretty fast. Li Shishir, hey, Luo Feng, can we make a dinner date? Who you, Luo Shuedi? Sister has black silk high heels. How about I invite you to Happy Planet tomorrow? It wasn't just Sissy Lee's attitude that changed drastically. So many girls in my circle of friends are messaging me at the moment. You know, it used to be the original owner of the body, who constantly asked people good morning, and good night. But now, Luo Feng didn't even bother. Of course, Bai Ningbing also has Luo Feng's WeChat and also saw this dynamic, and a quiet nod of approval. She was well aware of Luo Feng's strength, and to be so perceptive in stock speculation was not at all like someone who was showing off his wealth. I guess I was irritated by Zhang Jiqing's comment about playing with cars poorly and watches richly. You think I'm just an Audi R8? But what about my $3.2 million watch? And at this moment, Zhang Jiqing, naturally, also saw the circle of friends that Luo Feng had sent. Before show $500,000 of watches and still beautiful. But now, silently deleted that poor play car rich play watch reply. It seems like a few minutes have passed. Directly this dynamic of tanning watches, are deleted. Soon, though, there were many messages from the class group. Originally, Luo Feng was going to sleep, but still, at everyone's request, several large red envelopes were sent out to the class group. Zhang Jicheng, who had originally disconnected, still silently received the red packet when faced with it. First, you can't mess with money, can you? Secondly, if you don't claim it, then it's clear that you're having a hard time with Luo Feng, and that reply of poor play with cars and rich play with watches is about Luo Feng. All things considered, it was still blushing to receive it. Yang Meng, Luo Feng is a tycoon. 5 red envelopes, I grabbed 652 yuan. Lu Feng, envy, I just grabbed 2 red envelopes, more than 300 yuan. White nuggets, all 5 grabbed for a total of $1. 214. Su Xiaoyuan frantically spat. Goddess is so lucky? How come I'm only over 100? With all 5 snagged. Li Jun, Zheng Big Boss seems to also come out to grab red envelopes. The results of the yuan. Then you hand luck is still good a little. Luo Feng looked at the message. At White Nimbus, how about I give the big schoolgirl another private supplement of $100? People didn't react for a while, but soon the uproar began. Good lord, that's too much of a tease, isn't it? $1. 214 plus $100? Isn't that $1? 314? Is this a confession in disguise? Let her have the baby. Let her have the baby. Let her have the baby. In the face of everyone's teasing, Bai Ningbing was too embarrassed to come out and speak. She would have been very happy to grab more than 1,000 red envelopes for her little fortune hunter, but this moment was also depressing. And seeing this, Chang is definitely autistic. Bai Ningbing was clearly interested in Luo Feng, otherwise she wouldn't have risked the world to let Luo Feng send her home that day. He's completely out of the picture. The most damnable thing is that at this point in time, this guy, Li Jun, actually mentioned himself. How embarrassing. If it wasn't for the WeChat group himself not being the group leader, he would have kicked Li Jun out of the group. People have arrived. Thank you Mr. Luo for investing in our family Yaqing O. I'm Yaqing's assistant Yang Cici. More guidance. It's about 11 o'clock. Luo Feng received a text message from a stranger's number. Okay, got it. Luo Feng replied. But soon the other party messaged. So Mr. Luo, when are we going to talk about the investment? Seeing this, Luo Feng still clicked the 10 million yuan interest-free prop card, but the $10 million did not arrive immediately. Luo Feng thought that there was a delay in the large amount and didn't care that much. Any time. With a bottom line, Luo Feng naturally replied to Yang Cici in this way. Okay, Mr. Lo. The other then said nothing more. Ding. When large sums of money are accounted for, it is advisable for the host to get an explicit company, so that it will be a bit safer. If the host insists on direct deposit, then the amount of $10 million will also be deposited immediately. Didn't we say that any funds are safe? That's true. But small amounts of money are absolutely safe. And over 10 million, there's still a process to go through. Well then, I'm going to get a company going. Ding. The system has gotten the host several overseas companies as alternatives. The host can contact them directly. Pretty Country Amway Investments. Opening of Nada Seafood Import and Export Investment Corporation. Siam Tang Investment Company, Limited. These companies look like pretty big. I don't have any money right now. Luo Feng was somewhat speechless. The host chooses one directly. By then the host will take 30% of the shares. No need to pay the fee. But in the future the host's big cash or tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars and villas will be generated here. That's fine. Luo Feng also sort of understood that it was the system that provided a way for money to come in, right? But this company won't bring in any revenue for Lo Feng. I'll go with the investment company in Siam then. It's closer. Ding. The host has acquired a 30% stake in Siam Tang's Investment Company, Limited. Okay, got it. Luo Feng smiled. From today onwards, with such a company, Luo Feng's large assets, cash inflow or outflow, would not be restricted at all. Please ask the host to go over to Siam and determine the appropriate equity information for yourself. To Siam? Luo Feng is totally fine with it. The Siam side in Daxia, with a tourist visa waiver agreement, are completely easy to get to with a passport. As for passports, that's easy too. Bring your ID card and go to the immigration department. Fill out the application form. Submit an application. Just wait for the review and you're done. After having his own company, Luo Feng was able to go back to his family with a limousine in a proper manner. However, just as Luo Feng was happy, it was past 11 o'clock when Lu Yaqing made a phone call. Luo Feng was a bit surprised. 68, number 2? Pretty? Ruleable? You're sober, aren't you? Luo Feng received the call and said with a smile. Well nah, Mr. Luo. Still in the capital? Or have you gone back to the Magic City? Lu Yaqing was a little embarrassed. After all, pretending to be drunk fooled the other party, and hurriedly pulled away from the topic. I'm at the Wangfujing Hotel in the capital. I haven't gone back to the Magic City yet, Luo Feng replied. So, Mr. Luo just spoke to my assistant and confirmed that he wants to invest in the web series Hello, School Days? After Lu Yaqing went back, Yan Cece asked Luo Feng about this. After getting a yes, just happily told Lu Yaqing. Lu Yaqing also couldn't help herself and wanted to ask Luo Feng herself. That's for sure. I've already given your assistant the word. Luo Feng spoke with an affirmative tone. And I won't change my mind when we've already said it in the coffee shop. Lu Yaqing smiled faintly. It's just that I'm afraid that Mr. Luo will say something drunk. I'm drinking citrus juice? Are you sure I'm drunk? Luo Feng fell back and lost his smile. Let's do it this way. You and your economic company, tomorrow say that you have pulled in an investment. Then make an appointment to meet me. First sign the contract of intent. I will deliver a deposit of 500,000. After that, I plan to go on a trip to Siam side of the tour. When I come back, I'll deliver 500,000, and the investment will be all done. Oh, that's good, Mr. Luo. I'll greet my economic company now. Lu Yaqing was relieved to see this. Now, it's too late, isn't it? Won't you get scolded? Don't worry, there are people investing. They won't curse even if they answer the phone at 2 o'clock. Lu Yaqing smiled. That's true. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. And the time soon came to the afternoon of the next day. In the second floor box of a high-end tea house in the capital, Luo Feng and Jiahe Brokerage Entertainment, the agency of Lu Yaqing's JY Girl Group, officially signed a contract of intent. Los Wind is wholly invested. Golden Harvest Brokerage Company only offered 5% of the revenue for the web series, and Luo Feng naturally didn't want to ink it. Agreed straight away. Mr. Luo, do you have time tonight? Treat you to dinner? After signing the contract, Lu Yaqing took the initiative to invite. Luo Feng thought about it and spoke. There's no need to invite me. You invited me yesterday. So this time, I should behave. Mr. Luo invested in our company. It's my turn to perform. Lu Yaqing refused. Luo Feng smiled in disbelief. If you want to thank me, do a good job with the web series, as well as help me oversee the quality of the show. Besides, Luo Feng smiled gently. Do you continue to eat low-consumption dishes with you? You are really miserable in your company. Luo Feng deliberately said this and looked at the boss beside him. But just because of Luo Feng's words, Lu Yazheng then received a $50,000 temporary reserve from the company. But that's all to follow. Now that Lu Yaqing was said so by Luo Feng, she could no longer refute anything and could only let Luo Feng treat her. But yeah, you can have dinner if you want, and call 2 more friends over, so that someone doesn't get drunk again by then. Luo Feng looked at her with a smirk. Lu Yaqing is a little hairy, always feels seen through the pretend drunk. It won't be drunk, but I can also call my assistant, and the second female to come with me? Is that okay? This time, Lu Yaqing wanted to drink thoroughly for once. After all, life seems to be taking off, and it's still very happy. It's the atmosphere when we all drink together. That's good. Your little assistant is there, so you can just get drunk and send you back. Luo Feng once again revealed a smile that looked like a smile, turned his hand and asked, by the way, who is the female second? Lu Yaqing looked at Luo Feng somewhat speechlessly. When she signed the contract just now, it was clear that her own company had already introduced Luo Feng to the second female lead, right? Turns out Luo Feng wasn't even listening carefully. Brother, you invested 5 million. What things do not care? Lu Yaqing said. Is this the rich? I can't understand it at all. When would one be able to be like Luo Feng, who was completely unconcerned about $5 million? But the odds are that's only in dreams, right? After all, he could only get 240,000 paychecks for this web series shoot, which was really pathetic. And he was still the female number 1. But she's more concerned about getting traffic for herself if the web series catches on as opposed to a paycheck. If the female second, it's my JY Girl Group member called Zhao Luna, also a very pretty little beauty. Oh, I'll just call out to her right away. Lu Yaqing opened her mouth and said, oh, pretty? Can rules? Luo Feng smiled and joked. The boss of the economic company up there, however, had a twinkle in his eye. Can't wait for Luo Feng to do that. It's better to dislike smoking, alright. No way. Lu Yaqing directly refused and rolled her eyes. Ha ha, well, just call 1 or 2 more anyway, and make sure you get drunk. Luo Feng actually also pinpointed the character of this Lu Yaqing. Too many small minds, hard eyes, after all, mixed with the entertainment industry, knowing the dirty inside. Luo Feng can also understand. That's why it's important to put each other at ease when it comes to things like meals. Otherwise, such a meal. Luo Feng is not so stupid. Surely want two people's world of two people although the goddesses are all long legs, thin waist and large group, which is the standard. But thousands of people have different personalities and need the right medicine. Woo woo, Lu Yaqing wants to cry. This black history is not going to pass, right? I'm a good drinker myself. Want to get you drunk today? You're not gonna let this go, are you? Immediately after, Lu Yaqing through Luo Feng's consent, once again booked the Tan family restaurant box. After all, Luo Feng kinda liked it too. It does taste good. It's just that the amount is so small. But today it's your own treat, so there's no need to be so cavalier. Just hit it hard and have a good time. It's almost evening. A few people were just about to set off when Lu Yaqing said that the second female was here. Luo Feng also looked forward to it. Yaru-san. Luna? You're here? 69. The second girl is a little slut. When Luo Feng turned his eyes to look over, first of all, there was some surprise. After all, the other party was dressed in a pair of tight white hot pants, almost just over the small cliff. Those long white legs were particularly eye-catching. Blue t-shirt with a thin waist. That invincibility. It almost cries out. But when he saw the face, Luo Feng was little disappointed. The body is indeed superb. But the face value is a bit worse than Lu Yaqing. But it's not unattractive. Let's just say that Lu Yaqing is a 95. This girl probably has a face value of 89 or so. But the body is hot and intriguing. Did you just get back from golf? Lu Yaqing surveyed her outfit, while she asked curiously. Nah. Zhao Luna naturally also saw Lu Yaqing's worry and compared an okay gesture. Don't worry. The channel on the side of the Aki Billion playback software took it, and I didn't suffer any losses. Oh, spoiled in winks. That supervisor didn't resist at all. Directly agreed. I see. Is that supervisor face value is not enough? Cannot you? Otherwise you cannot wait to pour paste, right? Aki Billion network drama approval this piece can all be done by him. Lu Yaqing was well aware of this good sister of hers, though reluctant to rule. But you also want to find a strong boyfriend to help you in the entertainment industry. After all, she said, instead of paying out many people to sleep with you, you should stay with one. Serve the good man well, and everything will be over. Be a mistress or a mistressette, a goddaughter or whatever. But the man has to be good looking, or at least not too disgusting. If it's too gross, that one's okay at the time. She couldn't get down to something like kissing. You're right about that. 45-year-old uncle. No fun. Zhao Luna grunted before she noticed Luo Feng standing beside her and hurriedly confessed. Excuse me, you are Mr. Luo, aren't you? Hello Miss Cho. Lo Feng said hello. Also slightly check up on each other's desire lists. Name, Luna Zhao. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 50 kg. Face value, 89 points. Body, 95 points. Age, 24. Wish list. 1. How I wish Lu Yaqing's female number 1 was mine. 2. This web series must be a hit, and the female second has a chance to make a comeback. That bitch Fong Yuan. Obviously not as good as me and Yaqing, but still C-place. Collapsed the room earlier. One day, the brokerage company saw the right girl, and they gave me and Yaqing a special promotion. Looked at the figure item. Luo Feng was still a bit surprised. It was actually 1 point higher than even Lu Yaqing. But really, a woman's body is the key, and with a body comes an appetite. Didn't say much. Luo Feng greeted and took the three little beauties into the back of the Rolls-Royce. Yancy took the initiative to sit in the back seat. As for the 3 seats in the center row, originally Luna was going to go to the back, but after hesitating, she still sat next to Luo Feng. Lu Yaqing's is Chanel 1957. The scent of this perfume is neither too strong nor too light, and it gives a calm and sensual smell. Zhou Luna's would have been either the LV brand of Wind in Love or Penetration. Both perfumes, after all, are a fruity with a floral scent. Having come into contact with so many goddesses, Luo Feng was slightly able to distinguish between these two. It's just that the location is too crowded. Lu Yaqing's side is fine. It's long pants. But Luna Zhao, with her super short hot pants and those long legs, just rubbed and rubbed. Half an hour. Finally, to the location. Luo Feng directly asked for a VIP box with a guaranteed spending of $8,000. The 3 girls looked at each other. It's not good to say anything. Saffron crab, roasted pork and scallion stuffed with original abalone, chicken granules crispy, pan-fried lobster and salted egg yolk. Price per serving. It's all about $1,500. And knowing that the portions are small, Luo Feng directly ordered 2 to 3 portions, because some of the dishes have different cooking techniques. Luo Feng completely one-tracked it. You can't go wrong with a staple like raw steak. Lo Win came with a tomahawk steak priced at $1.252, and a large spiced snail for $1.333, plus the 4 or 5 dishes ordered by Lu Yiqing and 3 other ladies, and booze. That's about 10,000 in total. Aren't you going to order? The 3 of you together didn't order as much as I did? Don't be formal. We agreed to take you guys for a cool meal when the web series signing goes through. Let's order a few more favorite side dishes. Each person must order more than 3. Luo Feng did so. It's not just to show off or have bad intentions or anything. I've already used the Goddess Food Review cashback card by default. What is the function of this prop card? But any goddess with a score of 90 or higher. As long as Lo Feng takes it down to the restaurant. After you've eaten, you'll get cash back by multiplying your rating by your food score. The rating is 10 out of 10 if Lu Yiqing has eaten this meal. So 10 cents times 50. 000 spent on the meal, 50. 000 spending cap. Luo Feng then returned $500,000. Up to 2 goddesses returned. Comprehensive score of 90 points goddess. But the face value did not arrive does not trigger the completion of the first desire to obtain the rewards and attribute points. It is clear that Zhao Luna comprehensive score. Proper goddess. In such a situation, how could Luo Feng let them not have a good experience? As it happened, they each ordered a full 3 dishes, and the total for the meal came to $10,000. Luo Feng randomly ordered a dish that he didn't recognize for 1,000 yuan. It just came up to 50. 000. Just select OK. That's more like it. Let's all just have a casual meal. Luo Feng laughed and put down the ordering tablet. But all 3 girls looked at Luo Feng dumbfounded. That's just about right? A random meal? Big brother. It's $40,000 to $50,000, right? Zhao Luna actually didn't know what exactly was going on with Luo Feng. And while Luo Feng went to the restroom, she asked, Yiqing, are you pulling over an investor? Or is it a rich young master who spends money like dirt, to us so willing to give up? With that, Luna Zhao began to test her opponent. Lift the collar. What a way to get some long legs. Go go go. What are you doing? I'm not. Lu Yiqing is going to die of speechlessness. How can it be possible? Just how long have we known each other? Yiqing, you're not out of it, are you? You said you'd be single until you're old? Have you forgotten? Mr. Luo is not that kind of person. Young Cece rolled her eyes. Sister Luna, let's put it this way. A heavenly opportunity is given to someone who can be very gentlemanly. As for how rich they really are, you've seen it. $50,000 for a meal without blinking an eye. So powerful. Ha! Zhao Luna looked at Lu Yiqing. Then you have to be careful. A man like that interests me. Just you? Lu Yiqing's slanting eyes glanced. Not bad. Body. Quite hooked. Is the face of the poor some? Plastic surgery to go. Humph. Hit me. Right? The body hook is not just fine. Nowadays men. Which one looks at the body is not the body. With the lights off, you don't have any advantage if you're pretty. The ones like me are suitable for being a comrade in arms. The ones like you are suitable for being a girlfriend to take out. Zhao Luna slightly stood up to show her strength. Besides, I can barely be considered a goddess with a 90-point face value, right? The face isn't bad, Lu Yiqing said with a blank stare. Fine then. I'll let you have it. Go hook up yourself if you're capable. Really? If you don't regret it, I'll really do it? Zhao Luna stared at Lu Yiqing and issued a soul-torturing question. Could it be that you aren't the least bit interested in others? 70, asked the schoolgirl to lunch. The most expensive Japanese food to go. Lu Yiqing didn't know how to say it and just said, we'll just have a partnership. You know, I'm really not a love brain, and I'm guarding against him for a lot of things. I guess he doesn't say it explicitly, but secretly, he's already starting to hate me. But I can't do anything about it. I've seen too many showbiz industry losing and capsizing. Being cheated out of my body, not to mention my money. See how anxious you are? You're still worried about people hating you? Well, do not rob your man. To you and he did not have something. How can you just invest you $5 million? Zhao Luna grunted. But you also do not always bring to me in front of hanging around. So tycoon. But also so young, I will not be able to resist hooking up. But, if you are happy, we can serve together. If you want to serve yourself alone. Lu Yiqing was speechless. What's the matter? What are you guys talking about? Luo Feng came back from the restroom and saw the 3 female children muttering in a small voice. He couldn't help but ask. Several people shook their heads, though, indicating that they hadn't talked about anything. Tam's cuisine serves food as fast as ever. In half an hour or so, a large table of fragrant dishes was set. Luo Feng tasted a mouthful of the clear stewed snow eel soup. It was very good. Light seafood flavor. Not too much of a fishy smell. This one is well worth it. Good for the $3,200 price tag. The second course of pan-fried lobster was made with a fine golden hook claw lobster. Said to grow in the deep sea. It is large and has a delicious, flavorful meat. Due to its scarcity, the price is relatively high. That's over $2.800 for just one plate. Flavor-wise, the meat was delicate, marinated to taste, and you couldn't pick any faults at all. About an hour later, the meal was also nearing its end. Even if it was always Zhao Luna who was very protective of her figure, she ate a full meal, her small stomach slightly bulging. I have to say, this little beauty's body would be perfect if she were to switch with Lu Yaqing. The point was that Lu Yaqing didn't seem to like wearing clothes that were too that. The body itself is actually pretty good. Otherwise it wouldn't be a 94. A girl with a good figure needs to wear sexy clothes, otherwise it's all for nothing. Was going to just get up and pay the bill. Luo Feng suddenly wondered. So he opened his mouth and said, "You guys have eaten well, right? If this meal experience, 10 points? How many points would you guys give you?" Have seen their real ratings through the system though. But Luo Feng might as well ask to see who was honest and who was pompous in these two goddesses. Full marks. Full marks. This is absolutely full marks. Yang Cece was the first to respond. It's so delicious. I've never eaten such a delicious meal in my life. Yancey's Real review is a score. And that's not wrong. Zhao Luna glanced at Lu Yaqing and replied, "I think scoring it. The seafood soup is a bit bland. A little fishy is actually better. I like it fishy." Lu Yaqing didn't answer, but instead asked, "How many points do you think, Mr. Luo?" Luo Feng thought for a moment and spoke. "For a single dish, that spicy shrimp, I'd give it a score, but overall it's still over the 8 passing line. Points for the overall rating. Mr. Luo is really strict." Lu Yaqing thought about it and commented, "I do think the chicken grain crispy is very good. It can score full points. Overall it's just a 9. After all, Luna also said that the seafood is really a bit bland. Can't eat that kind of flavor. Also, it depends on personal taste." Luo Feng nodded. "I personally like to eat seafood with a lighter fishy flavor. It's best to put some shiso inside the water when steaming. The fishy flavor will be a lot lighter. Otherwise the fishy flavor will be especially hard to get rid of after eating. And I have to use some special mouthwash before I can rinse it off." Soon, Luo Feng walked towards the front desk and paid the $50,000. Lu Yazhou's score multiplied by 50. 000 equals $440,000. Luna Cho's score multiplied by 50,000 equals 10,000. This meal, Luo Feng spent 50,000 yuan, but the cashback came to 10,000. Pure income of 10,000. Such a meal, come 100 times. Luo Feng is also happy to treat the sister to eat and drink. Unfortunately, there are just 2 such prop cards, leaving one in the backpack. But Luo Feng hooked up with more goddesses slowly, enough to feed off the war. "Luo Feng, why don't we go have a drink at the Middle Island Coffee?" Lu Yaqing saw Luo Feng paying the bill and took the initiative to issue an invitation. "No, I'm going back tomorrow. It's better to have a good rest. You two focus on filming my web series. If there's anything, just call or send me a tweet." Luo Feng still refused. "I'm also a school student. It's not a solution to keep going to school like this." "Okay then." Lu Yaqing saw Luo Feng's resolute attitude and didn't persuade him much. Soon, it was time to leave the Tan family restaurant with the young assistant and her teammate, Luna Zhao. Luo Feng, on the other hand, took his own Rolls-Royce and returned to Wangfujing. Of course, Luo Feng was in such a hurry to go back, not because he hadn't been to school for many days. Instead, this time back is the weekend. By Ning Bing, that long-legged schoolgirl, promised a weekend meal, but it's coming. Luo Feng had to go back there. The next day around 11 o'clock noon, Luo Feng returned to Mordor and left the small gift he had brought for his parents at home. Naturally, the parents are not at home. It's all pretty busy. That's really how it is in small families. The parents are always working hard, trying to leapfrog classes, and rarely spend time with the family. Luo Feng opened the refrigerator and actually there wasn't a single cold dish. After thinking about it, he picked up his cell phone and contacted by Ningbing. "Hey, big schoolgirl White, are you coming out for lunch?" About a few minutes later, she replied to the message. "I thought you said night? Why are you calling me at high noon? It's not like you don't know. I just flew over from the capital without eating, and there's not a single cold dish in the house. So what can I do?" Luo Feng helplessly sent over a voice bar. "That's fine. I'm going home for the weekend and there's no one at home to cook. I was going to order takeout, so let's go out to eat. You pick a place?" Luo Feng thought for a while and didn't make a decision. Chinese food? Western food? Japanese food? Or Korean food? You pick the type. I'll pick the place. Luo Feng knew that girls liked it when boys were stronger in making decisions, but it's not all about making decisions. As soon as a girl picks a favorite type, then you should be decisive and just pick which one to eat at. Chinese food is too mushy. Western food is nothing but haute cuisine. How about Japanese food? Bai Ningbing opened her mouth. Actually, Luo Feng don't yell anything about girlfriends or molest people. Generally Bai Ningbing speaks quite ladylike and doesn't burst into foul language. After all, not caring about the image of a goddess scolding Luo Feng, that was also exasperated by the other party. But boys, it's all about pissing girls off from time to time. A guy who is submissive and a guy who invites girls to be angry all the time. If together they like the woman, then in the end the girl, with great certainty, will choose the guy who messes with her. Because the goodness of the 100% obedience one is too easy to get, and when you get it, you don't cherish it. Instead, the one that keeps inviting her anger will be favored. Japanese food, right? Well then, you clean up and dress up. I'll pick the place from my side, and when you're dressed up, the place will be picked. Okay, dress up pretty. Don't worry, this goddess can't disgrace you. 71, why don't you? Let's go to the movies. The location is Hollow Cicada Kaiseki? Bai Ningbing was surprised. This was a 3,000 per capita Japanese restaurant. What's up, big schoolgirl? Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Nothing, go on then. I'll take the bus over and wait. Luo Feng opened his mouth and said, no, I'll come pick you up. You send me the positioning. Until now I don't know exactly what neighborhood your house is in. Last time it was just delivered to the plaza. Girls are still very secretive about their home addresses. Not to mention such a schoolgirl. Once the word spreads, there will probably be no peace. I'll send you. Soon after, Luo Feng looked at the name of the neighborhood and smiled slightly. The other party is willing to give the neighborhood address. It means that I believe Luo Feng won't go and expose himself. You came right in? When Luo Feng came to the downstairs of Bai Ningbing's house, she looked at Luo Feng in surprise. The security guard then inquired who I was looking for, and when I said I was looking for the prettiest one in the whole neighborhood, she said, the white girl, right? I said yes and let me in. Luo Feng laughed and said, but Bai Ningbing just looked at him suspiciously. Which security guard would think I'm the prettiest in the whole neighborhood? Could it be that you aren't? Luo Feng asked rhetorically. Then my beautiful or quite a lot of it. I do not listen to you blind fool. Coax me happy? Bai Ningbing is not a stupid white sweet. Once heard that Luo Feng made up. In fact, scum like this stuff. Girls know it, but it's just so uptight. Once in the car, she volunteered to sit in the passenger seat. Doesn't seem to have learned his lesson from the last leg-touching kill. This time in the passenger seat, still in super short hot pants. She loves to show off those long legs every summer. Keep your hands away from me. I'll tell you, Bai Ningbing had a bit of an aftertaste when she saw Luo Feng's hand, resting on the handbrake. Luo Feng really a little speechless. This is the impression of LSP. Has been carved in the bones, right? But Luo Feng can be very clear. You have to be a gentleman all the time, so you can bring men and women closer together? I'm afraid it's just too much fiction. The truth is that with men and women, as long as the other person doesn't obviously hate you, then there's a lot of hope. Intimate temptations of all kinds should be constant. First there was hand-holding, the next step was hugging, and finally kissing. Girls, as long as the oral cavity are conquered, then it's actually your guy. For some women, this one is more important than the scabbard. In other words, the one who can circle you and kiss you around. It's just as easy to get that her. The meal is on me, and you'll behave tonight. Come to the downstairs of Cicada Kaiseki restaurant. Luo Feng then saw that Bai Ningbing was a little worried, knowing that the other party is a small fortune hunter. Naturally he should know what to say. Yeah, let's go to the roadside stand tonight. Bai Ningbing agreed at once, and gave a mischievous smile. Luo Feng was speechless. Empty Cicada Kaiseki Japanese food? Changing roadside stalls? You're swapping a birdshot for a cannon? Luo Feng complained though, but with such a beautiful woman. There's a rich kid treating you, and you haven't had that chance yet. Empty Cicada Kaiseki cuisine is on the 50th floor of the building, and the two of them took the elevator for about 3 minutes before arriving. A window seat was chosen. Bai Ningbing casually ordered a few cheap dishes and handed them over. While most Japanese food is buffet style, almost buffet style is not authentic, because on the small side of town, there's no such thing as a Japanese buffet. White, you ordered the set menu? Luo Feng tried a pertinent and not too intimate, but also not offensive, term of endearment. Or what? A la carte is expensive. Luo Feng didn't say anything and looked at it. This package is not bad. Charcoal grilled wagyu beef, top quality sashimi, and Shizuoka honeydew melon are all available. Satisfy all your taste buds for top-notch Japanese food. The lunch market package is available at 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 and 6,000. Dinner is only available in 6,000 and 8,000 stall packages. It was now noon, and Bai Ningbing chose the $4,000 slot. By the way, how come you and Zhang Jiqing are in the circle of friends, seemingly coming to a war without smoke? After ordering the menu, Bai Ningbing asked curiously. Luo Feng casually ordered some extra drinks and opened his mouth. You should know that he badmouthed me in his words, saying something about poor playing with cars and rich playing with watches, and blocking me. Do you think that besides scolding me, who else can be scolded? So are you poor playing with cars? Bai Ningbing asked back. What do you think? Luo Feng said in a careless tone and flicked his wrist. Bai Ningbing looked at Luo Feng's wrist. Indeed, tycoon. But a $3.2 million watch? Just this? Luo Feng was puzzled. What's your tone? The face value is also too bad. Bai Ningbing shook her head. With that $3 million, it's really better to buy a car. So, Zhang Jiqing, that sentence, I think it is very suitable for you. Luo Feng saw this and laughed. But anyone who says that $3 million is not as good as buying a car, that's the pattern of a poor play car. Hello. Bai Ningbing grabbed the soup tureen and made a show of throwing it over. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. In fact, poor play car is also graded other. Some cars limited edition. Not at all money can buy. Then you cannot say poor play car. You have? Bai Ningbing asked with a raised eyebrow. Not yet. Luo Feng smashed his mouth. Isn't this something you have to fulfill more of your goddess's desires to have a chance to obtain? The two didn't make any small talk and continued to enjoy their food. But on the way, Luo Feng saw Bai Ningbing look at her cell phone a few times. Suddenly the second desire is to go and see one of the latest movies to come out. What? Today's the premiere of that movie? Bai Ningbing saw a BFF send in a picture of the movie tickets. Looking at the other side sat Lo Feng. The guy could have been promised dinner this afternoon. You can't go back on your word. Can you? We'll have to see tomorrow too. Ha? What's with the second desire? Is it to see the XXXX movie? Inexplicable desires suddenly rose. It made Luo Feng a little confused. Yet not the first desire. Have to channel it a bit. This desire is well satisfied. She must be seduced and become the first desire. By the way, White. It looks like the XXX movie that just came out premiered. Luo Feng suddenly mentioned it. Also let Bai Ningbing some surprise. This man wants to and their own about the movie. This is a couple only go. Looked up and said, yes, very good. The protagonist is my very favorite actress. Immediately after, Bai Ningbing then gushed out an introduction. Wow. You said so much. You wouldn't want to treat me to a movie, right? Luo Feng was instantly unhappy, pretending to have a hard time with his tone. Say, a movie ticket. It's worth the cost of a meal. I'm very uneconomical, right? Where do I think so? Bai Ningbing was speechless, but the first desire to watch a movie inside actually came to number one. There's nothing wrong with that on the other side. You're invited to the movies. You'll save money on the meal. The little fortune hunter was held steady, forgetting for a moment that going to the movies is a couple's act. Actually, this movie has an actor I really like? Suddenly a bit hesitant, Luo Feng looked at his cell phone and pretended to think. What's the hesitation? Go if you want to go. I can see the preview of the movie. It's very wonderful. Bai Ningbing countered with a very condescending tone and began to seduce. In fact, she herself had long since entered Luo Feng's ruse. Okay then, just go to the movies. Never mind. I think it's better to buy you dinner. Hey! Luo Feng was a little upset. This little beauty. Engaged the first place in the mind. 72, an invitation from the schoolgirl? To go to the imperial capital? What's wrong? Bai Ningbing purposely screwed him over. And that was because she suddenly remembered that this guy went to the movies with himself and acted like he didn't want to go in the first place. She's not happy about it. Humph. Fine. To eat, how about we go to Ultraviolet? Luo Feng backhanded and said aggressively. That, Ultraviolet? Bai Ningbing backed off a bit. 8,000 per capita. One of the most expensive restaurants in Magic City. It's so expensive. I can't afford it. I'll treat you to a movie. Bai Ningbing had no choice but to compromise, rolling her eyes and no longer daring to engage her mind. Finished lunch at the Japanese restaurant as the movie tickets were for the early evening. Luo Feng pulled the schoolgirl to go to the gaming leisure bar. Opened a few black. After 4 games of League of Legends. When 6:30 rolled around, the two headed to the movie theater. She plays bottom lane assist and has to make Luo Feng go down the lane with her. Dish like a dog. Lo Feng is a really bad gaming experience. But the game and passing by the lounge bar threw an envious look toward Luo Feng every time. They couldn't wait for the one sitting next to Bai Ningbing to be themselves. By the way, Luo Feng, what do you think of the imperial capital's third university? Watching the movie with White Nimbus clutching a bucket of popcorn. It seems like a movie that started out funny and then didn't want to watch it in the second half. What's wrong? Luo Feng was puzzled at first, but suddenly said, right, doesn't the school have an exchange student quota to that university over there? You want to go? Luo Feng asked. I set my goal a long time ago. Bai Ningbing nodded. When I first enrolled in this pseudo first-class university, it was just because I didn't work hard in high school. Now that I have the opportunity, I certainly want to go to a good university. I have a good political ideology, and my average grade point average in all my classes is greater than. It's the English one that's a bit worse, but I'll try my best. Poor English? Luo Feng thought about it. He was a third-grade English. I'll fill you in? Luo Feng's professional attribute point. Level 3 English. Wasn't that kind of level in school. Put it this way. Level 1 is the entry level. Level 2 can barely communicate with foreigners. The third level is open communication. Level 4 that's accessible communication. And with level 5, that accent. It sounds like a foreigner. Just you? What's wrong with me? Luo Feng angled his head. Other than that, to pass the requirements of an exchange student, the English alone, surely I'm fine with that. You're in big trouble. What? Want to go to Emperor 3 with me? Bai Ningbing's sexy little mouth curled up. Chasing me that hard? Luo Feng shook his head. What are you thinking about? It's not you who said that I can't speak English. So I'll make an analogy. Then it's okay if you want to go. Experience a different school atmosphere, and also get to know more contacts. Such a prestigious university, the students who come out of it, are also considered to be the mainstay. Bai Ningbing explained. Luo Feng smiled. Tell me more. Then he pulled away from the topic and said, Right, Ningbing, I'm planning to go over to Siam in a few days. Are you going? 73, meet the goddess. Luo Feng, what are you doing over in Siam? Bai Ningbing immediately became curious. I've recently made some money from stock speculation, and I've got my eye on an investment company over there, and I want to get in as a shareholder. It's about the job, isn't it? Pretty much, Luo Feng said after a while. Anyway, I've already signed the contract of intent, so I'll go over to finalize the share information and such. Since it's a work thing, I won't go. You pay attention to your own safety. It's not peaceful over there. If you have the money, it's better to hire a bodyguard. Bai Ningbing thought about it, and there is no long vacation. 2 days on the weekend to go and not have fun, or forget about it. And she's a little worried, herself wouldn't go and give away a blood. Okay, Luo Feng naturally wouldn't force himself. If the other person agrees to travel together this time, then he was going to use this opportunity to take down Bai Ningbing. But there's plenty of opportunity for that later. 2. Upon returning to his Townsend, Luo Feng did not choose to tell his family that he was going to Siam. Still going to school. After all, you can only get your classmates to play cope for you at school. At 10 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Luo Feng once again went to the Magic City airport. Take a few glances at the international planes on board. Still no sign of the pretty stewardess. Luo Feng was once again disappointed, and this time, completely disillusioned with the flight attendant. In the future, if anyone wants to tell himself that the stewardess is beautiful or something, Luo Feng will not believe a single punctuation mark. After all, he hadn't seen any pretty ones several times, so he couldn't say that Luo Feng was an unlucky man. Could he? Or is the whole airline targeting itself by not letting it meet a good-looking flight attendant lady? Mr. Lo, see you at the airport. After getting on the plane and turning off his cell phone, Luo Feng looked at the text message. Someone had already come to pick himself up from the Siam Tang Investment Company side, which was the destination. Turning off his cell phone, he took a silent nap. As for the investment company, it's on the Bangkok side of Siam, and the majority shareholder of the company is an overseas Chinese, Tang Tian. It's still very influential over there in Bangkok. The system has arranged that he met by chance. When he came to visit the country, he saved him, belonging to the life and death friendship. I have to say, the company that the system has arranged for its own reward channel is pretty good. It's a smart NPC that's been arranged, I guess. When Luo Feng arrived at the exit of the Bangkok airport, he saw a group of investment company employees holding a sign with the word Luo Feng written on it, also cozy in English and Chinese respectively. When Luo Feng walked over, all of the other people recognized themselves, and everyone knew that this person was a lifesaver when General Manager Tang went over to Dasha, so he divided 30% of the shares to him. Hello Mr. Lo, welcome to Siam Bangkok. I was sent here by Mr. Tang to pick you up. Just call me Juan Tucker. The other person spoke fluent Chinese. It made Lo Feng not even sound Siamese. Playing with tanks? Luo Feng instead joked. My big brother Tang. What's the arrangement? Mr. Tang said that he asked me to pick up Mr. Luo and go to the company first. Juan Tucker spoke up. Okay then, let's go, Luo Feng said, and without any ink, he was soon invited to the highway by the crowd. A black Bentley limousine had already been waiting here. In about half an hour or so, the car pulled into a 20-story building. just as he got off the elevator. A young countryman-looking young middle-aged man, on the other hand, unfolded his arms and embraced over. Luo Feng, old brother. You're here, ah, you're really good. Let me invest in that one project. We've made a lot of money. The system is also cozy enough. Except for the arrangement that Luo Feng and Tang Tian are life and death friends. But it was also arranged that Lo Feng had made a great contribution to the company. This favors both Dan Yuta himself and the company as a whole. There wouldn't be any people under Tang Tian's banner that would have any problem with Luo Feng. It's good to make a lot of money. Luo Feng pursed her lips and smiled. Older brother. This is the transfer of equity. You read it. If there is no problem, you sign it. After that you are the second largest shareholder of my Siamtang investment company. Tang Tian laughed, and when he came to the office, he then pushed a contract to Luo Feng. Luo Feng actually didn't need to look at it. The company that the system had arranged for definitely couldn't be wrong. But these are real people. Still pretend to read the paperwork. About 10 minutes later, Luo Feng still signed his big name on it. Ha ha ha, it's done. Then we'll be family from now on. Old me still has some status and connections in Bangkok, so go ahead and have fun. By the way, also, I've arranged for our Siamese specialties in order to receive you. When Dan Yuta said that, Luo Feng hastily refused. Don't. I'm still a pure child. Wouldn't that be just right? It can let you shed your skin a bit. Don't worry. I won't bury your identity. And I'll also find you a first kill of a superb goddess. No, old brother. I'll just casually hang out over here, eat seafood, go shopping, and take in the local customs. Luo Feng once again refused. But the goddess of the first kill, Luo Feng can add her contact information. Wool gathering but later. It's better to eat a chick that you've picked up yourself. Just lay there, and then you come, right? How boring is that? Tang Tian couldn't say anything else, and could only open his mouth. Well then, over here, the night market is very good. There are a lot of tourists from Daxia who come over, so I can't guarantee that you'll even meet a nice encounter. After saying this, Tang Tian looked at his subordinate beside him. You, go and arrange for a few people to protect my old brother. This side isn't like the country. There's still a lot of petty theft. Bangkok this side, although already highly developed, compared to the domestic first-tier cities, in fact, is not bad, but security this piece, or cannot be careless. One attack nodded. No problem, boss. Thank you, elder brother Tang. Luo Feng naturally wouldn't reject Tang Tian's good intentions. It's also more reassuring to have a local following. Night came, and Luo Feng, dressed in a casual outfit, like an ordinary tourist, wandered around the night market in Bangkok. Wandering around. After shopping around, I found that the seafood over here is indeed very cheap, less than 1/3 of the price of the Magic City. Just for example, small green lobsters in the country sell for about $136. But when it comes over here, it's only $30 or so a pound. But soon, Luo Feng realized that there were so many curry crab sellers over here. But look up the information and realize, crab curry, this being a Siamese heavyweight, it's a must-have on almost every Thai restaurant menu. The chef adds the fat crab to the curry sauce and stir-fries it quickly, then mixes it with the egg sauce. The pungency of the curry penetrates into the crab meat but does not overshadow the freshness of the crab, and the egg sauce serves as a neutralizer, which makes the dish even more full of rich, evocative layers of flavor. In the country Luo Feng also saw, the price almost won as long as 70 or 80, but when you get here, street stalls are selling them for $10 a piece, $15 a piece. This one looks good, Luo Feng muttered. But just as he was observing this curry crab, a nice girl's voice came from his side. The voice said, if you want to try this family's crab curry, I'd advise you to think carefully. Luo Feng twisted his head to look over. It was a young lady in a long dress. Valiant. The face value is about 93. The body is around 92 points. It's nice to be a little goddess, but not up to the standard of a Jedi. If he had to choose between her and Su Meiji as a long-term battle companion, Luo Feng would choose Su Meiji without hesitation. But it has its own style, I guess. She's a little more valiant, another flavor. A woman like that gives one a strong desire to conquer. Hello, my name is Luo Feng. I'm from Magic City. What's Mrs. name? Since there was a goddess who took the initiative to hit on him, Luo Feng certainly wouldn't let go of the opportunity. 74, crap. Calling your husband so soon? My name is Han Fei Fei. I'm from the capital side. I've already eaten this curry crab just now, and it was a bit disappointing. So I don't want my compatriots to fall for it. Han Fei Fei wrinkled her nose and squinted at the stall owner. Is it really that bad? Luo Feng was a bit unconvinced. Of course, there's an indescribable plastic flavor. The texture isn't particularly good, and the crab meat is even worse. Don't talk about it. Count me in on all that money. It's all gone down the drain, Han Fei Fei snorted, not even wanting to spit too much. So, this is a culinary cartwheel for you? Luo Feng couldn't help the smile hanging on his face. That's for sure. Crab curry? It says it's cooked in curry sauce? Turns out their curry crab is a brown crab. Do you think it can be called curry crab? So that's how it is. There are also treacherous merchants abroad who fool people, Luo Feng said, and took the initiative to inquire. Then, Miss, do you have any good recommendations? If you're over here, the best thing to eat, I think, would be Siamese fragrant rice, and if you're simply asking about seafood, I'd still recommend Peepa prawns. Peeps? Luo Feng smiled slightly. Yes, especially the ones over 3 tails are the best. The meat tastes sweet and tender, light and soft, and has a special tantalizing fresh flavor, and now it's the spawning season. It tastes the best, and this side of the cooking method is good. Not white burned, not a big fire quickly fried, but carbon grilled. 5 shrimp skewered on a brazier, delicious and inexpensive. Very awesome. Seeing this, Luo Feng nodded and said, then can I invite you to try Pit Peeps again? I'll lead the way then. I know a good Peepa shrimp stall. Han Fei Fei naturally didn't refuse. Well then, it's lucky that this is Siam and that Missy speaks a mouthful of Beijing dialect. Otherwise I would have thought you were a trustee. Luo Feng joked, and the other rolled his eyes. A few moments later, Luo Feng followed Han Fei Fei while he arrived at a seafood stall. Han Fei Fei pointed to the breeding box. Take a look. These peeps, alive and kicking, are freshly salvaged. In a big stall like this, the pipefish shrimp just don't look as small as they do at home. All are of the fat-headed variety. Luo Feng checked the menu, and the peppy shrimp actually cost 89 yuan a pound, and it's still one of the cheaper categories of dishes out there. It looks like this one really is a big stall. The main food is just peppy shrimp, and try some other random things. Luo Feng looked at the menu. Then what flavor of peppy shrimp do you think is good for you? Miss, I think the garlic-flavored ones are good. The cumin ones are okay. The mustard ones are forgettable. Not like the domestic kind. I don't think you should be used to eating them. Luo Feng laughed, causing the other party to say with great surprise, I don't make choices. I want them all. Luo Feng smiled, and with a fluent English, shouted, Boss, except for the wasabi-flavored ones, I'll take a serving of all the Peepa shrimps. Can't you understand? Then, Luo Feng changed the language and said it again. The other party immediately understood. You speak Thai? Han Fei Fei was surprised. Weird? It's a bit strange. Han Fei Fei nodded heavily. But in fact, Luo Feng had just added level 1 Thai as well. And unpopular items of expertise like Thai. There are just 3 levels. Level 1 is barely communicating. Level 2 is then soothing. Level 3 is accessible communication. And Luo Feng himself doesn't know Thai. Using 10 attribute points to add 1 level up. Naturally it's level 1. I have a good talent for languages. If they can't understand English, I'll come to Thai. I'll always understand, Luo Feng said with a smile. About 10 minutes or so. Skewers of spicy, garlicky, and barbecue-flavored Peepa shrimp, on the other hand, were brought to the table. And it comes with scissors to cut off the shrimp shells, and disposable plastic gloves. Luo Feng was still very gentlemanly in the first place, handling the Peepa shrimp for Han Fei Fei, including peeling the shrimp for the other party and so on. Such a gesture also makes the other person feel good. Sure is good. The meat is delicious and not greasy at all. It's a different flavor from the domestic ones. Luo Feng took a big but not too fast bite. In a short while, the spicy-flavored Peepa shrimp was eaten up by Luo Feng. Han Fei Fei didn't eat the spicy flavor. Capital city chicks. Most of them can't eat spicy. Or she herself can't eat spicy. After finishing the meal, Luo Feng took the initiative to settle the bill. It was 590 renminbi. Luo Feng turned around and said, Miss, how many days do you plan to play over here? Han Fei Fei didn't hide it. I've been here for a few days and plan to go back the day after tomorrow. When will you go back? I don't have a fixed plan. Luo Feng paused and said, how about this? How about I add a WeChat? When we have time later, we can play together. Okay, you sweep me. Han Fei Fei did not refuse, took out her cell phone, and swept the code Luo Feng. After seeing Han Fei Fei's avatar, Luo Feng was a bit surprised. Miss Sister, it's not fair. The avatar uglifies itself. If you don't see the honored one, it's still not scared away by you? This Fei Han's avatar is toxic. It was indeed her in person, but all pockmarked in fat. Hey, Missy, I'm talking. Why are you scandalizing yourself? Luo Feng spoke between words, found her checking her Twitter feed. After looking at it, she raised her head and blankly glared at Luo Feng. Little friend, I'm leaving first. Bye. Little friend? That's a bit of an unfriendly title, isn't it? Luo Feng didn't have the good sense to say. Yeah, is there a kid wearing a $3.2 million watch? Han Fei covered her mouth and laughed, pointing out Luo Feng in a way that was still very elegant, and then left in style. Luo Feng looked at Han Fei's back. If you can't see the other person's list of desires, you likely don't know who she is, but now that I've seen it, then for hitting on her earlier and having dinner together, it makes sense why she did what she did. $300, check it out. Food is on us AA. Though you guys ate quite a bit. Fei Han laughed and then offered to send over $300. Luo Feng naturally clicked to receive it, but still, he pretended to be surprised and didn't have the good sense to say, it's destiny to meet. Young ladies still distinguish so clearly? Of course, you can't eat and drink kids for nothing, although you do have a lot of money. Han Fei sent a message followed by an emoticon of a smile with big white teeth. Afterwards, Luo Feng replied with a sentence in the past, but the other person didn't reply anymore. Luo Feng of course followed head-on, because now through Han Fei's first desire, Luo Feng saw that Han Fei should have met trouble at the seafood market, looking for half a day. Finally saw her at a diner. Originally, Luo Feng wanted to relieve her, but the moment she saw Luo Feng, she smiled and walked over. Hubby, let's go over there and see if there's anything good to eat. 75. Missy's mysterious identity. Luo Feng was slightly jolted, but still smoothly wrapped his arm around her thin waist. Then let's go take a look. Soon. To a corner. Han Fei then let go of Luo Feng and confessed. Sorry, you met trouble? Luo Feng pretended to have an inquisitive tone. Yeah, just accidentally bumped into someone else something. Those guys were following me. Thought I'd shaken them off. But, why are you being followed? Luo Feng once again assumed an inquisitive tone. Little friend, you're not cute at all. Han Fei rolled her eyes. Only then did Luo Feng put on an expression of sudden realization. Did you crash some illicit deal? Yeah, I saw you reacting quite nimbly just now. It's impossible to be this stupid, right? Han Fei grunted and laughed. So accosting me in the first place? Telling me not to eat from that house because someone was following you? Luo Feng asked rhetorically. Yeah, so why choose me? Luo Feng deliberately inquired. To know everything. That's not normal. With 2 bodyguards behind you, the people following me won't dare to move easily. So why don't you follow you? This observation of yours, it's really good. Luo Feng smiled helplessly. By the way, Missy, what's the unlawful thing you crashed through? Would you believe me if I said I didn't see it clearly? Seeing this, Luo Feng seemed to smile but didn't point it out. Of course I believe it. I don't know what those things are, but they don't look like they should be very large, and they're in a small safe. I hadn't even gotten a good look at it before the other guy started following me. Seeing this, Luo Feng still revealed an untraceable weird smile. Then you found me and accosted me, right? Han Fei nodded. But why are you following me again? Didn't I just wander around randomly and come here? Luo Feng will never admit that he came over to help you on his own accord, because Han Fei first accosted, just to deter the people who followed. Thought that those people left. He also said goodbye to Luo Feng, but the follow-up followed up, just when she had no way. Luo Feng again seems to loiter to her side. Oh, Han Fei wouldn't suspect that the other party saw something. It wasn't like she was a sleuth. However, in the next moment, the bodyguard Tang Tian had arranged for himself came up. Mr. Luo, we stopped 2 white boys who were following you, the so-called white pups. It's the flower business. Oh, bring it over here and I'll take a look. Luo Feng used the Thai language to communicate with the other party and brought Han Fei, while he arrived at a cold drink store. Something to drink. Missy? A glass of orange juice would be nice. Soon, the 2 sat down in the box, and Luo Feng said with feigned curiosity, the thing you crashed through, was it supposed to be a flower deal? Your men have captured white boy. So it must be. Han Fei nodded. Just a glance. And you have no evidence. Why should I follow you? Luo Feng falsely inquired. They think I have a video of them filming, and should be trying to get me to delete the video. Seeing that she couldn't hide anymore, Han Fei simply spoke up, while later adding, of course, I was just filming the scenery. What are you looking at me like that for? Seeing that Luo Feng didn't believe her, Han Fei took the initiative to take out her cell phone. You can check it yourself. Of course, Luo Feng didn't do that. In fact, it has been known that the evidence, which was filmed and sent out by her, has been deleted locally, so how can there still be a record? I've already looked. There's no record in this young lady's cell phone. Luo Feng turned his head and instructed the bodyguard. As for those 2 white pups, you guys watch and deal with it. Okay, Mr. Luo. The bodyguard coped and went out the door. Miss Sister, things are taken care of, and the 2 white cubs won't follow you. Luo Feng lifted the juice and took a sip. Comforting. Single girls, especially such pretty girls, in Siam, it's better to be careful. After all, the second elder over here has said a very famous sentence. In Siam, if a single beautiful young lady wanders around in a bikini, she deserves to be forced. Han Fei Fei rolled her eyes, but still said, "How do you know I'm single? How do you know you're single if you don't say that?" Luo Feng asked instead. Ha ha ha, well then, thank you little friend. Han Fei Fei threw over another big, flavorful blank stare. By the way, kid, can you give me a ride back to the hotel? I'm still a little bit scared afterward. Han Fei Fei took the initiative to ask, pretending to be pathetic, because she's a little worried about her identity being seen, pretending to be delicate. No problem. The flight the day after tomorrow, right? Luo Feng inquired. Yes, an 8 a.m. flight. It's a pity. I have to stay over here for 2 more days. Otherwise I would have gone back with you, Luo Feng said regretfully. That's fine. Next time I come to the capital, I'll treat you and have to thank you properly. Han Fei Fei opened her mouth. In about 20 minutes or so, Luo Feng took Han Fei Fei in his Bentley limousine and sent her back to the hotel. And as soon as Han Fei Fei entered the hotel room, she no longer had those disguised girlish feelings, but patted her chest with a hint of palpitations. Luckily it was the appearance of a Luo Feng, and followed up with a helping hand. Otherwise, this one's gonna be a doozy. This little friend, what exactly is his identity? Handled those 2 white cubs so simply? Han Fei Fei also began to speculate in her heart. Of course, what she is, in fact, is a special category of personnel, specialized in following a chain of flower sales and production, stalking 2 white pups and obtaining evidence of filming, but being discovered. He would have been exposed himself if not for Luo Feng relieving him. But the look on that guy's face, did he see me for what I am? No, I don't think so. As a member of the excellent National Security Bureau of Investigation, I'm a much better actor than a big star. Come to think of it, it's just a young boy in his early 20s. How is it possible to tell anything? As for Luo Feng's side, after something like that, he must have returned to Tang's investment company, and in Tang Tian's office. Wan Tuck then opened his mouth. Mr. Tang, this is probably how things are. Finally, those 2 white pups, we're done with them. There are only 4 people, including me, handling this. Elder brother Tang, Wan Tucker is indeed good. I'm going to reward them with 2 million baht, of which 50 baht each, deducted from my 10 million Chinese currency dividend this time is all. Since Luo Feng had identified the shares of the company arranged by the system, the $10 million interest-free loan that was opened last time will also be a dividend outflow from this side. As for the 2 million baht, when converted to Chinese currency, it's only about $440,000. Luo Feng invested in a web series for only $5 million, which wasn't a lot of money. Make a good karma, Mr. Lo. Wanatak's eyes moved a bit. This little brother was really generous, but he didn't dare ask for the money without Tang Tian's nod. Luo Feng is my old brother. If he gives you guys money, you take it, and you have to protect him and take him to have fun these days. Tang Tian didn't say anything playful, but sincerely said, "Thank you Mr. Tang. Thank you Mr. Luo." Wan Tucker thanked in a hurry. 76. Public identity. Circle of friends shocked. No wonder it smelled heroic when I first saw it. So it's the goddess lady in that area. Luo Feng was lying in the hotel Tang Tian had arranged. Also recalled the events of the day. Satisfying Han Fei Fei's desire to get rid of her stalker for the first time has gained 3 attribute points and rewards. Satisfy Fei Han's desire to get rid of her stalker for a second time and get it again. Luo Feng smiled slightly inwardly. In fact, if you want to be thankful, let's thank her for being a goddess-quality young lady. Otherwise, Luo Feng wasn't even interested in looking at the other party's desires. Wouldn't even help her twice without a trace. But if he knew what the other party was doing, even if it wasn't a goddess, Luo Feng would have to help. After all, the flower seller, Luo Feng also hated. Afterward, Luo Feng observed his system panel. This was something that Luo Feng had to read once a day before going to bed. Name, Luo Feng. Face value, 80 plus 5. Health, 75 plus 5. Muscle tone, 89 plus 5. Fighting, strength, 66 plus 4. Agility, 58 plus 4. Endurance, 61 plus 4. Specialized knowledge, English 3. Thai 1. Cash, $10. 402. Passive income, 50 cents per second. $43. 200 a day in jump money. Item backpack, attribute point storage card, 44 points. I won't tell you the rest. Jump money card earnings have been $100,000. Luo Feng directly chose to withdraw to his bank card. As for those things in the backpack, Luo Feng couldn't even look at them. All sorts of strange prop cards and props, and a dozen more. The kind of gold-worshipping female goddesses who can get rewards for just buying a random LV bag is still very much in play. In the morning of the next day, Luo Feng took the initiative after having breakfast to go and see Tang Tian's employee work hall, to the corporate office lobby. Luo Feng then took his cell phone and shot it. Subsequently, just post it directly to your circle of friends. It was also labeled as the first company to take up shares in itself. After all, it has been formalized by the system. Then Luo Feng did so, and a lot of his own money appeared, and it can be well presented in front of everyone. Relatives, friends and parents, don't ask too many questions anymore. Sure enough, after exposing this matter, Luo Feng's WeChat and phone almost exploded. Luo Feng chose to answer his mom's call, and Luo Feng's explanation was that he had made some money speculating on stocks and had saved Tang Tian in China. Plus he had given the other party an investment plan, and the other party had given him a 30% stake in his company. Half an hour or so, the mom Sue Pearl, which believed it, asked, "I say son, how much dividends this company can take a year?" "It's probably just about $10 million, and I've already taken a year's worth of dividends this time, but that's not certain. What if some big investment makes money? The dividends will be more than enough then." Luo Feng could be very clear. That investment company won't pay itself a dime in dividends anyway. It's just a channel for circulating rewards. If Luo Feng's rewards in the future are in the billions, then this investment company will naturally be arranged by the system to make a huge profit, and then it will be given to himself in the form of dividends. Not bad, $10 million a year in dividends? But why do I feel like things are so unreliable? Luo Feng sweated a little. "Mom, I saved Tang Tian's things netizens have posted on the internet. These you can go and see. As fake Well then, worthy of being my son, you've surpassed your old man. You can have $10 million in dividends a year. Your father are only a little $1 million a year." Lorraine can be said to be lying down. Actually, making $1 million a year is pretty awesome. Nah, the sun is a hanging wall yet. "Son, when are you going back home? It's not very safe there." "Don't worry, Mom, I'll be back soon, and I'll be fine with Tang Tian taking care of me." Luo Feng thought about it, since he had come over just to finalize the share contract. Definitely need to go back after you've done your business. And now, since there was a reasonable source of income, Luo Feng directly said, "Mom and Dad, I've bought some expensive gifts, and I'll air freight them over at that time. Anything you guys want, you can add to it as well. Alas, you watch. Your father's health is not very good, especially the lumbar spine. Siamese pills are good I hear." "No problem. I'll get elder brother Tang to make the arrangements." Luo Feng nodded. Getting up the next morning, he received a WeChat greeting from Han Fei, who had returned home. The other party again showed his appreciation, then said that Luo Feng was going to take Luo Feng on a trip to the capital. Of course Luo Feng wouldn't refuse and said that he would look for her when he went. At noon, went to the Longines boutique and bought a $500,000 watch for Pops. It's the Rainbow Circle. As for Mom's gift, it is a piece of rejuvenating crystal necklace. Mom is 42 years old but not old at all. She should be fashionably dressed up. She's going to love it. At 8 o'clock that night, Luo Feng arrived at the Magic City Airport on time. Instead, he drove the Audi R8 parked at the airport and returned home. This time Luo Feng, the limousine is no longer hiding, and drove directly into the neighborhood. "Mom and Dad, I'm home with a ton of presents that you're going to love, knowing that my son is coming back." This time Lorraine and Pearl Sue, who were not busy, waited directly at home, and driving a $2.8 million car. "You're such a loser." Sue Pearl, at the floor-to-ceiling window, had already seen her son's car and gave a blank look. "What's the stinking show-off? Mom, where am I showing off? The annual dividend is so much money, it has to be spent well, right?" Luo Feng grunted and picked up 2 of the most expensive shopping bags. "By the way, keep an eye on the gifts for you guys. A Longines watch? Rainbow rings?" Upon seeing the gift his son had bought, Lorraine came out in surprise. For someone who made $1 million a year, how could he not recognize such a luxury item? He also pursues fashion and has purchased Longines, but most of his family has a collection of watches in the tens of thousands of dollars range. This time it came in at the $500,000 level. "It's kinda hot. Don't even dare open it." "Son, is this necklace mine? It's too youthful, isn't it? A little girl wears it. You should give it to your girlfriend." Pearl Sue looked at the nice necklace around her neck, and looked up in the mirror in a stinky way. "Mom, you take good care of yourself. You look to be in your early 30s, and you're young too, so how could you not be a good match?" Hearing his son talk like that, have to say, Pearl Sue was surprised. Is the son growing up? But what they don't realize is that this is not the same soul. But the parents were nice to the original owner of the body and occupied the physical body of someone's son. So the task of honoring the 2 old men in the future would be given to Luo Feng. "Be careful, this is a Patek Philippe necklace. hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lorraine warned carefully from the sidelines. Sue Pearl, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed. Several $100,000. Son, why is it so expensive? Luo Feng crowed. A limited edition of Patek Philippe, don't you think? You loser. $10 million a year can't afford to build it like that, can it? Luo Feng smiled and said, it's fine. This is just a stable dividend for this company. It's not certain when you make a lot of money, the share will be even more. Don't worry about it. Families cheerfully look at gifts, then went out to the restaurant. In the evening, Luo Feng took an excuse to go out and actually went to his own Thompson's. After all, how can a home be as comfortable as a mansion over here? You can also video chat with Sumi Eiji without disturbing anyone and check out the fun stuff. She is especially white and red, special. When the next morning, Luo Feng received a WeChat voice strip sent by the long-legged schoolgirl. 77. Satisfying the schoolgirl's lust list. Wild wool gathering. Are you awake? I saw a greeting from the schoolgirl in the morning. Luo Feng happily replied. Of course I'm awake. I'm not you, the kind who sleeps until you die on the weekends. I got up a long time ago. Okay. Bai Ningbing thought for a moment and said, do you have time? You have to say things first, so I can tell you if you have time. Luo Feng flirted. I'm planning to go out for the weekend. Are you going? Bai Ningbing said. Of course it's no problem. Let me go get you. Good. Bai Ningbing reserved herself for a moment, but still sent a good word after a few dozen seconds. Luo Feng was very clear. Bai Ningbing now had a good feeling about herself. Not to say a lover's feeling, but it's at least in the middle of a minor fling, but not enough for lovers. After putting down his cell phone, Luo Feng wore a casual outfit and drove his dad's BMW X5. While he went out, after all, the limo had been gotten by Pops to experience it. Luo Feng can't do anything about it. He's the dad after all. Lo Feng is the son. In about half an hour, Luo Feng arrived at the downstairs of Bai Ningbing's house. The security guard had seen Luo Feng once and naturally didn't stop. When Luo Feng arrived downstairs at Bai Ningbing's house, she had already come a long time ago, and when she did things, she didn't have the habit of dragging her feet, much less intentionally making the boy wait or anything. Wearing a little set of hot pants, and a white t-shirt, it looked like an ordinary high school student, youthful and innocent, but with extreme seduction because of her alluring figure. Especially those long, slender, white legs were eye-catching. Goddess, get in the car. What are you looking at? Lo Feng honked his horn. The other party quickly responded as well, walking quickly and wondering, why did you change cars? I can't help it. My dad borrowed it to drive, so it's a BMW X5. Luo Feng spoke helplessly and asked, where are we going? You decide. Seeing this, Luo Feng thought for a moment, then go over to the Impression City shopping center. I haven't brought you a gift yet this time when I went to Siam. Bai Ningbing was a little lost in her heart, but when she saw Luo Feng say this, she blushed and shook her head. I don't want any gifts. I said, didn't you let me decide? Why did you change your mind? Luo Feng knows very well that girls make each other angry is just a flavoring agent. More to be cozy is. Luo Feng didn't give the other party time to refuse. It drove straight towards the impressionist side. This time, Luo Feng does not dare to try any parking tips. After all, this is a car of hundreds of thousands of dollars. In the underground garage, Bai Ningbing was obviously a little hesitant. Hey, Luo Feng, why don't we change them all? It's very expensive over here. If I accept it, isn't that the same as agreeing to a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship with you? I don't want to fall in love with you. I say, what kind of logic are you using? Luo Feng rolled his eyes, also knowing that the other party was frantically pulling alignment again. Read the circle of friends I posted, right? An investment company overseas. I'm a billionaire. I'm showing my cards. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing said with a blank stare, didn't you already show your hand when you drove a $2.8 million car over there that day? Don't worry, Xiao Bai. It's not particularly expensive here. Besides, it's just a casual stroll. You don't have to buy a. Luo Feng snickered. Is there a charge for going for a stroll? Bai Ningbing made a face and didn't say anything. Soon, the two came to the fourth floor of the place, straight towards Chanel. Luo Feng felt that Bai Ningbing's temperament was most in line with Chanel. In the Chanel store, the clerk actually recognized Luo Feng. Fortunately, the other party was of high quality and didn't say anything nonsense about him taking other girls shopping. Otherwise, with Bai Ningbing's temperament, she might have to drop her favor with herself. Luo Feng, this dress is beautiful. Bought? Don't. The bag doesn't look too bad either. Sure enough, after arriving at the mall, the desire of this long-legged schoolgirl opened up all of a sudden. Luo Feng just knew that the little fortune hunter was making money to do what? Prove yourself? Obviously. Wanting to make money so badly, that's what it's spent on. Yeah. 1. I want to buy this dress. It's so pretty. 2. This perfume is very good and I want to buy it too. 3. Really nice high heels. Over 30. 000? Luo Feng knew that the opportunity for wool gathering had come. It's even true that you should have brought your little fortune hunter shopping earlier. Looking at Bai Ningbing, who was looking at women's clothing, Luo Feng walked over and inquired, "Is there anything you like? Good is good, but no favorite." Bai Ningbing shook her head haughtily. She really wanted to buy it, but her own 150,000 savings, to keep laying eggs to keep earning money, now her financial resources were not enough. These things should be forgotten. Luo Feng looked at it and chose an ivory long dress. This long dress suits you. You yourself are tall enough to manage it. Do you want to try it? Bai Ningbing shook his head. Well, just try. Luo Feng emphasized again. Bai Ningbing didn't refuse anymore. Accompanied by a store clerk, it was still time to go to the fitting room. A few minutes later, Bai Ningbing walked out wearing a long ivory white dress and stood graciously in front of the full body mirror. To be honest, Bai Ningbing loved this dress and didn't know why Luo Feng chose this one, as if he had seen through himself. This dress not only set off Bai Ningbing's perfect figure, but also enhanced some holy flavor. As long as the mouth isn't pissed off by Luo Feng and popping up with some YY guy, LSP term. In fact, she's always had an elegant, ladylike personality. But Luo Feng knew that such a girl tuned out to be the best, because it was sultry enough. It's likely to be a monster that's even more fierce than Sumieji. Pooh-ha. Luo Feng couldn't help but think that if Bai Ningbing, at this moment, knew that he saw her in a holy long dress and was thinking about this inside, he didn't know how he would feel. A hanger-on body that looks good in anything. Luo Feng smiled and complimented. It's nice to look at, but it's just too expensive. Bai Ningbing shook her head in the negative. What's so expensive? I've shown my cards. Is it still too expensive? Luo Feng pretended to look like a thug. Then straight away he shouted, "Swipe your card and buy it." "Hey!" Bai Ningbing shouted. "Feeding a ballerina." But Luo Feng turned his head and glared at her. "Very strong. Would you like to see a high-heeled shoe, sir?" The waiter didn't miss the opportunity and immediately introduced himself. However, Luo Feng shook his head and looked at Bai Ningbing. "I remember you don't wear this, right? In the days of college, it was really rare to see Bai Ningbing wear it. After all, 171 or so. Already tall. Although black silk heels are standard. But Bai Ningbing actually flat shoes and simple dress. Innocence with Foxy, a different flavor. Of course, you can wear high heels during that thing, but just don't show it to outsiders. After all, the pinchback feeling of Valentino heels is something that any man would want to experience. Yeah, I'm not used to wearing them. It's fine. Then don't walk in it from now on." "Ha?" Bai Ningbing didn't react for a moment. What did it mean to not walk with it on? Does that mean you can wear it when you're not walking? Nothing, since I don't like them. These little white shoes, they're nice. At Luo Feng's insistence, Bai Ningbing still picked a pair of Wan's little white shoes. The ivory gown from earlier was 10,000, just under $50,000. However, Luo Feng turned around and took out a luxury goddess designated 5 times spending rebate card from his backpack. This stuff is specified. $50,000 is the maximum amount you can spend, and it's a designated 5 times cashback. Since it carries the word goddess, then it would have to be a goddess to do so. These are things that can be gleaned from those gold-digging women. Luo Feng all want to laugh. Buy them a few tens of thousands of bags. In the end, is Luo Feng earn it? Or are they laughing and happy? After all, in their perspective, Luo Feng, this stupid fool, didn't even come to carry the leg and bought such an expensive bag? Totally great injustice kind of thing. In the middle of the day, Bai Ningbing took the initiative to invite Luo Feng for dinner, and was not stingy, choosing a Korean restaurant with $1,500 per capita. The cost was $6,500. This time Luo Feng was too embarrassed to grab the bill. He knew that if he were to disagree with all of this, Bai Ningbing would feel bad instead. In the afternoon, the two went to the movies again. Watching the movie, the two are also very close together. In fact, we all know each other by heart. However, this time, Luo Feng didn't rush to take his hand, and it was even more unlikely that Bai Ningbing would take the initiative. Originally, Luo Feng was going to take Bai Ningbing for a late-night snack and find a chance to break through the barrier of holding hands. But Pops and Mom called back and said they had bought a late-night snack. Luo Feng could only hold back his feelings and send Bai Ningbing to the door of her house. And what had been planned as a walk in her neighborhood park was called off. And when Bai Ningbing returned home, her mother came right on her heels. 78, daughter. You're not lost, are you? Nimbus, where have you been all afternoon? Bai Ningbing had just walked into the house with her pockets, changed her shoes, and had wanted to go directly to her bedroom, but close on her heels, the mother came home. Bai Ningbing's mother, on the other hand, curiously surveyed her daughter. Tang Yi's job, naturally, was a state-owned bank, and she looked at the bag's brand and frowned at once. After all, she knows a thing or two about luxury, plus saw a BMW 5 Series car that gave my daughter a ride home. Combine these luxuries again. Danya was worried that her daughter was starting to go astray. Mom, you're back. Ha, that one just now is my classmate, Luo Feng, the one I told you about before, a person who was very good at speculating in stocks. Bai Ningbing knew that her mother came in right before and after, and she was afraid that Luo Feng had sent herself home and her mother had seen it. Oh, is that the rich kid who drove the Audi R8 at the party? Yes, but he's not a rich second generation, but rather, he relies on himself to make money. Bai Ningbing corrected and said, "Are you guys talking?" Danya asked flatly. Bai Ningbing immediately blushed a bit slightly, and after thinking about it, she still honestly said, "Mom, I don't know if it counts, but we've been in contact a lot lately, and I also have a good feeling about him, and I feel like the other person has a good feeling about me as well." Ningbing, Mom doesn't mind you playing boyfriends, but pay attention. A lot of rich second generation are very philandering. What things should be done and what things shouldn't be done. You need to have a sense of proportion. Don't regret it when the time comes, Tang Yi said in a serious tone, then began to measure her daughter, trying to watch through. Come see if your daughter has been taken for the first kill, but it doesn't seem to make much sense. Mom, I know what you're saying, but the two of us, holding hands isn't even Bai Ningbing said with a flushed face, then lowered her head. Danya was a bit incredulous when she heard this. Not even holding hands? I can't believe you just took it to buy Chanel? Are all the backwaters of the Yangtze River so fierce nowadays? It's really a big brand. It's just comfortable to touch. After inquiring about Bai Ningbing, Tang Yi didn't say too much and began to check up on the gifts. Mom, it's more comfortable to wear. Don't believe me, try it on. Bai Ningbing offered her treasure, and then she lifted up her long skirt. To speak of Danya, also about 168 in height, just a little bit less than Bai Ningbing, plus careful maintenance. It doesn't even look like a 37-year-old woman, married at 18 with children. Bai Ningbing is now exactly 19 years old. Ivory is too youthful and not a good fit for Mom. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing retorted, Mom is so young. Every time I go out, many people ask me if I'm a sister. Bai Ningbing and Tang Yi, worthy of being mother and daughter. 7 points of similarity, coupled with good maintenance. Walking out to be mistaken for sisters, is also a normal situation. Under Bai Ningbing's constant verbal assault, Tang Yi finally tried on this long white dress. It's really worthy of a big brand, quite comfortable to wear on the body, and breathable. How much is it? Chanel should be $1 or $2 million, right? Bai Ningbing didn't know what to say, hesitated or said, "1 bar I remember." Danya says it's a bit autistic, but quickly and suspiciously looked at her daughter. Daughter, are you sure holding hands is even possible? Mom, Bai Ningbing was going to be mortified, and glared at her mother with some whiny anger. Well, Mom knows, that classmate of yours is really interesting. Looks like a very nice family. Mom, even if I'm friends with him, I'm not doing it because of his family, Bai Ningbing said sincerely. In the back of her mind, she did want a good life and to get ahead, but definitely not through a man. I accepted this today and actually figured out the nagging feeling in my heart. Otherwise she flat out wouldn't want it. And this guy, Luo Feng, recommended clothes and shoes that were his favorite styles, so he couldn't help it at all. In the evening hours, Luo Feng organized his total savings. It has come to over 14 million. 5 million of that needed to be saved for Lu Yaqing to invest in a web series. The rest of the money, that's one word, spend. Luo Feng just couldn't believe that in a year's time, he still couldn't earn 10 million to pay back the loan. Other than that, jumping money cards that make over $1.3 million a month is about $15 million after a year. There's no need to worry at all. Plus a variety of fancy prop cards that keep coming as surprises. Soon, it was morning. Luo Feng looked at the house. His mother hadn't made breakfast. After thinking about it, he went out the door. On the other hand, at this moment, Lu Hanyan was in her apartment with a bitter face. A new round of Guild Wars is about to begin, and on a much larger scale. The top 4 will get a week's worth of homepage blockbuster pushes from Tigress Live. But you know your own bellyache. Lu Hanyan is just a small anchor that doesn't make the grade, and if she hadn't met Luo Feng to help her win last time, she would have already been cut out of her guaranteed salary, and would have been a complete failure as an anchor. For most of the month, Luo Feng hadn't looked for himself. This completely confused Lu Hanyan, a wild swipe of almost 2 million, and bought so many bags and clothes for herself, and the other person just doesn't care? If, say, the other party asked herself out to dinner at this time of the year and confessed her love to herself, Lu Hanyan didn't know if she would agree, but felt that it was normal. But this guy, of course, Lu Hanyan had thought about taking the initiative to contact, but she didn't know how to communicate with Luo Feng. Did she let Luo Feng come to see her live broadcast? Isn't that a crazy hint that the dirtbags are coming to swipe the money? Originally, Lu Hanyan had already thought about giving up live broadcasting, but after Luo Feng brought himself to win a guild battle, she liked the feeling of live broadcasting again. There is a saying that I will always prefer the night if I don't even see the light. It's just a shame that she's really too much of a vegetable. Flirting with your big brother can be a real skill. Some girls, who want to learn, don't always learn. Seeing the guild war coming, Lu Hanyan was worried that she wouldn't be around Robin, right? Failure is secondary. When the time comes can be a disgrace. So anchor, no big brother to support the scene. Directly round trip? In a somewhat irritated mood, Lu Hanyan came to an eel noodle restaurant. After all, it's an outdoor anchor, and it's still on the foodie side of the genre. Although many girls are afraid of eel, they themselves like it very much. Not that they need it to assist in shuttling, it is simply delicious, but it's just too expensive. For a bowl of noodles, it costs $78. Isn't this the dog anchor? How come he's here to herd eels? The preoccupied Lu Hanyan. A familiar voice was suddenly heard at this moment. In reality, it seems like a certain person is the only one who calls himself a dog anchor, right? Am I missing Luo Feng so much that I'm hallucinating? Lu Hanyan is a little unbelievable. After all, this place, not Luo Feng can come to eat, although the consumption of 70 or 80, but the other side is too earthy. But she still turned her head curiously in the direction of the counter. You, what are you doing here? Luo Feng didn't pay any attention to her and first ordered something for himself. Then, pointing to the spaghetti on the dog anchor's table, 79, meeting Lu Hanyan again. Explosive reward. You like to eat like that too? Isn't it obvious? Since you've come, you must like it. Luo Feng laughed. It's just too expensive to come often. Something you eat regularly on your own doorstep. You ask me if I like it? Previously come here to spend. Not to say that really cannot afford, but Luo Feng liked to add meat. Eat down to more than 200. It's not a day to consume. And it's not a day to consume. Just you? You still think it's expensive? Lu Hanyan was obviously not convinced. I'll tell you what. Actually, before, I didn't have much money. Luo Feng smiled. Wasn't he just reborn over and obtained the system? By the way, anchor dog, aren't you going live? Luo Feng pulled away from the topic. Later, it's still early. Luo Feng was curious. Why a little later? I remember you are an outdoor anchor, right? Many of the recordings I saw were food. And now take this opportunity to live broadcast eel noodles. I think it's good. Almost before the other party responded, Luo Feng continued to arrange to, come on, open the live broadcast. I'll help you broadcast a segment on your behalf. Okay. Lu Hanyan flinched, but still nodded in agreement. Waiting for Lu Hanyan to open the show, Luo Feng took the cell phone as soon as he was familiar with it, then changed the title. Today it's eel noodles. The live stream then opened. Luo Feng realized that nowadays, Lu Hanyan hit back to her original form, and became a small anchor with only 900 plus yuan for the first place on the weekly list. Ha 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 ha, you really can make people laugh. It hasn't been that long, has it? The 3 VIPs combined are not enough to pay for a plane ticket. Will this be a loss if we really meet with Big Brother Pengwan? Luo Feng was laughing his ass off anyway. Crap, whose voice is that? This voice, could it be? I think of that night when the whole platform was dominated by someone's fear. Audi tutor? Crap, there's something about this little anchor. The little anchor is so real. Little anchor, I'm not good at anything. I'm number 1 at hugging thighs. Audi dirtbag. There's a war going on in the dog anchor guild today. Want to come and fuck it up? So, today's dog anchor is going to move the rescue? At this point, only the Audi turd can save her. $2 million a night for a random night, and this little anchor doesn't hold it tight? Luo Feng looked at the pop-up and asked, fighting at night? Or is it the same kind of village brawl as last time? No, Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes. It's been upgraded to a city-state war. That means it's going to be a larger-scale guild war, right? Lu Hanyan nodded. This time, it's organized by the platform to only invite anchors above level 30, and the top 4 can get the first big seal push. Luo Feng smiled. So it's just some big anchor fight? Pretty much. A few of the platform's most top-tier electric mothers will be attending. In the Tiger platform, the top male anchors are called warlords. The top dominatrixes are called electric mother. Their average weekly water flow, they come to millions. In Tiger, there are only about a dozen or so anchors with 1 million streams per week. It's not bad. The pressure is a bit higher than last time. Luo Feng deflated his mouth. It's not great, is it? It's straight up too fierce, Lu Hanyan said in a depressed manner. Of course, Luo Feng also knew that for a guild war at this level, 1 million is just a ticket to the finals. 2 million doesn't necessarily take the title. Crap, by the sound of it, the landlord doesn't play live with his dog anymore? A platform-wide battle. Those guilds don't know how much they've invested in their operations. I suggest that the tycoon should just watch the battle mode. Reconsideration. The guild is shamefully run. Look at those Imperials. 9 of them are operating. It's disgusting. The tycoon should be calm. Don't fall for the dog anchor's foxy tricks. I don't see the dirtbag ever treating the dog anchor like a woman. Isn't she a woman? Quite shaky. Ah, the last radio gymnastics. Let's just say the dirt has seen shakier. Lu Hanyan's biggest problem was that she had no one to support her. Simply put, if Luo Feng wanted to help him, it would be a one-man war. Your guild doesn't give you any resources? Luo Feng thought about it and opened his mouth. Do you think it's possible with the weekly charts and popularity I have now? That's how it is in the live room. Performance is what counts. If anything, after Luo Feng's last reward, he also rewarded from time to time later on. Then the guild will focus on Lu Hanyan. This kind of wild tycoon suddenly appeared and then disappeared. The guild generally believe that the tycoon has gone away, or has eaten the small anchor, pulling the hanging mercilessly. The two people's fate is over. That's why they don't invest resources blindly. Is this one cool? Luo Feng said with some lost laughter. Yeah, well, if you don't, why would you come over for a bowl of noodles to relieve your boredom? Lu Hanyan sighed. Then she found Luo Feng looking at her with a smirk. I said dog anchor, don't you beg me? However, to Luo Feng's surprise, the other party shook his head flatly. I was thinking the same thing. Ah, but a guild battle of this level is shameful for guild operations, so why should I let you waste money? You're quite kind for a little anchor. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Feng could see the other party's list of desires, he would have to think that such a tone of voice was a way to catch a big fish with a long line. Indeed, Luo Feng could afford her. In such a situation, she didn't want Luo Fenglong to spend money on a PK that she couldn't win. And, pretty self-aware, too. Originally, Lu Hanyan was quite happy, but this latter, she could only roll her eyes. Of course, on Luo Feng's side, if Lu Hanyan didn't have any desire to help fulfill it, Luo Feng wouldn't even open the lucky bag. After all, once that thing is opened, it's killing God and Buddha. But by the end of the night, no one swiped gifts at all for Lu Hanyan, and the fans were still chattering about how they were nothing if they left Luo Feng. All sorts of blows. Lu Hanyan's first desire came true. Somebody give me some of that shit. And after Luo Feng really came to swipe the money, the first desire changed again. So much for wanting to make it to the semi-finals. It would be nice to win the championship. Throughout the night, because of the different situations, her first desires had been changing. Luo Feng certainly needed to be satisfied. A wild swipe of 5 million is all met. Let's check the rewards of this wave first. As for Lu Hanyan's chattering messages of thanks, Luo Feng simply ignored them. After all, it was quite boring for Luo Feng to brush his money. Other dirtbags swipe money for the hostess and the adoring looks from the crowd. But Luo Feng really didn't find it interesting. But isn't it getting boring the more you brush? Mechanical General brushes with money. Ding! Fulfilling Lu Hanyan's desire for someone to swipe some money. Gain 3 attribute points. Reward a danger sensing card. When the host meets danger, it can forecast in advance. A one-time prop that can prompt a danger forecast once. Ding! Lu Hanyan's desire to enter the guild finals has been fulfilled. Gain 3 attribute points. Reward, 1 designated prop card. Ding! The desire of Lu Hanyan to win the championship has been fulfilled. Gain 3 attribute points. Reward, 1 random prop card. Ha ha ha, the rewards that popped out this time are quite interesting. Especially this danger sensing card is really interesting. As for the 1 designated prop card, then it's a full mall of 300 plus prop cards that can be designated for redemption. This could be considered an ace in the hole. And random prop cards. This stuff certainly isn't as good as the designated prop cards. But the lottery thing, with a little luck, you can pop out awesome prop cards just the same. There is also a great sense of anticipation. Random prop card. Use it for me. Luo Feng silently clicked use. Next moment, it left Luo Feng somewhat speechless. 1 million tiger coins lucky bag. Damn it, 1 million tiger coins. Who are you looking down on? Just swiped out 5 million. Are you blind? Luo Feng laughed. But it's better than popping out the rest, right? Something like a BMW X5 redemption card is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's the worst class of prop card ever. No, Luo Feng seemed to see the other day. Penguin Video Membership Annual Card. This nigga is even more trashy. It's only $180. Millionaire brother, Sleeping? Lu Hanyan still couldn't help but send a Weibo to Luo Feng. On the air just now, a whole bunch of people took on the nickname of Millionaire Brother. Lu Hanyan followed suit and shouted so. Was going to sleep. Thank you Brother Million. Lu Hanyan replied to the message in seconds. You're welcome. Go to bed early. Luo Feng did not take the initiative to tease the girl. After all, female losers do not need to make an effort, but instead to pose that kind of temperament. And Lo Feng is all about never initiating, never refusing, never taking responsibility, never remembering. If people really want to punch her themselves, it's incumbent upon you to do the same. It's like Sue Maggie, the 10-year itch. You don't help with that, do you? I'm indeed a bit tired tonight. Big brother rest early. I'll go to bed too. Lu Hanyan sent the message, waited 5 minutes, and could only put down his cell phone in defeat. Luo Feng had swiped over $5 million for her. According to the platform's 30% share, Lu Hanyan is more than $1.5 million of income today. That's $1 million a day. It's so cool. Plus, Luo Feng did not give himself any hints, did not make any requests, and directly entered the live broadcasting room with the posture of a gaijin, and the overbearing president generally rewarded. She was filled with good feelings for Luo Feng. If at this time, Luo Feng made any excessive demands, she felt that she wouldn't refuse. 80. Su Meiji's masterpiece. What a toss-up. Waking up with a start, Lo Feng looked at the quilt sitting in the washing machine. Come to think of it, the two of them voice chatted all night yesterday. He sent a message to Su Maggie anyway, also brought pictures of the quilt. Su Goblin. Look at it, your masterpiece. Su Meiji's side obviously also got up and pouted. Blame me, if I had to be there, I would have just put it away for you, right? Yeah, or you could have. 81. Extremely beautiful ants. Neat silk high heels. Hey Tuan, do you remember your mom's number? Luo Feng opened his mouth and inquired. I guess the woman has rushed over by now, but because there were too many people, Luo Feng couldn't see it. I called your mom to reassure her, and now I guess the world is looking for you. Luo Feng continued to add. Okay, big brother, my mom's number is. When the group saw this, they also said they were going out to the phone. 82. It's going well with the schoolgirl, taking her home with her. Bai Ningbing was a bit surprised. Oh, come down here. I'm downstairs at your house. Lo Feng's sayings. It obviously made Bai Ningbing a bit frazzled. What for? Such a sudden attack still caught Bai Ningbing a bit off guard. The mind kept thinking. Luo Feng wouldn't be brewing any big moves, would he? 83. 10 fingers together. Establishing a relationship with the schoolgirl. Of course she looks good. The #1 goddess in the whole school. Are you kidding? Especially the legs. TSK, you can't find another pair in all of Daxia, right? Luo Feng nodded without hesitation. If this wasn't good looking, I'm afraid that only girls in anime could satisfy Luo Feng's appetite. So what are we going to build? Bai Ningbing blushed a little and followed Luo Feng's tone and opened her mouth. Have to say, she likes Luo Feng very much. 84. Auntie May's invitation to dinner. Alright, no more chatting about Zhang Jicheng. Ningbing, try my mutton dumplings. Your corn-filled ones never go down well. Luo Feng chucked the lamb dumplings on the plate in front of him, and offered to help with a few blowouts. That's what handed it over. Thanks. While not moving to care. But Bai Ningbing quickly immersed herself in the happiness of being in love and didn't even think about anything else anymore. Sure enough. 85. Each other 20 years old. Can figure me an aunt? Luo Feng paused, considering whether or not to agree to the other party's dinner, because there has been contact with the other side. It's a direct way to see the other person's desire list over the phone or internet. After browsing through it, Luo Feng was a bit speechless. This Lin Wanting's old man is also worrying too blindly, right? Luo Feng though. But, anyway, Luo Feng has his own manipulation. 86. This is a mom with kids. Don't make a mistake. Son. Facing Lin Wanting's inquiry, Luo Feng thought about it and still pointed towards the plate of fried cashew flowers. Cashews? Lin Wanting froze, not knowing what came to her mind, and immediately blushed slightly. Silver. Big brother, this doesn't taste good at all. It smells like urine. Tuan threw a disgusted look over at once. Lin Wanting's pretty face was even more tinted with a layer of red color. 87. Locomotive beautiful girl. Beautiful girl is good and pretty. Lorraine asked. What are you laughing at? Luo Feng touched his nose, took out his cell phone, and operated it. Dad, how about you take a look at the news? News? Lorraine got confused, but next read up on the news on her phone. Not a moment too soon. And he read it. So that's how you met at the mall? The son is the other daughter's savior. Just thanking the son for the meal? 88. You want to make trouble, don't you? I, Luo Feng, will accompany you. Of course there is, Lin Wanting nodded. Well then, see if it's easy to take down. Luo Feng knows that modern child seats come with ISO ports, whether it's disassembly, still installed, all quickly able to get it done. Of course I can. After Lin Wanting nodded, she then went about her business. Sure enough, the removal and installation was taken care of quickly. 89, crap. So Maggie has time on her hands? There were over 50 people in the group, plus there are teachers. Luo Feng arranged 51 red packets directly. $10,000 is missing from the bank card. Unexpectedly, every red packet, the maximum amount of $200. Originally a lot of people were diving, but this time, it all ran out. After all, Zhang Jiqing's is just a red packet. Everyone does not want to come out, nor do they want to receive, not to mention only 90, crap, Zhang Jiqing is so miserable. Yeah, maybe next month. What? Next month? What's wrong? Nothing. I'll give you that. Lo Feng. I've been doing well for a while now, and not then Dad would never be comfortable with me. What could Lowell wind up saying? Being governed by a stepdad who watches so closely, to be a comrade in arms of such a woman, really speechless. The point is that the other side is still an extremely 91, another date with Auntie May. Today it's black silk. In the evening, Luo Feng returned home. Luo Feng then opened his mouth and asked, Mom and Dad, have you eaten yet? Lorraine responded first, we've eaten, but there's still some work to be done. When he finished speaking, he walked to his study. Pearl Su asked, Son, haven't you eaten yet? No, what's wrong with Dad? Luo Feng looked at his old dad's back. Just now he seemed to have something on his mind. 92. Lin Wanting's identity seems to be very bullish. On Luo Feng's side of the table, Luo Feng had already instructed the waiter to use a child seat for the troop. After all, such a bare child. Luo Feng was actually quite worried. Tuan Tuan was not happy at first, but also pampered and cute. Said not to sit in a child chair, but in the end, Luo Feng's strength, the other party still obediently listened to the arrangement. Lin Wanting looked at Tuan Tuan's well-behaved appearance, and there was some complexity in her eyes. In order to take care of Tuan Tuan's little friend. 93, want a Ferrari? I'll take care of it all. An hour or so. Luo Feng's table, on the contrary, finished eating first. After all, Luo Feng didn't drink either, and eating alone was naturally fast. Luo Feng walked to his father's table and greeted, Dad, uncles and aunts. I'll leave first. You guys take your time eating. Lorraine nodded. Alright, you guys go ahead. I'll just pay the bill together later or so. Luo Feng responded. Ms. Lin has gone to buy our tables. 94, Miss Sunglasses on the plane. At 8:30 in the morning. After Luo Feng got up and brushed his teeth and washed his face, he sent a message to Bai Ningbing. Hey, Ningbing, I'm planning to make a trip to the capital. Do you want to go over there? I'm not going. I've been furiously tutoring English lately. You know, after all, Bai Ningbing was about to get the transfer student qualification, so couldn't she work a little harder? Bai Ningbing actually also immediately recognized Luo Feng's mind. Go alone together to the field. Definitely want to live in a hotel. At that, future, time. 95, so rich? Top 10 hotels in the capital? On the flight from Mordor to the capital, Luo Feng because he saw the sunglasses lady's desire list. No hesitation in striking out. Help Missy block off the greasy uncle who accosted her. However, the other party is worthy of being a middle-aged greasy uncle obviously all clamped on the other side of the mockery. Age has a generation gap, do not want to pay attention to each other. And the other side, actually managed to skip such a topic. Moving on to the next topic. Oh little brother, this time you. 96, Extreme Goddess Lady. Highest scores for body shape. Attention, passengers, the plane is now about to take off. When the flight attendants started the takeoff reminder, Luo Feng's chat with this uncle also ended. Luo Feng actually had a feeling of relief. After all, is it really that much fun to force such an uncle, who likes to act like a bully even if he doesn't have much insight into the key, to act like a bully? It's too embarrassing, isn't it? The plane was fast, and after a bit of taxiing, 97, miss initiative to add microblogging. There is a drama Finally, the hours of flying were finally over. The greasy uncle, relying on the advantage of sitting on the edge of his seat, flamed away. So, now this uncle, is he finally ashamed of himself? So, little brother, let's add a WeChat. Duanmu Yunji took the initiative to speak. Luo Feng, as a good man, strictly enforces the principle of no refusal. For such a good thing when, 98, Miss Capital City account. Understand? On Luo Feng's side, he quickly arrived at the Quarry Hotel. Luo Feng had booked a luxurious pool suite, and inside the suite, there was a small pool, the room's entire size. amounting to more than 160 square feet. Although in every way, it's not as awesome as Wangfujing, the prices are different. After checking in, Luo Feng showed to experience the indoor pool. The weather in the capital is still dry and a little hot. One radical in Chinese characters, Kanshi Radical 1. 98, Bruce Lee possession card? Han Fei was stunned. Ha ha, only the officials are allowed to set fire. Not the people? You've shown it all. But you can't let me show it. Old Mordor people. Understand? Luo Feng learned the other party's tone and came up with a sentence. As for the most congested roads in Mordor, of course they have to be the Pingnan Road section, Huaihai Middle Road and other places. It just so happened that Luo Feng's family was in one of them. An hour or so, Han Fei's Mazda finally turned into a small alley. She parked the car on the side of the road. 100. Han Fei favorably. The plug-in is so unbelievable. Hey, are you guys friends with this guy? Luo Feng looked at the table and took the initiative to ask. No. The two men immediately shook their heads. We just shared a table and didn't know each other. Two people with repetitive language and drifting eyes have a high probability of lying. After all, it's all been reported to the police. Who wants to get into trouble for something? Luo Feng naturally didn't count on it, but also reminded. The store does have monitors. You're all certified, so when you come over, you understand, right? Yeah, got it. The two men nodded and said. Luo Feng also nodded in satisfaction, then sat down opposite Han Fei and continued to start eating the halibut. That's a pretty good colon. Smells great. Tasty. Not bad. The food recommended by Missy. No words. Luo Feng said affirmatively. And Han Fei could only look at Luo Feng somewhat speechlessly. This person was still in the mood to eat? Just now? Aren't you afraid to characterize it as an exchange of blows? Hey, you. Han Fei looked at Luo Feng with hesitant eyes. Eat Missy, are you disliking it? Luo Feng asked instead. Aren't you worried? Han Fei was powerless to spit and pointed at the person lying down. What am I worried about? He was the one who started the provocation for no reason. I was protecting the girls, Luo Feng said, and spat out. To be honest, for the small Hutons in your capital city, my impression is all of a sudden worse. With things like this, I'm close to thinking I'm living in the old times. No, you're protecting too strongly. You're making people dizzy, Han Fei said breathlessly. What's wrong with getting knocked out? Deserved it. Who told her to bully you? If you don't do it, then do it and you'll die to the end. Luo Feng pretended to be serious and said. After saying that, he secretly smiled inside and looked at the unlucky son lying on the ground. Han Fei also blushed a little, her eyes moving a little. Boy oh boy, I'll give you that. It's definitely a mutual assault, and the person is hurt. You're probably worse off than he is. Why? Luo Feng asked. Don't ask. Asking means you have to have people coming after you to get self-defense. Oh, Luo Feng didn't say anything and continued to eat. Uncle Li personally served the fried liver and said apologetically. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, little brother. You've got it wrong. In fact, this is the first time something like this has happened to us. We haven't had anything like this before. Luo Feng was speechless. How could he take this? So it's your fault? In fact, really blame Luo Feng. Whether it was the man lying on the ground or the two skimmers, all of them were members of the security bureau, this time cooperating with Han Fei, thus allowing Han Fei to get a chance for a beautiful woman to save her hero. Of course, the so-called beautiful woman saving the heroes wasn't Han Fei's 3 punches and 2 kicks to solve the men, but rather, she used her words to deter them before uniting with her comrades to solve the trouble. In doing so, Luo Feng got on better terms with Han Fei, who was ready to utilize Luo Feng's connections in Bangkok to continue tracking and investigating the flower group, which had preliminary clues. Of course, all of this was presented by Luo Feng's hangout, through several people's desire lists. Of course, in the beginning, Han Fei's first desire had always been this plan of a beautiful woman saving a hero, following the script perfectly. But seeing Luo Feng at the very beginning, when the man came over to provoke him, he didn't want to talk, because Luo Feng wanted to cooperate with his opponent to fulfill the first desire. But then Han Fei's first desire, it changed. 1. Why are you such a wimp? At least call each other names and fight back. Seeing this, could Luo Feng still not fight back? The old man just went along with your first desire. Since your first desire turned out to be this, definitely had to fight back, and to return the favor beautifully. But the follow-up saw that Luo Feng was too fierce. Han Fei's first desire was to go back to acting perfectly. But it's all been fought. Can we still cooperate with your beauty to save the hero? Unless we turn back the clock. The key lies in the fact that Luo Feng not only satisfied the other party's first desire, but also made the other party very moved. A man, willing to fight for a woman. For a woman, basically a memory that cannot be forgotten for the rest of her life. It had to be said that without the plugin, Luo Feng simply hadn't gained the initial favor of a goddess of Han Fei Fei's status so quickly. 10 minutes later, the comrades arrived. After extracting the security camera footage from the bratwurst store and the confessions of the diners, everyone was surprised to find that Luo Feng hadn't actually been called away. For them, it was surprising, but for Luo Feng, everything was in control. Little friend, I really didn't expect that you were still so good at fighting. How did that move come about just now? Ha 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 ha. When they left the small store and the doorway, Han Fei Fei inquired curiously. Ha ha ha, this is nothing. I often work out and occasionally learn martial arts. Luo Feng flipped open his cell phone. Look, this is a picture of me working out at the Interceptor Martial Arts Center. Since he dared to use the Bruce Lee possession card, the system, then, had to arrange everything. Han Fei Fei couldn't say anything. This thing, how did she not know before? Ding. Satisfy Han Fei Fei's first desire. Reward 3 attribute points. Ding. Reward 4 people with a 100 times cashback card for food enjoyment. The host organizes up to 4 people for a food enjoyment event, and when the food enjoyment is over, the host will receive a random 100 times cashback, and an additional satisfaction bonus for people other than the host. Ha ha ha, this is good. Up to 100 times cashback card? And based on someone else's satisfaction? An extra bonus? Luo Feng is really happy. Fight for the big beautiful girl, not only to make the other side impressed, but also good feelings increased. The key is that there are rewards and attribute points. What a bargain. What was the deal? No luck? No trouble? How come it's different when it comes to Luo Feng? Don't ask. Ask is the system bull. Luo Feng pondered for a moment. Such a 100 times cashback card. If he was lucky, it was very likely that he would get a profit of around $5 million. Then strolling through a car show is in the rhythm of giving away free cars. Seems like that's what it means, haha. White whoring a little addicted Luo Feng. Continued. Miss Sister, do you have any similar to this old store recommendations? Not only limited to halibut, other will do. Han Fei Fei rolled her eyes. Where was her one good show? Completely spoiled for this loafing. One just thinks to oneself, why are you such a wimp? But one doesn't give a damn, right? Much less eyes to look down on you and irritate you. Why are you so fierce? Now, this guy is thinking of rubbing it in? Give me back a scene where a beautiful woman saves the day. Wash up. Dream well. Dreams have everything. 101, meeting Duanmu Yunji again. The figure is also too top, right? Don't ask. Asking is arranging yourself. The front door of the halibut store. Facing Luo Feng's inquiry. Han Fei Fei didn't have the heart to respond to come up. What's wrong? The other party's sudden change in mood. Luo Feng of course had to pretend to be confused. After all, he knew that he had spoiled his opponent's beautiful woman's rescue. In fact, Luo Feng is also very speechless. You do not jump out of their own, don't be a wimp. Scolding or not, hit his first desire. Their own as far as this? And in the end it's my fault? At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Han Fei Fei drove and sent Luo Feng to the Quarry Hotel. Standing in front of the hotel, Han Fei Fei took the initiative and said, Little friend, won't you invite me up for a cup of tea? Luo Feng was surprised for a moment, but then looked at the other party's list of desires and laughed. This won't do. The hotel's cups aren't clean. I'll treat you to a coffee shop some other day. Looking at Luo Feng's back as he left, Han Fei Fei's heart had a lot of question marks. Could it be that her charm was not enough? But the other man must not have seen himself in uniform. Day 2. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Luo Feng was already at the Quarry Hotel, having a buffet breakfast. As for what it tastes like, what flavor do you expect for breakfast? It's also just average. The Beijing International Auto Show, over at the International Exhibition Center, Luo Feng rented the Quarry Hotel's courtesy car and drove there. The so-called courtesy car is actually a Mercedes-Benz E3, and the pickup service, too, is such a car. Almost 9 o'clock in the morning, Luo Feng arrived at the exhibition center, and when he looked at the scene, it was really crowded. After all, this is an international car show, isn't it? Naturally, it attracted a lot of takers. As for buying a car, come on, this falls into the category of more people looking, less people buying. 99% of the people who come over are just looking. Naturally, the majority of vendors know this, so if you want to come in and see it, you'll have to pay for admission. It's an income, so why must you sell your car? Since Luo Feng was coming, he had long ago reserved tickets, and it was just the peak time to get in. But after a 10-minute wait, it went in without incident. The capital's auto show is worthy of being one of the top levels in the country. Almost all of the world's leading automobile dealers are participating in this auto show. This includes Ferrari, Bentley, Lamborghini and other mainstream luxury cars. Even non-mainstream sports cars like the Pagani got in on the act. The entryway is obviously the cool Lamborghini booth. This booth brought together a large number of onlookers. Lamborghini merchant brings a new Hura model. Both the parameters and the overall performance surpassed the original old model. This one, the Lamborghini Hura, is pretty much unbeatable. A young man with green hair, very non-mainstream, stood beside Luo Feng inside. Luo Feng glanced at the other party. Although he looked like a punk, the name brand on his body, and the green Aqua Ghost wristwatch, represented that it was not that type of person. Such a rich man, even if he wants to hang around, he is still at the level of Big Brother. Old Hurricane owners, I think they're panicking now. This Hura, it's just too strong. No matter the power and handling, even the onboard system, it's just an advancement across the generations. The green-haired young man continued. More to the point, that starting price? Lower than the old model? How dare you believe that? The green-haired brother continued to sputter. I say, Brother Dolly, your old Hurricane, it's best to sell it, or else after this new Hurricane comes out, the price of your old Hurricane is going to be cut to the waist. Green hair said to Chen Dolly beside him. Chen Dolly laughed. Then I'll sell it to you now at the price of a waist cut. Do you want it? Of course I want it, but even at the wafer-thin price, I don't have the money, Green hair said with a smile. Luo Feng couldn't help but purse her lips at the side and smile. This green hair is a bit interesting. Perhaps it was too close, and the two still heard Luo Feng laugh. Sorry, didn't hold back. Buddy, forgive me. Luo Feng opened his mouth. I thought that the other party would say something bad, but green hair spoke up. Bro, you like Lamboki cow too? Hello brother, get acquainted. My name is Chen Dolly. Chen Dolly also introduced himself. Of course, the two are also people watchers. Saw Luo Feng in a costume. Gucci's latest summer dresses. Limited edition shoes from LV on your feet. The watch is a Patek Philippe and it's a 5160 model. Millions of dollars or more. Hello both of you. My name is Luo Feng. I'm from Magic City. I mainly just came over to see the car show. As for the Lamborghini cow, I kinda like it. Luo Feng learned the other party's tone and said Lamborghini is Lamboki cow. Green hair spoke. My name is Lin Xiaoyun. This is Chen Dolly. Man, you guys should know a lot about cars, right? Luo Feng looked at Lin Xiaoyun. I do know it well, but what's the point of knowing it? I can't afford it. Lin Xiaoyun spat. Said here, Lin Xiaoyun is familiar with the general burst of information. When I vigorously brother, by the old Hurricane, is that I accompanied him to the old Hurricane? I put the old Hurricane's performance advantages or said a whole bunch of, you guess, at that time, my vigorously brother how to say? Without waiting for Luo Feng to reply, Lin Xiaoyun said, people say that he admires silks like me, who obviously can't afford it but knows more about it than people who can afford cars. Listen to this, is this human language? Chen Dolly saw this, smiled and scolded. I said you this ungrateful kid, now squeeze me, my old Hurricane. You open less right? Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoyun laughed without saying anything. No, it's just that when I think about it, I can't help but spit. Chen Dolly looked at Luo Feng and inquired, brother, do you have a target? Seeing this, Luo Feng responded, not yet. Let's take a look first. Do the two old brothers have a target? Lin Xiaoyun first replied, I have too many targets. Right now this new Hurricane is my target. The high-end Audi Urus is also my target. There's also the Ferrari 488 over there, the SF90 that hasn't been released. McLaren has another new model coming out that's GT, the Thunder version of the BMW M8. Ouch, too many. Chen Dolly can't sort of listen to it anymore, and said in a good-natured manner, stop it, you can't afford it again. Luo Feng almost laughed out loud. That's a sentence you can't afford. It's really so true. Lin Xiaoyun didn't refute. Yeah, can't afford it. So, brother Dolly, lend me some money. I want to buy a Thunder version of the BMW M8, standard 4-seater comfort model, 100-meter acceleration in as little as a second. That's just outrageous. Okay, it's too strong. Compared to the price of 2.2 million, this 100-meter acceleration, it's not that outrageous. Chen Dolly couldn't help but strike a blow. The three men leave the Rambo booth, right to the Ferrari booth. Lambo and Ferrari are, arguably, two deadly rivals in a tit-for-tat relationship. But just after arriving at the Ferrari showroom, Luo Feng met an old acquaintance. The tall and sexy Duan Muyunji was actually in the middle of the booth. Although now the car show, not allowed to car models, but manufacturers, there are still a variety of fancy operations, such as the arrangement of beautiful salesmen, even if the salesman cannot be like a car model general, inserting the label to sell the head, scratching their heads, but there is a beautiful woman, can be enough to attract people. Crap. Daddy Ferrari is awesome. The sales lady arranged this time. I'm afraid she's about 1.78 m, right? Lin Xiaoyun saw Duan Muyunji, who was only 1.72 m himself, and said that he was under a lot of pressure. 1.78 m, up and down no more than 2 centimeters, with the addition of high heels, properly more than 1.8 m. Chen Dali looked at it, and his eyes were all bright as well. Damn, Kurosawa Chiling. It seems like the official announcement height are only 175, right? Lin Xiaoyun spat. Look at this woman. Brother Dali. I'm suddenly in love. But then again, I feel like I've fallen out of love myself. Ha ha, little cloud your condition is a bit worse, and you are indeed very self-aware. Chen Dali nodded and joked. Lin Xiaoyun saw this and could only throw over a death stare. I say Brother Dali, don't force me to tell your scandalous story. Did I? Chen Dali sheepishly looked at Luo Feng, after which he shut up and didn't dare to strike again. But, Brother Dali, why don't you give it a try? Lin Xiaoyun glanced at Duan Muyunji and said thievishly, I also want to try but I'm also very self-aware, okay? Chen Dali said, looking at Luo Feng, why don't you? Buddy, you're pretty handsome, go and give it a try? The current Luo Feng, threw 10-to-1 attribute points, forcing a face value of 85 points to 91 points, but Lo Feng is adding it slowly. It didn't happen overnight. Therefore, the people around him just felt that Luo Feng became handsome after dressing well. Of course, 91 points and up would require 50 attribute points for one. It's too restrictive. Even if Luo Feng had more attribute points, he couldn't withstand such a build. Good enough. With a 91 point face value, it's already in the male category. Fine, but how about we add a bet? Luo Feng nodded. Oh, what kind of bet does dude want? Chen Dali inquired. It's just a meal. I'm going to ask for WeChat. If the other party gives it, it's a success. If I fail, I'll come treat myself at noon. Luo Feng smiled, said, adding, whether it's halibut, or fried liver, or shabu shabu or whatever, as long as it's not bean juice, I'll accept it. No problem. Chen Dali also said that the other party was going to come with 100,000 or so big meals. That couldn't be promised. Since these are all fine, then there's no problem. Lin Xiaoyun looked at Luo Feng. Actually, the bean juice is quite good. Luo Feng's face darkened. I'm really not used to drinking that stuff myself. The stage is all yours. Buddy, we're optimistic about you. You're handsome. You need to be confident. Lin Xiaoyun patted Luo Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, but don't lose your aura. With a strong aura, a lot of times, it's much smoother. Lin Xiaoyun said, and like an old hand, he began to teach Luo Feng on an impromptu basis. Luo Feng smiled without saying anything. Looks like this is a guy who just talks but doesn't practice. You're good. Why don't you dare to go? After all, there is a saying that height is not a distance. Age is not a gap. 102. Shocked. Luo Feng wants to buy a Ferrari luxury car? Okay, watch me perform. Luo Feng nodded and crossed over the crowd towards Duan Muyunji in the Ferrari booth. But just as he was about to step forward, noticing that someone had already accosted Duan Muyunji. Hello, I'd like to find out what this Ferrari can do. A young man in a white t-shirt, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Instead, he inquired up Duan Muyunji. Rather, it looks like a businessman's outfit. Hello sir, need to know something? Duan Muyunji politely said. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Jiahao, the general manager of an entertainment company in the capital. Li Jiahao introduced himself, but Luo Feng heard the words entertainment company. Immediately, he remembered Lu Yiqing, but it seems that's not her entertainment company. I just wanted to ask, are there any restrictions on buying Ferrari piece now? Ferrari 488 piece the car. It was a hit in the market when it was first released, thanks to its excellent appearance. From there, those selling cars can prescribe a lot of buying restrictions. For example, Ferrari membership, Ferrari purchase history. As time goes by, people are choosing more and more options for their luxury cars, and there is more competition, and these restrictions, slowly, are disappearing, and price hikes are not possible. Instead, they are deals. Duan Muyunji, on the other hand, told what she knew, saying, if you book the 488 at the auto show, then we'll give some freebies, including a $100,000 car coat, and 3 years and 10 kilometers of maintenance, and so on. Li Jiahao considered for a moment before he said, since there is no purchase limit then, I am still very interested in the 488. You add me a Weibo. In a while I will go to the Lamborghini next door to take a look before I finally make a choice. Duan Muyunji inwardly snorted coldly, recognizing this Li Jiahao's little scheme in a second. It's just a matter of adding your own WeChat. Luo Feng similarly saw the other party's teasing tactics. Follow this operation. I'm afraid the next step? It's going to be about making offers in WeChat, right? Buy a car and get a car model? Oh no, there are no car models now. So it's buy a car and get a free sale? No wonder they say that luxury car stores very much fees saleswomen. After all, selling a car leaves you without a black silk salesman. No amount of it will stand up to the wear and tear. Wait, so do male salesmen fee? Actually sir, this car of ours. Duanmu Yunji pretended to be worried that the other party would not choose their Ferrari. Digression. It's not that your car is bad. I mean, I'm going to look at the others and make a choice. Li Jiahao was also speechless. Is this woman pretending to be stupid? Or is she really stupid? Sir, then if you learn the rest of the information about our Ferrari 488, I think you'll choose our model. Duanmu Yunji still looked like she was worried that the other party would not choose. Li Jiahao also responded breathlessly. I still need to understand some preferential information. You first add me a WeChat. You through WeChat, put those relevant information, organized and sent to me. By the way, our Primordial Dream Entertainment Company mainly digs up netizens. I think your conditions are very good. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to cooperate. Having said that, Li Kaho also threw out such a bait. First Dream Entertainment? Tapping into Netflix? Luo Feng blinked. This company. Luo Feng had heard of it. Didn't you win the championship for Lu Hanyan last time? He himself had also obtained a prop like the danger warning card and saved Lin Wanning's daughter. And in the middle of that broadcast, Lo Feng then met a rollover. A female anchor called Chinger was exposed to the real face value. And then a group of big brothers want to cry. 5'5" or so, 60-something face value. It seems like this Chinger is from this entertainment company. Cough cough. Luo Feng couldn't help but walk up, coughing and shivering, which also attracted Duanmu Yunji and Li Jiahao's ideas. When Duanmu Yunji saw Luo Feng, her eyes did light up. She knew that this Luo Feng was a yin and yang master, the kind whose words could infuriate people, like that uncle on the last airplane who was almost surrendered by Luo Feng's yin and yang technique. Jussie, are you buying a car? Or to add a girl's WeChat? Luo Feng went up. No nonsense. Directly yin and yang technique served. Sent out a soul-crushing question to him. Duanmu Yunji almost didn't laugh out loud. After all, seeing Duanmu Yunji's desire is not wanting to pay attention to this man who wants to dig himself into their netizen company, while ruling himself and encompassing himself. In fact, Duanmu Yunji had already seen it. Ha ha ha, this guy. Duanmu Yunji could only be inwardly helpless. Luo Feng was indeed a yin and yang master, coming up and initiating soul torture. Facing such a straightforward inquiry from Luo Feng, at the moment Li Jiahao was secretly upset, but still patiently replied, Brother, I really want to buy a car. No flirting. Well, at least it's a $4+ million car, so it's only right to learn more about the relevant information, right? Seeing this, Luo Feng directly said, a car is just a car. What parameters can't be seen online? If you really want to buy it, you will also understand those parameters and information in advance. Li Jiahao was directly speechless. Luo Feng has a good point. Li Jiahao couldn't refute it at all. If you really want to buy a car, you will indeed check out a lot of information about it right online in advance. Luo Feng casually picked up a model introduction manual. Come on, the information of this one car. It's all on it. Everything is in detail. Not a single omission. You take a look at it and then make a decision. Naturally, Ricardo didn't bother to pick up the manual. His target was Duanmu Yunji, not a Ferrari whose bare car price was going to be $4 million. I say, little brother, it doesn't seem like it's any of your business whether I buy a car or not, does it? Finally unable to resist, Li Jiahao began to look at Luo Feng with a cold face. What was it supposed to be? It's true that it's none of my business whether you buy a car or not, but I want to buy a car now. And how am I supposed to give the salesman a conversation when you keep yakking about it? Luo Feng's meaning, very short answer. If you do not buy, flash aside. Why hogging the salesman here? Oh, you want to buy a car? Li Jiahao instead sized up this Luo Feng. Although Luo Feng had many name tags all over his body, and wearing $1 million Patek Philippe watches, but Li Kaho only recognized the designer clothes. Yes, I'm going to buy it. Do you have any comments? Luo Feng laughed and asked with a backhanded question. Then you buy it. No one is preventing you from buying it. But little brother let me remind you. This is a sports car with a bare car price of about $4.2 million. All kinds of options, purchase tax and so on add up. It should be about $5.8 million to land. $6 million is not much to say. But honestly, to take it out and to take it out for a car is two levels. There are a lot of people who can afford to take it out. After all, the capital city. For example, has 300,000 people with $6 million in total assets. But what about those who can afford to buy a car? Let's not talk about whether it's affordable or not. Even for those who can afford $6 million in cash, are there still 300,000 people in the capital? Besides, even if you had $6 million in cash, would you buy a car for all of it? In 2020, Ferrari was selling just over 800 Ferraris in total. Within the Dragon, 95% of those Ferraris have a landed price of under $5 million. As for the $20 million god car, a Ferrari Laffa? Anyone still blowing this car in this day and age is 100% a keyboard car god. There is no understanding of the progress of the times. The Qing dynasty died long ago. The Ferrari Rafa is more about sentimentality. As for performance, in some ways, it's not as good as Lo Feng's new Audi R8. All in all, a $6 million luxury car is not relevant to 99.99% of Chinese. Don't even think about it. To buy a $6 million car, the assets must be at least a couple billion or so. Sure, you've got $10 million. You go buy a $6 million sports car and pretend it's not there. So, in Li Jiahao's inner heart, just seeing that Luo Feng wore a name brand, he did not believe that such a young big boy could buy this Ferrari. Holy shit, is this dude really going to buy a 488? Lin Xiaoyun looked at Luo Feng with some fuming. Chen Dali replied, it's really possible. After all, people's wristwatches, that's the million level. Such a family, you figure it out yourself. Coincidentally, my fourth uncle's family is over in Magic City, and my cousin is there, so I'll send a WeChat to ask. Such a tycoon, in Magic City, should be very famous, right? Honestly, don't read too much fiction, like being able to buy $1 million watch. A tycoon who buys a multi-million-dollar Ferrari would really be famous in any city and in his circle. Of course, throw in the fact that you're buying it the hard way. Everyone has a recommendation vote, all cast a little to the author. This thing is free, every day. If there is a monthly ticket, that would be better. The monthly ticket this thing, the author is also needed. 103, buying a car? Take away the saleswoman for 7 days. Lin Xiaoyun that acute. Immediately in the Microsoft group, starts sending messages. Hey, third sister, are you over in Magic City? When the other party got the message, they replied with a question mark. Trouble third sister, you check a person for me. This person is called Luo Feng, college student looking, early 20s. Wearing $1 million Patek Philippe watch, Lin Xiaoyun sent the message. After receiving the other party's reply, Lin Xiaoyun typed, how do I know Luo Feng? What's the situation right? Immediately after, Lin Xiaoyun definitely told all about the current situation, then added the news. I'm just curious, and I want to get to know this tycoon. 10 seconds. Lin Xiaoyun then received a link. It's a link to a news article about the Magic City Mall. Mysterious man saves people when escalator collapses at Hang Lung Mall. That's right. This Lin Xiaoyun's cousin is that meat silk high-heeled beauty aunt, Lin Wanting. Lin Xiaoyun was also shocked after reading the message sent by her cousin. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Very coincidental indeed. But, oh little brother, help me entertain Mr. Luo. Lin Wanting sent a message and ordered it. Don't worry, second sister. Since there's such a thing, I'll definitely entertain Mr. Luo. This is also an excuse for me to get closer. A chance to hug my thigh. Lin Xiaoyun laughed out. This cousin, she really surprised herself. Subsequently, Lin Wanting ordered a few more words and didn't say anything more. Brother Dolly, look at this. What is meant by destiny? This is called destiny. Chen Dolly quickly looked at the chat records of the two siblings and said in surprise, this person, is the little mister who saved that little Princess Tuan Tuan of your family before? Yeah, God opened my eyes. I've always wanted to play with a Ferrari 488, and now it's straight to my door. Lin Xiaoyun smiled. Chen Dali was also speechless and spat out. I'm afraid that God is blind. Someone else saved your little princess and stalled a bastard like you. I say brother Dali. When you say that, it hurts, Lin Xiaoyun said aggressively. Luo Feng naturally didn't know yet that there were such coincidental things in this world. After all, there was also no desire to open the desire list to see Lin Xiaoyun and Chen Dali. At this moment, Luo Feng was at the Ferrari booth, furiously disliking this Li Jiahao. Luo Feng looked at Duan Muyunji and spoke. Beauty. I heard that in the past. When you buy a car, you get a car model. Now it's buy a car and get a salesman. I bought this car. What do you say? Facing Luo Feng's molestation, Duan Muyunji didn't shy away from it and smiled. Sir, you didn't hear it wrong at all. If you buy it, you naturally have to send it to the salesman. After saying that, Duan Muyunji also looked at that Li Jiahao and raised her eyebrows. How about 7 days? Crap. Li Jiahao could only feel his heart thumping. 7 days? Such a great beauty to play for 7 days. Anyway, If you change yourself, you'll have to schedule morning, noon and night every day. It also comes with a late night snack. 7 days, right? Luo Feng laughed. But when I say send, I mean send a sale like yours. That's of course. No problem. Duanmu Yunji nodded cooperatively. Li Jiahao felt a bit incredulous. Why is it so easy for him to flirt with girls? Wait, it's not simple at all, okay? According to the information exchanged, the cost of this flirtation is $6 million. Li Jiahao frowned and looked at Luo Feng suspiciously. Could this big boy, Murphy, really afford this car? However, when Li Jiahao carefully observed Luo Feng, he finally realized that Luo Feng's watch was a Patek Philippe. But how much? I'm not sure about Li Kahou. He's not at that level of playing with watches yet, but it shouldn't be cheap. Suddenly, Li Jiahao felt that this Luo Feng should be a tycoon who could afford a Ferrari 488. Uncle, are you still going? Or are you going to buy? Seeing that Li Jiahao froze, Luo Feng once again sent out the yin yang grand technique. Li Jiahao gritted his teeth. I'll take another look before making a decision. Luo Feng directly nailed the other party. You want to see if I buy it or not, right? If I buy it, then you won't come out to gab? Li Kahou didn't say anything. By the way, you're from that First Dream Entertainment Company. Is there a First Dream Guild under it? Luo Feng looked at Li Jiahao and asked. Oh, Li Jiahao instead looked at Luo Feng suspiciously. How did the other party know that? It seems to be correct. Uncle your guild is really a big guild. He. Luo Feng revealed a wry smile, thinking about that Chinger anchor woman, the beauty monster, who had infuriated a few big brothers when she broke the news. Oh, do you watch live streams, little brother? Li Jiahao began to condescend. I'll buy a car first, lest you don't die. Uncle, Luo Feng laughed. But uncle, flirting with a girl, you can't be too cheap. You want the other party's WeChat, and you can't afford to buy a car. In this world, how can there be such a cheap thing? Luo Feng had to quickly fulfill Duanmu Yunji's first desire to get this person out of the way. Beauty, come swipe your card. I'll take it. Luo Feng directly handed over his bank card. His bank card, not some black and gold card. It's just plain. It holds 999.9 billion credit cards. That's right. The function is the same. Everyone's cards, they can only hold 1 billion. When Duanmu Yunji saw the card Luo Feng handed over, her entire body froze. She originally thought that Luo Feng had only come to relieve himself. It's like the last time a greasy uncle accosted himself. But I didn't realize that Luo Feng really wanted to buy a Ferrari? Hey, beautiful girl, are you regretting it? We have agreed to buy a car and get a female salesman, and also a great beauty like you. You can't fool me, can you? Duanmu Yunji's face flushed, and she gave Luo Feng a flavorful blank look. You really want to buy it? I came to the capital specifically to see the car show, and when I see it, don't I just buy it? Luo Feng laughed and said, everyone has a recommendation vote, all vote to the author. This thing is free, every day. If there is a monthly ticket, it would be better. The monthly ticket this thing, the author is also needed. 104, what kind of tycoon is this? Going down on my knees, Duanmu Yunji really didn't know what to say. Hey, you really want to buy it? I said it, really. Luo Feng was very serious in tone. Of course, I forgot to ask, how much did you pay for this car? Amount, crap. Ruthless. At this moment, Duanmu Yunji, or Li Jiahao, were all going to die of speechlessness. Come on, this is a supercar that you can get your hands on for $6 million, and you don't even ask the price? It's really the invisible pretense that's most deadly. Sir, it's like this. For this car, it's almost fully equipped, including air suspension, passenger power seat and memory, ceramic padded brake discs, with some purchase taxes and so on down the line. The total price is 6.1 million. As for the complimentary, Duanmu Yunji spoke. Then he was interrupted by Luo Feng. The things that are sent, there is no need to talk about it. Anyway, you, the sales, are required to drop in it. Duanmu Yunji gave a blank stare once again. If you really buy it, then I'll really give it away. Okay, it's a deal. Swipe the card. Luo Feng handed over the bank card. Ferrari sales manager, in fact, had long been observing in secret. And when Duanmu Yunji took over the bank card, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Sir, let's sign the sales contract first. It's straight up and full price. So you guys watch. Luo Feng responded atmospherically. Okay, we'll get right on it for the gentleman and sign up for a Ferrari membership, the sales manager said. Inwardly speechless, a $6 million car, hell, just buy it? These latter waves are really taking the former waves to the beach. It was just about 15 minutes before and after. The contract for the purchase of the car was obviously taken care of, and lots of giveaways. The $6.1 million Ferrari was now purchased outright by Luo Feng. When Luo Feng signed the contract, Li Jiahao had already left silently. Crap. Congrats, bro, on the car purchase. Lin Xiaoyun and Chen Dali also warmly sent their congratulations. The sales manager of the Ferrari, seeing Chen Dali, politely said, Mr. Chen, Mr. Lin, welcome. Luo Feng purposely glanced at these two passers-by. Judging by the attitude of the Ferrari manager, these two guys aren't easy characters either. Right, brother, let me introduce once again. My name is Lin Xiaoyun, my cousin is Lin Wanting. I'm so thankful to you for saving Tuan Tuan last time. She's the little princess of our family. From now on, you'll be my own brother. Lin Xiaoyun spoke familiarly. He couldn't wait to kiss Luo Feng. Luo Feng also had a black face. This world, it's a little too small, isn't it? What does that mean? My dear brother, this Ferrari 488, can you lend it to me for a good time? Lin Xiaoyun immediately started talking. Luo Feng said that he was about to vomit. Was this really Lin Wanting's cousin? Hey, don't identify yourself. I'll ask Ms. Lin before I do. Luo Feng said and sent a message, asking up Lin Wanting. There was also a special photo of Lin Xiaoyun. When the message was sent, the next moment, Lin Wanting popped her voice over. That imperial female voice said, Mr. Luo. Hello, Lin Xiaoyun is indeed my cousin. Her character is indeed a bit jumpy, so I'll have to ask you to be more patient. Luo Feng also saw the other party's jumpy personality and laughed. Okay, I have something on my side, so I'll stop chatting for now. Just making sure you and he are identified. Bye. Lin Wanting greeted politely before hanging up the phone. Of course, at this moment, Lin Xiaoyun was looking at Luo Feng suspiciously. After all, he knew his cousin's high and cold personality, but it looks like the cousin, now, isn't high-strung at all. My dear brother, do you believe me now? I'm my cousin's cousin. No fake, Lin Xiaoyun said with a thick skin. Believe it or not, borrowing your luxury car to have a good time is no problem. But you know, I'm from Mordor. I'm planning to get the car back to Mordor, so if you want to have a good time, you can only go over there. Luo Feng made his request. Lin Xiaoyun, on the other hand, deflated and said, fine, I can just go to Magic City to see my cousin. Luo Feng spat it out. Seriously, this car isn't cool, is it? 0-second acceleration. It actually takes seconds? Still not strong? Lin Xiaoyun tugged at the corner of his mouth and looked at Luo Feng. My dear brother, do you have some misunderstanding about sports cars? It might as well be a Porsche. That car only takes seconds. The point is it's less than half the price. So what's it cool about? Luo Feng smiled faintly. Lin Xiaoyun's face was full of black question marks. Kissing brother, please speak human. What Porsche seconds? So tough? Chen Dali instead spoke up first. It should be the top of a Porsche 911, right? After that, Lin Xiaoyun also reacted. My dear brother, you have a Porsche 911? That's for sure. But I'm driving an Audi R8 right now and that thing hasn't arrived yet. Luo Feng laughed. Got a fixed limo redemption card a while back. It's the $3 million plus Porsche 911. The top match. It's still in transit. Audi R8? Porsche 911 top of the line being shipped? Lin Xiaoyun was about to faint. My dear brother, when are you going back to Magic City? Your 911 and Audi R8. I want to see them all. And with the addition of the Ferrari 488 this time, this trip, blood money is not lost. Luo Feng spat out. Don't you want to see your cousin? Ha, I'm mainly checking out my cousin and little Tuan Tuan. As for having some fun with the sports car, of course it's by the way. Kissing brother, do you think it's okay? Lin Xiaoyun said with a smile. Luo Feng actually knew that Lin Wanting's identity wasn't simple through what happened to his old man last time and nodded. Of course. Chen Dali, on the side, then opened his mouth and said, I'll be the host at noon to celebrate meeting little brother Luo Feng. Everyone has a recommendation vote, all cast a little to the author. This thing is free, every day. If there is a monthly ticket, it would be better. The monthly ticket this thing, the author is also needed. 105, arrange a few more Ferrari sales. Okay, no problem. Chen Dali said that he was going to be the host, so of course Luo Feng nodded his head and agreed. After all, this was the same bet that the two had just made, said to have successfully added Duanmu Yunji's WeChat or something. Just treat yourself to dinner. But in such a case, do they still need to ask if Luo Feng is able to add WeChat? It's like the people are all Luo Fengs. Of course, I don't know if they were joking or what, but with two people eyeballing each other, things were definitely off. But Luo Feng thought of something and opened his mouth. Forget it. This meal is better for me to treat you. In fact, secretly tell you guys, this big beautiful girl, I've known her for a long time, so it's not counted as you losing. Luo Feng remembered his food rebate card. This is an opportunity. Crap. Fierce recognize in advance? Lin Xiaoyun said enviously, looking at that Duan Muyunji, such a charming figure. Blessed Chen Dali smiled and said, willing to gamble, no matter what. It's us who lost. Luo Feng also gave Chen Dali a high look. Still a person with a good character. Well then thank you for entertaining me. Luo Feng responded. It was fine to use the spending card later. Chen Dali took the initiative to take out the WeChat. And the QR code. Luo Feng old brother. First plus a WeChat. I and Xiaoyun have to take a look at the other booths. Call you later? Luo Feng nodded and added two people's WeChat respectively. Let's take a look together. I still have to get a Q7 for my old man, which was specially arranged by my old man. Audi? Chen Dali felt curious in his heart. Luo Feng himself bought a Ferrari 488? And Pops is optimistic about Audi? So low-key? Soon. The three men which were coming to the Audi booth. The new Audi Q7 still has a lot of problems, such as the lack of a dominant appearance. There's also like the Audi Q5 of the brother, overpriced and all that. But Audi, if you wait 2 months for the launch, won't it be 20% off? Around noon, Chen Dali opened his mouth and said, old brother Luo Feng, how about we go eat shabu-shabu? Luo Feng didn't refuse. Then we'll go straight there now. By the way, do you want to call up that big beautiful Ferrari saleswoman? Chen Dali said. No need. The three of us can go over. Luo Feng waved his hand and refused. That's right. What's a woman doing here when it's a matter of three grown men? Lin Xiaoyun seconded. Not wanting to be stimulated. It was about half an hour or so later. Chen Dali, the two of them, brought Luo Feng and arrived at a courtyard. While he was walking, then he said, this place is not easy to find. Rumor has it that master teacher was a great master inside the palace in the beginning. Lin Xiaoyun added, this one is indeed good. Anyway, in this part of the capital, I think this one's is number one. Among the boxes in the courtyard, three people quickly took their seats, while a middle-aged man who looked about 40 years old came forward to greet them. Dali how to arrange it today? Uncle, just watch the arrangements. In addition to the dipping water, you get some Magic City flavors. We are mainly entertaining this brother from Magic City today. Chen Dali opened his mouth and said, it seemed that with this boss, he was still very familiar. That boss looked at Luo Feng and nodded his head. Alright, I'll go and arrange things properly for you guys. You guys wait a bit. When that boss left, Lin Xiaoyun spoke. Rumor has it that this Uncle Huang's grandfather used to serve the old Buddha. His father inherited the craft, and he inherited his old man's craft. Chen Dali sighed. It's just a pity that he hasn't tasted his grandfather's handiwork. I don't know what kind of flavors the old Buddha back then ate. Soon, 10 minutes or so, a set of traditional old capital city shabu-shabu copper pots was set on top of the table. Then on the side, thin slices of bright red lamb were laid out. Lin Xiaoyun introduced Uncle Huang's family's mutton. All of them are freshly cut, although it's not as thin as paper as frozen mutton, but the taste is better. Try it. After all, it's the frozen lamb that cuts well. Fresh lamb, in general, doesn't even cut well, so cut it thicker. Luo Feng picked up a chopstick of sliced mutton and placed it in the boiling hot copper pot, not immediately fishing it up. It's not thin after all. Of course it's going to cook for a while, but you have to time it right. It won't taste good when it's old. Luo Feng then tasted the dipping water with his chopsticks. Not a bad flavor at all. Waiting for the mutton can be. Luo Feng combined with mutton to eat. That flavor, not to say, especially delicious. It's much better than the ones I ate at Magic City. Dried chili dip. Not bad. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng then clipped up another chopsticks of mutton slices. Want to try a sweet and spicy dipping water? Well, it's not bad looking. Not only the dipping saucer is well done, the mutton is no stink. Of course, in fact, most people also like this flavor, but I think it is better to have no better. And the mutton also has a light flavor. Lin Xiaoyun laughed at once. Ha ha ha. I thought you couldn't taste it. This is the reason that restricts Uncle Huan's expansion. His family's mutton, all of which is raised in his own home, over there in XX. But he has his own farm, because the cost of the farm is too high, coupled with the secrecy of the breeding methods, so he is unable to expand his business. Luo Feng nodded. Didn't say much. Keep eating good food. When eating, Lo Feng doesn't usually want to talk much, but while eating, the mind began to organize itself as well. Just fulfilled two desires of a big beautiful girl. The first one is that Duan Muyunji doesn't want to add the other party's WeChat. Otherwise Luo Feng wouldn't have gone up to dislike that Li Jiahao. The second desire was when Luo Feng offered to really buy a Ferrari. Her desire is that Luo Feng really bought it. After all, when Luo Feng says that he really buys, he doesn't necessarily end up buying, right? It's only when the contract is finally signed that it counts. Originally, I didn't expect Luo Feng to buy it in the beginning, but when Luo Feng said that he really bought it, then wasn't the first desire for Luo Feng to really buy it? 2 desires, gain 10 attribute points, one of the rewards, $1 a second money hopping card. It's 60 cents a second for Lofeng now, dollars x 60 seconds x 60 minutes x 24 hours, then a day of Rockwin's jumping money card gains, that's $51, 840, and a month is based on 30 days, monthly jump money, that's 10,000, a year then, 12 months, then it's properly 10,000, beautiful, and the other reward is still a gourmet 10x cashback card, but this one is for 8 people. Luo Feng invites up to 8 people to party to share the food. When shared, Luo Feng's consumption, there will be 1 10 times settlement rebate, 1 to 10 times, depending on the rating scores of these people for the food. There doesn't seem to be a goddess requirement, and to invite more than 7 people to a party. In the capital, the best place is the Industrial Sports Center. To be reasonable, Luo Feng had never really been to a bar. I hear the bar has some kind of god dragon set, big and small divine dragons. It's tens of thousands of dollars for a set. The spending, if you go by this spending, will be in 6 figures, right? In case each one comes back with a tenfold rebate? Isn't that beautiful? Come, brother Feng, have some of the secret sheep scorpion. Lin Xiaoyun introduced. Their family's sheep scorpion is medicinal grade, but it also balances the flavors, so it doesn't just taste good, it also nourishes the body. You eat a few more, and arrange for a few more Ferrari long legs to be sold tonight. Luo Feng was speechless. You're overthinking it, little old brother Yun. I'm serious, and although I've known her before, it's nothing more than an ordinary relationship. I know, it's still an ordinary relationship at the moment. When the relationship reaches the stomach, it won't be an ordinary relationship. Lin Xiaoyun smiled. Luo Feng is speechless. This is going to the stomach? How many centimeters? Luo Feng also ignored this guy and tasted up the medicinal grade sheep scorpion, which really had a bit of medicinal flavor. But it's almost impossible to taste anything. Sure enough, both flavor and potency are guaranteed. A little over an hour. This meal of shabu shabu is also finally almost done. Chen Dali first spoke. Old brother Luo Feng, what are you going to arrange this afternoon? Luo Feng said, if you are in the afternoon, let's go see that Audi Q7, that old man in my house. This time he said he wants to get it back. Chen Dali at the moment hesitated, or asked, old brother not that old brother bottoming you, just curious, ask. You 6 million is their own? Yeah, Luo Feng nodded. Chen Dali was not in a good position to ask anything else. After all, he had only just met. It's really hard to see, at such a young age. No wonder before Lin Xiaoyun and their family group said that your attitude after you saved Tuan Tuan. Oh, what attitude? Luo Feng asked. Lin Xiaoyun grabbed the lead and said, I believe you should know that my cousin's identity is not simple, right? Oh, isn't it time for the Wang Duo fish drama to come to a head? A billionaire? I'm not pretending? I show my cards? Luo Feng smiled and spoke. Don't worry. I'm stable. Luo Feng looked at Lin Xiaoyun who had a dark face. It's not that, but your family's conditions are not bad, so it's true that you don't need to curry favor with my cousin or anything. Lin Xiaoyun spoke up. I hadn't thought about any of that, and I couldn't arrange for the mall elevator to collapse and then hit on your cousin. Could I? That's right. Lin Xiaoyun nodded fiercely. There was no one in the family who had any doubts about saving the troop. Ha ha ha, how about I call you Bao Batch Dragon from now on? Luo Feng laughed out. Ha? What do you mean? Both sounded like curse words. No, it's a dialect. The dragon has 9 sons. Pai knows, right? It means treasure. Together it means treasure. Expressing goodwill. Luo Feng said, yes, it's Papai Dragon. Suddenly, however, Lin Xiaoyun tapped the cell phone screen, and over the loudspeaker, came Tuan Tuan's voice. Uncle Xiaoyun is, Bao Batch Dragon. Tuan. Lin Wanting's voice, too, came out. Of course, Tuan knew this side of things was to see his uncle eat shabu shabu, the one that opened up at the beginning of the video. It always feels like cursing. Lin Xiaoyun thought for a moment and looked at Luo Feng with some suspicion. 106, invite Tuan Muyunji for a drink. Gentlemen, we'll take the evening, the artificial body side? Near the end, Luo Feng put down his chopsticks while looking at Chen Dali and Lin Xiaoyun. Luo Feng continued, this shabu shabu is quite good. Thank you for sharing. I'll handle the evening's happy hour, and I've long heard of the great name of the artificial body. I have to go and see it this time. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyun cheaply arrived. My dear brother. You want to try out the package over there, right? Yes. Divine Dragon set. Not what you understand it to mean, Luo Feng said in a serious manner. Ha ha ha, Chen Dali laughed out. Alright then, we'll go to the artificial body in the evening. So which bar are you planning to go and play at? As for the bar in the capital, it was named Gombe probably because of its location near the workers' stadium or for the purpose of paying homage to this landmark. I've never been to a bar before, not even in Mordor, so I don't know what bars are fun. Do you two have any recommendations? Luo Feng opened his mouth. If you haven't been there before, I'd recommend Mr. 13. It's the most famous and oldest bar over there, and it's become the industry benchmark in the capital since it opened. Speaking of this, Lin Xiaoyan smiled thievishly. There are all sorts of big shows every day. Of course, Rolf said he'd never been to a bar. Two people are not to be believed. And what about Luo Feng? Why admit to black history? Those are nothing but the pot of the original owner of the body. And the only time Luo Feng has been there is to take Su Meiji to drink. Of course, that kind of place cannot be counted as a real bar. Great as a cold drink store means, but to go to a bar with the three of us, isn't it a little lonely? Luo Feng suddenly said this. Chen Dali couldn't figure out what Luo Feng meant, so he directly asked, "What do you mean, old brother?" "Yes," Lin Xiaoyun said directly. "Don't worry, brother Feng, the bar will all have an atmosphere group, and the marketing group. The beauty tube is not right. It is enough for the three of us to go in, and then it will definitely be the prettiest pups." Luo Feng shook his head. "I'm simply going to take a look. I don't want to play all that fancy stuff. Wait a bit. I'll ask if the Ferrari sales that sent me is coming, since it was all sent to me. I don't think it's hard to ask out, right?" Luo Feng finished laughing. Ha ha ha, hi, Lin Xiaoyun laughed. "My own brother, you still say you don't know martial arts? This is martial arts master, okay?" Luo Feng ignored this guy and sent a message to Duan Muyunji. Ask the person if they want to go to Mr. 13, and it was expressed with certainty. Just a simple drink. Duan Muyunji quickly replied to the message. "Yeah, the big tycoon's call. My little sales. Naturally I don't have the right to refuse." After all, Luo Feng had asked just the right question. Today's Duan Muyunji, because Luo Feng to buy a car. Their own commission is also a lot of good, right? Certainly want to celebrate that. "Miss, let me ask you, how did you become a Ferrari sales?" Luo Feng asked curiously. In fact, this was pretty much being a car model. Of course it is a part-time job pull, $3,000 a day, and there is a commission. Do not earn for nothing. Okay, well, the phone number sent to you. Contact after work. The manager stared at me. Will be deducted wages. Duan Muyunji said and quickly sent over the phone number as well. Luo Feng saved the other party's phone number and opened his mouth. "Both of you have taken care of the Ferrari sales. Do you want to bring a young lady each?" Chen Dali nodded his head first. "No problem." Lin Xiaoyun then got a bit embarrassed. "There's a bit of a problem on my side. Where can I call the young ladies? They're all very defensive of me." It wasn't that Lin Xiaoyun couldn't call Missy, but it's a good one. Can't call it out. Chen Dali considered for a moment and responded. "This guy's reputation is a bit worse. Let me arrange it." Then, Luo Feng nodded. Afternoon. A few people came to the car show again. Luo Feng took a closer look at the Audi Q7 once more, but didn't end up booking it on the spot. After all, it's always a bit of an insult to the intelligence to have to buy a new Audi car at the price it's going for. It's not that Audis aren't worth the money, it's that Audi themselves will lower the price. Now 800k for an Audi Q7, and in a few months, lower it by 100k. It's not about losing money. That's an insult to the intelligence. It's not like it's an attractive luxury car, and who can't wait that many months? 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Duan Muyunji's part-time job at Ferrari was finally over. Chen Dali also made an appointment with his best friend. The place we all agreed on first was a kanji store. Wanted to stop by for a bite to eat and pad my stomach, so I could warm it up for drinking later. Let's be honest, so many people get stomach problems, or other ailments. Just can't break the habit of drinking and eating something first. This is a serious problem. While drinking kanji and eating dumplings, Luo Feng considered the number of people at the party later. There are 6 of them now, but one of the rebate cards obtained can accommodate up to 8 people. There are so many less people. That's a huge loss. Luo Feng kept pondering. We're going to the bar later, so we'll arrange for 2 of the Atmosphere team to come over, make it a party of 8? The Atmosphere crew, in terms of satisfaction, should be better handled than these rich kids, right? After all, they could also be satisfied with the party because Luo Feng consumed more. After all, the Atmosphere group had a commission. It's like inviting gold-worshipping women to dinner, even if it's not delicious, as long as the price is expensive. Their satisfaction is also high, casually taking pictures and posting them in the circle of friends. That's properly face ah. Almost 6:30. Chen Dali asked a few friends to come over. However, Chen Dali is a bit of a black face. After all, just asked out 2 young ladies, while the rest, all 4 little brother. The young lady dabbled in the drinking game. So be it. What's the matter, little brother? You've been drinking too? Everyone has a recommendation vote. All cast a little to the author. This thing is free. Every day. If there is a monthly ticket, that would be better. The monthly ticket this thing. The author is also needed. 107, Brother Feng? Arranging for someone? You want to have a good time? Xiaoba Wang Millet Porridge Store. It's a kanji store near the Gongshi Center. At this moment, Chen Dali's face stiffened as he looked at the few friends he saw. Li Shui, come with me for a moment. Li Shui was one of the young ladies that Chen Dali had invited to the bar to play. He instructed Li Shui to invite another young lady, counting as Lin Xiaoyun's female companion. Li Shui did get a female, but comes with a male and a female. The two were clearly a couple. Isn't that diabolical? If this drinking game was organized by Chen Dali, then Chen Dali could instead accept such a drinking game. The reality, however, was that this time it was Luo Feng who formed it. Such a situation is a slap in the face of Chen Dali. Luo Feng actually saw the problem, but he himself was pondering that he was exactly 2 people short. And now, isn't it a case of dozing off and meeting a pillow? What's up? What are you doing? What are you whispering about? Isn't it nice that the little couple is here? Luo Feng saw that Chen Dali was almost going to lash out at Li Shui. It was only then that he opened his mouth to persuade. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he looked at Lin Xiaoyun and said, this time in the evening, I'll treat everyone to a drink. But the money for this kanji, you guys look after it. Lin Xiaoyun immediately said, I'll do it. For something like this for a couple $100. Lin Xiaoyun, of course, took the initiative to oblige. Luo Feng looked at Chen Dali. Brother Dali, who are these? Help introduce them. First-time driver. Don't know so many handsome men and women, but everyone, since they are friends of Dali Big Brother, is my Luo Feng's friend. Luo Feng spoke in a very jaded tone, gave Chen Dali enough face. At this time, Chen Dali's face also looked much better. He immediately began to introduce himself. The young lady he called is called Li Shui. Not a couple with Chen Dali, but again, couple behavior. Abbreviated as Artillery Battalion Comrades. Li Shui brought 3 little friends. One of the little brothers is called Ma Jian. The other party, like Luo Feng, was all dressed in Gucci designer labels. But it's basically an entry-level basic. And the shoes look a little dirty and old. Is this the only pair of Gucci you wear all the time? The other 2 young ladies, one was called Su Linlin and the other was called Chao Lulu. Luo Feng looked at their list of desires. Su Linlin had a face value of 79 points. And with the makeup, it looked like a face value of about 89 points, and the average man would have an appetite when he looked at it. Chao Lulu, on the other hand, has a real face value of 82 points, and with makeup, is a bit of a goddess. Of course, to say lie down and beg Luo Feng to come. If Luo Feng was really that thirsty, he could still eat. All in good shape after all. Women just look at a body. Face value is just a plus. Perfect body, coupled with medium to high looks, and then makeup. In the eyes of the average man, it is also considered a special thing, not to mention, some black silk heels, or white silk, JK those. Immediately, you can work up an appetite. That's why Luo Feng had said that real beauties, remember, real beauties, were actually rarer than tycoons. It's really hard to have a perfect body and a good face. The reason you think there are so many beautiful women is that they all lose weight, have slim bodies, and then when they put on makeup, they basically have a big appetite. But that kind of hunger? Does Luo Feng have it? If Luo Feng was really that horny, on by Ning Bing's side, he might need to work hard, but not by much, right? Let's go. Yun paid the money and let's bar dry up. Luo Feng looked at the time and it was almost 7 o'clock, because Li Shui brought a young lady with a boyfriend. Standing here awkwardly. It's not a thing either. Of course, the great beauty Duanmu Yunji was also in place, but there were simply no young ladies or boys willing to stand with her. 5'6" and also sexy heels with red soles and black tops. Don't you want people to live? Soon, everyone left the rice porridge store. Chen Dali deliberately walked behind. It seemed to want to say something to Luo Feng. Duanmu Yunji was also very good at her job, pretending to look at her cell phone, thus giving the 2 room to talk. I'm sorry, my old brother Luo Feng. This time, it's really a whole lot worse. The bar at night. My treat is it? Chen Dali said, looking towards Chao Lulu and Ma Jian in front of him. Damn. Sincerely disgusting me? Don't. Old brother Dali. It's actually okay. We're all friends. Luo Feng actually wanted to say that a woman like Chow Lulu, as Luo Feng just said, really hungry, can eat, although it is not a top dinner, but it is still a good dessert. But Luo Feng didn't have to So there's a boyfriend coming? And no boyfriends to come? Is there a difference? No. Chen Dali wanted to say that in fact, that Ma Jian was a looker, but since Luo Feng didn't even care, then forget it. A group of people soon came from the rice porridge store to the bar, because Chen Dali had contacted the manager over here long ago. Getting here, a suited sales manager, which was smiling, walked out. Brother Dali, Brother Xiao Yun, welcome. Chen Dali first stepped forward and introduced. This is my old brother Luo Feng. Hello, Brother Feng. My name is Xiao Yong. What is Brother Feng's request? Just tell me. There are more pretty young ladies on our side. Zhang Shan never knew Luo Feng's hobbies. But men basically can't escape one hobby. That is women. The bar is a place with arguably the highest quality of beautiful women in the world. Bar none. But Zhang Shunyong, who works at the bar. It was immediately obvious that Luo Feng's temperament was extraordinary, and the gear on it, but it's all very hardcore. As for luxury goods, perhaps many people will forcefully pretend, but $50,000 or $60,000 worth of clothes? Change you? Do you need to force fit? If you want to pretend, you just buy the entry model, right? Who have you seen buying an Audi R8? To figure out the brand name? The only people who buy a BMW X1 are the ones who figure the brand and then pretend. That Ma Jian, on the other hand, seemed to be ignored by the sales manager, not even looking at him squarely. Hello, we have 8 or 9 people here today. You see to the arrangements. Luo Feng said to Zhang Shunyong. Brother Feng, please come inside. My suggestion is to arrange a big card seat. The big card seat will not only allow us to see our daily big show, but it will also reflect Brother Feng's honor. If Brother Feng needs it, we can also arrange for the atmosphere team to come over and have fun with Brother Feng. Of course, it's all wooden fish that can end. As Zhang Shunyong spoke, he also watched everyone's expressions. Want to know from it, who's really buying this one? Then you know who the main raiders are. Luo Feng didn't even ask about the big kazoo's low consumption or anything, and directly said, then follow your recommendation. As for the atmosphere group, don't want it. Xiao Yang you shortcomings eyesight we have not brought the young lady here. You are not going to make things happen? Facing Luo Feng's flirtation, Zhang Shunyong hurriedly apologized up. Brother Feng is right. I'm a person who doesn't talk too much. This way please. I'll take you guys over to the big card seat. What's 108? $100,000 worth of wine? It's all open. In the middle of the bar, Zhang Shunyong quickly brought Luo Feng and the others to a large card seat by the dance floor, and thoughtfully prepared a wine list for Luo Feng. Zhang Shunyong could also see that this consumption, he was afraid that this honorable young man was treating him. So, Windy, what do you think of the arrangements for tonight? When Luo Feng sat down in the middle of the large cardboard sofa, Zhang Shunyong, on the other hand, slightly knelt on one knee and crouched beside Luo Feng. This is the bar. Usually face rich kids, sales managers, all such attitude. After all, it is only when the guests spend more that they can get a commission. Luo Feng flipped through the wine list while asking, I heard that in the bar. There's some kind of divine dragon set. Do you have any in this place? Zhang Shunyong's eyes immediately lit up. His expression became more attentive. Yes, of course, Brother Feng. We have 3 kinds of sets over here, of which the gold version and the pink gold version are both available. There is also a purple gold version of the small divine dragon for 42,888 yuan, a platinum version for 78,888 yuan, and then there is the black gold version of the great divine dragon, which costs 99,999 yuan. Luo Feng listened to the introduction and laughed. Then let's have the great divine dragon set meal. Zhang Shunyong's eyes smiled into a line. Okay, Brother Feng. We'll immediately arrange the great divine dragon for all of you, in addition to fruit plates, snacks, and beer. Honestly, as long as this package goes down. As for snacks, you can have whatever you want. It's all free. Nearly 100,000 for the package. Seriously, there won't be more than a few orders a month. People with money don't have to spend like that, and people who don't have money can't afford it. Like big tens of millions of dollars in luxury cars that are really rich and have no need to buy. And those who don't have money can't get enough. When Zhang Shunyong left, Lin Xiaoyun, who had been pretending to put on an end frame, directly whimpered in a low voice. Crap, my brother Feng. That's my own brother it's too awesome. The great divine dragon arranged it? Small 100,000 Old brother Luo Feng. You're too polite. Chen Dali also spoke while his eyes were full of excitement. Marjane, who was dabbling in alcohol, was currently sitting in the corner of a long couch. He didn't mean to speak, after all, that's what he came over to rub his drink in, and not familiar with everyone, so I don't know what to say. Duanmu Yunji was obviously deliberately given a seat by everyone and sat next to Luo Feng, she said with a smiling face, worthy of being the tycoon who lifted the Ferrari 488 in seconds. Ha! Luo Feng turned her head to look at him. Has my car been arranged yet? After all, the car needed to be gotten back to Mordor from the capital. There's a lot to organize. Luo Feng doesn't have a capital city license plate. Duanmu Yunji spoke quietly. Rest assured, in the afternoon, there has been a teacher to help you paste a good invisible car coat. This time, I'm afraid that it has been on the way of transportation. Seeing this, Luo Feng asked her, are you still going to the car show tomorrow? Duanmu Yunji nodded. Of course it's going. Didn't I tell you before? $3,000 a day. And now such a model. Although it is true that there is nothing different from a car model, but it is not like the previous car models are generally still being looked at. Luckily, met a tycoon like you. The commission can be very generous. Why not go? Seems to make sense. I want to go into sales. Are you guys short on male models? Luo Feng laughed jokingly. Duanmu Yunji, on the other hand, took a glance at Luo Feng's figure. Not bad indeed. There are male models that look like that. And the face, 91 or so, I think. Altogether, it's kind of a starter male. But when a man reaches this level, appearance doesn't matter anymore. After all, when a woman looks at such an appearance, although she doesn't fall in love at a glance, any woman wouldn't hate such an appearance, right? So that's a face value that's properly adequate. Male models? You know, people who can spend money on cars are usually men. So well, male sales. Duanmu Yunji didn't say anything further. That's actually right. In today's society, women, for the most part, basically don't make a lot of money except in the service industry. Men are different. Men have the desire to struggle and must struggle. Therefore, it is men who can really afford to spend money on luxury cars. And women? Most of them are bought by their parents or given by their boyfriends. And there are basically too few who buy a car by their own efforts. That's not a knock on women. After all, it's rare in men to buy a car on their own. Okay? It's like a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Born without it, then gone for life. But just as Luo Feng and Duanmu Yunji were chatting, then the live DJ said very enthusiastically and furiously, congratulations to our number 2 big cards brother Feng, who is happy to receive the Great Divine Dragon set. With the DJ's shout out, some of the men and women who had already come right to the handle earlier also looked over towards Luo Feng. A big card. The low consumption of this bar is, indeed, $2,000. That's a high bar already. But there are basically not many who can afford to order the Great Divine Dragon. Although Luo Feng knew that later on, the black silk young lady who took the initiative to come forward to accost Luo Feng would still have unbuttoned the first few buttons of her shirt. But Luo Feng didn't even want to look at it. After all, those who understand what these people came up here to do. Isn't it just asking for a few $1,000s for Luo Feng? The follow-up, if it continues, is a matter of tens of thousands of dollars for the bag. And in the end, 100,000 or so in breakup fees. That's what they're all about. Aha. However, Luo Feng was a bit speechless at the DJ's shouting. It's not just $100,000 of wine? Is it necessary to make such a big show? But fortunately, Luo Feng didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoyun would be envious and jealous and spit on Luo Feng to make him speak human or something. But for Luo Feng, it's totally a small wind and a small wave. It's only $100,000. Who are you looking down on? Previously, your brother Feng. But in the Tiger's Tooth platform, he was the thunder god who had mastered the absolute thunder Upanishad. Millionaire brother, understand? It's $1 million a night out. Now that Luo Feng has twice won the title for Lu Hanyan, the name of Brother Million is getting bigger and bigger in Tiger's Teeth. Soon, a black silk bunny girl, stepping on sexy high heels, while pushing a cart over. On top of the trolley, there were all kinds of snacks, and paper towels and so on. There are even a variety of props to play with. Sure, but regular props. Not one of those props that gets dirty when you're done with it. Zhang Shunyang also arrived and squatted down, not blocking Luo Feng's view of the big show, and respectfully said, Brother Feng, let's decorate your big card. It's a necessary item for a divine dragon set. Okay, you guys get it. Luo Feng nodded, though thought it was a bit awkward, but seeing the excited expressions of Lin Xiaoyun and the others, Luo Feng knew that everyone was willing except for himself, so there was no need to make everyone unhappy. After all, this time Luo Feng's drinking was secondary. The main thing is to make you guys happy. If you guys are not happy, Luo Feng will not be happy. It's best to rate all 10 out of 10 so you can all get 10 times cash back. Come on, Guys, 6 aces of spades, colorful summer fruit platter, 3 dozen beers delivered. Zhang Shunyang personally placed the contents of the cart on the large glass table respectfully. The bunny girls, too, were busy decorating the entire daka. Young, what are you floundering for? These all open ah. Ha! When Zhang Shunyang saw Luo Feng say this, his face was filled with black question marks. In fact, although Zhang Shunyang could tell at first glance that Luo Feng was honorable, after observing Luo Feng, it seemed that he was not too familiar with this group of people. So, usually in a situation like this, when you order the Grand Divine Dragon, you're just giving a spectacle, and then you open a bottle or two for fun, and save the rest. Order some more cheap champagne to make up the difference. But as a result Luo Feng is now giving him the word? All open? Zhang Shunyang said he had never met such a customer at all. Who's a spiritual man or woman who frequents bars and doesn't have some tips for stocking up on booze? The wine is shouted up, and when they don't try to persuade themselves, they politely don't drink it, and then it's stored. Wouldn't it be a huge face saver to come over next time you need to pick up a girl, or a friend who needs it, and then bring it over? That, all open? Zhang Shunyang asked in disbelief, avoiding that he had heard about it. This is $100,000 of wine. Cannot afford to lose That's right, it's all open. There's 8 of us, so I don't think just 6 bottles of wine should be out of the question, right? Zhang Shunyang smiled and said, alright, brother Feng. Ha ha ha, my old brother Luo Feng is really atmospheric. Chen Dali gave a thumbs up. Lin Xiaoyun also said happily, indeed atmospheric, truly worthy of being my own brother. And Ma Jian didn't forget to brag. Thank you brother Feng. Brother Feng is too awesome, too atmospheric. Actually, Ma Jian thought the same as Zhang Shunyang. He was not familiar with Luo Feng himself. How can you genuinely treat yourself? Ordered just to get through a scene. But the result? Is it really all on? Excuse me, the world of the tycoon. Ma Jian really can't understand. 109. Come again. Again. Not bad. Brother Xiaoyun, what's the deal with this brother Feng? So ruthless? Su Linlinlin, who was sitting next to Lin Xiaoyun, then came to her ear and asked in a low voice. Obviously, Su Linlinlin's pouting made Lin Xiaoyun's ears itch a little, and he smoothly wrapped his arms around Su Linlin's small thin waist. Su Linlin, the bar's veteran, naturally didn't dodge, but instead leaned into Lin Xiaoyun's arms. Lin Xiaoyun said, you don't know. This buddy, the family has a mine. Anyway, the earth is finished. Money this thing, spend up. Not at all with discussion. Su Linlin was sweating incomparably. Such an answer was better than no answer at all. But Lin Xiaoyun wasn't a fool. How could she possibly reveal Luo Feng's affairs to an epithet like Su Linlin? Do you think you can still have a heart-to-heart with women like that? If you just use them for a little while? Drink up, everyone. Zhang Shunyang opened all the aces of spades and poured wine for each guest, and finally respectfully stepped back to the side. Luo Feng saw Zhang Shunyang's small action and said, Xiaoyang you really can't do this you're in sales? Don't you drink a few cups with your guests? Zhang Shunyang was speechless. She was indeed a bar sales, but where were the male sales? Accompanying male customers to drink The point is, damn you, you're the ace of spades. A cup of it is the kind that goes into the thousands. What kind of customer would give up a sales drink? Chen Dali greeted. My old brother Luo Feng has spoken. Why are you still staring? Zhang Shunyang immediately walked over and said warily, sorry, brother Feng, I'll punish myself with a cup. When Luo Feng saw that he was taking beer that didn't cost anything, he immediately said, what kind of beer to drink? No sincerity at all. This, pour it yourself. Luo Feng pointed towards the platinum version of the Great Divine Dragon. Ha! Zhang Shunyang was surprised, but still hastily thanked. Thank you Luo Feng. Thank you. Pour full. You want to sneak around? Luo Feng spat out when he saw her move like she was squeezing toothpaste. Zhang Shunyang was going to die of speechlessness, as the bar's ace in the whole sales. Seriously, it's a panic right now. Is he or she out of step with the times? The goddamned hoity-toity clientele of the bar now? Is that how they play now? Ace of spades? And pour it full? Everyone pour full. We'll go one first. Luo Feng, as the doer, stood up and raised his glass. Everyone then served up their cups as well. Ma Jian, such a look-alike. Certainly less is to take pictures, but also know the rules. Did not shoot Luo Feng at all. A champagne like the ace of spades is really only 20 or 30 degrees. Lok Feng can hold his liquor well. One glass of this and it's not stressful at all. Anymore. His own will have to drink 300 cups. Prop card was out of the question. Even if the whole bar comes, Luo Feng was able to kill them all in seconds. Come on, Wing. Fill it up again. After Luo Feng finished his drink, he greeted again in an atmospheric manner. And just now, Ma Jianlai asked if he could take pictures. Luo Feng nodded of course. Even if you make up the numbers, you have to make me happy. Seeing this, Duan Muyunji lowered her voice and said, Big Tycoon, is it really good for you to drink like this? There's nothing wrong with it, is there? If it's going to be gone for a while, won't it just be a matter of ordering again? Luo Feng smiled. With such a cashback card in hand, one must spend a bit more. But there are actually boundaries to the system. Suppose you want to be willfully wasteful. It's impossible. Xiao Yang. Wait a while if you order the Great Divine Dragon again. You don't mess with those fancy things. It's disturbing to look at, Luo Feng said, looking at Zhang Shunyong and then at them with these decorations. Zhang Shunyong said that he went straight into self-imposed isolation today. This man came to the bar to spot the great Shenandoah. I can't believe you don't want honorable treatment? Look at that. In fact, actually, can a really rich person like this kind of decoration? It's really childish. Okay? Okay. Listen to Brother Wind. However, Zhang Shunyong could only nod his head stiffly. Even if they didn't understand Luo Feng's behavior, what the guest said was what they said. Not to mention being such a tycoon. They're all about what the rich people want, and they're going to do it. Including one of the prettiest escorts. People want to pull to the bumper cars. They have to be satisfied, too. And it will command. You damn it. All those stunts. All of them. After an hour of fun has passed, everyone couldn't get enough of it. And with good wine, the girls seemed to be drinking more. Luo Feng once again came with a big shenlong set, and saw Duan Muyunji's inner desires. Just a few bottles of wanted milk were thoughtfully given. It wasn't like she was craving for Duan Muyunji's body. She was just gleaning attribute points and rewards. There was no need to get people drunk. Of course, wool gathering on the way. If you like to let me get it, then of course Luo Feng would not refuse. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, Luo Feng is also eye candy. But get drunk, and then pull out to the bumper cars. Luo Feng can't do it. After the second set of Great Divine Dragons was opened, Luo Feng continued. Xiao Yang. All of them are opened. We have to have fun today. It's best if everyone doesn't get drunk. What does the phrase don't get drunk, don't go home mean? As Zhang Shunyong, such a sales manager, can you still not know? That's not really going to mean you can't leave without getting drunk. The potential lines are, how many aces of spades and how many dragon suits come today? No need to worry about spending at all. Luo Feng is now looking forward to getting up later after storming the cashback. Exactly how much reward will be raked in? Duan Muyunji shook the wanted milk in her hand and said with a smile, I'm like this? Not drunk? Just cut back on the booze. You've got work tomorrow. Luo Feng laughed and reminded. As the man who saw your big beautiful girl's list of desires, still don't know how? Then really go to hell. Duan Muyunji seriously looked at Luo Feng. She was looking straight into Luo Feng's eyes, as if she was judging whether Luo Feng was telling the truth or not. But when Duan Muyunji looked at Luo Feng also looked at Duan Muyunji without any avoidance. Constantly know each other's list of desires. Luo Feng didn't have any stage fright at all. In the end, or this beautiful sexy big beautiful woman cannot bear, take the initiative to move away from the fox charming eyes. Face slightly red, light humming, want to catch the means of indulgence, play quite slippery well. Luo Feng responded flatly, not really, all I can say is that trust between people is still necessary. I'll believe the hell out of you. You bad old man is bad. Duan Muyunji responded playfully as well, but she really didn't continue drinking. It was about 11 o'clock. Luo Feng looked at the still undrunk Great Divine Dragon Ace of Spades, and he didn't refill his drink anymore. If it is wasted, then the system will not return the cash. It's more than worth it. And the system has said that deliberately choosing to spend on the super high-end without actually getting it is costly in terms of big chi. So, a little more expensive is fine. There's no need to get into the spending millions kind of thing. $110–15 million in cashback. A wave of fat. It's getting late. So if everyone can still drink, let's finish the wine and not waste it. What you can't drink, don't crave. Little Cloud and Big Brother Dolly, you two are too capable of raising fish, aren't you? Drink more. Luo Feng looked at the dozen of wanted milk that he had deliberately ordered for Duan Muyunji. It has long been a cup of tea for two. What a couple of stinky salty fish. It's really not fun. Ha ha ha. Can't drink it. Can't drink it. Can't you step on some fake water? Lin Xiaoyun flushed red and continued to take a sip of milk. I'll do it. I can still drink. Ma Jian licked the corners of his mouth and felt that Luo Feng was genuinely persuasive before he poured a cup in his own. A few of the girls saw this and shook their heads. The last two bottles. A couple of the guys. They split up. The rest of the bottle, Chen Dali and Lin Xiaoyun, said nothing to drink. But at this level, the system doesn't rule it a waste. does it? That's a little harsh. If that's the case, go to a restaurant and eat? You can't possibly eat every drop of oil, can you? Ah, Wing, come and get the check. Luo Feng saw that everyone was almost done and greeted them, but Zhang Shunyang said it was too difficult. Today, being a salesman myself, I actually drank a lot of wine along with it, less than a bottle or more. After all, Lin Xiaoyun and Chen Dali drank and rested, so he could only go up and accompany everyone to be happy. Brother Feng, right away. You wait a moment. Zhang Sunyang stumbled to the front desk. A few moments later, a small ticket and swipe machine were brought over. First, he handed the small ticket to Luo Feng and took the initiative to say, Brother Feng, the two great divine dragons, a total of $2 short of $200,000. Everything else, all free. It would have been $240 for a dozen Wonki's milk, all of which was given away. There were also some snacks ordered on an ad hoc basis, also worth about $1,500. It was all wiped out for Luo Feng. It's not a lot of money, but the attitude, it's still comforting. $2 plus it, I'll swipe 200,000 and count the rest as a tip. Luo Feng revealed a harmless expression. That Zhang Sunyang was going to faint on the spot. Of course, he wasn't mad about the $2 tip. After all, he'll get thousands in commission for that 200,000 spent. Thanks for the tip, Windy. Zhang Shunyang also made it a point to reply to Luo Feng's flirtation. Duanmu Yunji was also at the side, her pretty drunken red face covering her mouth as she smiled. Xiao Yun, Brother Dali, we'll leave first. You guys can handle yourselves? After Luo Feng finished swiping his card, he stood up and said, looked and saw there was a bottle of Ace of Spades left. Luo Feng didn't care. They can handle themselves. After all, Ma Jian and the others said they were going to have some more fun. Come on, together. I'm leaving too. Lin Xiaoyun and Chen Dali stood up. As for Chao Lulu, Su Linlin and a few others, they didn't choose to leave either. Guard the last bottle and slowly grind through it. With an opportunity like this, why not sit down for a while longer? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Outside the bar, Luo Feng first sent Duanmu Yunji to the car and instructed her to send herself a message when she arrived home. Because Duanmu Yunji didn't drink much at all, she was still very sober. Luo Feng didn't choose to send her. After sending away the big beauty Duanmu Yunji, Chen Dali squinted at the few people still at the bar, and then said, I'm sorry, old brother Luo Feng. I owe it to myself to consider this matter today. It's fine. I really don't care. Luo Feng said indifferently. Why don't a couple of us go jerk off? After drinking most of a bowl of white rice porridge and a meal of nothing interesting. I'm starving now. I think so. Luo Feng nodded directly. Chen Dali also responded. Go go go. I know this side of the workers' complex. There's a good barbecue restaurant nearby. Because everyone drinks. There was no one driving. Naturally, I had to take a cab. In this state, asking them to walk is worse than killing them. Before long, the three came to a small, well-lit hutong. The place was still bustling at the late-night hour. There were many small tables set up on the sidewalk, and many owners, on both sides of the grill, were busy grilling skewers. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's cooking. Chen Dali chose a barbecue restaurant and yelled, 3-inch ding, 50 neat skewers, 7 or 8 big loins, 5 roasted hooves, and 20 ribs. Get another roasted brain flour. Also life-snatching big ouzo. Get 3 more. No problem. The boss, who was only about 1 meter 5 or so tall, smiled and nodded, not caring about the indecent nickname at all. Chen vigorously introduced, this is a stronghold only known to the old capital. When I was in elementary school, I had eaten their barbecue, and I haven't gotten tired of eating it until now, so you can imagine that it's really delicious. Lin Xiaoyun nodded. Indeed, when you come up later, Brother Feng, you'll know that fragrance. About 10 minutes later, perhaps the table was purposely taken care of and the skewers were served much faster. No way. The boss knew Chen Dali and Lin Xiaoyun's status and couldn't help but take care of them. You call that social justice? Allow it. But with money, you can really be unfair. Luo Feng tasted it first. This one had a really nice roast on the outside. The cumin is very flavorful, and you can't get any grease out of it at all. The meat is also fresh, probably because his stomach was really hungry. Luo Feng took a big bite, but then, just saw a girl from an errand company with a lot of snacks to take away. Not long after, Luo Feng sent a message. Did you receive the stuff? Thank you little brother Taheo. Duanmu Yunji sent a message. Grab some food. You have to work tomorrow? The reason why I didn't yell for you to come over is that these guys are too abrasive, and it's not good for you to leave early, so I'll just send it to you alone. Luo Feng laughed, not seeing the other party's list of desires. Wanting to go back to cook a bowl of noodles to eat, then just set up a late-night snack for the young lady. Of course, it's not greasy, it's all about some girly snacks. That's fine. Thanks, as you said, gotta eat and sleep soon. Okay, talk tomorrow. Well then, little brother, I'll say good night to you in advance. You have a good night too. Luo Feng jerked the skewers and chatted at the same time. This bunch of pussies. It is true that people without work are especially capable of inking. About 1 o'clock. It was only then that Lo Feng was sent to the Quarry Hotel. Took a hard shower. Just lay down on the Simmons. Ding. This bar drinking game. Chen Dali's satisfaction rating is 8 points. Cashback, 98 points times 200. 000 yuan equals 1.6 million. Lin Xiaoyun's satisfaction, points. Cashback, points multiplied by 200. 000 yuan equals $1.9 million. Ma Jian satisfaction, 10 points. Cashback, 10 cents times 200. 000 equals 2 million. Lulu Cha satisfaction, 9 points. Cashback, 9 points times 200. 000 equals 1.8 million. Su Lin's satisfaction, points. Cashback, points times 200. 000 equals 1.9 million. Total rebate, $15.1 million. Whether or not to withdraw cash, Luo Feng chose to withdraw his cash immediately. Prop cards like this are really hard to get. It's really too good. The kind of wool gathering that used to go on in small scenes really isn't worth it compared to this. Sure enough, a beauty like Duanmu Yunji. The good rewards that came out of the storm were truly beyond words. In fact, Luo Feng had also discovered it. It's largely random though, but there is a good chance that some of the best beauties will pop out with good rewards. The gold-digging kind, the 90-10 entry-level goddesses that pop out, are generally trashier, but I can't say it didn't pop with good stuff. The probability is just small. Luo Feng's original deposit, because he gave 5 million Lu Yaching to invest in online dramas, plus all kinds of wool gathering, all kinds of prop cards, jumping money cards and so on, and 11 million. But buy a $6 million car, it's down to 5 million. Now comes another 15 million or so. Isn't that properly $20 million? Luo Feng is in no hurry to return the money from the $10 million interest-free credit card prop card. Why return it so early when it's interest-free for a year anyway? Chen Dali, actually only 8 points? It means that Ma Jian being brought here still affects the mood. As for Lin Xiaoyun, heartless, there's also Su Lin being hugged by him. Remember, it should have been a dragon grabbing his hands several times. Of course he's happy. As for any more over-the-top actions, Lin Xiaoyun wouldn't be able to perform them well. And what about Ma Jian? It was supposed to be look-alike. I don't know how many photos were taken to pretend to be a good guy, and it's not surprising that it's a 10 out of 10 for satisfaction. Of course, this one's a barroom drinking game. Luo Feng also had an additional gain. That's taking good care of Duanmu Yunji. The other person's drinking satisfaction is also a score, indicating that there's no hint of unhappiness. If there was no system, who could tell who was happy and unhappy? But with the system, they're all like transparent people. 111. Long leg sales? Pick you up this afternoon? It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning of the next day when Luo Feng woke up, because there's no point in wasting prop cards on occasions like this. So it's a real drink. Still a little lightheaded, Luo Feng got up and washed up, and his spirits were much better. Change into a menswear summer suit from LV. Luo Feng received a call from Chen Dali. A few people must have exchanged phone numbers in the middle of the night yesterday. Luo Feng slid his cell phone to unlock it and answered the call. Elder brother Dali, up so early? Aren't you also up? Yesterday really did not let Duanmu Yunji accompany you? This big car model, big headlights, look at the I-coveted you do not want to move? Not what Chen Dali said. It was Lin Xiaoyun on the side who came in cheaply. Come on, I'm just friends with her. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. And don't be a car model. She's a college student, okay? Of course, although Luo Feng knew that it was similar to a car model. But right, the young lady is still a blood. Just can't describe people as car models. What a bad sound. Ha ha ha, this guy Lin Xiaoyun. His mouth is like a fart. Chen Dali grabbed the lead and said, why? How are your spirits today? It's alright. Do you still want to drink today? Luo Feng asked with a raised eyebrow. Chen Dali, on the other hand, shook his head. I think we should forget about it today. Let's have a gathering at noon to drink some stomach-healthy kanji. And how about I arrange the activities in the afternoon? Oh, what kind of activities are there? Luo Feng became curious. Ever heard of Golden Harbor? Chen Dali said. Auto Park? Luo Feng quickly responded. Who hasn't heard of it? It's the most famous racing track in the capital. There's a standard F3 track, which also allows 25 cars to start racing at the same time. The total length is kilometers. The road is more than 20 meters wide. Right? Covering an area of 680 acres, Golden Harbor Auto Park has complete facilities, including Auto Racing Circuit Service Center, Golden Harbor Auto Club, auto apartments, auto hotels and auto dining bars, which not only meets the needs of the event, but also serves as a good place for leisure and relaxation of tourists and gathering of car fans. And at the same time, it can also provide venues for manufacturers and dealers to carry out a variety of press releases, product promotions, test drives, and training activities. Ha ha ha, good to know. So for the afternoon from 5 to 7, I've chartered and arranged for a Ferrari 488, a Porsche top-of-the-line 9111, and a 1000 horsepower everyday GTR, Thunder BMW, Big Ben GTR, Big Bull, McLaren 72s, and by the way, the Entertainment Bureau's Porsche 718. Luo Feng laughed. He understood what Chen Dali meant. It's a courtesy. Yesterday's bar, Chen Dali invited someone like Ma Jian, who has already stormed the scene, and this time, it's kind of making up for it. If it was any other event, whether it was a meal or a drink, Luo Feng would have refused, but Chen Dali was too attentive. It would be too hurtful if Luo Feng refused. What's even scarier is that the other guy knows he has a Porsche 911 that hasn't arrived yet, and a Ferrari 488 that he just bought. Arrangements were made for both models. It's also something that will allow Lo Feng to enjoy the game to the fullest. Also, old brother, I've arranged some other buddies this time. All of them play cars in the circle. Among them there are masters. So you can run a little bit at that time and compare. Luo Feng nodded. Thank you, my vigorous brother. You put your heart into it. My old brother is polite. Chen Dali responded. That little green hair and I will come to the Quarry Hotel first to pick you up and then go for kanji. Right. Is the Ferrari long leg sales band coming over today? After that, there was a chuckle. Luo Feng responded with a smile in the face of Chen Dali's flirtation. How would I know? I have to ask not. Ha ha ha. This sale, hasn't it been given to you already? Still need to ask? Seeing this, Luo Feng joked. Maybe the body was given away, but the soul wasn't? Older brother. Cheer up. Hurry up the soul to take it down as well. Chen Dali laughed. Soon. Hang up the phone. Luo Feng then sent a message to Duan Muyunji, checked out her list of desires, analyzed his position in the other person's mind. Finding out the good sense is still very good. If the lover is 90 points, so at least it's a 70. No problem. Big dirt. I'll take a little early vacation. Is it okay if you pick me up at 4 o'clock? Duan Muyunji quickly responded as well. As far as having a car or not, is that a question? Now Lo Feng's $20 million in savings, understand? Just that 98-point body. Luo Feng must also arrange a wave-ah. Soon, around 11:30 in the morning, Lin Xiaoyun and Chen Dali arrived at the Quarry Hotel, and the three of them met in the lobby on the first floor. I've booked a green vegetable porridge for lunch with some refreshing coleslaw. Old boy, do you think it needs to be almost anything? No? Chen Dali sat on the sofa in the lobby and took the initiative to inquire. Luo Feng shook his head. Totally fine. No need to supplement. I drank too much yesterday. It just so happens that the green vegetable porridge is very nourishing to the stomach, and then I'll go over to Golden Harbor to play. By the way, is Miss Ferrari coming? Lin Xiaoyun asked curiously, though she felt that she couldn't even reach it. But it's not a crime to look at it, is it? That body, it's really superb to the point of madness. Luo Feng nodded. I was told to pick her up at 4 o'clock. I have to find a car later. Older brother, car you can use as much as you like. Chen Dali directly handed over her Lamborghini key. Old model calf now. Old brother, don't dislike it only. Ha ha, how can I dislike it? This car can pick up 99% of the girls when you drive it out, right? Luo Feng laughed and joked. Although it is said, in the circle of friends, there is a saying that the car and wife, no loan. In reality, it's not. No borrowing from your wife. Those who understand understand. Who wants a prairie on top of their head? But most of the people who don't lend their cars are afraid that something will go wrong with them. And most of such people care more about their cars. And people who care about borrowing cars can't afford to pay for a wreck. For example, hundreds of thousands of dollars of BMW. For Chen Dali and Luo Feng, even if the collision is gone, that is not at all heartbreaking. However, for ordinary people, even if you buy hundreds of thousands of dollars of BMW, it is estimated that love and care like the tip of the heart in general, which can be randomly crashed and broken. So it's like Luo Feng, who Chen Dali saw with his own eyes purchasing a multi-million-dollar Ferrari. What else is there to worry about? Around noon, the three of them were drinking green vegetable porridge. Lin Xiaoyun, on the other hand, took the initiative and said, should we take advantage of the time this afternoon and go check out the car show again? It's not over yet anyway. There doesn't seem to be anything to see, right? Luo Feng shook his head. After all, the Ferrari was purchased yesterday. Another look around. There's really nothing to aim for. 112, am I good? You still don't know? When Lin Xiaoyun saw Luo Feng say this, she said with slight embarrassment, mainly I want to look at the Porsche 718. The performance of this car is okay, and the price is barely acceptable to me. Chen Dali on one side, then opened his mouth and said, if they're family, it is more strict. Plus the last time, this guy crashed 2 cars. This time if you want to buy a 718, but also a loan to buy a car at. Luo Feng didn't laugh at Lin Xiaoyun, but nodded. There's no problem, we'll just go and look at Porsche. Porsche, this brand, the cost-effective is still very high. $1 million or less of the 718 absolutely kills a mass of sports cars. Lofeng is still on the road with a Porsche 911 top of the line, although the landed price is less than $3 million, but it actually surpasses the Ferrari 488 in terms of performance, comfort, horsepower, and so on. Let's just say that the Ferrari 488 does surpass the Porsche 911 in looks and badging. Lin Xiaoyun, a face of excitement, opened his mouth. Porsche, this brand of cost-effective, is indeed very high. I intend to buy the top of the Porsche K this time, if there is a discount. Can 800,000 to take the words? The official said. 100 meters acceleration time is, but Porsche's modesty, you all understand. Speaking of the Porsche brand, with most car dealers, it's still different. Most car dealers like to exaggerate and make 100 miles per hour acceleration sound small. However, when you actually test it, you realize that it doesn't even come close to the official numbers. The supercar segment, for example, blows up to be an unbelievable car, but in reality, it's just that. A lot of times, a car that's just blown to death? Can you believe that? Porsche is a different story. Take the 718. Officially, it's a 0.000th of a second, but really just about. Officially, it's labeled. It's around 0-100, but with a little bit of skill, you can get to around 4 seconds. That level of 4 seconds is more than a large portion of sports cars. With a little modification, it could kill the 3-second supercar class. Doesn't that smell good for the money? If it doesn't even smell good when you think it's such a good price/performance ratio, it means you're not Porsche's target customer. So naturally you don't need to consider these people's opinions. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Feng drove Chen Dali's old calf towards the car show where Duan Muyunji was. Chen Dali and Lin Xiaoyun, on the other hand, were traveling in Luo Feng's Mercedes. That's the hotel car. Upon arriving at the booth, this time with an obvious goal in mind, the three went straight to the Porsche booth. The Porsche booth, the model at the center of the C position, is naturally the Porsche 911, and it is the same version as the car that Luo Feng is about to arrive. Next in line is the Cayenne Cross Country, and TAY for electric supercars. As for the tiny 718, of course it's going to be in the corner, sprawled out all alone. Though, it's not necessarily true that a low price doesn't see, but you've got to be hot, too. The Porsche Cayenne, obviously, is the hot class. Luo Feng accompanied the two people on this side of the booth, waiting for Lin Xiaoyun to ask for information about the 718. However, this Lin Xiaoyun, with his predictions, was also too optimistic. Perhaps because the Porsche 718 is really good value for money. Or maybe it's the entry-level model, which is relatively cheap. So, the Porsche 718, as if there was no shortage of orders at all, had no offers for Lin Xiaoyun at all. A certain amount must be optioned in order to purchase the car. And the best thing about Porsche, that's the options. A Porsche that looks like it's over $1 million is likely to be $2 million when you pick it. This is not an exaggeration. Look at an entry-level Porsche 718 with hard options reaching over $1 million to buy. Such a price was completely unacceptable to Lin Xiaoyun. Shit, it's $1.05 million. Lin Xiaoyun also spat viciously inwardly after listening to the sales manager's introduction. A price like that? If you put it in the mouth of a keyboard car god? Presumably, the question is, if it's $1 million, why not a Porsche 911? $500,000? Doesn't the BMW 5 Series smell good? Indeed, you're looking at bare bones prices, so of course it's cheap. In actuality, you'll know that there's actually a lot more money when all sorts of down the road. After all, Porsche's options are really kind of pitiful, but pits are only relative. You think people are well fitted, then you don't feel the pit. It's a little out of budget. Lin Xiaoyun began to get tangled up. It's an $800,000 budget for yourself. Although, that said, with a budget of $800,000 and $1 million, it's not that far off the mark. But the actual data tells you that it's a full 25% higher. When you look at it like that, it's quite a lot, isn't it? Luo Feng suggested. If it's just for fun, I think it would be a good idea to consider a used car. With used luxury cars, the discount is considerable. Even with a Porsche, it's the same thing. The so-called Porsche retains its value. That's when you go buy a used car, play with it for a while, and keep the value. But that doesn't mean that you can purchase a new car and play with it for a while and still keep the value. Chen Dali also nodded. I say the same thing. Why don't you just get a used car? And there's also a 718 scheduled for today, so you can try it out this afternoon and then make a decision. That's actually the real Richie Rich. You may be seeing the glamorous side of them, but they actually don't have much money. The average rich kid with $1 billion family basically never has more than $100,000 in his pocket. It's all swiped with a credit card and then the family pays for it. Sometimes it would cost $30,000 or $50,000 a month. More often $70,000 or $80,000. A couple thousand for less. And that's about it. $1 billion rich kid would be relatively generous. Of course, it depends on how much your parents dote on you, and how much money your parents are currently making. Of course, this was completely ineffective for Luo Feng. Even if the family had 1 million in assets, Luo Feng could still spend tens of millions a month. At 4 o'clock, Luo Feng received a call from Duanmu Yunji, who took the initiative to call. Luo Feng, on the other hand, went over to the Ferrari booth to pick her up. When Luo Feng went over, the other party had already finished her work and didn't make Luo Feng wait for her, which made Luo Feng feel better about the young lady as well. Afterwards, Luo Feng then took Duanmu Yunji and went to the automobile park over at Golden Harbor. Almost 5 o'clock, Luo Feng and Duanmu Yunji then arrived here. In the area of the parking lot, Luo Feng realized that Chen Dali and Lin Xiaoyun were greeting the others. When Luo Feng walked over with the great beauty Duanmu Yunji, Chen Dali took the initiative to introduce Luo Feng to these people. About a dozen. It's weird that Luo Feng remembers it all at once. Alright, it's almost time for our pack. Thank you all very much for giving face today. Wait and accompany my old brother Luo Feng for 2 laps so he can familiarize himself with the venue. I'll then arrange the racing, Chen Dali said to everyone. Everyone responded with enthusiasm as well. Today's round was clearly more harmonious. Not as disgusting as Ma Jian's look-alike goods. The crowd gave Chen Dali face, and also gave Luo Feng face. The face that was lost in the bar yesterday was recovered by Chen Dali today. At 5 o'clock sharp, charter time began. The crowd was then guided by the staff into the venue, and the staff carefully inspected the car. What Luo Feng test drove was, of course, the Ferrari 488. The owner of this car, a young man, didn't seem to have any arrogance, and Duanmu Yunji was in the family. Duanmu Feng, a name that Lo Feng could rarely remember. It's the last name and the end of the big beautiful girl, one of the reasons, right? Thanks a lot, brother. Luo Feng took the other party's car keys and thanked him. Duanmu Feng smiled and said, no need to be too polite. Luo Feng beckoned, and Duanmu Yunji followed and got into the car. Today's Duanmu Yunji's big white legs were very distracting. Duanmu Yunji sat behind the co-pilot and naturally saw Luo Feng's gaze. She blankly glanced at Luo Feng and inquired, are you a good yin and yang master? I seem to have just heard from their female companion that the competition will not start until half an hour later. Luo Feng snickered. You still don't know if I'm good or not? Duanmu Yunji once again blankly glanced at Luo Feng and also understood the other party's meaning. Reconfidence or familiarize yourself with the track first. I did hear that there are bets. Oh, illegal? I don't know. I don't think so. Duanmu Yunji replied uncertainly. And half an hour rushed by. Lo Feng tried the Ferrari 488 and the Porsche 911. There's also the GTR Warrior with a claimed 1,000 horsepower. Overall, that what's-his-name 1000 horsepower Battlestar Galactica is pretty close to the mark. Automobiles are highly sophisticated whole industries, and just having a lot of horsepower doesn't mean much. In terms of handling, for example, the Audi R8 gives Luo Feng endless confidence, yet the God of War did not. Instead, there was a sense of control. Stop it all, old boys. Chen Dali took the microphone and opened his mouth. Next is the time for us to have unlimited fun. Everyone can participate, so the models can participate. Calculated according to the 3 laps of the race. The time of the final dash to the line serves as the judgment standard. The entry fee for this one is $10,000, except for the first place to return their own $10,000 entry fee. All other entry fees, in the name of the first place, will be donated to the capital's charitable organizations, and every fee will be the most transparent and open, except everyone's supervision. Chen Dali's meaning was simple. Only the first place can return the money, but only back to the capital. All the other money was won by the first place winner and donated. Luo Feng also nodded slightly. This kind of racing is only a bit interesting. Just now, listening to what Tuan Momiyu said meant that it was like an underground casino. and the Golden Harbor side of the track is one that allows 25 cars to start together. The first round registration limit is 25 spots. Luo Feng used Chen Dali's CAF enrollment. Chen Dali, on the other hand, used Luo Feng's Mercedes. As for Chen Dali to use Mercedes-Benz to participate in the race, Luo Feng thinks that it is not a problem of thinking, but saving in sending $10,000 for charity. After all, a Mercedes E3? Racing a whole bunch of sports cars? Your last name isn't Song? Then what is it? 113, the god of cars is possessed. Luo Feng is invincible. Of course. In fact, Luo Feng said that people Chen Dali driving Big Ben race is surname Song, but why not yourself? This track, Luo Feng had just used a Porsche 911 and a Ferrari 488, as well as the God of War GTR to try it out. Not bad for a track with stars of difficulty. And what class are the 911 and 488? Let's not talk about the price, but an old Lamborghini Old Hurricane. If you were to race these two cars, at the same level, the Old Hurricane wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, Luo Feng's driving skill was added to level 2 by spending 10 attribute points, but just now during the trial track, Luo Feng then saw the skills of these great gods, like the owner of this Porsche 911, who was on the track, using several drifts through the corners. It's not that drifting through corners is awesome, but it's that drifting through corners represents a mastery of driving skills by that person that is definitely not trivial. So, Luo Feng has a bad car, plus his skills are not as strong as theirs, and he has absolutely no chance of winning. The first round was an unlimited level of enrollment that filled up quickly, even if everyone knew in the end that they were all losing, but losing to charity. People are still very enthusiastic. The end result. It was pretty much what Luo Feng expected. The first Ferrari 488 owner. It was easily close to 5 seconds ahead of second place. Second place went to Duanmu Feng in his Porsche 911. The third place car was a McLaren 720s. Luo Feng underestimated the third owner of this car, who also seemed to be an expert. Just a little bit of bad luck. A bend in the road goes wrong. Otherwise it is possible to go straight to first place. Luo Feng is in the 7th place. Originally according to the Old Hurricane given by Chen Dali, and Luo Feng's level 2 car skills technology, it is impossible for himself to lose so badly, but he was unlucky and drew the 22nd starting spot. It is naturally very tragic to be so far back in the starting grid. For example, the owner of that Mercedes E3 in number 19 is slow and lone. Number 20, even more excessive a Buick GL, that's an MPV okay. These people are here to be entertained and engage their minds. Of course, the fact that the first round of unlimited entries was supposed to be an entertainment bureau is totally lending a brick and mortar to charity. Lickety-split. When the first round is over, and the second round of entries begins. The second round was a group of 5 cars signing up. The first group Lofeng looked at was completely performance cars, Ferrari 488 and Porsche 911, and McLaren, Lamborghini Big Bull. All of them are 0-100 less than 3 seconds old. Chen Dali didn't know where he got a BMW M8 Thunder, so he walked over. Old brother Luo Feng, are you participating in a group? If you want to participate, you can use this car. The first group. It's an ultra-running group. The enrollment fee is $50,000. First place still just wins back their entry fee. The entry fee for the other 4, however, was donated to a leukemia patient. No problem. Luo Feng nodded. With that, a car god possession prop card was also used. Luo Feng's original car skills went from level 1 to level 2, which was pretty good. Now it's a straight-up car god possession. Although one's BMW M8 doesn't perform as well as other cars, but Luo Feng also had confidence. Of course, why would Luo Feng want to win the match? Donating, in fact, is considered a form of spending, and it's in the name of first place, donating the $200,000 entry fee. So, if Luo Feng won first place, then it was equivalent to spending 200,000 yuan, and with the car gods attached, then it's properly pro level, and professional level racers and regular amateur racers. That's pretty understandable. It's the equivalent of League of Legends pros and regular players. It may not show much in a straight line, but the Golden Harbor side of the track can have a total of 16 corners, including 4 consecutive corners. Ordinary people can't accurately judge limiting speeds when going around corners. Drift can't hold a good line sometimes, but the pros are, for that matter, well versed in this. The first group of 5 cars started the race, with only 5 cars. Then the track is much wider and there is no such thing as needing 2 poorly performing cars in the way just now. Starting out, Luo Feng's BMW M8 is definitely a little worse for wear when it comes to starting out. After all the other cars have 0-100 performance that is a bit better than the BMW M8. Even the McLaren is seconds. BMW M8, with all its might, still seconds. Luo Feng, who started behind, didn't get anxious because of this. With the car god attachment card, Luo Feng had the confidence to overtake on the curves. As the first corner approached, Luo Feng kept his speed high and he timed his entry into the corner very well. Straight past that big Lamborghini bull. The car is also a member of the 3-second club, and with a 0.01 of a second, it dominates the start. He's on 4, yet Luo Feng's car surpassed the other. So that must mean that Luo Feng's performance, then, surpassed his by a lot. Keep in mind that number 1 is running first for a while. Anyone who's ever watched Masterchef's Flying High knows that. It's the total time of the track that counts at the end. So Luo Feng overtook the owner of the car in position 4 and duly finished a lot faster than the other. And on the 6th turn, Luo Feng had passed Duan Mufeng's Ferrari 488, the second place McLaren 720S, which does have a bit of everything, shrugged off second place by quite a bit. Luo Feng knew that the next curve was a continuous curve, but the track has been familiarized before. He was well aware that this was an opportunity to exceed the 720s. 114. Duanmu Yunji's good feelings increased dramatically. McLaren 720S, which would have been in starting position 3, it is now in the second position. Then it totally shows that he's a good driver. Performance-wise, it's not quite as good as the Ferrari 488, but it surpasses the other, which goes to show that the skill of the driver is a little more important. When the continuous curves come, Luo wins into the turn with more speed as well as a smaller angle. And for 3 consecutive segments, it used just the right amount of drift to take the corners with ease. Eventually, over McLaren, Duanmu Yunji, who was on the co-pilot, also started screaming. The speed at which Luo Feng had just crossed the curve had exceeded 80 kilometers. This one's speed, on a straight track, is not even worth mentioning. People on the highway, this speed, they have to be called illegal. But to be able to corner so fast in a corner like this, has broken the annual record for Kingsport Motorsports Park. Hey, Shady, be careful, I haven't been in love yet. Duanmu Yunji's scream just now wasn't because of excitement, but because of fear. With such a fast cornering speed, she was almost scared to death just now. Luo Feng didn't respond to the long-legged girl's ramblings. Now that he had caught up with the McLaren, he planned to take the next corner and just shake him off some distance. However, as a McLaren owner, Tian Yu, naturally, does not want to be left behind, desperately accelerating behind. And at this moment, the first-place car owner, Porsche 911, naturally didn't want Luo Feng to overtake him. He forced up the speed of the corner. Looking at the Porsche 911 that was sliding out of control somewhat sideways, it was obvious that the other party had turned off the electronic assistance system. Luo Feng did not force to overtake. To avoid the discovery of accidents, we are here to entertain, not to get killed. Not to mention that there is a big beauty in the car. When the last consecutive corner came, Luo Feng knew that this was the opportunity. A couple nice drifts, Luo Feng managed to catch up. At the terminal parking area, when Luo Feng parked his car, Duanmu Yunji got out of the car in a hurry. She was already feeling a bit weak in the legs at the moment. The extreme cornering she had just done really scared her a bit. But looking back, it's exciting. Maybe it's just as much pain and pleasure as that. Luo Feng came to Duanmu Yunji's side and inquired, "Are you alright?" Duanmu Yunji took a deep breath and blanked out. "What do you think?" After she finished speaking, she reached out and held Luo Feng's shoulders. "I was really scared to death just now." Luo Feng sneaked a look at the other party's desire list and realized that it was in the other party's desire list. The desire to come in third place. "You want to do a drag race? That's a mouthful?" And noticed that the way she looked at herself was much different. She was into drag racing, at least when analyzed from a list of desires. To be honest, a big beauty of 1.76 m. In Luo Feng's opinion, she was really attractive. After all, you can't go wrong with a 98 body rating, and what's very visually appealing are those long legs. Plus at least these pandas. She's not attractive. That's strange. Cough cough. The owner of the Porsche 911 stepped down and coughed. "Hello, if I remember well, your name is Peng, right? Good day old brotherin." Luo Feng smiled and greeted. "Man, your car skills are a bit scary. Actually using a guy like M8 to outrun my Porsche 911? Peng was somewhat powerless to spit out the flavor, and the boy who looked white and clean, ran over and first looked at Duanmu Yunji, then said, "Brother Feng, this car skill is good ah." Luo Feng remembered the other party's name. It should be called Li Mu. It's a McLaren owner. Li's car skills are also very good. Luo Feng said the honest truth. If it wasn't for good car skills, he wouldn't have dumped the Ferrari 488 that had better performance than him. Ding! The host spends 200,000 donations. Dinner for 5. 100 times cashback card activated. Extracting 20 times the profit. Rebate of $4 million. Luo Feng was a little speechless. just 20 times. And to actually see the money that 5 people put together for charity as a potluck? It's also really breathless. However, Luo Feng was still very happy to make a pure profit of $4 million with this wave. And it also made the Duanmu Yunji beauty who likes to race cars feel much better about herself. And pretend? That's a great deal. Yunji, want to try again? Luo Feng heard Qin Dali was organizing the ladies' race now, so he pitched in and asked. After all, you can see the other person's list of desires. Luo Feng asked to the heart of the other party. When Duanmu Yunji saw this, her eyes lit up, but she was obviously embarrassed. This is not good, right? Lo Feng also observed. The other party only frowned slightly at Yunji's intimate address, but did not resent it. After all, the desire of, "Can this guy stop calling me Yunji?" didn't even make it into her top 100 desires list. Can this be revolting? That would be weird. Do you have a driver's license? Of course there is. Duanmu Yunji replied without hesitation. Then there's no problem. We also use the BMW M8. This little thunder, 4-wheel drive system. Newbies can casually drive it. Luo Feng explained the situation. BMW is actually starting to learn from Audi now. High horsepower performance car with a direct fit 4WD system. This makes driving less difficult. Originally, a high horsepower rear-wheel drive vehicle required a certain amount of driving skill, but with 4-wheel drive, that's a different story. In fact, more and more sports cars, these days, also use 4WD, including the formerly stubborn Ferrari. The Ferrari 488 was, in this generation, still a rear-wheel drive sports car. Yet the newly developed 1,000 HP Ferrari SF90, 2, immediately and dutifully became a 4-wheel drive car. After all, 4WD is really fragrant. If it has 1,000 horsepower and is still rear-wheel drive, can the average person play with it? The slightest bit of inattention is a rear-end crash. Okay, even a defiant being like Ferrari is slowly getting closer to 4WD, and tiny BMW, of course, knows what to do. BMW, both the M5 and the new generation M8, have all copied Audi and arranged for 4WD. As for how Audi feels, does BMW need to think about Audi's feelings? Making money is king, everything else is advertising. Can a real novice handle it? Duanmu Yunji inquired somewhat heartily. 115. The excitement of a great beauty, pouncing on the arms. It has to be real. Why would I lie to you? It's a 4WD system. You wouldn't know that as a car show salesman selling cars, would you? Luo Feng said flirtatiously. A high horsepower performance car with 4-wheel drive is a perfect match. Both and together, makes it possible for newbies, too, to drive a performance car, thereby making these expensive performance cars. Sales have gone up quite a bit. Seeing that she was interested, Luo Feng must have helped her sign up for the other party to compete. Ms. Racing, too, exists in Joyous Smash. A total of 25 people signed up. There are both Ferrari 488s and cuties like the Beetle. There are even pink BMWs. Duanmu Yunji naturally used the BMW M8 Little Thunder that Luo Feng had just used. Luo Feng sat on the co-pilot, thus ensuring that no extreme surprises would occur. For example, Duanmu Yunji made a mistake in maneuvering and tried to take a corner at high speed, etc. As long as the extremes are avoided, then with the performance of the BMW M8 Little Thunder, and the protection of the track, even if there are problems, they won't be too serious. Amateur competitions like this are still very serious about safety. Maybe it was a goddess, and such an extremely beautiful goddess. Duanmu Yunji's luck was still very good, and she drew the number 2 parking space. It's not parking space number 1 though, but luck for a better rhythm came with position number 1, a Beetlejuice cutie. This car, the engine, is only so 105 horsepower, 0 seconds over 10 seconds of performance. What's the point of even occupying the number 1 parking space? The goddess opening is a bit of a layup. Okay, Luo Feng sat on the co-pilot and instructed some ejection start maneuvers. Yunki, remember, put the brakes on first, and remember, dead center. Once you've made sure the brakes are applied, your right foot, start on the gas and pull the RPMs just before the redline zone. Luo Feng patiently explained. Duanmu Yunji also nodded her head and followed what Luo Feng said. Although BMW's 4WD system, and Audi's are still a bit different, the ejection system, too, is not as good as the Porsche. But the BMW ejection start is still awesome. As Duanmu Yunji made a catapult start, the power begins to build up, and the front end of the BMW M8 slightly begins to buckle, thus indicating that it is ready to go. When the countdown ends, Duanmu Yunji let go of the brakes in a flash. A powerful pushback sensation hits. Little Thunder rushed out. Duanmu Yunji was firmly in first place until she entered the first turn, and the advantages are huge. After all, ladies racing, properly, is a pleasure bureau, and the advantage of starting in front is still considerable. For the first corner, the American girl was still careful, reducing her speed to about 60 kilometers. However, with the help of the 4WD system, she came out of the corner quickly. Luo Feng didn't remind the beauty again. After all, the driver of the car. In fact, the most hated is the blind command. Do people do not know how to drive? Well, maybe you're not directing blindly. Driving is just annoying. When he had just started, Luo Feng was just unsure that Duan Muyunji would eject the start maneuver. Now that she was in a serious state, Luo Feng naturally wouldn't distract her. Unless Duan Muyunji had a dangerous operation. The BMW M8 is still a bit short of a true supercar, even if you're luckier and split the number 2 spot. The first lap was just 10 seconds ahead of second place. On the second lap, Duan Muyunji clearly found the form she should have, and on a corner, her speed into the corner increased to 70 kilometers, and she exited the corner decisively and accelerated aggressively. Luo Feng secretly gave the sister a nod. Girls with long legs really do have a natural type of advantage for racing. Driving can be good, but Luo Feng knew that being that whatever rack was also very advantageous. The joy smash is over. Duan Muyunji got the first place. Right away, he jumped into Luo Feng's arms and cheered loudly. Yeah. We won. We are the champions. Duan Muyunji was very excited and happy. Luo Feng's mood was also excited. Although that said, the system did not indicate to Duan Muyunji's panda what level it was, but Luo Feng felt it now. Big D. One's judgment was right. Yes, we are the champions. Luo Feng smiled and said, congratulations on your joyful mention of the title of Great Good Samaritan. Follow the rules for enrollment. The enrollment fees of 24 people are to be donated to the nursing home in Duan Muyunji's name. Duan Muyunji's own enrollment fee, on the other hand, was refunded. Duan Muyunji's mood slowly also fell back a bit. She left Luo Feng's embrace with a flushed face, pretending to be calm. These people are also quite interesting. Completely subverted my perception of drag racing parties. Who says it's not? I thought it was just gambling or something. Luo Feng laughed. For most people, when it comes to drag racing, it's just bad behavior. But these rich kids, they're even more life-thirsty. The track is well protected, and the race fees, too, are donated. Windy, there's a special race for the Porsche 718 later. Do you want to join? Chen Dali walked over and had just seen Duan Muyunji jumping into Luo Feng's arms. Such a situation. It made Chen Dali say that really the banknote ability was the most awesome ability in this world. Bar none. You have enough money power to be afraid of power, and it has to give way for you. Different configurations of the 718, I think the difference is still huge, right? Luo Feng said doubtfully. Entry-level 718 Porsche. 0-100 speed, almost seconds. Although it is said that the Porsche is low profile and this speed value could be lowered a bit. However, the top-of-the-line Porsche 718s are configured to go well into the 4s and kill the average configured 718s. That's why, for the same car, the low end is $500,000 and the high end can be over $2 million. Everyone has a recommendation vote, all cast a little to the author. This thing is free, every day. If there is a monthly ticket, that would be better. The monthly ticket this thing, the author is also needed. 116 touchdowns, and another dramatic increase in relationships. Chen Dali saw Luo Feng say so, smiled and responded, I am prepared to be very reasonable this time. This time the 718, all of them are more or less the same configuration. On the whole, it's still very fair, and it's absolutely all based on skill. Chen Dali continued, this race is also a charity. Except for the first place, the rest of the entry fees are donated to a 2-year-old cataract child. Luo Feng smiled. Since that's the case, then I'll participate. Right besides this group, are there any others? I'll enroll Yunji in one game as well so she can try out the joy of 718. The car, the 718, is mid-engine. It is a small sports car. Flexibility-wise, it even surpasses the Porsche 911. It belongs to two different kinds of fun. Knowing that the beauty still wanted to race, Luo Feng of course took the initiative to say so. After all, Miyu's character wouldn't have volunteered to say it. Of course there is. There's a special ladies tournament, and then there's Smash. It's all charity anyway, and the matches aren't too formalized. Everyone is just messing around. Chen Dali opened his mouth. Then enroll Yunji. Luo Feng nodded. This time, Duan Muyunji did not refuse. She had just used the BMW Little Thunder and won, and she liked the feel of the track as well. A few moments later, the Porsche 718 Special 2 begins. Luo Feng used the number 4 spot and still got the win. It's pretty much the same model after all. Technically, it determines everything. The 2 hours of the car's attachment card is naturally able to be renewed. On Dwanmu Yunji's side, her luck was going to be a bit worse. Split starting position is not good. Even driving a top-of-the-line Cayman is not a first-place finish. But Dwanmu Yunji didn't care, because she found that the Porsche 718 actually drove than the BMW M8. More comfortable. This 718, driving it, it's really nice. When Dwanmu Yunji finished, she shared it with Luo Feng, a woman who can share the joy. So what's it like to be a man? That goes without saying. Not so much as lovers, but definitely close friends now. In fact, she's not wrong. The Porsche 718 does surpass the little BMW Thunderbolt in terms of agility. When cornering, the M8 has a tailspin, but the 718 was able to do it easily. There is a feeling of unity between man and car. It's indeed very good. The key is that the price is still very cheap. Luo Feng responded with a smile, but the big beautiful girl rolled her eyes. Is the Porsche 718 cheap? Okay. For Luo Feng, who could buy a $6 million Ferrari? It was indeed cheap, but it's a car that starts at $500,000, right? Dwanmu Yunji said, please be a human being. Luo Feng smiled and said, I don't do people. I choose to be a male god. Cut. Dwanmu Yunji cut in mock contempt, expressing her disapproval of Luo Feng being a male god. However, Luo Feng suddenly came and touched his head, and said with a natural look, am I still not a male god? I've already learned the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand, and I even bought a Ferrari. I'm thinking that I'm already on Little Red Book, the 4001st honorable Ferrari owner, right? Little Red Book is absolutely toxic. Ferrari sells less than 1,000 units a year in Dacia, but there are already 4,000 owners of happy Ferraris on the Little Red Book. Who is the real owner and who is the fake owner? Don't ask. The question is, thanks. Freshman 20, already happy with the Ferrari. Facing Luo Feng's head touching like this, Dwanmu Yunji didn't resent it. Instead she shyly lowered her head. As Luo Feng said, a boy like him is not considered a male god. What is? Could it be the big guy from Small Target? Boss Ma who's not interested in money? Are they the men? Handsome, warm, good at car racing, and rich. This is a proper male god. The point is, it's comfortable with him. Brother Feng, let's go. Let's eat. Lin Xiaoyun also walked over at this moment and greeted. At this point in time, with just 2 minutes left before pack time, naturally there will be no racing. What should we eat at night? Luo Feng inquired. After all, the 2 bullish cashback cards were indeed used, and now Luo Feng's savings had come to 24 million. But there are still a ton of cashback cards for some of the multiples. Wool gathering such a thing? Don't be too happy. How can Luo Feng not want it? Brother Dali has already booked a farmhouse on the Tangzhou side, which has a special steam-boiled fish, which is still very good, and is an original optimized boutique fish. Luo Feng's eyes lit up instead. That's fine. Let's go. Soon, a whole bunch of sports cars, and a handful of private cars, were heading towards the same continent in great numbers. Obviously, it's not a small party inning, it's a big party. An hour later, the crowd finally arrived at this farmhouse. Upon arriving at the farmhouse, the owner over here had already prepared dinner. All that's needed is a final activation of the steam unit and you're done cooking. Steam cooking fish is still very fast, and it's better than the traditional boiled fish. Older brother do you still want to drink a little more at night? Chen Dali opened his mouth and asked. Luo Feng is sitting at the main table. A bunch of boys are here. Like this gathering of wealth, there are many people. Men and women are separated. The female companion is next door at table 2, and Pang, who was a bit dark-skinned, interjected. Older brother. First time meeting, how about we drink a bit tonight? Yeah. Luo Feng did not refuse. Can it be that he is afraid of drinking? These people are too young. 117, drive slower. It's uncomfortable to drive faster. Good. Then, thatch arrangements. Chen Dali saw Luo Feng nodding his head and naturally called the waiter and started to arrange the matai. Brother Feng, I'll drink to you. While waiting for the matai to be in place, Anpeng was the first to issue a challenge. After all, face lost in the car lot. It's a must to get it back at the drinking table. Brother Pang, you're too kind. After Luo Feng and the other clinked glasses, both of them took a mouthful. The size of this cup, almost the amount of about one tail. Chen Dali also took the initiative to join the fray. Come on. Cheers, Li Mu, and Dwanmu Feng, everyone together. Brother Dali, I toast you. Dwanmu Feng picked up his wine glass. Lin Xiaoyun came over even though Chen Dali didn't call out to him. Cheers. Brother Feng, I think we should split into 2 groups. How about 4 against 3? You and Brother Dali and Brother Xiaoyun in one group, and Pang then proposed. And at this moment Luo Feng, inside, I'm speechless. What's the rhythm? Split it between two rookies? It wasn't like Luo Feng didn't know how salty these two were at the bar last time. Of course, they and two people also know each other. Naturally know that it is a vegetable chicken. Luo Feng thought about it and nodded his head. Alright, you two must fight for it, or I won't be able to carry it alone. Luo Feng knew that he would have to deal with these people less in the future. If you don't clean up and behave all at once, then I guess I'll have to pinch Luo Feng later. That's the way it is at the table. Once you know you're a bully, then you won't dare to climb the wine next time. Luo Feng quietly then used the 300 cups prop card. Chen Dali, on the other hand, sighed a bit. Older brother, you are confused. These several pussies, drinking is very powerful. Our experts, we still 4-3? We fell for it. And Pang directly retorted. You're bullshitting me, brother Dali. I still know how much you can drink. That's right, brother Dali. Too modest. And little brother Cloud is a drinker too. We knew we couldn't beat them. That's why it was 4-3. Lin Xiaoyun's face is a bit dark. He drinks. When did he join the ranks of affordable? It's a proper cudgel. Anyway, no matter what, Luo Feng should be down. And when they can't later on, just let Luo Feng cope with it. It's like the lion in Camel City in Journey to the West. The elder brother and the second brother don't dare to mess with the Monkey King. So they let it pass and let the third brother deal with it. The North-South war has begun. The two gangs also made a point of moving their positions around. A North-South dichotomy was formed. One lap down, Chen Dali and Lin Xiaoyun are also okay. But starting on the fourth lap, the two started pulling woo-woo. All kinds of crap. Just don't want to drink. The people on the opposite side of the table, too, began to keep persuading them to drink. But the two men had no intention of drinking at all. By the fifth lap, in fact, almost everyone had drunk half a pound down. And Lin Xiaoyun was the first to escape. The original 4 for 2 is missing another one. Luo Feng glanced at the four people on the other side. They did not say it on their mouths, but on their expressions, but all of them, 800,000 against 600,000. The advantage is in me. Lap 7 down. The four people on the other side, among them, Li Mu, were already beginning to carry on. That dark-skinned and Pang is not only a good driver, he's also a good drinker. Still coming? When the 9th lap came down, Luo Feng's side of Dali had long been resting. And the only ones left on the other side were in Pang and Duan Mufeng. Of course I'll come. And Pang's tanned face, which couldn't see any redness at all, returned in a domineering manner. That's good. But don't force it, haha. Luo Feng smiled. Brother Feng, it's not that I'm saying, you drink well and drive well. I really admire you. In fact, Anpun was already starting to get weak. Now it's starting to say nice things up. Luo Feng hurriedly responded. Brother Pang, praise me again. I think it's not strong enough right now. For example, my racing level has reached the professional level, but it doesn't mean that our North-South battle is over, right? Seeing that Luo Feng was getting a bit aggressive, and Pang smiled. Yeah, come again, said. Another drink went straight down the drain. After swallowing hard, and Pang violently picked up a chopstick of gazpacho and stuffed it in. But Luo Feng returned the favor and drank a cup down. Alas, it looks like it's going to be a lonely victory. Luo Feng looked helplessly at Chen Dali and Lin Xiaoyun. The other party's Pang, who clearly didn't have much fighting power left. Not that I'm saying anything else, but if you're drinking, everyone here is crap. Luo Feng also pretended to be drunk and then talked big. But if someone with real strength and bullishness said something like that, instead of getting angry, they would agree. After all, it's not like you're knocking someone for being broke, poor, or ugly or anything like that. It's not going to be annoying to pretend a little bit for your drinking ability. Luo Feng is still quite happy today. And on the pretext of going to the bathroom, he intends to go to the checkout. But it seems like Chen Dali had already arranged it. Although everyone pretended not to see it, they recognized some of Luo Feng's character. It's not like those pretenders who stagger around and yell at the boss to settle the bill. Then you had no choice but to get up and say, I'll pay. Sneaking off to pay the bill. It's clear that you genuinely want to pay. Yunji, you haven't been drinking, have you? After returning from the front desk, Luo Feng passed by Duanmu Yunji's table and opened his mouth to ask. Of course there isn't. No one at this table is drinking. Am I going to be the one drinking wine and getting drunk? Duanmu Yunji laughed and joked. Alright then, you drive? Luo Feng said, taking the old Hurricane Lamborghini car keys and handing them over. Can I control it? Duanmu Yunji didn't refuse, but still asked worriedly. It's no problem. It's also equipped with 4-wheel drive and has performance that's not too far off from the little BMW Thunder. So you can easily drive it. Luo Feng said and joked. Of course, when going through speed bumps, you'd better slow down. This chassis is lower than a woman's. Duan Muyunji blankly glanced at Luo Feng, knowing that the other party was cracking dirty jokes. Alright then, you're staying at the Quarry Hotel, right? Luo Feng nodded, greeted everyone and left the farmhouse as well. I'll squint for a while. Luo Feng had been drinking for so long that he couldn't pretend that nothing was wrong. I'll drive slower. Duan Muyunji nodded and then started the car. Thanks for the concern. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled, then leaned back on the car chair. Of course, the other side of the drive was indeed slow. There are cars with such great performance that aren't even curious to try them out. It showed that she was still very considerate of Luo Feng's feelings. There was no treating Luo Feng as a toolman. Luo Feng, who had his eyes closed, also felt the speed of the old hurricane, which was indeed very slow, secretly satisfied. On the way back, Luo Feng coincidentally met a DUI check. After all, a sports car like this, on a big night, is the focus of their attention. Actually being noticed is not one of those reasons. Rather, it was the fact that this cranky performance sports car, which was actually going at a turtle speed down the avenue, always made them think something was wrong. So they stopped and checked it out. Hey, Master Yin Yang, wake up, we've met a DUI check, Duan Muyunji said with some concern. Have you been drinking? Of course not. Then what are you panicking about? Luo Feng is also speechless. No alcohol? See, them still need to be afraid? After all, if you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door, right? Duan Muyunji, it seems so. Luo Feng was once again speechless. Is this the bigger the panda, the more brainless it is? Knock knock. Soon, that DUI check started knocking on car windows. When Duan Muyunji lowered the car window, they obviously smelled alcohol. Ma'am, ID please. Duan Muyunji picked up her small carry bag. The other side checked it out and it was fine at all. Ma'am, please cooperate and test for alcohol content. Oh, Duan Muyunji nodded, then blew out a breath. The liquor meter didn't respond at all. Ma'am, why are you driving so slow? The DUI checker asked. Still curious. He's just been drinking, and if he drives too fast, he'll be uncomfortable, so drive slower. Duan Muyunji responded. Aha. The DUI checker said he had a sudden heartache. Why do you have to ask more? This wave of self-seeking dog food? And such a big, beautiful girl? 118. Duan Muyunji's beautiful BFF. 98 points of color. But, when Duan Muyunji's side passed all the checks smoothly, a female owner on the right who was also inspected. Instead, it's played out. Comrade, I don't want to blow it like that. What do you want? Can I blow on my knees? That DUI checker got a black eye. Is that molested? The woman owner said. When I'm at home, I just blow on my knees. Luo Feng can conclude that this female car owner, even if it is not a drunk driver, it is still a crazy racing has exceeded the speed limit. Luo Feng, are you better? Duan Muyunji said with concern. It's still a bit hard, Luo Feng pretended to say. Duan Muyunji hesitated for a moment, but was still concerned. Drink less next time. Luo Feng secretly smiled. Duan Muyunji's concern revealed a lot of information. Next time? Meaning, can two people keep playing next time? Thanks for caring. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. You're resting for a while. You should be there soon. No problem. Almost 15 minutes or so with no traffic. The old performance monster hurricane. And a bit of speed. Still, he sent Luo Feng to the hotel ahead of time. Once the car stopped, Duan Muyunji hurriedly got out to open the door for Luo Feng. And holding up Luo Feng. Without doubt. Holding? Such a move. Needless to think, that giant panda must have made good contact with Luo Feng. Luo Feng was once again inwardly certain that this was a big deal. Such a figure, plus big headlights, fly completely straight into the sky. Not bad for a 98th percentile body. If Luo Feng doesn't pretend to be pathetic, these benefits are there? Don't even think about it, okay? Being taken care of by a girl, Luo Feng still felt quite fragrant. Duan Muyunji supported Luo Feng and had arrived at the elevator. How many floors are you on? Luo Feng pretended to be drunk and took out the room card. The other looked at it. The 12th floor was chosen. In about 1 minute or so, through the elevator, Duan Muyunji sent Luo Feng to the room. Looked at Luo Feng's room. There is actually an indoor pool. Duan Muyunji was somewhat secretly envious, but it was only fleeting. Afterward, then, she helped Luo Feng on the Simmons door, and she went to wet a towel, then briefly cleaned Luo Feng up. It's very gentle and attentive. Subsequently, instead, on the counter, he brought over a bottle of mineral water. When done with that, Duan Muyunji, however, left silently. As for taking care of him along the way, Luo Feng's favorable impression of Duan Muyunji increased dramatically. From taking care of myself, then thoughtfully putting out mineral water, and the final graceful departure. These details indicate that she cares about Luo Feng before the details are pulled full circle. Luo Feng quickly saw the message sent by Duan Muyunji on his cell phone. The car keys are on the table, and the car is already parked in the underground garage, so I'm going to head back, and we'll be in touch when little brother wakes up tomorrow. A message from the big beautiful girl. It made Luo Feng feel good again. There would have been nothing wrong with driving the old Hurricane back, but she didn't do it. Left the car keys straight away. I'm afraid a vain person would have to drive it back to school and show it off, right? Like this girl, good body, beautiful, and sexy. The key is also clean and good character. A girl of this caliber must be supported by someone for $100,000 a month, or even more, if she so desires. Luo Feng wasn't drunk, but in order not to be exposed, he didn't reply to the big beautiful girl's message. Took a shower. When he lay down, he opened Tiger Live. It was discovered that Lu Hanyan, the little anchor, was in the middle of a live broadcast. Luo Feng glanced at the VIP seats. This week, there were actually 200 VIPs? Is this little anchor standing up? And the weekly list of battles is also good. The name of the first Luo Feng is very familiar. Is Save a Bag of Candy, also known as the Candy's big brother. So, this is an acquaintance giving face? And list 2 through list 4. Instead, it was the 3, 7, Panther, Midnight. These 3 old monarchs, Luo Feng knows, are the 3 big brothers of the beauty monster Chinger, female anchor of the last Storm Thunder. After getting to know Luo Feng in the live broadcast, then he would have rewarded Lu Hanyan with some gifts. It also falls under the category of acquaintances giving face. Luo Feng looked at it for a few moments before exiting. Since the little anchor had already stood up and didn't take the initiative to contact himself, Luo Feng naturally wouldn't contact. After all, Luo Feng didn't refuse, but he wouldn't take too much initiative either, especially this random take. No wonder goddesses can't even get interested in licking dogs, and when they suddenly stop licking them, they treat them like treasures. So men do the same. The next morning, Luo Feng woke up just after 9 o'clock. The first thing that happened was to send a message to the Duan Muyunji beauty. In the past. I'm awake. Are you awake? Having breakfast right now. Going to the car show in a little while. It's the last day of the car show. Duan Muyunji is still going over to act as a salesperson. In fact, Luo Feng liked her self-reliant style. Bai Ningbing is also such a girl. At school? At the breakfast place behind the school. Duan Muyunji replied to the message and immediately took pictures over to share her food. In the photo, it was buns and soy milk with a tea egg. And there were a couple of dumplings. This breakfast thing can be a real treat. The key is still a 176 centimeters beauty. The meal is still okay. As you can see here, the great beauty is naturally in good shape. Not the kind that comes off a diet. After all, that kind of weight loss down, even if it looks good for a while, as long as you don't control your diet, you'll soon gain it back. So, when you're looking for a wife, look for one who is never fat, who can wear sexy clothes from head to toe, and who can give you the best experience possible. I didn't have breakfast either. Send me a location. Michan. I'll be right over. Luo Feng said so. Duan Muyunji naturally did not refuse. Sent the locator straight over. Brother Power, your old hurricane, lend it to me for another day. Luo Feng still gave Chen Dali a greeting. No problem. Thanks. Don't be polite. We're all brothers. What's the point of talking about this? It's no problem to give it to you. Isn't it just an old hurricane? No. My 488 is coming soon. And the Porsche 911. Can't even drive it. Versailles of the low winds. It makes the other person also be at a loss to pick up any conversation. All that could be done was to send 2 blank emoticons. Luo Feng picked up the car keys and searched for the Great Hurricane by following the parking space number that Mei Niu had carefully left behind yesterday. Duan Muyunji is from the piano department of the official music university. She locates the breakfast place in the middle of a small alley behind the school, the Quarry Hotel and the official conservatory. In fact, are not that far away, just 10 minutes. The morning rush is over now. Hardly a jam. In 20 minutes or so, it was there too. Old hurricane may be old, but the performance monster is not blowing. Sports car roar immediately disrupted the tranquility of the small hutong. Luo Feng looked at the group of people eating. So many girls eating breakfast. But Duan Muyunji, obviously, was the most crane-like existence. With a body like that, it's too conspicuous. Luo Feng parked his car on the side of the road while he walked towards Duan Muyunji in the breakfast store. But when walking past, that's when it was realized. There was also a big beautiful woman who sat across from Duan Muyunji. This beautiful woman, with just a glance, her face value, almost surprised Luo Feng. Oops, that's the heartbeat all over again. This woman, Her face value is at least 98 points. The body is around 94 points. Obviously, it's the Super 1 schoolgirl level. A face like that always makes you want to protect it. Luo Feng looked at Duan Muyunji without slanting his eyes. Walked over and spoke. Didn't order me any breakfast? Ah, Luo Feng, you're here? Duan Muyunji stood up. Now for your order. What do you want to eat? Luo Feng replied. 3 marinated eggs, 10 dumplings, and another bowl of thin rice. Is this family's buns guaranteed? Guarantee? Duan Muyunji was flabbergasted and responded as well. We eat it every day. There's no problem with our health. Then let's have 4 fresh meat ones. Luo Feng opened his mouth. The owners of the breakfast store were a young couple. And Duan Muyunji shouted, Boss, add some more to our table. With that, he followed Luo Feng's request. Ordered out. Qin Rubing also secretly observed Luo Feng. She was a good friend of Duan Muyunji. This breakfast was also a chance encounter. Just now, Duan Muyunji had already said that Luo Feng was coming over. The current Qin Rubing saw Duan Muyunji helping Luo Feng order breakfast. The heart also sked. After all, it was rare to see Duan Muyunji treat a male so well. Duan Muyunji finished her work and came back to introduce herself. Yin Yang Master, let me give you a grand introduction. This is my good sister, Qin Rubing. Right, Duan Muyunji thought of something and joked. Her identity is the young lady from the dance department that you can't forget. Oh, dance department? Luo Feng laughed. Luo Feng, who knew how comfortable Sumeji was. Of course he knew that the dance department was really a good place. He couldn't help but take a heavy look at Qin Rubing's figure. It's not just the face value. Good figure too. But I just don't know. That thing? If it's as wild as Sumika. Hello, student Qin Rubing. My name is Luo Feng. Luo Feng took the initiative to introduce himself. Qin Rubing nodded. Why did Junji call you Yin Yang Master? I'm from the Shijiang side. You should know about our side of the family, right? There are many ancestral craftsmen, and my family, too, is an 800-year-old family. Luo Feng asked and answered in a serious manner. But Qin Rubing really believed it and was surprised. So powerful? Luo Feng nodded. How can you say it's so awesome? It was quite impressive. Qin Rubing was curious too. You Yin and Yang Masters can CM. You know. 119, pretty? Can you do whatever you want? Of course I can see you know kind of things. Like right now. There's a thing following behind you. Luo Feng faced Qin Rubing's response, and also answered in a serious manner. Ah! Qin Rubing subconsciously turned her head and was startled. Ha ha ha! Duan Muyunji also couldn't help but laugh out. I say Rubing ah! Are you stupid? This guy, listening to his accent, he doesn't look like someone from the West River side either, right? He's from Mordor. Last time I went to Mordor to play. When I came back, I met him on the airplane. Qin Rubing flavorfully blinked Luo Feng and couldn't help but say, Really? Deliberately scaring me, aren't you? Luo Feng secretly looked at her list of desires. There was no, this person is annoying. Scares me, jokes don't know a degree. Hurry up and go away, or anything nasty like that. Then the description. Joking about yourself. The other person is not offended. Thinking of course. Now that the face value added a lot up. When facing the goddess, Luo Feng was not only more confident, but also did become more and more popular. That's just the way it is in the society of the outward-looking society. There's simply no way around it. By the way, Yunji, let me ask you, why did you call him a yin-yang master? Qin Rubing inquired. Let Duan Muyunji start to tell up the incident on the airplane where Luo Feng almost pissed off the older man. While listening, Qin Rubing also covered her mouth and laughed. Every now and then, he blankly eyed Luo Feng. It was really yin and yang enough. Qin Rubing listened to her good girlfriend finish her narration and blankly eyed Luo Feng. According to the performance just now, it's not bad to be a yin and yang master. Luo Feng didn't retort. Just in time to finish my breakfast and plan on scanning the code to pay. However, Duan Muyunji said, this small amount of money, but you don't need a big tycoon's hand. I've already paid for it. Luo Feng wasn't polite and laughed. Then thank you big beautiful girl for the breakfast treat. But is it too late for us to go over to the car show now? Luo Feng looked at the time. The car show had obviously started. Of course it's in time. Duan Muyunji nodded. Well then, you can drive again. Luo Feng didn't hesitate to give the car keys to the other party. Being able to see the other party's list of desires. Then of course what to do. If it had been a normal man, he would have felt that it was impolite to let a girl drive. It smacks of a tycoon using people as chauffeurs. Not a gentleman at all. But with the list of desires, Luo Feng did this, and not only did he not make the other party hate him, but he also managed to make the other party feel good about him. And, then I'll just drive today. Duan Muyunji nodded happily and took the car keys. After all, on the way back yesterday, Luo Feng, this guy drank. but he didn't properly experience the thrill of a big hurricane. It's going to be a good day. I'll go back to school then. I ate too much breakfast today and I'm probably going to be impressed with all the dance practice later. Qin Rubing stood to the side and also wiped her sexy little mouth. Luo Feng just wants to ask, can you do the splits? To be able to be, that would smell so good. So Maggie would anyway. Duan Mu Yunji said nonchalantly, just now I can all but say you have to be unrestrained. I think you added a sentence afterward that it's actually better to have a full breakfast, right? Qin Rubing grunted. I think you're just afraid that I'm just as good looking as you. Duan Mu Yunji deflated her mouth. Your figure isn't good enough? Forget it. The plastic sisterhood. It's kind of broken. Qin Rubing retorted. You're a piano student. Why do you look like you're from the media university next door? Acting so aggrieved? Duan Mu Yunji whitened a line. Alright, hurry up and go over. Eat less in the future. No one will want you if you have a bad figure. After waiting for Qin Rubing to leave, Duan Mu Yunji looked at Luo Feng and asked, this good girlfriend of mine, she's pretty, isn't she? Luo Feng looked at Duan Mu Yunji and replied, of course it looks good. If this doesn't look good, what other girl is needed to look good? 98 points for face value. You asked me if I look good. It seems to ask, is the sandalwood villa in Mordor luxurious? Does that even need to be answered? Humph. Count on you to be honest and not talk nonsense with your eyes open. Duan Mu Yunji crossed her lips. As for the quote, can Lo Feng not know it's a test? If you want to say that it's not as good looking as Duan Mu Yunji, then it's decisively a scumbag. Can Luo Feng avoid it? Do you still have to go to the car show? Duan Mu Yunji looked at the time and opened her mouth to ask. Of course I have to go. Anyway, I'm here. Go look at the car. It's not a loss. You drive. You're not in a hurry? Luo Feng asked again. There's no need to rush. The Ferrari manager won't say anything about me over there. Big beautiful girl. It's okay. If you're pretty, you can do whatever you want, right? Luo Feng joked. Or else. Duan Mu Yunji raised her head in mock arrogance. Stinky. Am I not beautiful? May. The big beauty is you. Luo Feng said cooperatively. Duan Mu Yunji also saw fit not to ask the retarded question of who was good looking between herself and Qin Rubing, because such a question, no matter how Luo Feng answered it, it would be unpalatable. Soon, the two got into the Lamborghini, then headed towards the car show center. This time Duan Mu Yunji finally showed the hobby of racing. Several times it was Luo Feng who reminded him, otherwise he really had to speed. Luo Feng was just worried that one of the documents in her bag was suddenly gone. There's something wrong with your mind. This isn't a track, and I suspect that next time, you're going to lose your papers in that bag. When he came to the parking space at the car show center, Luo Feng sputtered. It doesn't exist, and I don't have a car, so could it be suspended? Luo Feng a moment language thia. The other side said well reasoned. Simply cannot refute. For example, Luo Feng's several classmates have a driver's license, but after learning, cannot afford to buy a car. How can the documents be revoked? The two walked into the car show. There are significantly fewer people on this side. After all, it's the third day and it's normal to have fewer tourists. Saw so many car dealers, already preparing for the closing of this car show. Luo Feng sent Duan Mu Yunji to work at the Ferrari car show. On his own, single-handedly, he once again came to the Porsche car show range. A male salesman then approached. Sir, what model are you looking at? Luo Feng took a look at the other party's name tag. It was a person called Li Gaohua, Porsche's sales manager. Lo Feng pointed to the Panamera on the side. This is the sport touring version. Borrowed some Audi thinking. But Porsche, or Audi, is the same manufacturer, so naturally there will be no disputes over design. Audi is the head office, while Porsche is a subsidiary. Obviously, the Panamera sport model is a little more bandwagon and a little more youthful than the regular Panamera, but without the sharpness of the Porsche 911 that young people like. And it's easier to control than the Porsche Cayenne's operating system. It's perfect for middle-aged people. Sir, your vision. Li Gaohua immediately rainbow fart arrangement. Moreover, he had a very sharp eye, and one look at Luo Feng's equipment. He knew that he was a lord who could afford a car. So much more enthusiastic. Even with the Panamera sport model, the starting MSRP is over $2 million. After all, the booth, the car, is the high end of the range, so it's very expensive. So what's the configuration when it's optional? Luo Feng inquired. Its options, if you will, are the PSCB brake discs that we at Porsche pride ourselves on, such that they are top of the line in terms of both performance and longevity, thereby subduing this performance monster into submission. Luo Feng nodded. A high-performance configuration. The essential thing was a high-performance brake system. Otherwise, what about the whole village eating? 120. $2 million luxury car. Arrange a wave. Secondly, there's the adjustable air suspension. A set of suspensions that ensures that it can carry families as well as crisscross the car racing circuit. Luo Feng similarly nodded. This version of the Primera is, indeed, an all-rounder. The engine, which can explode around 560 horsepower. Torque is also around 770. Can easily take a big sporty sedan and bring up around 0-100 values. Whether it's for home use going out for groceries, or for gallivanting on the racetrack. It's a great choice. Sir, there are also safety systems including, but not limited to, merge assist, lane keeping, night systems, etc. When Lee Gowers speaks, it's a whole lot. What adaptive cruise, HUD heads-up display. The leather on the steering wheel is restful. Front seat massage, rear ventilation, sound upgrade, headlights, etc. etc. Oh yeah, and there's 7-color ambient lighting and a power rear sunshade. Luo Feng saw that the other party was still going to introduce it and directly interrupted. Alright, just say how much directly. Air, because we are the highest configuration, so the price is around 2.7 million, but we are going to give a 100,000 car coat, free maintenance for unlimited kilometers in 3 years, and also nationwide delivery service, and assistance with local licensing. Nice guy. This manager actually heard that Luo Feng was not a local. Direct license plate arrangement now? Okay, you win. Swipe your card. Luo Feng responded. That's settled? Honestly, that would be outrageous. Okay. The speed of the deal, and a little too fast. Luo Feng nodded. I'm still very comfortable with the Porsche brand. And I myself have a Porsche 911 being shipped. By the way, I'm from the Magic City side. The car needs to be delivered for me. Yes, Li Gaohua said excitedly. Thank you sir for giving me such a surprise. I will take care of all the formalities as soon as possible. Luo Feng thought for a moment before he said, this car is something I gave to my father, so you'll have to arrange a formal handover ceremony. Li Gaohua was shocked that he gave his father a car at such a young age. He said, no problem. These things, we will take care of them. Swipe. This way please. Li Gaohua respectfully made an inviting gesture, and in his heart, he marveled once again. What kind of person is it? A $2.7 million luxury car, without even blinking an eye. He bought it? Or giving it to father? Doesn't look like a showbiz starlet, either. But most of those who make money in their early 20s are in the entertainment industry. Richie rich? Oh, come on. They're 20 years old and they haven't even graduated yet. Lorraine was actually a fan of Porsche, but he didn't want to go with a Porsche because of the price and the fact that it was too flashy. Because there's no reason why someone who likes Audi shouldn't like Porsche. Of course. In fact, too flamboyant, but also because Sue Pearl is worried, afraid the dad to provoke the little girl, and then bring back a brother for Luo Feng. So the car must be understated. Click, click, click. After Luo Feng pressed down on the card machine, the machine that printed the small ticket, clicked and rattled. Luo Feng this time, must be a big surprise for Pops. As for where the money came from, oh tada. The rewards this time add up to a total of almost $20 million, and Tang Tian's side of Tang's investment company has already gained a new profit. The money, then, is a dividend. Proof of dividends came long ago. After leaving the Porsche booth, Luo Feng once again came to the Ferrari booth. The manager of this house, Pang Bo, also warmly welcomed Luo Feng. Mr. Luo is here. Hello there. Luo Feng casually dealt with a sentence and directly walked towards Duan Muyunji. Beauty, what model is in charge today? Luo Feng inquired. Of course it's all the models. To hey oh little brother, do you still want to buy it? Duan Muyunji said. If you want one, then I'll buy it. Luo Feng said flirtatiously. Duan Muyunji blankly glanced at this guy. She and Luo Feng were not relatives. Digressing, he said. I just saw you signing over at Porsche? Yeah, bought it for the old man. Originally he wanted a Q7 Audi, but after looking at it, at 800,000, it's too much of an insult to the intelligence. I might as well go with a Porsche. Luo Feng didn't hide it and said it. Duan Muyunji was curious too. So the Porsche Cayenne you bought? Duan Muyunji was only guessing. After all, for $800, to $900, it's a Porsche Cayenne for a Porsche. No. Ended up with the Primera Sport version, of choice, and my dad, too, is a Porsche fan. Duan Muyunji was also a Ferrari salesman, so she naturally knew the price of the car. Are you thinking that $1 million is too expensive? Turning your hand to a $2.7 million performance monster? The car is not the same cannot be compared. Since the money spent, It cannot be too insulting to the intelligence, okay? Luo Feng spit out. Duan Muyunji rolled her eyes, feeling that Luo Feng had a good point and couldn't refute it at all. The two cars are really different. Since you've spent the money, it doesn't mean you have to get value for money, but you have to get value for money, right? Right. Mainyo, I'm going back to Magic City tomorrow. You said you'd treat me to dinner. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng laughed, remembering the first time she said she would treat herself on the 4th day of going to the capital. Turns out it's because there's a 3-day car show. For 3 days, she needed to be busy. Seems like we started out with an agreement that it would be tomorrow, right? So, I'm leaving tomorrow, and then you're buying dinner tomorrow. You don't want to treat me to dinner, do you? Luo Feng joked. Where is it? Duan Muyunji spat out her tongue. I can kind of see. I treat you as a friend. And you're just fooling me. I suddenly want to say Zhang Wuji's mom's words again. Pretty women are just good at deceiving people. Luo Feng spat out. Alright, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, okay? Duan Muyunji blankly glanced at Luo Feng. Obviously such an earthy little brother. He has to bully people. Please God, give the little poor thing a little life. Seeing Duan Muyunji's strange behavior, Luo Feng laughed evilly and said, God is already very open-minded, okay? So, meeting you was God's eye-opener? Or else? Luo Feng asked rhetorically. Duan Muyunji actually cannot refute. If you do not meet Luo Feng, Ferrari is estimated to be one cannot be sold. It's not that Ferraris don't sell. It's the fact that you can't sell one by yourself. After all, millions of dollars of cars to sell, Duan Muyunji know what to pay. But in the beginning, when I came to be a salesman, I was just trying to get that 3,000 a day paycheck. The other party said that meeting him was considered God's eye-opening. So what could Duan Muyunji refute? Afternoon, Lo Feng returned to the Quarry Hotel. Around 5 o'clock, Luo Feng once again went to the car show center. The big beauty said that she was off work, so Luo Feng naturally had to go and pick it up. But I just happened to see Duan Muyunji, who was making a settlement with the finance department. 121, sweet dining. Laughing so hard? Seems like a lot of money for the settlement. Luo Feng said silently and also waited quietly. The labor settlement still went smoothly and there was no dog and pony show. I'm curious as to how many orders you've opened out for that much of a cut. Luo Feng saw Duan Muyunji walk over and glanced at the long legs. Then he handed over the keys to the Lamborghini. 122, little rich girl. Quadrangle? Did you pay? Lo Fan also said to go to the checkout, but the other guy paid. Of course, for such a purchase, Luo Feng preferred the girls to come. After all, when a guy and a girl have dinner, it can be a bad situation if the guy always pays the bill. If several times the girl pays the bill, it means your relationship is stronger. In other words, the more the girl buys during a dinner date, in general, then the more chances you have. If a pure girl pays the bill, then don't say anything, and the guy is just a random male pinch. Of course, also depends on the economic strength, like Luo Feng to eat, moving tens of thousands of dollars, you still expect girls to pay the bill? And, even putting that aside, one-dimensional machismo is actually annoying to girls. Not only might it raise a vampire, but it's easy for the other person to not appreciate it. Where are we going? I'll take you to listen to a song. Duan Muyunji walked on the stone path of the small hutong and opened her mouth. Listen to the song? Luo Feng said he couldn't understand what it meant. She didn't. Soon arriving at the old hurricane on the side of the road, she started the car before saying, yes, we're just going to listen to some songs and have a little drink on the way. Almost half an hour. Duan Muyunji then brought Luo Feng to the official music academy, parked in the college parking space. Just leave. Arriving at a small alley behind the academy, Luo Feng followed Duan Muyunji to a courtyard. This courtyard house has a sign that reads friendship through the years. There's an offbeat feel to the ethereal font. Just as he walked in, it was like Luo Feng heard singing. Let's live the life of the world in style. Ride your horse and share the prosperity of the world. Sing to the wine. Duan Muyunji took the initiative to introduce it. This is an INS-style B&B that integrates accommodation and a clear bar. It's somewhat positioned as a LH-style complex. I don't know how to position it. LH, it's Liver House. It should be a miniaturized live concert venue. Are there any singers today? Luo Feng had been to a similar place and opened his mouth to ask. Duan Muyunji shook her head. This LH is different. Anyone can go on stage and sing, and if the performance is good, let's just say that there aren't necessarily people rewarding the flower baskets and drinks, which can be resold backstage to the merchants. If the performance is not good, then there is a hush down there. When Luo Feng heard this, he thought of Lu Hanyan, that pentatonic little anchor. I'm afraid the whole place would boo if this female silk came in. Under the lead of Duan Muyunji, Luo Feng walked into this LH-style clear bar. Duan Muyunji chose a small table. The two sat on top of the high stool. Luo Feng scanned the QR code, thus making the drink order, which was very intelligent and didn't need a waiter at all. When you scan it, it has the price of the drink on it. A regular juice, for example, is $18. It may feel expensive, but then you have to remember that this is the big capital city, and that's not surprising. And this LH is decorated in a style that is still very good. Luo Feng glanced at the beer. The beer is a bit cheaper at this one, with Carlsberg, for example, costing a mere $25 for 330 milliliters of the extra mellow series. If you put it in the last bar you went to, maybe this bottle, it would be $60 or $70. Luo Feng ordered a cup of juice for Duan Muyunji in passing, asked for a bottle of Carlsberg for myself and a Nutella plate. I ordered you fresh squeezed juice. What do you think? Luo Feng inquired, as well as making strong decisions. It obviously got Duan Muyunji thinking, the guy's leaving tomorrow. You don't even let yourself drink? The obvious one. Hijacking. Right. Absolute domination. Duan Muyunji also blanked Luo Feng and grunted. Juice is juice. That's true. What kind of wine do kids drink? Luo Feng smiled cheekily, but looking at the other's list of desires, this time the forcefulness, instead of turning the other off, fetched good results. It's not that something like machismo should be discarded out of hand, but it should be used in just the right way. The one singing on stage now was a 27 or 88-year-old young lady. The young lady is rather mature. The singing comes later. Then I finally learned how to love. It's a pity you disappeared so long ago. Big sister sings well and is emotionally involved. What can I say about this song? At first listen, you don't recognize the meaning of the song, but then you hear it again and it's already a song. Of course, the people in this song would not include Luo Feng. With such a plugin in hand, any regret, Luo Feng would not let it arise. And what regrets did the big sister miss to sing with such emotion? Good to hear. Duan Muyunji sighed. Luo Feng nodded back. It does sound good. I can feel her story. You Yin Yang master, can you still understand? Duan Muyunji was surprised. Chengwei is the owner's wife of this clear bar, and this quadrangle is also her place, so the consumer prices are relatively low. So it's like this. No wonder the price of drinks is lower. Luo Feng laughed. Still a little rich woman, owning a real estate operation? Tears a little sweet and a little salty, your chest kissing the side of my face. The more the coastline lingers always the more the beauty meanders. We're too stubborn even for heaven to object anymore. Next song. Still sad love songs, and the vocals are not SHE style. Instead, it's both coy and intensely handsome vocals. Of course, actually, Luo Feng preferred Junjie's version of this song. SHE's always sounds less flavorful than the song's composer, Junjie. Her level is a bit high. At such a level, it's possible to participate in the voice, right? Luo Feng also sighed. Duan Muyunji nodded. Actually, the program team has already approached her several times. It's just that she doesn't want to go. Awesome. Luo Feng just wanted to say, does a rich woman need to participate in any good voice? If she attends, even if you get eliminated, you'll make the whole clear bar business better because of your resume from being on that show, right? I can only say that people are really not poor. After all, as far as the capital is concerned, there is a quadrangle. According to the price of this quadrangle, afraid of a small target, can not hit. 123 Send a song to Duan Muyunji, needs company. After the Chengguo boss lady finished singing, the stage was handed over to the others next. But these people are all self-improvement talents. Take the dude on stage. For example, blow, 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 I'm proud to blow. That tune, it's all blown to Siberia, but still looking intoxicated. Luo Feng couldn't even help but let out a boo. The crowd on stage booed as well. The dude on stage finally got embarrassed and stopped, but kept blowing and blowing. Duan Muyunji looked at Luo Feng and said in a provocative manner, do you want to go up and sing a song? So, you brought me here because you want to hear me sing? Luo Feng smiled and joked. Duan Muyunji wouldn't admit it, but said, not really, I really like to come here to relax, and every time I'm stressed, I come to listen to the songs and lift my spirits. Of course, there was no acknowledgement of falsity, but she says they're all true. While looking at her beautiful fingers, Duan Muyunji continued, practicing the piano is really tiring. I can't see any hope, and I can't see the future even more. Lo Feng just wanted to say, can't see the future. Don't play the piano with those beautiful hands. Do something else. The future could be vastly better. My biggest goal is to win the Chopin International Competition, but it's so difficult. It requires talent, and my talent is probably average. Sometimes, I actually want to give up. Like most of my classmates in general, after graduation, I will find a job in piano, or go to a training organization. Or take students by myself. It's actually not bad. It's very easy. Dwanmuyunji finished, took a sip of juice as well. So, little brother, I brought you here to simply share my life. No condescension to sing. If you were a straight man, you would immediately ask why you were sharing your life with me. But Luo Feng understood very well what this meant. A girl that shares her life with you is a big favor. Have you ever sung in this place? Luo Feng inquired after comforting her with a few words that she would be fine in the future. Sure, so you'll do it again? Luo Feng inquired. No problem. After I sing, will you sing too? Dwanmuyunji inquired. Yeah, would Luo Feng lose the field? What do you know about the songwriter's possession card? Dwanmuyunji saw this. Her eyes also looked forward to it. No nonsense. Organized the waist tie hanging in the arse of the long straight black hair, patted the face, but walked onto the stage. The tune was quickly chosen. With the intro playing, Luo Feng realized that she hadn't heard this song sung by Dwanmuyunji. Love flees before youth grows old. Loneliness has built a nest in my heart. Memories spread throughout the cells of the body. How chatty it is to experience it firsthand. Only keep the main characters other than what I thought they were. Dwanmuyunji's vocal line was still on the soft side. The songs she sings out have a flavor of sadness in them. As Luo Feng listened, it suddenly occurred to him that he would be leaving the capital tomorrow. It was only after Luo Feng looked at her list of desires that something went wrong. But it can be seen. The relationship between the two is now at least 80% favorable. Obviously the relationship went further. After all, he was willing to take Luo Feng to the places he had been as a child, and brought places like the clear bar where she liked to come. It was enough to prove a favorable impression of Luo Feng. Luo Feng also fell silent. It's too hard to be a good man, but over there in Magic City, there are still a lot of beautiful girls. What to do? We still have to go tomorrow. That was so good. One more. Missy is pretty and has a nice voice. The drinkers were up in arms, clearly agreeing with more than just the song. Ah, and that body, it's a knockout. Next, the gentleman from number 27 will sing for us. Are you ready, sir? Dwanmuyunji didn't pay any attention to the drinkers' uproar, but instead, her beautiful big eyes were cast towards Luo Feng under the stage. The bar was mostly full of familiar faces. Nature knows what direction 27 is in. They all looked over towards Luo Feng's place. Luo Feng stood up generously. Young and talented without inferiority complex. Face value also added so much up. Naturally will not be stage fright. All everyone saw was Luo Feng calmly walking towards the stage. Walking towards Luo Feng on the stage. Dwanmuyunji then handed over the microphone. Luo Feng took the topic and said, like the young lady from table 27, you sing so beautifully. Luo Feng remembered the lyrics of the song he had just sung. Next time I meet you, I will definitely say hello first. Dwanmuyunji lightly punched Luo Feng's chest and left the stage with her face slightly flushed as she twisted her head. Then went to his table 27. Luo Feng communicated with the staff about the song selection and soundtrack. Luo Feng quickly went through the lyrics library and found a song called Needing Company. Soon the prelude sounded. Dwanmuyunji immediately knew what song. Need some company? When I think about my own songs, they embody a flavor of departure. And the other guys is needing company? Couldn't help but start to get her thoughts mixed up. With the expertise of Luo Feng singing God Possession. This one. It's totally the big show. A magnetic voice that carried throughout the clear bar. Be emotional and have a vocal line. In a word, Prince Key is possessed. Of course, the god of brotherhood is attached and can choose an artist's voice and character. But it's just a parody. It sounds similar, but it's definitely not identical. And Luo Feng's choice of Crown Prince Key is absolutely fine vocally and emotionally. And that magnetic voice. Let's just say that Prince Key, who could have been the god of songs, wanted to be a comedian like Star. Good to hear. Need some company? Little brother? How about me? Little brother sings beautifully. Luo Feng ignored the voices of the female drinkers and said in the direction of Dwanmuyunji, thank you from table 27. Very happy to meet you in the middle of everyone's sea. Hello? Walking back to table 27 again, Luo Feng peeked at the other party's list of desires. Finding out that the other person's feelings for him or her got a little stronger. It's at least an 85 out of 85 in favor. Is it so easy to flirt with girls when you have a talented boy? 124. I suspect you're driving. I sing? Is it okay? Luo Feng smiled slightly after returning to table 27. It's nice to hear, but are you implying anything? Dwanmuyunji blankly glanced at Luo Feng and said with a smile, after all, the song Needing Company is so simple and crude in its expression. It's just the need for company. It's just one song, and if you don't like it, I can sing a different one. Seeing this, Dwanmuyunji didn't continue to dwell on the topic. Another song then? Okay is okay. Luo Feng looked around at the drinkers, but let's leave a way for others to live? After all, Luo Feng came down. Noticed no one was even good enough to go up and sing. That voice killed the whole audience. Okay, now that they're up there, they're proper cannon fodder. In the end, it was the boss's wife, Chan Gua, who held up the fort and sang a song called Bubble, which won everyone's applause. At about 10 o'clock, Duan Muyunji took the initiative and said, "Let's go back then, shall we?" Before Luo Feng could answer, she continued, "You've been drinking. I'll send you back first and then come back myself." "No problem." Luo Feng nodded. Duan Muyunji also picked up the small bag on the table, stood up, and the two left this clear bar shoulder to shoulder. This time, Tuan Junji is still good at controlling the speed of the car. After all, the guy was drinking again. Walking around, Duan Muyunji looked at the traffic outside the car. Her anger sank a little, and she took the initiative to find a topic. "When will you go back tomorrow?" "About 7 o'clock in the evening," Luo Feng said. Then, Duan Muyunji opened her mouth, but still asked, "When will you come back?" See this, Luo Feng secretly laughed inwardly. This big beautiful girl, can't let herself go? It seems like the meaning of singing that song to represent the song of separation is obvious enough. According to this situation, Duan Muyunji wouldn't like herself, right? But Luo Feng was a person who didn't take the initiative and didn't refuse, unless you have a number one desire to fulfill. And then there's the fact that it's only when pulling in that relationship that you take the initiative. Relationships have been drawn close, so feel free to wool gathering within a month, it should come again. Luo Feng thought of something and replied, "Humph." Duan Muyunji merely hummed. Soon, drove to the underground parking lot of the Quarry Hotel. After Duan Muyunji got off the car, she then handed the car keys to Luo Feng. "I'm going back then?" She was actually waiting for Luo Feng to invite her for a drink. After all, she was in quite a complicated mood right now, both wanting Luo Feng to invite her for a drink, but also not wanting to. Big beautiful girl, second and third desires? No drinking? Drinking? Can't you come first? Luo Feng was a bit speechless. To come in first. Touche will take you for a drink. Why don't I walk you to a cab? Luo Feng thought about it, but let's forget about it and take our time. After all, Mordor needs a few more beauties. Do not learn from the Chongzhen Emperor, hanging from a crooked neck tree. Yes, Duan Muyunji secretly breathed a sigh of relief, obviously a little lost. This feeling of being at risk was not something she was very accustomed to. At the entrance of the Quarry Hotel, Luo Feng sent Duan Muyunji to the car and greeted her. "Remember to WeChat me when you get to school." Subsequently, less than 20 minutes, when Duan Muyunji returned to the conservatory, Yang Yi, who was in the same dorm room, laughed. "Yunji, you're famous." "Ha? Famous? What's the deal?" Yang Yi handed her cell phone to Duan Muyunji to look at it, while saying, "Someone photographed you driving a Lamborghini, and it was also posted on the forum. By the way, who is that little handsome guy? In the Friendship Year's clear bar, he is the existence of a stunning scene." Duan Muyunji rolled her eyes. "He's the yin and yang master I was talking about before." "Ha? That yin and yang master, is he actually that powerful?" "Yeah, I'm surprised too." "So, you two, seemingly all a bunch of good girlfriends." Yang Yi spoke in almost the same tone. "And girls, it seemed, like to speak in that tone. We're just friends." Duan Muyunji explained. "I believe the hell out of you," Yang Yi grunted. The two, then, also heckled and joked. The Quarry Hotel. Luo Feng was about to send a message to Bai Ningbing. Say something about coming to the capital, including the racing thing over in Kingsport. There's also a variety of food. It just downplays the escorts, which can't be said. Envious. Poor thing. My English, it's still a work in progress. Luo Feng sent a message. "My foreign language is quite good. Find some time. I can really teach you to learn a foreign language." Bai Ningbing saw Luo Feng messing with the colors and sent a picture of Mr. Han Hong Kong. "I've seen this drama and I know what it means to learn a foreign language. This is awkward." Of course Luo Feng couldn't admit that he was messing with colors. He directly sent a large message of explanation, still exchanged in English, thus proving their innocence. Finding out that Luo Feng was very proficient in English, Bai Ningbing began to wonder if she was overthinking. Could it be that Luo Feng really wanted to learn a foreign language with herself? After all, hearing Luo Feng speak English was still very fluent. That sounds awesome. Last time I said that in the movie theater, I thought you were bragging, but I didn't expect it to be that good. Ha! Luo Feng laughed and drove. There's still a lot more I'm good at. You'll know when I go back. Luo Feng can really drive at this moment. But in return, the big beautiful girl sent a voice over to Pout. The next morning, Luo Feng then took the Lamborghini and sent it over to Chandali. "Brother Power, thank you. Little things, you're too kind." Luo Feng spoke. At noon. Do you want to get together? Any recommendations? For lunch, it's better to eat light. I know a good pepper chicken. Mo got a problem. Luo Feng nodded. I'll ask that pussy Xiao Yun if he has time. With increasing familiarity, Luo Feng wasn't too polite either. It's just that Chen Dali has always been polite to himself. Then Luo Feng is still speaking with quite a bit of respect. Yun said she could come. Luo Feng hung up the phone and then sat in the passenger side. The two soon arrived at a famous peppercorn chicken potluck, and Lin Xiaoyun was soon in place. Luo Feng also seemed to be able to tell that Lin Xiaoyun was a bit distracted. Brother Yun, is there something on your mind? With familiarity, Luo Feng also likes to call out a brother when he calls out to someone. It seems to be a culture that belongs to the youth, and it would be out of place not to have this tone. Don't mind him. Chen Dali opened his mouth and said, right now, all he can think about is the Porsche 718, and it's still the top-of-the-line version, but the budget is not enough, and his family doesn't give him any support, so he's depressed. Luo Feng smiled and said, I do have some spare money on my side. If Brother Yun, you need it, I can lend some out. 125, revisit Patek Philippe, 2 million cashback card. Lin Xiaoyun shook his head. There's no need to thank my brother Feng. I'll just eyeball it for a while. Maybe after a while, it'll be fine. Chen Dali nodded. Luo Feng, old brother, you are too polite. People who are willing to lend money in this era are really few and far between. Xiao Yun, you have to remember your brother Feng's love. Luo Feng knew it too. Chen Dali is a person who loves face. It won't be easy to call anyone brother, but he is indeed almost 30 as well. From the last time the bar shouted a lookalike over and humiliated him here at Lowe's Wind, he arranged for racing the next day. Just look at it. People are good, but face is too much of a priority. I think it's better if I get a used car. Lin Xiaoyun spoke up. Yes, used cars, that sense of anticipation, like a treasure hunt. Far from the new car kind of fixed treasure chest can be compared. Luo Feng described it. Indeed, used cars, low price, likely to take a good car, but also likely to be pitched. It's like a lottery in a game. And what about buying a new car? It's just straight up spending money on gear. The price is out there. If you have the money, you're on. If you don't, step aside. Right. I have a flight in the evening, so I'll just wander around by myself in the afternoon. Luo Feng's meaning was understood by the two. Probably just buying something and bringing it home. There was no need for them to get blindly involved in such an occasion. What time is the flight? Xiao Luo Yu, Chen Dali asked. What time or not? Don't ask. I'm not a child. I don't need to be sent. Take a taxi over. It's also very convenient. On the contrary, the next time I come over, I have to trouble the two big brothers to pick me up. Luo Feng said so. Chen Dali couldn't say anything else, and just said, well then, it's agreed that next time you come over, you have to contact me in advance, haha. I'll just arrange a pickup service for you. Thank me in advance, brother power. Soon, the potluck is over. Luo Feng, on the other hand, took a taxi and left the peppercorn chicken shop, then prepared to make a trip to the Patek Philippe direct store in the capital. In the backpack, after all, was a Patek Philippe designated spending cashback card. The maximum amount is $2 million. Luo Feng planned to go and spend money, wool gathering before. Soon, Luo Feng got out of the cab and arrived at number 23 Qianmen, which was the direct store of Patek Philippe in the capital. Although Luo Feng didn't have an appointment this time, but the salesperson of Patek Philippe still greeted Luo Feng warmly. After all, Luo Feng was wearing their Patek Philippe brand, and the employees in the store, could they not recognize it? Of course, it's not every time that you meet that manager from last time, and there's a lot of staff turnover. The bigger the store, the more brutal the survival, which can be described as survival of the fittest and elimination of the unfit. Hello sir, I'm acting manager Li Kong. Welcome back. Oh, Luo Feng looked at the other party, not expecting to be recognized after all. Then let me ask you, Starry Sky series, is there any stock? Luo Feng directly spoke. I'm sorry Mr. Luo, there's no stock right now. If you like the series, I can register you for an appointment. Li Kong opened his mouth. If we make an appointment, how long will it take? Luo Feng inquired. Starry Night series, it's Patek Philippe's most recognizable watch, isn't it? Like the blue stars, for example. It's impossible to be sure of the specifics. For example, the hottest 610 blue star is likely to be 2 years away. Crap. Luo Feng was directly speechless. Why do other people just shop around and get blue stars? It's true that all the novels are fake. Brainless text. If it's 610's dark starry sky, there's a possibility that it will take a year. Li Kong explained. Dark Starry Night's fame is a bit smaller than Blue Starry Night, but the popularity is still not bad. As for small stars like 001 and 002, It's basically impossible to get them in stock. Li Kong continued to explain. Now in the store, how many $1 million plus watches are there? I want to see them all. Luo Feng said so. The other man's heart obviously pounded, but suppressed his excitement. He had just seen Luo Feng wearing a 5160, and as the acting manager, he certainly knew the price. Now Luo Feng is directly asking about watches over $1 million? So is it going to be a productive day? Mr. Luo, this way please. Please wait in the VIP room for a while. I'll immediately send you the relevant watches. All of them. Li Kong said politely. Soon, Luo Feng arrived at the VIP room on the second floor. It seems like a few sales, recognized Luo Feng. Then he came over with a smile. Mr. Luo, what would you like to drink? We have tea, juice, coffee, mineral water, drinks and more. Seriously, no fictional head scratching, but the eyes were definitely yearning for Luo Feng. Mineral water is fine. Luo Feng glanced at the black silk of the saleswoman. The woman's figure as long as it is good. Really random appetite. Come to think of it, I haven't had any meat in a while either. It will take a while for Su Maggie-sai to get over there and poke her properly. Luo Feng was sometimes tempted to pick a random bull-digging woman in WeChat to settle things. But forget it. Take your time. When the fish is big, Luo Feng is afraid that he can't insert a lot. Okay, Mr. Lo. The saleswoman nodded, and with a wiggle of her sexy little ass, she went off to prepare the mineral water. Patek Philippe's service attitude clearly made Luo Feng comfortable. But selling something so expensive, if you don't have the service attitude, then it's a bit of an insult to the intelligence. Please wait a moment, Mr. Luo. The million watches will all be returned to you soon. Li Kong had already instructed his employees to do their job and now returned to Luo Feng's side. Luo Feng sat while waiting. Two customers were seen. It's a middle-aged man and a beautiful young woman. Luo Feng also sized up and guessed the other party's relationship. However, just as Luo Feng retracted his gaze and didn't look at it more, the young beauty, in turn, curiously sized up Luo Feng. Soon, Li Kong came over with a wristwatch organizer tray. In that organizer tray, on the other hand, there are 4 wristwatches. 3 of them, the Grande Complication Chronograph Collection. The 4th piece, on the other hand, is the Nautilus series. But instead of a basic entry model, it's an ultra-complex collection that includes a perpetual calendar and moon phases. Li Kong also didn't introduce this extremely fast wristwatch, but directly opened the organizer disc and let Luo Feng check it out. An introduction? Luo Feng opened his mouth. Sir, you also know your way around. How about adding a WeChat and sending the data to you to see? Li Kong opened his mouth. Luo Feng certainly didn't refuse. It's not like it's a female. Even if it's with a purpose, Luo Feng will usually add friends. Quickly added WeChat. The basic data of several watches is all there. 3 of the watches, from one collection, are from the 5270 series. The 013s are white dial white gold models. The 001 is a beige dial rose gold model. P001 is the rose gold dial platinum model, which are all priced around $1.2 million. The platinum model is $1.39 million. And the 4th one, the Nautilus signal, is 57401G001, an all-metal shape, with a strap made of white gold, and a case and crown, and a clasp, all in white gold. 126, it's so rustic. $2 million, without batting an eye. The blue dial was not Luo Feng's favorite style, and he didn't much care for a Nautilus that wasn't round or square. Prefer the leather strap, looks a bit more elegant and classy. The price of this one white parrot, though, is just about $880, 000 or so. The information sent over by Li Kong indicates that this white parrot is so hot that Patek Philippe has restricted its individual sale. If you want to buy it, you need to buy it with one of the other $1 million plus watches. Mr. Luo, if you purchase any of the 5270 series, then you are qualified to purchase the white parrot, Li Kong clarified. Just because of that, in the secondary market, this white parrot may be about $200,000 above the selling price. Luo Feng nodded. This white cockatoo is a new model, and the inclusion of a perpetual calendar has won it over to most Patek Philippe fans. It's just that Luo Feng doesn't like it much, but Luo Feng realized, if you buy this 5270 or 001 and add this perpetual calendar white cockatoo, the total price comes to around $2.13 million. Just the right amount for a cashback card of $2 million. An extra 100,000 or so, Luo Feng will just pay for it himself. As for the perpetual calendar white cockatoo not liking it, doesn't matter. It's all for nothing anyway. You can give it to Pops if you don't like it. If Pops doesn't like it, then it's on the used market and more than enough people are buying it at a premium. After all, you have to buy another $1 million Patek Philippe to qualify, and many people can only buy $1 million Patek Philippe in their lifetime. so you have to take it even if you add money. Swiped. Luo Feng directly handed over his bank card. 2570 in rose gold, plus the white parrot. Two to be together? Lyko was a little dazed. Grace, just swipe your card. Okay, wait a moment. I'll go and take care of it right away. Li Kong was happy in his heart. This was really a deal that was reached without any effort. However, the two patrons of the VIP room on the second floor also saw this place and looked at each other. The young girl looked at Luo Feng again and cocked her mouth and smiled. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. This young man is so rustic. After all, with 2 watches, that's over $2 million combined. Luo Feng didn't think about it for more than a minute from start to finish. Shopping like this is so scary to watch. And Luo Feng? Since it's wool gathering, then there's no need to think too much, is there? Soon, Li Kong brought the card swiper to the VIP room. When the card was swiped successfully, Li Kong politely inquired, Mr. Luo, 2 wristwatches, are they both going to be packed? Luo Feng responded as he unwrapped the 5160 on his own wrist. Take apart the rose gold, this 5270. I'm going to wear a new one to wrap up the old watch. Ah, what? Lyko was obviously off listening to the people backstage in his headset. He was surprised. This Luo Feng, only a month ago, came to buy $1 million watch. Now, and such a table? Just call it a cousin? Rich people are not only quick to change their goddesses, but their watches, too. What you beg for is an object of boredom to others. Hello, manager? Luo Feng said unhappily. I'm sorry, Mr. Luo. I know. I'll go pack it right away, Li Kong said with a guilty conscience. And that middle-aged man and young woman in the VIP room were quite speechless when they saw this too. It's the equivalent of driving a Ferrari to a Ferrari store and getting a new Ferrari. Mind you, that old Ferrari was less than a month old. Rich people, do they get bored with the new so fast? In fact, most people are fond of the new. Okay, the pursuit of the girl. In fact, poker for a month. There is no meaning, but want to change? Okay, what is the cost of the exchange? The girl you've worked so hard to get can run away. And it's not always easy to get the next girl. So, it's not that the average person likes the new, but they just don't have the capital for it. Right, manager, let me ask you, what are the conditions required if I want to order 6002? Luo Feng inquired. Currently the 6002 series watches are available for pre-order, and according to Mr. Luo's membership points in our store, he is fully qualified to purchase them. Patek Philippe is a true high-end watch. With most watches, customization is required, and there are qualifications to be obtained. What is the price now? Luo Feng asked. The base model, at the current exchange rate, is likely over $17 million, and with specific customization plus configurations, that's no depth. To put it simply, 17 million plus another 17 million up there is a possibility. To add nothing, so that's 17 million. That's like $1 million for a house. You might renovate it and spend $10 million as possible. How long do I have to wait if I want to make a reservation? About 2 years. It's been too long. Luo Feng shook his head. When he asked Blue Starry Sky earlier, this was the answer. And Luo Feng was obviously a bit upset. These luxury goods. Everything is good. But the money cannot by this point is not good. Everything needs to wait. It's annoying. Okay. I'm going to buy 6002? This, obviously. The 2 guests in that VIP room also heard it. They felt like they were under pressure just by being under the same roof as Luo Feng. By the way, Mr. Luo, in order to show your support for our store, we have given you a Patek Philippe seal silk scarf. There are also 2 Patek Philippe keychains, and 4 Karajova cross cuffs. A whole bunch of giveaways. Luo Feng didn't even bother to look at it and nodded his head. Okay, thanks a lot. As for these giveaways, in his mind, Luo Feng also had an arrangement. Ask for 2 keychains yourself. Made it to a Ferrari 488 and a Porsche 911 respectively. As for Audi R8, sorry, can't get it right. Open up and get tired of it. It's like a goddess who gets bored with poker for a month and goes wherever you like. You know, that's $2.7 million. Still out of reach of many people's aspirations. Wait a minute. It seems that this time home, the gift is a little too unbalanced, isn't it? Pop's $2.7 million Porsche luxury car? And a white parrot watch? It's almost $3.5 million. Yet just now, Luo Feng had only thought about giving that silk scarf to his old mom. It's still a giveaway. Mom won't kill me if she finds out, will she? Luo Feng Hong can still want to taste mom's handiwork. Luo Feng expressed a bit of panic, but after thinking about it, he thought of a good way to let his dad take the blame himself. Once Su Pearl asked, Luo Feng would throw the pot to his dad. After all, it's only natural for dad to take the fall when he's taken the big favor. As for the Kara Zoro crossbuckle, Luo Feng still gave it to his old man, who liked to wear formal clothes anyway, and it was just the right thing to wear. Manager I also add you WeChat. If your store, there are any limited edition good goods. Then WeChat said, you have to know. I can afford to consume, but also very sentimental. Luo Feng deliberately reminded. Also know that like limited edition goodies, they are reserved for the connected. Luo Feng is rich, but he's not a connected person. Let's take buying a house for example. Once a good floor plan is out there, it's not just for the relationship. Understood. Understood. Li Kong nodded. That means, there is a limited edition to inform you. You must give a lot of benefits, right? I'll go first, then. Mr. Lo is welcome to come back another time. When he heard that he would come back next time, the corner of Luo Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. The frequency of this coming, wasn't it fast enough? Of course, if there's another spending cashback card, of course Luo Feng is coming. Not buying for nothing, but, for the time being, Lo Feng has oohed and awed over his large value charge card, all courtesy of a few beautiful women and those gold-digging girls during this time. Gold-digging women offer very little. Beauties of the level of Duanmu Yunji and Bai Ningbing were offered more. 127. Porsche luxury cars in place. Around 10 in the afternoon, Luo Feng then arrived at the Beijing International Airport. When he went back, Luo Feng definitely booked first class in advance. For once, it's finally possible to skip economy class. The Patek Philippe watch box, Luo Feng naturally placed in his shoulder bag, lest you carry such a shopping bag, too high profile, and be criticized. Entrance to the lounge in first class. After Luo Feng passed the security check, there was a gentle young lady who took herself to the first class waiting room. Luo Feng directly ordered a bowl of beef noodles, looking at the young lady's unprofessional following maneuvers. Given that it was free, Luo Feng couldn't be picky about anything. Luckily there were self-serve steamer stalls on the side. Luo Feng went over and took a couple of steamed dumplings in xiaolong bao, and a strawberry juice in the meantime. The young lady's version of beef noodles really matched her rusty technique. The noodles were not strong and slightly hard. Luckily, Lo Feng has good teeth. No wonder some people can't eat hard pasta in a game. It's easy on the teeth, especially when you get killed to super ghosts. After eating, Luo Feng came to the lounge area and sat on the sofa with a bit of a good aji stance. Then check up on the system. Cashback has come. Host spends $2 million on a Patek Philippe watch, draws 3x cashback and gets $6 million. Luo Feng laughed. This one watch purchase actually backfired to make over $3.8 million. It's simply not too comfortable. The $2.7 million Porsche I bought for my old man earlier is all back now too, with an extra $900, 000 or so. At 10 o'clock, Luo Feng returned home, yet there was no one in the house. Luo Feng sent a message to his parents asking about the situation. Lorraine said she was busy at the office. After all, Dad's company, because of Luo Feng and Lin wanting, had gained cooperation with the Hongda Group. It does need to be busy. Mom's reply was simple and brutal. She sent a small video of herself repairing the Great Wall. Did Mom win? Luo Feng sent a message over and asked. Won a little, 12 p.m. scheduled time. Pearl Su replied. Luo Feng also know. Mom they about mahjong. Not new want to play until when to play until when. Once everyone has negotiated a time. Then by this time, win or lose, walk away. Playing it that way doesn't count as hurting anyone's feelings. Otherwise whoever loses is pulling woo-woo about something or something and it's really annoying. So after the fight, a late night snack is arranged? Pearl Su sent many question marks directly. Chatting like this is the new style of chatting these days. Once Luo Feng and Mom mentioned money matters, Pearl Su was about to send a string of question marks over. Luo Feng similarly sent a string of question marks over. Just call for delivery. Do not return. See Mom's reply. Luo Feng was going to die of speechlessness. After the showdown, Mom's monetary concerns were pretty much off the table. Mom's a total free agent. In the old days, when Mom wanted mahjong, she had to arrange a late-night snack. Don't they even share joy anymore? Luo Feng had no choice but to tap the takeaway software on his cell phone. So he spent 388 yuan and ordered some random food. Then another message was sent to the last live broadcast of the playing royalty. This time Lokfeng wants to score. It's better not to pull a white Nimbus fight. There's a dog licker playing the field? And good skills? Doesn't such a journey to the top smell better than by Ningbing? As for not going to class for a few days, Su Xiaoyuan and the others had arranged it long ago. And it's almost vacation time too. Lo Feng can just skip school. With all that money, Lo Feng did drift, hardly ever attending class. Day 2. At about 7 o'clock in the morning, Lo Feng woke up. Originally thought, the early bird gets the worm. Being able to have a little bit of Mom's breakfast. But it turned out Mom didn't even mean to make breakfast. Mom, it's all ready now. Don't you make breakfast? Luo Lin replied in place of his old mom. Son. She's not only not doing it today, you almost didn't have breakfast on those days you went out. Let's go. I recently found a delicious little noodle restaurant. I'll take you there. Pearl Sue replied. One by one. You're all old enough to learn to take care of yourselves. I've been a bit busy lately, so the cooking thing, let's talk about it later. By the way, son, you'll take care of lunch and dinner on your own as well. Then, the old mom added. Luo Feng was speechless. Mom and Dad, what have you guys been up to lately? The flat is busy, isn't it? Lorraine looked at her wife. Pretty much, Pearl Sue said. As for Mom's job, she's an accountant, working in an accounting firm. You're not busy today, are you, Dad? What for? Lorraine looked at her son. I may need your help today. Be specific about what's going on, Lorraine said directly. Go ahead and go to the office. If I really need help, I'll just come straight to the office and find you. Still then, go ahead and have breakfast. Lorraine stood up and came. Soon, Luo Feng followed his dad, and he came to a neighborhood. Across the road from the neighborhood, there is a mobile breakfast cart. Both had a bowl of Magic City's famous Yangchun noodles. Noodles are something that you will almost always eat whether you are rich or poor. And the ingredients for making noodles are actually pretty much the same, even better flour? How good can it be? 10 o'clock in the morning. Luo Feng then received a call from Li Gaohua. Mr. Luo, I'm very pleased to inform you that the Primera Sport model you reserved has arrived at the Porsche Center in Mordor. Ready for the handover ceremony. May I ask when you'll be coming over? Before Luo Feng replied, the other party continued. Please don't worry, Mr. Luo. I personally and throughout the Porsche Center to deal with the delivery ceremony, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. And came over on purpose, have a heart. Luo Feng replied. It should. Li Gaohua replied politely. This one will sell for $2.7 million. Li Gaoers also gets a hefty commission. Okay? After all, this $2.7 million Porsche is a hot potato, and if the manufacturer hadn't forced it on the dealers, then they wouldn't have chosen it. After all, it's very well equipped. But the price/performance ratio is very low. The reason why Luo Feng bought it was because he thought it was suitable for Pops, who also liked Porsches. I'll call you when I arrive. No more than 2 hours before or after. Luo Feng replied and then hung up. Dad, are you still at the office? Yeah, son. What exactly is it you need my help with? Dad, you wait a little bit, I'll come over right away. You deal with the work in your hand. Come with me later, Luo Feng said, not giving his dad a chance to say anything. He directly hung up the phone. What's the matter with this bear boy? Secretive? Seeing this, Lorraine was flabbergasted and also continued to deal with the matter at hand. Wait a moment. Just take a trip with this kid. What on earth is going on that you still need to do it yourself? 128. Dad was shocked. How many cars did this kid buy? But this kid. It can't be about that Lin wanting, right? Lorraine saw her son being secretive. Bad associations soon followed. So when the time comes, what should that donut call himself? Grandpa? Calling Luo Feng Dad? Just thinking about the situation made Lorraine's head spin a little. Although Lin Wanning's family is indeed good, to put it bluntly, if there hadn't been a regiment, he thought, surely this marriage would have been a superior one. Still, LOL. Don't want to. Let's see what tricks our son is up to. 20 minutes or so, Luo Feng then drove his Audi R8 and went to his dad's Jiamei construction company. Before I even got out of the car, I started calling my dad. Hey Dad, I'm downstairs. Come on down. Ooh-hoo, here we go. Lorraine replied and simply hung up. As the saying goes, it's a blessing that can't be avoided. He prayed that this son never give himself any kind of a shock before he did. Drip, drip, drip. Seeing his passing dad coming, Rockwind pressed the pull dart a couple times. Get in the car. Dad, son, what's going on? Lorraine sat on the passenger side, while curiously inquiring again. Wait a while and Dad will know. Luo Feng smiled, but Dad's mood even more depressed. Soon, Luo Feng drove the Audi, and then arrived at the Porsche Center. Lorraine just stared at her son in contemplation, not looking at the road, not even realizing where the car had gotten to. Luo Feng sent a message to Li Gaohua in advance. The other side said it had waited for Lo Feng. Hey son, what are you doing in the Porsche Center? Lorraine still saw the site on the side and all of a sudden wondered about it. In a minute you'll know. See here, Lorraine had actually been relieved to come to this place. Not to buy a car? What is it? Lorraine knew in her heart that this kid was up to no good. Is it looking at a Porsche car to pay for yourself? This kid has money of his own. Why don't he take care of it himself? As long as it's under $1 million, bite the bullet and give it to this bear. After all, it was my son who helped with the recent contract, plus the old couple, who had recently received many gifts from Luo Feng. The son is filial to his old man. The old man has to be filial to his son, too. Blah blah blah. What the hell? That hurts. Dad, get off. When he came to the parking space, Luo Feng greeted his dad and got out of the car, but then Li Gaohua greeted him. Hello Mr. Luo. Li Gaohua looked at Lorraine and greeted him as well. Hello, Mr. Lorraine. Hello. Lorraine nodded. Both of you. This way please. Li Gaohua made an inviting gesture. Soon, Luo Feng and Luo Lin went inside the Porsche Center. There were supposed to be all kinds of Porsche luxury cars parked here, but the whole hall, today, was empty. There was only one car of unknown type, covered by a large red cloth. Li Gaohua, Mr. Lorraine this way please. Lorraine nodded and looked curiously towards the red cloth-covered car. This Nima, it's like opening a blind box. Son wouldn't have ordered a high-end Porsche 911, would he? This is a car that, in the eyes of a young person, should be very likable, but it's over $3 million for the high-end. But Dad does not know. Luo Feng has already bought, but on the way, I believe that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, will also arrive. Dad, happy birthday in advance. Luo Feng made a wink and let the employee lift the red cloth on top of this Porsche. When opened, Dad, who had always been a calm and collected person, couldn't help but be a little stunned at the moment, and the expression was moving, sniffling, not so much as to cry, but still touched. He pretended to be stern and said, I say, son, you've been spending money again. Dad, that investment company I had before, another dividend came, adding up to more than $30 million. Luo Feng smiled and explained, I'll show you the dividend record when I get home later. That's why I purchased a Primera in the capital. Of course, Tang Tian also told me in advance that there would be $30 million in dividends, so I also ordered a Porsche 911 in advance. But it's still on the way today. It'll be here tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Hear that? The surrounding employees, too, could only suck in a breath of cold air. 2 cars? Added up? Almost 6 million, right? 2.7 million? Add 3 million. Lorraine was at a loss for what to say, but it wasn't appropriate to lecture her son in front of so many people. You recognize this car, don't you, Dad? Lorraine said directly. We're not recognized. Of the high-end version, comparable to a sports car wagon. He's a Porsche fan. Okay? Actually, Luo Feng is really rich after all. Just realized that my home, in fact, is not as bad as I thought. Dad doesn't make $1 million a year either. Instead, it's almost 2 million. Plus investing money. The hidden assets of the family were completely unknown to Luo Feng. Of course, there are no tens of billions and billions of dollars, but the big 10 million should be there. But Luo Feng felt that the old days? It's also not like the feeling of having tens of millions of dollars at home, right? It always feels like the family can't even afford to have $5 million in addition to the house. But none of that matters. Perhaps it was because they knew Luo Feng didn't need their money that they slowly showed their cards. It's not that I can't afford to spend money on myself. Rather, do you think tens of millions of dollars is a lot? Once you give your son the habit of being a big spender, the golden mountain will be lost. Dad, go try it? Luo Feng nudged toward the Porsche. Li Gaohua, who was on one side, also spoke up. Our Porsche Center has cleared the outside test drive loop for Mr. Lorraine, so you can experience it to your heart's content. Thanks a lot. Dad excitedly took the car keys and opened the door, and Luo Feng sat on the passenger side. Lorraine carefully nudged the gas pedal and drove towards the test drive loop outside. The powerful engine explodes with 550 horsepower, plus Porsche's proud PDK gearbox. That feeling, karma came up in a flash. As for the less than 4 seconds of 0-100 time, I'm sorry, test drive the ring road. Simply cannot play. But pops on this will not care too much. That are young people care about things. They are for luxury cars, more concerned about the driving experience and comfort. That's a really well-equipped car. Ha, $2.7 million. It's worth it. Luo Feng was about to throw up when he heard this. Just this configuration. If he didn't think it suited Pops, Luo Feng wouldn't have insulted the intelligence at all. Okay, but $1,000 can't buy me liking it. Dad is worth the price since he likes it. After all, when Luo Feng bought it, he thought it was perfect for Dad. Dad, I don't think you should be too happy. Right now, you need to give Mom an explanation. Seeing this, Lorraine gripped the steering wheel and asked rhetorically, shouldn't you be the one to explain? What am I explaining? I'm explaining that you paid me and then let me take the Porsche home. Lorraine almost hit someone for a moment. Is it that bad? Where does he call his son to mention any Porsche? But this young plot. Lorraine said there was nothing he could do at all. One can only be hard-headed and take the next big black pot. By the way, Dad, I almost forgot to tell you. I also bought a 488 Ferrari. Luo Feng said so. Lorraine slammed on the brakes. What? Ferrari? 488? Yeah. See what I'm going to say to my mom? Luo Feng said with a smile. Lorraine was speechless. I haven't even figured out what to say about my own $2.7 million Porsche. You've got a $6 million Ferrari. You'd better figure it out yourself. Son, what do you say we hide it from your mom together? Lorraine proposed. 129, crap. That license plate is a bit anticlimactic. No, that's a terrible solution too. After all, it would be too inconvenient not to be able to drive home. Luo Feng didn't have a showdown before. The Audi R8 has just been confined to the neighborhood of the house. Things like that. Luo Feng didn't want to try it again. Oh yeah Dad, got you a white parrot watch by the way. It's a perpetual calendar version. Ha? Lorraine was surprised for a moment, but with the Porsche $2.7 million luxury car all coming, it wasn't too overwhelming. You didn't buy anything for Mom? Mom? Lo Feng said a bit. A silk scarf from Patek Philippe. Lorraine expressed her speechlessness. Dad, do you think we could fool around and say that the silk scarf is a Patek Philippe for over $1 million? Do you think Mom would believe that? Lorraine looked at Luo Feng as if she was looking at him with the eyes of a retarded child. If you want to do it, I don't oppose it, but I won't participate. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng laughed, although he also knew that his mom did not pursue luxury goods. But in the age of the internet, a casual check, he knew it, okay? From his own pocket, Luo Feng quickly took out his wristwatch. Dad, I'll leave it to you. You're old and resourceful. You should know how to handle this. I believe that with Dad's shrewdness, he will arrange Mom in a clear way. Lorraine was first speechless, then said, I've figured out a way. Oh, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to give your mom that all of it was bought for me by you. I just can't look at it. I'm going to buy her a Porsche 718 as a compensation, and I'm going to be able to get by. Lorraine said, what about me? Luo Feng expressed a black question mark. I'm sure my son, with his intelligence, is able to set his mother up in a clear way. Lorraine laughed instead. Luo Feng was speechless. Where's the promised pit stop? Did it turn out to be a son of a pit? And the Porsche Center. After half an hour or so, Luo Feng had also taken care of the payment, thinking about purchasing a Porsche 718 for Pearl Sue. Although Luo Feng has idle Audi R8, but that car, not suitable for Mom to drive. Why bother with that when you have the money? Just buy it again straight away. I'll tell your mom first. We have a surprise for her, Lorraine said. Luo Feng was a bit lifeless. The pleasure is all yours. I have nothing. Lorraine just smiled and didn't respond. Right, Dad. I'll leave first. The Ferrari 488 is coming today as well. I'll handle the licensing. Luo Feng stated. What about my license plate? Lorraine just said. Not far away. Li Gaohua said. Mr. Lorraine, we'll take care of your license plate throughout. On Luo Feng's side, he left in an Audi R8. Lorraine at the Porsche Center, on the other hand, needed to stay and take care of a little something else. About half an hour or so, Luo Feng arrived at the Ferrari Center, and the Ferrari employees were already receiving. After determining Luo Feng's identity, then he handed over the car keys and some paperwork to Luo Feng. Mr. Lo, how are you ready for your license plate? The Ferrari staff member, called Long Jean, asked tentatively at this moment. This question has deep meaning. Although the license plates are already publicly drawn, but good numbers? Do you think it's publicly drawn? Why are good license plates almost always on good cars? And even when they're not, the owners of the plates are very powerful and influential? Luo Feng was about to open his mouth and say something, but immediately it came to mind. In his backpack, there is a prop card called any license plate, although it is said to be arbitrary, but also compliance. For example, to settle in Mordor, you can't mess with the beginnings of other cities, can you? And it can't be more or less than the number of digits in the license plate either. I choose Shanghai 488, Ferrari 488 with this license plate. Absolutely awesome. Ding. Props card used successfully. Host needs to go to the DMV to register the number plate. The matter of the license plate. We go directly to the DMV. The whole process is handed over to you to operate. The last choice is Shanghai 488. There is no problem, right? After all, it's dads who buy cars. Let's not even talk about the $6 million car. Even if it's tens of thousands of dollars, it's the guy who sells the car who does the paperwork. For those buying a car, just go to the DMV rest area and wait. What? When he heard this license plate, Long Jean almost died on the spot. None of them have been to the DMV yet? And Luo Feng just arranged for a license plate? And this number 488? With this 488 Ferrari? Crap. And so on. This man's name is Luo Feng? The license plate. It's a little out of this world. Long Jean also wondered. This young man, what kind of background is it? A few moments later, Long Kim drove a Ferrari 488 to the DMV. Luo Feng was just playing with his cell phone in the lounge area, pulling a gold-worshipping female goddess to play the game. Whiny and pouty the whole time. Luckily, Luo Feng was wearing headphones. Otherwise the people around him must have looked at themselves in unison. The other side's list of desires, though, is a $3,000 limited edition skin, and such a skin requires a full quota for the lottery. It's not a direct and explicit price. Luo Feng didn't hesitate to give it away for the sake of wool gathering. The other person wanted to ask herself out to dinner, but Luo Feng excused himself and said he had something. Rejected. Maybe this 90-point face goddess is raising a ton of liquors, but in Luo Feng's case, it was properly a little licking dog. However, during today's time, Lin Ruoshi did send a message to herself, as if she had something to say. Since she's not talking, Luo Feng still thought it was better to forget about it, not actively asking. Of course, Lin Ruoshi and Luo Feng's relationship was almost just a chance away. Luo Feng felt that he still had to take it when he had the chance. Otherwise it's too stifling. It's been a long time since I've had meat. When the license plate was processed, Long Kim was still a little nervous, secretly sighing, this Luo Feng, he really is too good. Mr. Luo, the license plate has been taken care of, Long Jean said, and the license plate is already in place. Thanks, Luo Feng smiled. Don't be too surprised. It's just a network picking cards. Do you think Long Jean is stupid? Would believe it? How come they couldn't pick such a great license? Ferrari Center is also connected. Okay? Luo Feng looked at the electronic license plate tags, and the various insurance markings. There were no problems, and instructed them all to stick them on the Ferrari. Trouble you guys, Luo Feng said. I should, if it's possible, Mr. Luo, give me a good review in the middle of a return call. I appreciate it. As a Ferrari purchase, all with return phone calls. It's also an attitude. Don't worry, here you go. Luo Feng nodded. After that, he drove the brand new and already licensed Ferrari 488 and left the vehicle management center. All the way up, Luo Feng keeps experiencing the difference between a Ferrari and an Audi R8. In terms of overall performance, the difference really isn't that much. You don't think Ferrari is so awesome, just a little more horsepower. Audi's top-of-the-line luxury car is still very nice. If you have to compare them in terms of performance, any Porsche that hasn't arrived yet is actually tougher than the Ferrari 488. Only the Ferrari is really handsome and respectable. At its simplest, if you go out in a Porsche 911, you hang a turn signal. Grumpy old man might just go over the top. But Ferrari? Maybe he'll have to think about it. Fame and prestige are, in fact, Ferrari's biggest selling points. Of course, being so expensive, the quality is certainly not a problem. It's just a way of saying that the main thing you're buying for that much money is just the brand name. Otherwise Audi and Porsche's high-end cars casually kill some of Ferrari's low-end cars that aren't as expensive as Ferrari. 130, once the Ferrari is out, and the young lady came? Townsend sighed. Luo Feng parked the Ferrari next to the Audi R8. In all fairness, Luo Feng prefers to drive an Audi R8. However, the Ferrari 488 has a high brand positioning, and its appearance is handsome enough. Like Luo Feng, who will have to get to know more goddess-level characters in the future. Of course you need a Ferrari. After all, by showing strength, you don't need to search for the goddess-gathering reward on your own. It comes to you of its own accord. The Ferrari, though, is really backbreaking, especially someone like Luo Feng who is around 185. An Audi R8 or Porsche 911 is so much more comfortable than these low-slung sports cars. So much tougher. Of course, the Ferrari fee waist is too short, but it's too inviting to beautiful women and more waste-consuming. After parking the car, Luo Feng came to the downstairs Starbucks in Townsend, ordered a coffee. Ding! Just now the host gave Miss Goddess 90 points a game set. Satisfied desire. Gain 1 attribute point. In addition, you will receive a company investment prop card. Prop card function. The host invests at least $10 million to register the company, and will receive a super manager and an elite investor, and the funds invested into this investment company will have an annual return of at least 10%. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. This stuff is good. This was a reward for Luo Feng, a chance to be a shirker. At the same time the wealth value has gained in value. Of course, wealth and all that, it doesn't matter. The company is the social status. You having 100 million in cash is far less important than having a company worth 100 million with a high status identity. Because your money, that's what's on your bank card. And a company? Just have collaborators to work with. Employees. Proper social status. Luo Feng thought about it and hadn't figured out where to land the company. Wait and think about it. After all, The school has had a lot of transfer student spots lately too. Luo Feng also wanted to sign up. Honestly, it's the same idea as White Nimbus. No effort in high school. One garbage school. Lowenwind wanted to experience a different school atmosphere. As for disciplines, wouldn't it be over if Luo Feng's attribute points were added? Still can't finish the transfer student test? Hello little brother. A pleasant voice suddenly came over. Luo Feng hid his eyes. Walking beside her was a white young lady. It looks beautiful though, but very Netflix looking. Standard snake face. It's not interesting at all. Is Luo Feng actually being accosted? Actually, Luo Feng has been noticed since he left the keys to the Ferrari and Audi R8 on the table, right? Luo Feng looked at the other party's list of desires. Lu Feng, age 23, height 162 centimeters, weight 43 kilograms, face value 81 points, body 85 points. As for the list of desires, Luo Feng didn't even want to look at it. Not a goddess. Not interested at all. Okay, but it seems like the other person has a list of desires and wants to play poker with himself so badly. Added that. I'd be willing to pay even if I didn't. Is that how these ladies think? It's okay to have money and not pay for it? No money? No poker even if you pay? Although Luo Feng is handsome, he is not so handsome that he is at the level of free poker ladies and they are willing, right? It's really all about money. Such a boyfriend, pulling out will give you face. What more money do you need from him? What kind of bike do you want? Are you alone, little brother? Does Murphy think I look like a dog? Luo Feng and Yang Master started straight away. Little brother is really good at joking, the young lady said. Little brother, recently the internet has a very hot skill. Driving a Ferrari with one hand. Can you do it? It won't. I'll give you the facts. Ferraris are high horsepower, rear-wheel drive performance cars, but anyone who says they drive a Ferrari one-handed basically doesn't have a Ferrari. Oh, the young lady nodded and forced a smile, expecting the other to say, I'll take you to show you off on the Ferrari? Then, little brother, can I add your WeChat? The little sister continued. Sorry, my girlfriend has to check her cell phone every day before she goes to bed. Luo Feng helplessly shrugged his shoulders. In fact, this girl is also considered a small pretty. Unfortunately, Luo Feng's vision is too high. Little brother, don't have a trumpet? Don't worry. I know things well and won't disturb little brother, the young sister said in a pitiful manner. Luo Feng said in a serious manner. Don't ask. The car key I bought from Taba. Fake. Specifically to pretend. The young lady was speechless. She was insightful enough to know the authenticity of the car keys, but the way this little brother rejected himself. It's too breathless, isn't it? I don't see myself. It's true that a big guy with a Ferrari has no shortage of girls at all, right? You don't even deserve to be a spare tire? But Luo Feng here? You want to be the spare tire? At least you have to have the face value of a goddess, right? That is, pull out. 99% of men want to play poker kind of women, so to speak. Only bye-bye. After disliking Missy away, Luo Feng quietly enjoyed his time alone again, thinking about where to locate the company. In fact, among the transfer students, the place Luo Feng wanted to go was Shu City. That place, after all, is known as one of the most beautiful places, and it's true to face value. The point is, there are supposedly more women than men. Once a man is in good condition, that's all chased in pieces. If Luo Feng goes there, he'll charm the hell out of everyone. Don't a lot of the men over there become men on top of men? Anyway, I don't know if it's real or not, but the beauty is of good quality. That's a must. And over there, it's now a rising super tier 1 city as well. Just go to the transfer students over there. More beautiful women for better wool gathering. The system, itself, was made for goddesses. Luo Feng also decided. Own company. Since we're going over to Shuchang, we'll have to settle over there. After all, I've heard that the real estate over there is restricted. And it's much better to have a company. Follow the investment company prop card. The minimum investment should be $10 million, and it will place senior management talent. There's also the Elite Investor 1, and an annual return on investment gain of at least 10%. This is something that smells so much better than money on a bank card. Think about the current bank interest rate. It's only a pathetic percent, but it's recently dropped again. So, this company was established and Luo Feng was going to put more money into it. Currently Luo Feng's funds came to almost $30 million. There are also a ton of various cashback card props that haven't been realized. Synthesize. Rockwind is supposed to have 40 million in cash flow. Yes, it's cash flow. Like some kind of Longines watch exchange card. BMW car exchange card. Luo Feng redeemed it and sold it is. Of course, Luo Feng had a prop card. It's called US Stocks 3-Day Trend Information Card. Something like that. Combined with your own investment company, It could simply be a hit. Better yet, you can raise money from outside sources and then grow your company by fire. With such an information card, Luo Feng didn't just want to bring by Ningbing to make money, and it could also bring friends. After all, connections, too, were what Luo Feng needed. When the amount of money in the investment company is more, then Luo Feng's position will be higher. 131, meeting Imperial Sister Lin wanting again. Help her top it. After a light lunch at Starbucks, Luo Feng, on the other hand, drove his Ferrari and headed to the Impression City shopping center. Those cards in the backpack. Luo Feng wants to go ahead and use it up. With a low grade and a low amount of cashback card, Luo Feng can give by Ningbing and buy some gifts to send over. After the little girl gave a hand pull, it was not as repulsive to Luo Feng's gift as it was before. It was coy to say no all the time, but Luo Feng's excuse for forcing it was a good one. In the City of Impressions, Luo Feng once again used the parking trick taught to the young anchor. I have to say, that makes it very real. That time when I drove over in my father's old Audi, there was no such treatment. However, Luo Feng soon saw a familiar person. Tuan, this bear? What's happening now? Though, is that the group is being bears again? Hey, Tuan, where's your mom? Luo Feng immediately went up and looked around, but he didn't see Lin Wanting. So, this Lin Wanting's heart? How big is it? Mom is just across the street. Ah, Tuan responded. Little brother, are you here to shop too? Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the previous lesson had been learned. At least he wouldn't let Tuan run around in the mall across the levels. Why aren't you with your mom again? It's my mom who told me to come over. She has to take care of something. Tuan replied. What? Toxic, isn't it? This Lam Wanting? What's the matter? You've dismissed the troop? Brother Luo Feng. This time it wasn't Tuan who took the initiative to run away. Don't be mean to Tuan. Luo Feng was speechless. Alright then, I'll take you there and see what your mom is up to. Yeah, the group was actually curious about it. When Luo Feng held Tuan and walked towards Lin Wanting was found, arguing with a man, and it seems to be pretty intense. Tuan, who is that man? Don't recognize it. Tuan spoke up. It's kind of fun. Tuan doesn't recognize it? But Luo Feng keenly realized that that man should be known to Lin Wanting, and it definitely has a story. Otherwise, a high-strung beauty like Lin Wanting? How could she pay attention to a stranger, even if there were any quarrels? According to Lin Wanting's character, she wouldn't have shivered too much and wouldn't have branched out from the troop. When Luo Feng pulled Tuan closer and closer, the man still saw Luo Feng and spoke. Lin Wanting, who is this man? Tuan was taken aback by the man. Hurriedly, he hid behind Luo Feng. Lin Wanting also saw Luo Feng. Between her eyebrows, there was a somewhat tired look. Why did you come? I just came over to get some stuff, but I saw Tuan alone. What's with you? Luo Feng inquired. But think. I'm afraid it's close to the truth of my own imagination. This man, for example, is Tuan's mysterious father? I'm Tuan's dad. And who are you? When Tuan heard this, he immediately disliked. You're not Tuan's father. Tuan doesn't have a father at all. The man took a deep breath and forced his voice to soften. Tuan, I'm your father. Luo Feng looked at Lin Wanting as if the other party did not respond. Looks like this guy is Tuan's father? You're not, Tuan still said. Where's the mad dog coming from that's making a mess of recognizing relatives? Is it going to kidnap a child? Luo Feng first sent a message on WeChat. Cursing ensued. He rarely opened his mouth so directly, but seeing Lin Wanting's first desire, he had to dislike him. You how? I what? Looking at that scruffy look of yours, I now suspect that something is very wrong with you. Are you trying to kidnap a child? Then don't plot against me. When Luo Feng's words fell, it had obviously attracted the attention of the security guards. The security guard, Li Goen, stepped forward and said, Mr. Luo, what happened here? This man, posing as my friend's daughter's father and behaving strangely. You now take him back for a proper interrogation. Luo Feng spoke. Yes, just now, this man, while Ms. Lin wasn't with her daughter, he gave the little girl the word that he was her father. As a result, the other little girl said no. Of course, just now Luo Feng sent a message to Li Goen. After all, the last time to save the troop. The security guard said that the reporter wants to interview or something, and there are a whole lot of managers, all of whom have added Luo Feng's WeChat, and Luo Feng didn't hesitate to send over $3,000. Li Goen will surely bring his men here. Okay, Mr. Luo. Li Goen nodded and looked at the man. Sir, please cooperate. We need to ask you some questions. What are you doing? The man, seeing that something was wrong, raised his voice a little and, taking a few steps back toward the glass railing, threatened, If you come any closer, I'll jump. Li Goen was confused. Don't even know what to do. How can it be so strange? Actually, Luo Feng looked at the man. His face value was really good, around 92 points. The height was also about the same as Luo Feng. But seeing the terrible clothes and look, it's a bit of the Cialis style from back in the day. Obviously it looks a bit scruffy, but you can't hide how handsome it is. But on second thought, if he wasn't handsome, how could he attract Lin Wanting? You're going to jump down? Luo Feng said. Stay back, the man threatened. I don't believe you can jump. Luo Feng laughed. And we're on the 4th floor. 20 meters, right? Jumping at such a height, along with the hard floor, I think the mortality rate will be high, right? Now the stage is given to you. You jump down. The man was outright confused. Don't dare? Since Luo Feng knew the other party's list of desires, he must also know what he wanted. Captain Li, don't care about him, just rush over and grab him. If he really jumps, you guys just say that the accident that happened while saving him counts at most as not saving him. Luo Feng opened his mouth and lowered his voice. Even if something happens, I'll take the blame. Also, he really won't jump. Do you think he really wants to commit suicide? But it's just that he's afraid of being caught. Luo Feng saw that the other party was difficult. Even if you go in, this is about 1 or 2 years, and you guys are really saving people from jumping. Don't worry, things I'll be thankful for. Luo Feng saw the other party's list of desires. It's disgusting. Must be grabbed over. He can't dance for shit. He's not gonna dance. Hey, you're not going to jump? Hurry up. Luo Feng directly shouted over. But the man just cursed and pointed at Luo Feng. But there was no intention of jumping at all. Who are you? Do you know that this is against the law? The man gritted his teeth. I only broke the law if you jumped. What's the point of me not jumping? Luo Feng continued. Captain Li, you know it, right? This person can't jump at all. Take him back to the security room. Luo Feng nudged towards Li Goen. Damn, just scare us, huh? Li Goen also knew that the other party wouldn't jump and started to get stupid. I'm not going to the security room. You guys are going to hurt me. The man spoke up. Seeing this, Lin Wanting mused. If he wants to harm you, even if you don't go to the security room this time, you won't be able to escape next time. I see. You pair of dogs, trying to fix me, the man said viciously. Everyone throw a little recommendation votes to the author. Recommendation votes are free. The next day will be again. If there is a monthly vote, throw a little is also possible. Thank you. 132, security company established. Help Lam Yuan Ting. Dog boy and girl? Oh, Luo Feng's face darkened as well. Zhou Jiahong, what are you talking about? Who's a dog, man and woman? Lin Wanting glared at Zhou Jiahong in shame. Ha ha ha, I got you. Didn't I? Getting pissed off. You're just dogs and men. Luo Feng ignored it and looked at Lin Wanting. Shall we go? Lin Wanting hesitated, but still nodded. Zhou Jiahong got smug. 2 dogs and boys. After being dismantled, they have no place to hide? What? Lin Wanting is okay, right? Luo Feng ignored it, but also know what the other guy means when he says it's okay. Glancing at the sexy high-heeled and neat silk Lin Wanting. She can indeed. Lin Wanting was just about to respond to Zhou Jiahong, but Luo Feng calmly said, what are you bothering with a dead man? For the sake of someone who is going to die, just be kind to him. Ha ha ha, dead man. Are you trying to laugh me to death? I'm here. Come over and beat me to death. Zhou Jiahong said arrogantly. Let's go. Luo Feng ignored him. Zhou Jiahong looked at Luo Feng and Lin Wanting as they both left with Tuan Tuan, then looked at the few security guards staring at him and shouted, I won't let this go. Lin Wanting, you wait. I'll fight for Tuan Tuan. Seeing that Lin Wanting wanted to dislike her, Luo Feng once again blocked. Sister Wanting, don't pay any attention to him. There's no need for that. A mad dog. Lin Wanting's face was also all tired. I'm ready to go home. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about going back. Luo Feng sent Lin Wanting and Tuan Tuan to the underground parking lot and watched them leave. Luo Feng was also not in the mood for shopping, leaving impressions. As for the Lin family, when Lin Wanting came back, she first gave Tuan Tuan to the family piano teacher, and then said to her father, Lin Shigang, Dad, let me tell you something. Come to the study. Lin Shigang changed his image of a huckster little old man and said seriously. In the study, Lin Shigang looked at Lin Wanting. What has appeared? I see you have a preoccupied look on your face. I was at Impression City and saw him. Lin Wanting said bitterly. Oh, that dog, still dares to come back. What does he want to do? Lin Shigang gritted his teeth. He wants to be with me, and he also wants custody of Tuan Tuan. Lin Wanting said. Oh, dream on. It's impossible. Lin Shigang sneered. Dad, even if he can't take away Tuan's custody, he's always Tuan's father, and if he wants to spy on the rights, it's hard for us to stop him. What the hell is that dog doing? Lin Wanting pursed her lips. He wants $10 million. Oh, think beautifully, I've given $2 million before. Let her get lost. It's only a few years past. What a dog. Lin Shurgang scolded. Lin Wanting didn't respond to this topic but said, when we were in Impression City, we met Luo Feng. He saw him too and thought that Luo Feng and I were lovers, and also cursed very badly. What's that kid doing in Impression? Lin Wanting still didn't reply to this question. Because people were going shopping. So how did she know why they were going? Just saying out loud. In Impression City Luo Feng's performance. And then added, given that Zhou Jiahong cursed very badly, and Luo Feng expressed his intention to deal with him, I'm worried that Luo Feng will do something stupid. Lin Shurgang's brows immediately furrowed. Tell me carefully, what did this child say? Lin Wanting repeated Luo Feng's words to her father and hesitated for a moment. I'm worried that he'll use the power over in Bangkok. Yes, I'm afraid there really is such a possibility. Lin Shurgang's eyes gazed up. Speaking here, Lin Shurgang lowered his voice. In fact, if he succeeds, it will be beneficial to us and has nothing to do with us. Dad. Lin Wanting immediately glared at her father in dissatisfaction. In fact, you shouldn't worry about him now, but rather worry more about the rest of your past life. If he really wants to deal with Zhou Jiahong, and he said that Zhou Jiahong is already a dead man, then the power in Bangkok is beyond imagination. Lin Shurgang said. Ha? Lin Wanting froze. Could it be that what Luo Feng said was true? That this person was dead? I can't tell you the specifics, but all you need to know is that if he wants the other party, Zhou Jiahong, he might actually die 10 deaths. Lin Shurgang clarified. What about that? The best thing to do is just let it happen. It's a good thing. We fish for it. If no matter how it gets messed up, it won't involve us. Lin Shurgang said from his daughter's standpoint. If we really solve Zhou Jiahong, our previous worries and concerns will be completely redundant. Lin Shurgang added. But, Lin Shurgang also understood his daughter's meaning, and after enduring, he said, alright, you go persuade Luo Feng the boy. As for Zhou Jiahong's matter, I'll think of a way. Luo Feng returned home. It was time to start digesting the reward for satisfying Lin Wanting's first desire just now. After all, the other party's first desire at that time was to hurry up and get rid of this disgusting person Zhou Jiahong. Lo Feng went to dislike him, quickly took his sexy aunt away as well. Ding! Lin Wanting 95 points goddess. Gained 5 attribute points. Reward, 1, private security company redemption card. Function, 10 senior security personnel. Crap, security company? Luo Feng got excited. Immediately clicked use. Ding! The host has obtained the Bangkok Loyalty Hall Security Company. 10 senior security personnel have been stationed in the company, and will, within a week, be on the right track. The contact information of the relevant personnel has been implanted in the host's WeChat contact list, and for the host, information encryption guarantee. Luo Feng immediately checked his WeChat, found that there was actually a loyalist security grouping. There are 10 people in there. Each one has its own code name. For example, number 1 Wang Wei, number 2 Huang Qizheng, and so on. Everyone had sent messages to Luo Feng, including self-introductions. There are also matters of responsibility, areas of business proficiency, and so on. And there's a 120% loyalty mark. Absolute die-hard level. Luo Feng was currently pondering whether or not to mobilize these few people and settle Zhou Jiahong. According to the 10 people's self-introduced fighting strength, all of them could be easily solved. But Luo Feng didn't act rashly. She looked at the moment Lin Wanting's first desire was to completely make this man disappear from her life. Luo Feng found a blind spot. Letting him disappear from Lin Wanting's life didn't mean letting Zhou Jiahong disappear completely. So there is room for maneuver. Luo Feng quickly edited a text and sent his request to Wang Wei, the number 1 bodyguard of the Loyalty Hall. Wang Wei is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the company. Luo Feng intended to let Wang Wei and the entire company discuss the countermeasures. Almost 10 minutes or so later, Wang Wei sent over a program. Wang Wei meant to devise a fairy jump. If Wang Wei wins, then there's a lot of room for maneuver. If the other party resisted the fairy dance, then Luo Feng would play with him slowly through legal channels. Rather, I want to see if this Zhou Jiahong can afford to procrastinate. After all, in terms of finding lawyers and finding manpower, Luo Feng had the money to play it slow. Once Zhou Jiahong made a mistake, he would naturally don't catch and then completely screw up. Luo Feng secretly made a decision, but Lin Wanting happened to send a message over. Luo Feng, don't mess around. I can solve these things. Let's go through the formal channels. 133, yuck, just a scumbag. Luo Feng revealed a smile. Lin Wanting's attitude towards herself was clearly satisfying. After all, for Lin Wanting, She was maximizing her gains by watching the fire from across the river and still letting Luo Feng finish off Zhou Jiahong, right? But Lin Wanting didn't choose to do that, so it won a lot of Luo Feng's favor. Come to think of it, she's pathetic, being pestered by such a disgusting man. Don't worry, Sister Wanting, I still know what to do and what not to do, Luo Feng replied to the message. When Luo Feng replied so, Lin Wanting immediately made a voice call. Luo Feng, I'm not joking, you really don't mess around. I'll fix this, Lin Wanting almost begged in a tone to. Yes, Luo Feng agreed, but said, can I hear his story with you? Lin Wanting also let out a sigh of relief and responded, this person is my college classmate, 1 year above me. He was indeed very good at first. Soon, Lin Wanting then spoke up about those things. If the relationship wasn't in place, these things, Lin Wanting categorically wouldn't talk to Luo Feng. It seemed that Luo Feng was still very important in her mind. Then sophomore year, he took me to Love Falls on my birthday, and we made a promise. And, Lin Wanting paused here. He's a scumbag. Lin Wanting scolded fiercely, then laughed at herself. Luo Feng, do you think I'm bad? How could I be obsessed and believe in him? Since that birthday, he has been avoiding me, and after finding out that there was a troop, he finally chose to drop out of school. Originally I thought that I wouldn't have anything to do with him for the rest of my life, but he came to my door, and in order for my family to put the matter to rest, they gave him $2 million. For these, Luo Feng actually knew all about it. It's not that specific though, but by analyzing Zhou Jiahong's list of desires, it was probably guessed. But what Luo Feng couldn't figure out was that a scummy man who had abandoned a woman like that was still going to get $2 million in compensation. Luo Feng is very upset. I thought the other guy would take the money and go far away, but after the flowers were gone, he started coming to my door to beat up my family again. Lin Wanting gritted her teeth. In the past, for the sake of my face, my family put things to rest, but over the years I've figured it out. This time I won't let him get what he wants. I'm going to fight to the end, Lin Wanting said with conviction. Luo Feng, really? Let me fix it, Lin Wanting continued. There are some things that will be very troublesome once they cross the line. Luo Feng said, don't worry, Sister Wanting, I was just scaring him before. He's just a rotten life. Why should I be like this? Lin Wanting sighed in relief. It's good that you think so. This time, I really thank you. Don't be polite, Luo Feng replied. The two ended the call. Luo Feng was also very upset. This dog, it's really disgusting. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Luo Feng tweeted with his parents. Ask them when they'll be back. The result was the same as Luo Feng expected. 2 people actually went to the Oriental gym? Dashing off? Luo Feng, a single dog. No, not a single dog, but almost as good as a single dog. Could only order a takeaway at the moment, then bring a better skilled gold-digging female goddess to play League of Legends. Almost 10 o'clock. Only then did my parents come home in their sweatshirts. Mom, back. Ha? Luo Feng asked as he just finished a handful of games and went out in the living room. Oh, a silk scarf worth $1 million? Pearl Su directly spat out. Luo Feng looked at his father breathlessly. What a pitiful thing to do. Sold your son? Ha ha ha. Mom, you have to believe me. It was a complete accident. Well, I could care less. You crawled out of my intestines, Su Pearl said with a blank look. Luo Feng immediately pampered himself and came over. Thank you, Mom. Mom's cooking is so good. Tomorrow I want to eat white chopped chicken. Alright, cut it out. You're a male, not my daughter, Pearl Su said helplessly. By the way, Mom, would you like me to practice driving with you? You're late, Lorraine said. Why do you think we're so late? Luo Feng did not say anything. So teach Mom to drive to Goa? Young man, you still have enough to learn. Lorraine looked at Luo Feng proudly. You two gentlemen, don't sing a double act. I still don't know you, old Luo. Let me remind you. Although that car is a filial favor from your son, but if you dare to have any crooked thoughts, you know. Seeing Mom say this, Dad immediately said, what can I have in mind? You'd better worry about our son. What the hell? Luo Feng was speechless, catching pots while lying down? Other kids, in college, are in love, and this little brat hasn't moved at all? Lorraine continued to fan the flames. Lo Feng Death gazed at his dad. Su Pearl also pondered up this problem, said, son our unit Wang big sister, daughter also big one. Mom help you match how? Excuse me, I'm going to play a game, Luo Feng said, completely unable to top it. Mom, tomorrow white chopped chicken is scheduled. Got it. Su Pearl that speechless can only perfunctorily responded. In the bedroom, the gold-digging female League of Legends player sent so many messages over. Ask Luo Feng if he still wants to fight. Luo Feng looked at the other party's message. It's the grand elementalist who wants to buy lax, as well as a full set of skins that lax can buy. There is also a full set of purchasable skins. Luo Feng was speechless for a moment and could only fulfill the desire. Then harvest 2 attribute points. And bonus. She then asked Luo Feng if she wanted to stay up all night. She can simmer. But Luo Feng said there was no need. After that, he shouted something like little brother is too good to be true and kiss little brother. It was just short of saying, I want a poker with my little brother. And 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, Zhou Jiahong changed that scruffy look, wearing no LOLG clothes and a 100,000 plus Langin's watch, quietly sitting at the bar drinking, seeing his melancholy look, like a love injury. But really, it's just hunting. During the daytime in Impression City, Zhou Jiahong deliberately dressed up in that very scruffy look. Luo Feng looked at the list of desires and knew that it was entirely to win Lin wanting sympathy. But with the emergence of Luo Feng, all plans were disrupted. Little brother, are you alone? And soon, a nice female voice came from beside him. Everyone throw a little recommendation votes to the author. Recommendation votes are free. The next day will be again. If there is a monthly vote, throw a little is also possible. Thank you. 134. The bar? Who's the prey? Oh, Zhou Jiahong turned his head to look. It was a girl with roughly an 8 or more face value. He took a quick look at the girl's accessories. Girl's Cherbauer 9 flowers necklace. It's at least a 6-figure price tag. The bracelet of Kayabea was afraid to cost $70,000 to $80,000. And the 3 flower earrings, at least, cost $50,000. So fucking rich. In Zhou Jiahong's inner mind, he instantly labeled the other party as a rich woman. After all, this girl is going to cost $200,000 to $300,000 for a full outfit. Aren't you a little rich? I'm alone. Zhou Jiahong nodded. He's very good at latching on to girls, and his tactics have been great for many years. Otherwise it wouldn't have fooled Lin wanting. Now that the girl took the initiative to hit on him, of course he had to put up a fight. After all, such a girl does not know how many lick dog to lick dog. Still lack of him one? Does little brother look preoccupied? The young sister sat on Zhou Jiahong's left and took the initiative to introduce herself. My name is Mina. Where's little brother? Zhou Jiahong. Zhou Jiahong's eyes looked like they were unfocused, staring at the liquor in the glass. That look, properly deep in love, properly melancholic, thus creating a sense that I have a story. Zhou Jiahong? Is that a real name? Mina asked. Of course it is. Is my name fake? Zhou Jiahong nodded calmly and continued to look at the cup unfocused. What a nice name. My name is Mina and it sounds fake too. It does look like a fake name. Zhou Jiahong looked like he had hooked an interest. Little brother doesn't believe it? Mina said. Zhou Jiahong smiled noncommittally and took a sip of wine. I get rich certification. Now do you believe it? Mina hummed softly and took out her cell phone and displayed it. But when the other side slides the Toastmaster interface, Zhou Jiahong saw it. This young lady, she actually has $780,000 in savings. He was secretly surprised. It's not that he thinks $780,000 is a lot. It's just that's how much money is put in the Toastmasters. Then this woman's financial resources are quite impressive. Like in WeChat change? In the bank card? Various platforms in your change purse? How much money is there? What exactly did little brother meet? I can see that little brother's mood is not very good. Look. Zhou Jiahong didn't intend to say anything and lifted his glass. Come on, have a drink. He knew that the less he talked about it, then the more curious the woman thing became. Little brother, are you going to buy me a drink? Mina spoke up when she saw the other woman order the bartender. Seeing the wine on the table, Zhou Jiahong did not have the intention to speak, but only brought up the wineglass and made a clinking motion. Seeing this, Mina still lifted her wineglass and clinked it with the other party before saying, I have wine. Can I tell you the story of my little brother? That's fine. Zhou Jiahong still nodded. One more cup. Having said that, the waiter got another glass of wine. Naturally, Mina didn't drink it in one gulp. Taking a sip. Where's your story, little brother? There's no story. It's all about me. When he finished, he picked up his glass again and took a swig. Again. Zhou Jiahong pretended to be that way, and the waitresses all kind of frowned hard. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? What kind of sadness did you meet? Once you women change your mind, is it really just irreparable? Zhou Jiahong said deeply, the eyes, empty. Little brother is out of love. Ha! Mina said as realization dawned on her. She had said she wanted joy milk tea and I stood in line for 2 hours. In the middle of the night, said she had a stomach ache. So I went to buy brown sugar water and delivered it. Said she wanted to eat fish, but was afraid of the spines. so I picked them out in advance every time. Every time I send a message, even if I'm in the shower, I put my cell phone on the side and reply first. She wants to go out. I'm going to stay with her even if I have to skip work. Hey, but what's the result? Call me some kind of lickspittle? What's wrong with the world? Obviously deep in love, but treated like a dog licker. One more, Zhou Jiahong said, once again handing over the glass to the bartender. Have to say, this guy, he's still got a knack for holding a girl. It's money that people don't care about like this dirtbag girl. It doesn't matter if you're a silk, or if you're a rich man. It's all about the face and the truth. Correspondingly, a landed man. Do people care if a woman has money or not? Isn't it just about whether the young lady is pretty or not, and whether she has real feelings? Because even if you're just playing around, you feel like it's more enjoyable when you've played with a woman's true feelings. Little brother, I'll drink to you. Zhou Jiahong nodded, but it was found that Mina, this time, was finally taking a drink from her glass. Zhou Jiahong snickered. It seemed that his story had infected the other party, and in his mind, he considered whether he could get his hands on this young lady today. I'm not drinking, little brother. I have things to do tomorrow. Mina spoke after finishing her glass. Mina said and continued, I'm going over to Siam tomorrow. 9 o'clock in the morning flight. Oh, traveling? He asked. Also in a bad mood. Out for a walk alone. Mina nodded. Good. In a bad mood. It's the perfect time to take advantage of the situation. Zhou Jiahong secretly rejoiced inwardly. A walk alone? Then the representative is a person chanting. It's easier to get down that way. Then, little brother, I'll leave first. See you again sometime. Mina stood up. Zhou Jiahong was tempted to ask for WeChat though, but still nodded. See you around. At this time, if you ask for a Microsoft, then the persona of deep love and melancholy crumbles. At Mina's dashing departure, Zhou Jiahong cocked a smile. When the other party left completely, he picked up his cell phone and checked up the airfare from Mordor to the Bangkok side. Also check up on the appropriate flights. The next morning, less than 7 o'clock, Zhou Jiahong was under the full body mirror, carefully dressing himself, dressed in a warm Japanese style. On the wrist is still $100,000 plus Brembo watch, thereby understating the flavor of their price tag. Looking at himself in the full-length mirror, he practiced his smile mode, thus making his smile look warmer. It's like a girl practicing her smile to be sweeter. I wanted to visit Bangkok yesterday when I heard you say that, so maybe a different session will change the mood. Zhou Jiahong looked into the mirror and began to make contact as well. After practicing many times, he then headed to the airport carrying a Japanese-style canvas duffel bag. At 8 o'clock he went through security, and although he had purchased economy class, he paid extra for the first-class VIP lounge. After all, the set of accessories Mina wore was hundreds of thousands of dollars. How is it possible to choose economy class? He would have booked first class had his temporary first-class reservation not been full. In the middle of the first-class lounge, Mina is playing with his cell phone. Your boyfriend has shown up and is now in the restroom. On Mina's cell phone, she saw this message. Mina read it and simply deleted the message, thus avoiding leakage of information. She started pretending to browse up various high-end handbags on her phone. Zhou Jiahong here also quickly looked around the lounge and soon saw Mina. Mina spotted him with her afterimage as well. 135. Lin wanting completely troubleshooting and calling? Hi. Zhou Jiahong took the initiative to greet him. Wow. Little brother. Why are you here? Mina looked up, then asked with a raised eyebrow. I heard you talking about going to Bangkok yesterday and I'd like to visit. Maybe a change of scenery for a change of mood. Practiced the lines many times. Instead, he spoke up. Mina just looked at him in slight silence. Zhou Jiahong continued. After I went home last night, all the previous scenes came back to my mind, as if I heard her in my ears, even to the point of hearing her nice laughter. I guess I'll go crazy if I continue to stay in this place? As you say, I'll see you again sometime. After Zhou Jiahong finished speaking, instead, they just left the first-class lounge. If Mina was really just a passerby young lady, then I'm afraid that she's going to be hooked when faced with this man. But I'm sorry, Mina is not a roadie at all. Instead, he was Mina's prey. In the economy class, Zhou Jiahong kept recalling the situation in the lounge just now. He was still very happy with his performance. If there are no surprises, this round wins itself. When the flight landed at Bangkok airport, Mina took the initiative to seek him out as Zhou Jiahong had predicted. The two left the airport together, getting ready to check into the hotel. Zhou Jiahong fantasized how to continue to lasso the girl when Mina then sent a message out. After that, there's no more then. Anyway, what awaits Zhou Jiahong is that his visa has expired and he has no record of leaving the country. I'm afraid it will be defined as a missing person, right? If a member of a tour group goes missing, it might be a big deal, but a free one? That's just calling it a day. At 12 noon, Mom's white chopped chicken isn't ready yet. But then Luo Feng had begun to steal the food. Son, stop stealing food and hurry up and get ready for dinner. Got it, Mom. Even if Luo Feng showed his cards, Mom also did not because of this. And Luo Feng too polite. The command to command. How to do. This made Luo Feng feel comfortable. Instead, the son or daughter suddenly bullies up and the parents honor the son or daughter as if they were outsiders. Which is indeed irritating. Dad's back, isn't he? It's coming back. He's the one who wants to drive when he gets the chance. Pearl Sue nodded. After all, when you get a new car, it's all like that at first. By the way, where's our old BMW 5 Series? What? Pearl Sue glanced at her son. Aren't I going to be a transfer student? I'm sure it's fine. I'll drive there then. Luo Feng stated. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Pearl Sue said directly and nonchalantly. Don't you have a Porsche? And a Ferrari? An Audi R8? What's the point of driving a 5 Series BMW? Luo Feng was confused. Other people's parents, who are very smart, must know that they don't want to be too high profile. And the parents in your own family? Asked. You didn't sleep well yesterday? But it's okay? Just ask where it went. Luo Feng said. That crappy BMW. Left at your dad's company. Ridden by 10,000 people. Cough cough cough. Mom's sudden vocabulary made Luo Feng cough. To put it bluntly, it was just thrown into the company and everyone used it together. But an old 5 Series BMW can be taken as a business car. This Lorraine, she's really hardworking and thrifty. I refuse. When Luo Feng said he wanted a BMW 5 Series, Pops came home and rejected it. You really want a low-profile car? Go buy yourself an Audi A4 or something? Wouldn't that be fine? It's a bit more in line with the youth. Okay, I'll take care of it myself. The BMW, by the sound of Dad's voice, certainly wasn't idle. Otherwise, would Dad still want to give it up? So Luo Feng stopped asking. By the way, there's one more thing your mom and I need to discuss with you. Luo Lin said, not waiting for Luo Feng to ask, said directly, we now live in the place. The parking space is limited. My car are parked in the nearby plaza parking space. I and your mother thinking, and then buy a set of houses. A set of as your future wedding room. So want to ask you, like a large flat, or a small house, or not? Lorraine gritted her teeth. As long as it's not a Tang Palace level villa it's fine. After all, this is my son's future marital home. It's a matter of the level of importance in the family. Lorraine certainly won't be able to spare any money, but too expensive. Big tens of millions, or hundreds of millions, and that's what they can't afford. Luo Fengheart is also touched. Said, you guys look at their own buy on it. I'm married. It is still early. That thing is too far away again. I'm in Bangkok side of the investment company. Has been good earnings. The house thing, later slowly solve. So tell me first, what would be the right thing to buy? Lorraine continued to ask. The average small house is poorly graded, and the villas, either too remote, in the center of the city, are almost always sky high, so it's better to simply kind of have a big flat with one staircase. Luo Feng offered his opinion. The large flat really has a downtown effect. If it's a one-story home, then the first floor is a family on its own, and it won't be disturbed. Well, then, we'll be checking out the large flat recently. Whatever you guys want. Luo Feng didn't persuade much. Anyway, if you buy it, you don't want to get married by yourself. It's best to get a few more parking spaces. Currently home, Luo Feng alone has 3 cars, right? Not to mention Dad and Mom's 2 Porsches. How can we not get more parking spaces? This problem does require getting a few more parking spaces. Lorraine nodded. After lunch, Luo Feng had just pulled Big Schoolgirl by to play the game. But then he received a message from the 9th person of the Loyalty Hall security company, sending over a message. Her name is Tang Xiaoyu. Nickname, Versatile Siren. Boss, mission accomplished. All went well with the plan. And now the target has gone over to Bangkok. As expected, we're in the process of cleaning up the relevant traces and expect it to take 3 days to complete. Looking at the message Tang Xiaoyu sent over, Luo Feng smiled slightly. That guy Zhou Jiahong, the last thing he should do is to open his mouth and swear that it is okay, right? Then let's try to see if it's okay or not. After Luo Feng replied okay, just delete the chat message. The mission had been completed, so that meant that the matter of Zhou Jiahong was over. A pleasant day. No matter how by Ning Bing Pit Luo Feng, sent into super ghosts, screaming that Luo Feng to save me. Luo Feng is all high and mighty. Bai Ningbing also asked Luo Feng if you secretly went to speculate on stocks and made a lot of money. Put Luo Feng speechless to death. And why is Luo Feng so happy? That is of course meat silk high heels, or black silk high heels. Super sexy Aunt Miss Royalty. The difficulty now is utterly decisive. Lin Wanting called? Think what you want. Luo Feng was surprised for a moment, but still answered the phone. 136, the beautiful coach called? Luo Feng, where are you? After the call, Lin Wanting then inquired anxiously. I'm at home playing games, where else would I be? Really at home? You wait. Luo Feng was speechless, hung up the phone and directly opened a WeChat video with his big sister. Looking at the big sister across from him who was too pretty to be true, Luo Feng laughed. I'm not lying. Right. It's at home. Then where did you go last night? Lin Wanting inquired seriously. Last night I was playing a game at home. Lone carry on the upper road. The battle record is checkable. Luo Feng joked, and also knew the reason why Lin Wanting called over. Are you free now? I want to talk to you and you. Talk. Lin Wanting paused for breath. It almost got Lo Feng excited. Thought we were in love. Of course there's time. There's someone over at the school to deal with it. You? It's better for you to go to school more often. Lin Wanting was a bit speechless. Soon. Go over to Shu City. I'm going to school. Luo Feng smiled. The goddesses of this side of the university. Almost all Luo Feng knew. Do they still have to stay in school every day? Are there more goddesses out there? Or are there more at school? And when you go to a new school, you have to meet a new goddess. Skywing Tea House Bar. I'll wait for you. Lin Wanting said. Looked at Luo Feng in the video. Said hello, and hung up the video call. Hang on real quick. Luo Feng deflated in dissatisfaction. Then also started to pack and dress up. Wearing a Uniqlo. Clothes without logos. Out the door and away in a Ferrari 488. Although Luo Feng spat all kinds of Ferrari performance. But the body is very honest. Still chose it to go out. In half an hour, it arrived at the Skywing Tea House. Lin Wanting had a strong sense of time. And every time she made a date, she arrived before Luo Feng. A large box on the prowl. Lin Wanting inquired. Luo Feng, what to drink? Anything will do. I have no research on tea. Whether it's $3 a pound of bittering tea or tens of thousands of pounds of dragon well, I think it all has a bitter taste. Facing Luo Feng's joke, Lin Wanting forced a smile. At 9 o'clock this morning, Zhou Jiahong took a plane and went over to Siam. Did you know that? Not really. I've been learning about stocks lately. Seeing this, Lin Wanting silently sized up Luo Feng, discerning whether Luo Feng was lying or not. But Luo Feng's gaze was still sincere. In reality, Luo Feng really wasn't sure. After all, it's all handled by the security company. Does Lo Feng need to know the details? Just know that it's taken care of is all. After he goes to Bangkok, it's your call, right? Lin Wanting said with a bit of a showdown flavor. I'm not familiar with the Bangkok side. Why do you say that? Luo Feng pretended to be confused too. Lin Wanting didn't continue to say anything. She just blushed too. Thank you Luo Feng. It seems that whether Luo Feng admits it or not, Lin Wanting has confirmed that it's Luo Feng? Thank you for what? Sister Wanting. I kind of don't quite understand what you mean. Luo Feng wouldn't be stupid enough to admit it. Lin Wanting still didn't dwell on those questions. She just repeated. Luo Feng. Thank you really. The expression was sincere as he looked at Luo Feng. But there is something else in mind. Don't know what you're talking about. Luo Feng continued to play dumb. Then pulled away from the topic. Where's Tuan Tuan? Learning piano? Aha. I'm studying. I've been playing a bit crazy lately. I should wind down a bit. Lin Wanting said with some bitterness. If a child is disobedient, he must not have been beaten. One beating isn't enough. Just one more. Luo Feng grunted. Just Sister Wanting is too gentle. Am I gentle? Lin Wanting looked like she thought the other party was joking. But it seemed like she was indeed gentle with Luo Feng in her relationship with him. Maybe because the other guy was his daughter's savior. I feel quite gentle. Luo Feng just wanted to say. Just be high and cold to others. Not to yourself. Dinner tonight? Lin Wanting took the initiative to invite up. No. My mom made me a nice meal. Maybe next time? Alright then. Lin Wanting nodded. Wait for Luo Feng to leave. Lin Wanting then pressed the waiter to ring the bell. A waitress rented in and inquired. Boss, what's up? This Skywing Tea House. It was clearly Lin Wanting's boss. Nothing. Did he pay? Pay up. Oh, it's okay. Go down. And Lin Wanting soon returned home. Lin Gang inquired. What did the boy say? Dad, what did you find out on your side? Lin Wanting didn't answer and asked instead. Nothing has come up. He had nothing to do with the whole thing. In the least. Lin Wanting was instantly relieved. So even if it's Zhou Jiahong, and something really goes a little bit wrong, he won't be implicated. Yeah, this guy does things, and it's pretty clean. Although it was said that there wasn't the slightest connection, it didn't mean that it wasn't Luo Feng's doing. After all, at this juncture, and there aren't many who know about it. Dad, he has a lot of energy over in Bangkok? Lin Wanting couldn't help but ask. Lin Gang was silent for a few seconds before admitting, "Yeah, this matter involves some secrets. I can't tell you. Anyway, that dog went to Bangkok. What exactly will happen will all depend on what that person wants. I say, you won't be able to forget that dog, will you?" Lin Gang looked at his daughter with some hindsight. Lin Wanting laughed. "How can that be? I can't wait to get rid of him. Anyway, let's just end this matter. Just pretend he never showed up." After Luo Feng's side left the tea house, he parked his car in the square parking space near his home. After all, Mom and Dad were one step ahead and took over the family parking space. Luo Feng could also only rent parking spaces on this side of the plaza. It was a year in a row. If you don't need it, just set it up. And it's 5 spaces. Don't ask why 5 parking spaces. To ask is to have money. Ooh, Lin Wanting's first desire is solved? The reward this time is actually a money jumping card that costs 40 cents a second? Sure enough, as Luo Feng expected, such a desire is too strong. The rewards that pop up when you satisfy it are pretty good too. Don't look at just 40 cents a second. That's already $12.44 million a year. And it's still permanent. But add to that the initial 60 cents a second income from jumping money cards. Now, then, Lo Wind has finally stepped into the ranks of the $1 a second money jumping card earners. $60 a minute. That's $3,600 an hour. $24 million an hour. A month is calculated on the basis of 30 days. That's $10,000. So 1 year, properly, that's $31.1 million. Shit, do nothing. $30 million a year in passive income? You tell me that's not a good reward? In fact, Luo Feng couldn't wait for a few more money jumping cards. Of course, perhaps in the past Luo Feng would have felt that $30 million was a lot. But is it really much? For the average person, indeed more. In the case of the Magic City, some of the large flat floors, such as the Townsend, are in the hundreds of millions of dollars. A Patek Philippe 6002 series, over $17 million. Private jets are even a few $100 million. The current Luo Feng was really struggling to reach those heights. So this world is beautiful. And there are many beautiful women. Luo Feng has to know more. It is only then that you can step into the top of the world. Without doubt. They have to get it themselves. Luo Feng certainly didn't mind. Anyway, a system like Luo Feng's is a TM goddess saving brother. Your desires, I'll fulfill them. You ended up liking me instead. In fact, Luo Feng is really not a warm man. Just I know women's hearts. All the money from the jump money card proceeds was raised. And what BMW car exchange card? Watch exchange card. A whole lot of. All the mall to me recovery. Didn't realize that before. It was only now that Luo Feng realized. Those cars that you can't afford, and watches that you don't like, are perfectly fine for the mall to recycle itself. And at the original price. Of course, you can't deal with it at the mall if you've already redeemed it. After all this stuff is taken care of, Luo Feng's total assets came to around $43 million. It's time to get my investment company set up. Luo Feng directly chose this investment company, prop card. Ding. Click to use. The host's company will be set in Shucheng, and invested $40 million. Luo Feng smiled faintly. The remaining $3 million was enough. There was still the money jumping card, so he didn't have to worry about running out of money to spend. The point is, there are still a bunch of rebate cards out there, so take your time wool gathering them as well. Investment company, reward a senior management talent, reward an investment elite talent. These two will contact the host within 3 days. Didn't think too much of it. Then Luo Feng waited for 3 days is all, but Lo Feng was just about to walk home. Pick up the tweets and take a look. It was actually Lin Ruoshi who called. This made Luo Feng a bit surprised up. This was followed by a callback. Lin, big beautiful girl, even took the initiative to call me? Missed me? As Luo Feng spoke, he also knew that the other party had been contacted by WeChat. Call now. There must be something to find yourself. Moreover, Lin Ruoshi was considered to be the most likable among the many girls. Luo Feng has a list of desires. Of course he can see that. 137. Darrow Lin? What's the deal with extinction? That, Luo Feng. Let's cut ties. Luo Feng froze, but joked. What kind of position is this? Never seen it before. Lin Ruoshi blushed and scolded. What nonsense. So what do you mean? All of a sudden? Then let me ask you, are we going to continue to be friends? Lin Ruoshi asked seriously. Of course. Luo Feng nodded without hesitation. Then if you don't help me, there's nothing I can do about it because I explained it to my parents and it didn't work. Luo Feng checked the other party's list of desires and instantly knew what was going on. Help you out, but will you make it clear first? Luo Feng pretended to inquire. I don't know who spread the word about me and you in my parents' ears. and my parents have been trying to talk me out of having anything more to do with you. Luo Feng flinched. Do they know I'm rich? What are you talking about? Lin Ruoxi frowned. Just answer it. Knew it. Luo Feng continued. So know that I'm in my early 20s? Knew that too. Luo Feng laughed out. Then things are simple. There are red dogs around your parents. Eyes red dog? Lin Ruoxi flinched. Yeah, it must mean that I'm a spendthrift young master. And then don't look rich, but play with your feelings, and afterward try to get your parents to step in and break us up. Saying this, Lin Ruoxi blushed a little. But that's not the kind of relationship we have. But it doesn't stop others from being jealous, does it? Luo Feng laughed bitterly. Daryl Lin, so. Luo Feng interrupted. So, you're asking me to save the day? To meet your parents and let them know that I'm not some flowery young master? Pretty much, Lin Ruoxi said in a thin voice. Since you guys said that our friendship can't be broken, then I have no choice but to do so. If you say that you don't want me as a friend, so be it. Then I don't have to take you back to meet your parents. Looks like you've been pushed too far. Luo Feng laughed bitterly. But if he was a parent and heard that his daughter was involved with a playboy, he must have been worried as well. I guess that red-eyed dog has put Luo Feng down to the bone? Of course, this is the premise of the woman's parents do not worship gold. If worship gold, not only will not persuade their daughters to turn back, but also to support it. That's not true. Clamoring, saying that if I contact you again, I'll sever the mother-daughter relationship. I don't even know what the red-eyed dog, in the end, said to my parents, Lin Ruoxi said with some tears in her eyes. Alright, Daryl. I'll take care of it for you. And I'll catch out the eye dog. Luo Feng thought for a moment. Could it be that Su Li from last time? Extremely likely. Lin Ruoxi nodded. Although she wouldn't go directly to my parents to tell them, she must have sent her acquaintances to blow the whistle. As the saying goes, it's too much to tear down another temple without destroying a marriage. Who's getting married to you? Lin Ruoxi immediately scolded in a petulant voice. Not even in a relationship yet? Isn't going to see your parents the best confession? Luo Feng asked rhetorically. No, Lin Ruoxi said haughtily. That was for our friendship. Ha ha ha. Okay, where are you? Luo Feng asked. I'm at the station. Oh, your old homeside of Hangzhou, right? Luo Feng remembered her saying that. Yeah, a neighborhood in downtown Hangzhou. Bought a house some years ago. Lin Ruoxi nodded. Alright then, wait for me. I'll be right over. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he greeted and headed towards the moving station. Mordor to Hangzhou. Obviously there is no airfare. These two places are too close together. Setting up an airplane terminal would be a waste of public resources. It's a little over an hour's drive away. Even if there was an airplane, there's no need to take it. Arriving at the moving station, Luo Feng made a phone call to make sure that Lin Ruoxi was on the platform, and searched for her. Luo Feng knew that this time was a good opportunity to completely take down Lin Ruoxi. Today's Lin Ruoxi had deliberately put on a very beautiful makeup, wearing a short black tight-fitting dress, showing off those long, slender legs, bountiful beyond measure. At the moving station, the turnout was great. This way, when Lin Ruoxi saw Luo Feng arrive, she was obviously happy and waved her white arms. That smile, it really is a smile back. Thought you wouldn't help me. How can that be? The trouble was caused by me. We can't completely cut off contact because of the red-eyed dog, right? Luo Feng laughed and said, that's right. I even think, let's just get together, so that the eye-catching dogs will be even more eye-catching. Lin Ruoxi deliberately tested the waters. That's certainly fine. So start now? Luo Feng raised his eyebrows. Lin Ruoxi flinched, but still said, no, let's just pretend to meet our parents. Che, is it fun to joke around? Luo Feng reached out and wrapped his arm around the thin waist, screwing with people's minds. Ha, hey, there are so many people. Don't move your hands while. Lin Ruoxi tensed up and lifted Luo Feng's hand. I'll go buy a moving ticket. Fine, take the car there. It's easier for your parents to look bad if I drive over in a limo. After all, the others' parents knew that Luo Feng was rich. There's no need to show anything with the luxury cars. Luo Feng is going to do it. That's showing good behavior, not how rich. Then wait, don't move. I'll be right back. Lin Ruoxi smiled faintly and said as she turned to leave. Luo Feng also generously handed over his ID card. In 5 or 6 minutes, the other returned and the two waited for a while at the moving station. Just step onto the moving train, all the way up. Lin Ruoxi also told Luo Feng about the situation at home. Although Daryl Lin's family's old home is in the village, but the father was a man of culture. Some years ago, have bought a house in Hangtown and moved in Hangzhou. I've been to West Lake on a spring trip a few years ago, and it's still pretty nice over here. Get out of the car. Luo Feng looked out into the distance. This city is certainly not as good as the Magic City than it is prosperous. but it also has a unique charm. As the old saying goes, there is heaven above and Suzhou and Hangzhou below. No kidding. In ancient times, this place, it was a place of drunken paper and gold. Is your dad a cultural person? Will he be harsh? I'm a bit afraid to go. Ha! When he got to the place, Lo Feng started messing with his mind. Lin Ruoshi obviously believed it. Come on, right? You're all here? Tell me earlier. It was only on the moving train that you said your father was a man of culture. So how was I supposed to know? Lin Ruoshi was anxious, pursed her lips, pulled Luo Feng's hand. Pampered. Help once la. For friendship. Long live friendship. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. Fine, but what gifts do we need to buy if your dad is a cultural person? My dad likes to read in his spare time. The kind that can stay all day. Lin Ruoshi thought back. And tea? Like to drink it too. A bit of an advanced hobby Luo Feng mused. Let's go to a place first. 138. Lin Ruoshi's parents were dumbfounded. This is Luo Feng? Meeting the woman's parents for the first time. Luo Feng certainly wouldn't be able to spare any money. Gifts are a must. But cultured people, they don't need to buy anything too expensive. Just simply bought some fruit. And tea. Also bought a couple of books. It's also a slight token of appreciation. After thinking about it, Luo Feng immediately tapped on a Heaven's Eye prop card. The function of this prop card is simple. That means anyone who wants to see a list of desires can just open it. Doesn't require contact. Lin Wangshu, age, 45. Occupation, teacher at Hangzhou University. Secondary occupation, writer of rural literature. Published in That Spring in Hangzhou. 20 years of changes in Westlake. Northeast dry rice man. Hobbies, calligraphy, tea, chess, reading. Assets, 5 million house in Hangzhou. 1.8 million in savings. Monthly salary 10,000. Desire list. 1. I hope my daughter will leave the rich scum. 2: people must not come to fruition. Daughter must pay attention to protection and safety. How handsome is this rich kid? Our daughter is charmed? Our daughter is also not a gold worshipper. Designated as a handsome face coupled with a set. Wow. After all that shopping, what else do we have to go shopping for? An hour later. Saw some books, tea, fruit, etc. Luo Feng had no intention of leaving the mall, and she opened her mouth to ask. Of course it's mother-in-law's skincare as well. What woman you face. You have to speak in what tone of voice. It can't always be that tone. It's not working. Hey, what's all the yelling about? That's my mom. You need to call your aunt. Luo Feng rubbed his nose, didn't say anything, and chose a mid to high-end level cosmetic brand. It's just over $800 for a set of operations. Only then was he satisfied to leave the mall with Lin Ruoshi. Elder brother Lin. I can tell you, this man is really too flowery. Do you know how many women he knows? It's totally fish farming. There's a high school student who's just 18 years old and just, alas. Anyway, it ended up with one payment to the hospital and another to shut the woman up. And it was over. Daryl Lin's home. A middle-aged woman, carrying a backpack of souvenirs, came to Lin Ruoshi's house. Sitting on the couch, he just babbled on and on for half a day. I know. Lin Wangshu, will never let such a beast ruin my daughter. The more Lin Wangshu heard, the angrier he became. It's a pity that his stupid daughter, how could she hang out with such a man? I'm sure he's very handsome, isn't he? As for his daughter worshipping gold, Lin Wangshu felt that it was simply impossible. Auntie Yang, thank you for telling us all this, otherwise we wouldn't have known? But don't worry, I've ordered Daryl very sternly. She's been listening to us since she was a little girl. And she's definitely going to break it off with that guy. Lin Ruoshi's mother also spoke badly. Now find out early. It's not too late. It will be too late if it really comes to an untenable situation. One can only hope that my daughter will come down safely guarded every time. Really? Then a rich kid like that certainly wouldn't be responsible. But when she said that, Lin's mother suddenly looked at her cell phone in surprise. Hey kid dad, Daryl said she's bringing her boyfriend to the house? What? What's the point of bringing that brute to the house? Lin Wangshu waved his hand, telling him to get as far away as he can. Wanting to give some valuable gift and then shut us up? I've already guessed. But my daughter said it was to show us with our own eyes that he's not what we think he is. Lin's mother said as she looked at the message on her cell phone. It's not like that. What else can it be? I absolutely trust Auntie Yang's words. Lin Wangshu spoke through clenched teeth, but Aunt Yang beside her seemed a bit unable to sit still, and hastily said, since the words have been given to you, and I have stayed in your house for a few days, I'm going back to town. Saying that, and ignoring Lin's mother's retention, he left with his backpack. It's so ugly. Luo Feng, this head shape of yours, are you sure you're serious? Lin Ruoshi and Luo Feng carried a large pile of gifts. walking down the neighborhood walkway. Daryl Lin had said it several times already, covering his mouth vigorously and laughing. Thought Luo Feng was going to get a handsome haircut when he met his parents. But how come it's so ugly? Damn barbers. Spending that $1,000 of ocean for nothing. Luo Feng cursed in mock anger. It has actually passed through the eye of the sky. Knowing a lot about Lin Wangshu's thoughts, that means it has to be ugly. But Luo Feng was not so bad as to disfigure himself, so he could only get an uglier hairstyle. When you go to the barbershop again, your own handsome hairstyle can still come back, and dresses with no class at all. After all, a man is only as good as his clothes, isn't he? Want to be ugly? It's not that easy? What? You think I'm too ugly to bring home? That's not so bad. It's just that this head shape is really unattractive. Lin Ruoshi covered her mouth and laughed. When it's over, let me take you to a barber store with a good store. But just as the two were about to walk into the elevator, spotting a few meters away, there was someone Daryl Lin glanced at, but the woman quickly misplaced her face and flamed away. Auntie Yang? Why is he in the neighborhood? Lin Ruoshi murmured. This was the neighbor from her old side of the family, who was very close to her parents. You recognize? From my old neighborhood. Old home? Luo Feng paused, and Fire used the hangout to look at the other party's list of desires. 1. Hurry up. Hurry up. That rich kid of his is on the doorstep, and I'm slandering him, so don't get into trouble. 2. When it's done, have Suli give me an extra $20,000. 3. Lin Ruoshi's boyfriend is really ugly, just a gold-digging girl, and her parents still say he's handsome? Luo Feng laughed. Sure enough, it's that eye candy dog Seo Ri who's up to something. It's a woman from Lin Ruoshi's hometown that I met that day over at Luji Azui. Daryl, this is. Soon, when Lin Ruoshi brought Luo Feng, she came to the 12th floor, knocked on the door. A beautiful 40-year-old woman appeared right inside. Tall too, bony and plump. Back in the day, I'm afraid I was a woman who was too pretty to be true. Mom, my boyfriend Lo Feng. Lin Ruoshi deflated her mouth. Sure enough, Luo Feng was still ugly to her mom. Come on in, lad, come in. When Lin mother saw Luo Feng, she measured her temperament for a few moments and smiled. Not to say that she was enthusiastic, but at least she didn't have too much hostility anymore. Oh old man, my daughter has brought her boyfriend to the house. Lin's mother called out towards the study. Lin Wangshu was currently posing in his study. It must be 1,000 times over. Not giving Luo Feng any face. The man came to the house? You're still so happy? Lin Wangshu said with a dark face. No, you go and take a look. That man is not handsome, and he's also very well behaved. I don't look like a philandering young master. Is Auntie Yang mistaken? Lin's mother was happy about this. This man is not as handsome as her husband. How does he look like a philandering young master? His own daughter. If she wanted to worship gold, she would have been married off long ago. If a man like this could make his own daughter's heart flutter, it would definitely be the result of treating his daughter with sincerity. Oh, let me see? Lin Wangshu was quite surprised. Always thought it was a scummy handsome rich kid. Suddenly your wife says it's ugly? Lin Wangshu won't even be able to do the whole thing. I was going to deliberately excuse myself to read for 20 minutes before going out to meet my guests, but I couldn't care less now. Hello uncle. Seeing Lin Wangshu come out, Luo Feng shot a glance. Very literate middle-aged man, and very handsome. You're Xiao Luo, right? Don't be polite. Have a seat. Lin Wangshu looked at Luo Feng and also nodded with satisfaction. His wife was right. This temperament, this look. Where is this philandering young master? What the hell? Lin Ruoshi on the side has looked stupid. The phone is still a mouthful of animal scolding? And now, not to say warm, but not at all hostile. Mother was like that, and father too? Lin Ruoshi thought about it, as if she suddenly understood Luo Feng. This guy, so good at it. 139, take care of the parents. I can't kiss them. Uncle, for the first time, I don't know how to pick, so I just bought some. Young man, break the bank. You talk to Daryl's dad first. I'll go cook dinner. I don't know why, but Lin's mother liked him more and more the more she looked at him. See two people holding hands, and so sweet. According to the analysis, this rich boy definitely impressed his daughter with his true feelings. They want their daughters to marry well, too, but the kind of flamboyant young man who plays with his feelings, and when he's done, pays for an abortion, is definitely not okay. To be able to chase after your own daughter with this look, definitely did a lot to touch my daughter. Otherwise there's no chance at all. Luo Feng is also very speechless. The first time I saw, bring an ugly boyfriend home. Instead, it was recognized by the woman's parents. It's really odd, but being able to see the list of each other's desires, Lo Feng could tell they were too many ideas. Young man, I heard that your family is quite rich. Lin Wangshu took the initiative to find a topic. Ugly is ugly. Analyzed is analyzed. But also cannot be completely assured. Began to slowly set words. Not really. My father is just a small executive of the company. Luo Feng said modestly and good-naturedly. In fact, his father is considered a great person in the company. What about you? Have you graduated from college yet? What about freshman year? Luo Feng said. You're only a freshman? Lin Wangshu was surprised. Yeah, soon to be a sophomore. 21 years old. Luo Feng opened his mouth. Oh. Lin Wangshu thought to herself. Not looking like that, and being young, even less like the so-called philandering young master. What are the grades? Lin Wangshu continued to ask. I started my business in college and got average grades, I guess. Started a business and did what? Lin Wangshu asked. Speculation. There is also recently overseas and a friend to get an investment company at. Luo Feng opened his mouth. I'm about to get myself an investment company in the country. And it's also ready. Alright, young and talented. Lin Wangshu's smile gradually unfolded as well. By the way, Lo, can I call you that? Could be. Then how did you catch up with my daughter? Lin Wangshu joked. This precious daughter of mine. Ah, I still know, but it's not easy to chase, right? Lin Ruoshi also tensed up when she heard this. Her father clearly condescending. That's not a negotiated response. If Luo Feng said he met her at the gym, that's going to be bad. After all, if you know each other in the gym, that's not a philandering young man. Met in a library I guess. Although Daryl is a fitness instructor. Perhaps he also inherited your literary cells. Luo Feng smiled. As for how to catch up, Luo Feng smiled coyly and touched his nose. That's stalking. You also know that I'm not good looking. Ruoshi couldn't see me at first. Ha ha ha. Yes, young man, as the saying goes, beautiful women are afraid of lying stalking. Lin Wangshu also laughed out loud. Really the same as his own guess. It is stalking. True love touched the daughter. Right. Otherwise this looks can really not play. In about half an hour, the meal was almost on the table. Luo Feng's cell phone rang. It's a text message from the gym's owner. Zhang Lan, it's done. Luo Feng replied to the message. Thank you, Sister Lan. It's okay, Mr. Luo. If you and Daryl really get together, I'll follow you with a big red packet then. Zhang Lan's side was also quite speechless. You're jealous of Daryl Lin and you do something like this? Defame Luo Feng? Interesting? Of course, Zhang Lan did what he did. And that was Luo Feng telling him to find this Aunt Young. Unringing the bell. Just get it done here. Everything unraveled. Excuse me, uncle. Luo Feng answered the phone while eating and opened his mouth to apologize. It's fine. Work stuff. Can understand. Lin Wangshu saw the other party being so polite and responded happily. But actually Lin Wangshu's heart. It's still not completely reassuring. If you have the chance, you must go to Magic City to inquire about what this Luo Feng is really like. It is only then that you can feel comfortable giving your daughter to the other side. However, just at this moment, Lin's mother's phone rang. Said hello. Lin's mother then went to the balcony to answer the phone. A few minutes later, when Lin's mother came back to the dining table, the way she looked at Luo Feng, it was simply like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Smiling. Old man. I'll tell you immediately after. Lin's mother couldn't wait to tell Lin Wangshu what she knew. Lin Wangshu's expression changed a lot, and in the end, he was also overjoyed. Mom and Dad, what are you guys playing dumb riddles about? Lin Ruoshi asked curiously when she saw the two men whispering. Ha ha ha, daughter nothing else. It's just that your Auntie Young called me. Lin Wangshu laughed happily. Kid mom, go get a bottle of wine. I'll drink some today. Ha? Lin Ruoshi asked in confusion. What was said? Xiao Luo I'm really sorry. We were also tricked. Lin Wangshu took the initiative to confess. That Aunt Young. It turned out that she was bribed by Su Li. Su Li's eyes were red that our Ruoshi had found a boyfriend with a superior family, so she sent our family's trusted people to slander and wanted to break up the bar. And now that the matter has been cleared up, Lin's mother quickly brought over a bottle of wine. Lin Wangshu opened it and took the initiative to fill it up. Xiao Luo, I'll make amends to you. In fact, uncle at first, he also scolded you with a mouthful of animal. Luo Feng was truly speechless. Exactly how to denigrate to get himself called an animal but also compensated with a smile. It's okay, it's all about other people messing things up. Without further ado, the words are in the wine. We can't say we absolutely agree with you and our Daryl, but so far it seems satisfactory. Seemingly feeling sorry for Luo Feng, Lin Ruoshi's father didn't say anything about continuing the expedition. Lin Ruoshi also blushed. Dad, I told you, Luo Feng isn't like that, and you still don't believe me. Believe, Lin Wangshu said awkwardly. It was about 8:30. Lin Wangshu has already had a lot to drink. Lin mother took care of him and went to rest, looked at the two people whispering on the sofa, and coughed. Xiao Luo ah, I've packed the room. Why don't you stay and stay? Don't go to a hotel. What a waste of money. Obviously, Lin's mother wasn't dogged enough to pack a room for two. Instead, a guest room was arranged. Thank you auntie for your kindness. There's really no need. Luo Feng shook his head and refused. Lin Ruoshi was also afraid that Luo Feng would stay over. After all, the two were not a real couple. That's fine. Luo Feng, I'll send you to the hotel. You dead girl. Where do you drive people away like that? Mom Lin Ruoshi was speechless to death. This is starting to favor her son-in-law? Immediately afterward, Luo Feng bid farewell to Lin Ruoshi's parents and pulled Lin Ruoshi out of the house. Wait until you leave Daryl Lin's house. Lin Ruoshi sighed in relief. It's finally done. Yeah, friendship is kind of preserved. That temper of your dad. If I don't come to fix it, I'm afraid that I'll really force you. Just delete me as a friend, and die of old age, right? Luo Feng grunted. That's not true. That's why I'm asking you if you still want our friendship to continue or not. If you say yes, then I'll ask for your help. Lin Ruoshi though with a mouthful of friendship, but both men had made their minds up, just waiting for the right opportunity. How about a little sublimation of our friendship? Seeing that no one was downstairs in the neighborhood, Luo Feng took the initiative and wrapped his arms around her thin waist. Lin Ruoshi a jolt. Sneak a look at the side. See no one in the fore. Also do not lift his hand. Blushing, do not want to sublimate. When friends are not good. Luo Feng laughed. Women really reserved to them directly say good. I do your girlfriend this is too difficult. In fact, male-female relationships, as long as the man can do all the things to the woman wants, and do not need the woman's consent, this is the equivalent of a default. It's good, but there are a lot of things that aren't good to deal with if you're just friends. What is it? Lin Ruoshi said knowingly. Of course. Seeing this, Luo Feng even tightened his arm around the other party's thin waist and came directly into his arms. Yeah, what for? Lin Ruoshi exclaimed excitedly and looked at Luo Feng's face. Please, if you're going to kiss me, I really can't accept it with your head shape. 140, Daryl's first kiss. So shy. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng laughed out. Not afraid. Close your eyes. Not closed. Daryl Lin grunted. Then don't blame me for the ugly head shape. Luo Feng didn't let go of the opportunity. Cupping that pretty face, he directly kissed it. Hey, woo-hoo-hoo. Lin Ruoshi at the moment had the heart to push away Luo Feng. After all, in the small area, if the too quiet place, they responded She also wanted to kiss Luo Feng too, but that hand, it was like a pipe vice jammed into his own small, thin waist. Can't move at all. Soon, Lin Ruoshi was also moved. Even though it was the first kiss, they started circling around under the guidance of the other. Savor it for about 2 minutes or so, until Lo Feng realized she was a little out of breath, and passers-by are starting to get closer. That's when he looked up slightly, pulled her and fled. Find a neighborhood chair and sit down. Hey, want to hit someone? So violent? Seeing the small pink fist that swung over, Luo Feng held it at once and looked at Lin Ruoshi at the moment. Her pretty face basically red to the root of her neck. My first kiss. My first kiss. Shame on you. What do you need a face for? Can you kiss such a fragrant beauty if you want face? Luo Feng grunted. Seeing the other side angry and twisting her head on one side, Luo Feng poked her thin waist. Angry what do you say? Actually forcibly kissing me. Lin Ruoshi pouted. Hey, I can help you fix your parents. This is considered a reward, okay? Luo Feng clasped his hands and said, you have to realize that if you don't fix your parents, your blind date arrangement might not stop at all. How do you know that? Lin Ruoshi was surprised. After all, when her parents found out that she was hooking up with a playboy, they said that they would separate immediately and that they would arrange a blind date for her. After all, that's how you get your daughter to forget about the playboy. Things like that are pretty good guesses, okay? If I were a parent, I would definitely arrange a blind date for my daughter as well so that she can forget about this relationship, Luo Feng said in a relaxed tone. So, don't you think you should thank me? It should be, but it can't be a first kiss thank you, right? Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes. In fact, the other party was right. She couldn't even refute it. Lean over my shoulder a little. Your parents seem to be following. With a jolt, Lin Ruoshi tilted her shoulders and leaned on Luo Feng's shoulders. Subsequently, Luo Feng came harder, possessed and kissed again. Ouch. Dad, don't look. These young people, they're killing me. Lin mother also blushed, turning her head to the side, pulling Lin Wangshu, and running towards the road home. Lin Ruoshi went downstairs to see Luo Feng off for a long time. The two men then had the sudden urge to follow them out to have a look, but after finding someone over here, I actually saw two people hugging and kissing entwined together. This is the park. What? Still that way? Is it indecent? Lin's mother knew what her husband was saying. What era is this? It's not easy for my daughter to fall in love. And I'm satisfied with the man except for his medium looks. So don't spoil it. Where am I going to stir up trouble? If everything is not feigned, this Xiao Luo not only is young and talented, but also very knowledgeable. During dinner, I intentionally asked about some things about zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, and the other party also answered well. I'm also very satisfied. Okay? Lin Wangshu rolled his eyes. Such a son-in-law wasn't only wanted by Lin mother. You want to be okay yourself. Hey, that's enough. Where are my parents? Lin Ruoshi was forced to work by Luo Feng for a minute. She found an opportunity and pushed Lo Feng away. Just look around violently. Found out there were no parents. Your parents are gone. Luo Feng glanced at the bushes behind him. Where were the parents who were going to peek at their daughter making out with her boyfriend? Hey, you wouldn't lie to me and take advantage of me on purpose? Lin Ruoshi reacted. Luo Feng sweated incomparably. If you don't believe me, go back and ask your parents. Ask your parents? I asked them if they saw me kissing you. Didn't I? Can I ask them that? Luo Feng once again sweated. Women are really strange creatures. Simply too stupid to ask politely. Alright, I have to get back. You go to the hotel. And next time no forced kisses. Okay? I like repeat offenders. Luo Feng hemmed and hawed. You. Okay? Next time kiss only after your consent, okay? Luo Feng didn't have the good sense to say. There's no next time. Lin Ruoshi said with big beautiful eyes. Luo Feng didn't say anything and stood up, taking her hand and interlocking his fingers. I'll take you home. Lin Ruoshi didn't object to holding hands. Maybe direct kissing wasn't comfortable in such an environment. The two walked sweetly to the door of the house. Luo Feng didn't get on the elevator. Waved goodbye. Luo Feng knew that he couldn't be in such a hurry to take it down completely. First a man found a hotel to check into. The next day, forcibly taking Lin Ruoshi, he bought a bunch of clothes and bags. There are naturally luxury stores on this side of Hangzhou. That's 70 or 80,000 in all. Luo Feng knew that when she accepted these gifts after 1,000 refusals and 10,000 excuses, it also meant that the two people's relationship was tacitly accepted. Lin Ruoshi didn't go back to Magic City with Luo Feng. Zhang Lan's side gave vacation. She plans to stay home with her parents for one day. When they parted at the moving station, Luo Feng once again lingered with her and kissed her for a few minutes. This time, she didn't refuse. Instead, he quickly moved to respond. When it was over, it was stated that he would go back to work in the Magic City the next day. Luo Feng also said that he would pick her up at that time. 141, Daryl Lin, confess to me and I'll be your girlfriend. For one day, Luo Feng had spent it all uneventfully in Mordor, except for asking Bai Ningbing to go eat tens of thousands of dollars of top-notch Japanese food. It is to go to the mall and spend money on shopping. A very uneventful life indeed. And just today, Lin Ruoshi called to say that she was coming to Magic City from Hangzhou. Said to pick her up? Luo Feng must have driven to the moving station as well. Luo Feng. Here. The exit of the moving station. Saw Lin Ruoshi today is still good behavior dress. Luo Feng is a little surprised. After all, this girl is not flirty, but also like to wear sexy clothes. Yikes. Lin Ruoshi suddenly hummed as this guy came over and encircled her thin waist. Lin Ruoshi tensed up and whispered, LSP, what do you want? Just a kiss. Saying that, Luo Feng saw her delicate red lips and was about to cover them. Lin Ruoshi was startled and immediately covered her face with her hands. You guy, my parents are still back there. Stop it. Ha! Luo Feng was speechless, turning his head to look. It was indeed Lin Wangshu and his wife walking over. Xiao Luo, you guys come behind. We'll wait for you outside first. Lin's mother blushed slightly and hurriedly walked away. They also know that a small separation is better than a marriage. So let the young people be alone by themselves. See? They said they're coming over to Mordor for a few days, so I can't do anything about it. Lin Ruoshi spat out her tongue and took the initiative to confess. It's fine. Old man wants to come to Magic City to play. Of course I welcome it. Luo Feng said with a smile. Blah, 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 blah. What old man? Like you haven't even confessed your love for me yet? Luo Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Indeed, since the two had met, there had been a lot of joking confessions, but in the end, they had all been said to be jokes. After all, it's nothing more than a crazy tryst between a man and a woman. Look, without even confessing, you take advantage of me all the time, and I say dad is your old man. Does that make sense? Ha ha ha, it does seem pretty unreasonable. So, Luo Feng had never actually thought of confessing to any girl. After all, It feels like the non-committal approach is what a time management guru should do. But the next moment, Luo Feng saw the side of that Lin Ruoshi's pretty face. The first desire was actually to wish that he had confessed to her? Luo Feng smiled faintly. Isn't it just a confession? With that, Luo Feng brooded for a moment and said with deep emotion, Lin Ruoshi, I like you. When Lin Ruoshi saw this, she burst out laughing. You dead straight man, is this your confession? Can't even stir up a single wave. No feelings at all. Too perfunctory, right? Still wrapped up in Luo Feng's arms, she was smiling like a dandy. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. Didn't he say, just confess? You think too much, don't you? You still want to be my boyfriend just like that? After saying that, she broke free and left Luo Feng's embrace. And how do you want me to confess? Not before I think about it anyway. Ha, don't you take advantage of me. Hearing these words, Luo Feng could only cry and laugh. On the way out of the moving station, Luo Feng and Lin Ruoshi sat in the back of the cab, their fingers interlocked. Lin Wangshu and Lin's mother, another cab. Still not bothering the young man. Auntie and uncle, are we eating at this restaurant? Soon. It was time to arrive in front of the restaurant. It couldn't be helped that Luo Feng still had to look like a good boy with Lin Ruoshi's parents. Yeah, I read on the internet that this roast duck restaurant is good. Let's go in first. Xiao Luo, I know you have a good family, but this is kind of the first meal we're treating you to. If you grab the money and pay, we won't account for our daughter to you. Seeing Lin Wangshu say this, what else could Luo Feng say? One could only nod, and said obediently, listen to your uncle and aunt's arrangements. After arriving at the hotel, Luo Feng went to the bathroom and saw them smiling and laughing, while Lin Ruoshi was on the side, with a slightly reddened face, and asked curiously, Uncle and Auntie, what are you guys chatting about? Oh Luo, let's talk. When are we going to meet your parents? Lin's mother walked up and took Luo Feng's wrist and sat down. Ah, my parents. Luo Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Sure enough, these two old men came over, not without a purpose. Right, Xiao Luo, you've met us, but it seems like Daryl hasn't met your parents yet. Isn't that not good? Lin Wangshu laughed. Luo Feng listened to these words and viewed the other party's desire. It is indeed time to meet, but they are out of the country. How about the day after tomorrow? After all, through Lin Wangshu's desires, viewed that he could be going on a trip abroad with the association after today, then obviously there's no time. But you can't answer no, can you? And you can't drag it out by saying something like next month, next week. That would be too obvious. If he hadn't been able to see the other party's desire, Luo Feng wouldn't have dared to say the day after tomorrow. Lin Wangshu accompanied her daughter over to Mordor. The first was to take a flight with the association, and the second was to come over to meet her daughter's boyfriend's parents. The day after tomorrow? Let's put it this way. Lo, can you? Lin Wangshu was just about to say it, but then there was a pinch around the waist. Can what? Luo Feng asked. It's nothing, Lin's mother hurriedly said. Since you don't have the time, forget it and wait for the opportunity. Lin's mother immediately glared at Lin Wangshu and whispered, since you dared to say the day after tomorrow, it's not an excuse. What do we have to see other people's parents for? It's not like we're going to have a wedding right away. If we make Xiao Luo feel that we don't believe in him, it'll chill his heart. Once Lin Wangshu heard this, the plan to see Luo Feng's parents could only be scrapped. The wife is right. To intentionally delay, it would never say the day after tomorrow. The key lies in the fact that Lin Wangshu wants to go abroad with the association. Something that his own daughter doesn't know about, much less his daughter's advance greeting. So, there could only be one possibility. Luo Feng was really willing to take them to meet his parents. Soon, everyone was full as well, and Lin Wangshu said with a smile, and we won't let you accompany our two old curmudgeons. Ruoshi you take Xiao Luo out to play. I know, Lin Ruoshi nodded. She also didn't want to have Luo Feng's situation with her parents around her, wishing for a world of two. Soon, taking Luo Feng's arm, the two of them left the restaurant. 102, Conspiracy, proper conspiracy. Goddess wants to see a horror movie. Hey, what's going on? As soon as he got on the car, Luo Feng had his hands idly, resting on those long, white and slender legs, and mopped up. No, I saw you at first. I can't believe you didn't wear a short skirt today. Such a good girl's outfit. So it's your parents who followed you here. Ha, oh, I was under the impression that I just loved wearing sexy clothes, right? Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes. No, when you went out with me, you dressed all sexy and just purposely seduced me. Luo Feng teased. Go to hell. Ghosts seduce you. Humming delicately, Lin Ruoshi suddenly said, by the way, do you really plan to let them meet your parents? Or else? Luo Feng chuckled. That's also true. Otherwise you wouldn't have said that you would arrange a meeting the day after tomorrow. Lin Ruoshi nodded. She really didn't expect Luo Feng to do so. So no reward? Barking. Lin Ruoshi still kissed Luo Feng on the side of his face. Come on, my fitness instructor. Take you somewhere fun. What place? Pegasus Mountain. Climb the mountain. This side of the magic city, there are definitely mountains, like Kijiyama, Zayakanshin and so on are. But compared to other places where the elevation is not moving a few thousand meters, it's just a small point. I hear it's kind of fun over there. Tianma Mountain, with a long human history, is the 8th mountain among the 9 peaks of Song County. It is located 10 kilometers southwest of Shishan. Long Mudu, the main peak elevation of more than a meter. The mountain is lofty and steep. The territory of the forest is lush. For the highest point of the Magic Road Mordor Pole, but also Shishan 9 peaks 12 mountains in the mountain forest area is the largest, the highest altitude of a mountain. There are 2 peaks in the north and south, shaped like a heavenly horse, hence the name, Black Pine, Oil Tree, Bamboo and other lush forests. According to the legend, the sword was made here by General Gon of the state of Wu in the spring and autumn. According to Yang Weizhen's Gon Shanji of the Yuan dynasty, it is rumored that the mountain was used as the Mount of Fuzhou, where Gon was born. According to the old Tujing, some people with the surname Gon lived here. 2 people came to the scenic area, paid their money, and even went so far as to hire a tour guide. Time gradually passed, and by the time the 2 came down from Pegasus Mountain, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Without realizing it, they had wandered around the mountain for 3 hours, mostly because the tour guide was so articulate. Every time you pass an attraction, you basically have to stop for 10 or 20 minutes to tell the story behind it. Luckily it wasn't a hot sunny day or I would have been depressed. Once that was over, the 2 made their way to the scenic parking lot. When she drove over, it was Lin Ruoshi who drove, and when she went back, she took the initiative to sit on the main driver. Luo Feng saw Lin Ruoshi rubbing her leg and stomach and laughed. Why don't I drive? Lin Ruoshi rubbed her legs in aggravation. It was indeed a bit hard to walk in the mountains just now for a few hours. Could it be the result of slacking off on fitness lately? Mostly because I'm really in love. Not so. It is true that there is no woman in the heart to pull out the sword natural god. Not only for men, but also for women. Seeing this, Luo Feng directly picked up Lin Ruoshi in a princess carry. Lin Ruoshi's face, immediately a little red, like a boiled crab. For the first time in my life, I was surprised that the princess hug wasn't on the edge of a big romantic waterbed, but in a parking lot. It wasn't at all like what she had imagined. Put me down. There's a lot of people here. Daryl wiggled his calves, and his hand pushed. What's wrong with someone? Isn't it bad to make them envious? Don't say it. The surrounding people, seeing Luo Feng holding an extremely beautiful woman, coming down from the main driver, were really biting their teeth with envy. Being tall is even better. Long legs are still so plump. So be it. Favor that donut, or the big D. The face is still too pretty to be true. It was like Luo Feng heard all around him. So many woof woof barks. Luo Feng carried Lin Ruoshi on the passenger side and sat down, then turned to go to the main driver as well. Leaving Pegasus Mountain, Luo Feng took Lin Ruoshi for a ride on the Ferris wheel. After the 2 of them had enough fun, they returned to the small house that Lin Ruoshi had rented in Magic City. Lin Ruoshi's parents had already gone over there to make the next lunch. After all, even though this place was small, Lin Wanshu felt that it was more cozy to eat at home. Xiao Luo, don't send us off. There's no need to find a chauffeur. We'll just find a place close to the airport to stay so we can leave tomorrow. Around 8 p.m., the 4 of them had some drinks. Luo Feng was downstairs, starting to say goodbye to Lin Wanshu and Lin Mother. Then how about I help you guys stop the taxi then? Luo Feng listened to the command and behaved himself. No, you go back. Go back? Luo Feng flinched, knowing that Lin Wanshu meant to go back to Lin Ruoshi's little house. Nah. Okay. Luo Feng waved his hand in greeting and turned back again. Hey, why are you back? Lin Ruoshi opened the door to her room and was surprised. The old husband called me back. Luo Feng laughed. And then there's the fact that your first desire wasn't to bring yourself back? Lin Ruoshi stared out with big beautiful eyes. No. You can't stay here today. How can Lin Ruoshi not see Luo Feng's mind? But she actually reasons to go along with Luo Feng's mind. But a girl has to be reserved. Hey, this is your father calling me back, Luo Feng said with dissatisfaction. He's yelling at you to go back to your own house, not come back here. So what can I do? I've been drinking and can't drive. Lo Feng then sat down on the Simmons at the edge of the small room. Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes and let him be. I'm so tired today. After packing up the dishes left over from the meal, Lin Ruoshi sat down on that Simmons in a flash and complained. Not a moment too soon. 2 people suggested a movie. Lin Daryl then turned on his computer. Luo Feng sat down on a chair and instantly hugged Lin Ruoshi in his arms. It was a little awkward at first, but it didn't take long to get more used to it. Hey, gorgeous, what do you mean by that? Saying you want to watch a good movie, and then you show a ghost movie? Luo Feng was really speechless. But look at the other person's list of desires. Luo Feng knows. Today, TM, you're the prey? I'd say you're a boy, and you're still afraid, right? Lin Ruoshi didn't have the heart to say. Anyway, I heard it's quite interesting, so I'll take a look. Luo Feng wrapped his arms around Lin Ruoshi's thin waist and leaned on his shoulder. Watching the plot carefully, Lin Ruoshi seemed to be quite curious about the next episode as well, so she stared dead on, and the small hand was tightly interlocked with Luo Feng's fingers. Movies to scared places. Daryl Lin almost screamed, and it kept hugging Luo Feng tightly. Luo Feng, however, hemmed and hawed. This hunter thinks he's a hunter? But she didn't realize that she herself was the prey. Luo Feng, aren't you leaving yet? The hour-and-a-half movie is finally over. Lin Ruoshi hesitated for a while before speaking. Hate to say this actually. Let's go. Be careful. I think the story in the movie might come true and come to you in the middle of the night. To hell with it. I'm not afraid. His mouth said he wasn't afraid, but his big beautiful eyes kept glancing out that window. Kiss. Luo Feng reached out to stop the thin waist and kissed it. The two of them savored it for 4 or 5 minutes before Lin Ruoshi pushed Luo Feng away. Alright, go back. Luo Feng nodded. This time kiss. Actually that positioning of the hand, the other party did not lift off. Feel. That's nice. Hey, Luo Feng, are you there yet? Lin Ruoshi turned off the lights, and just before lying down on her Simmons, she sent a voice message to Luo Feng. 103, can you not go? I'm scared. On the way. Why? Being able to see each other's desires. Luo Feng surely knew what she was thinking. Probably playing horror movies. She's been waiting for this. Why don't you come back? What? Aren't you kicking me out? What? Scared? Luo Feng didn't reveal anything. Girls are also colorful, but you need to give her an excuse. Scared? Not a perfect excuse. Then you can keep loafing for the night. You still say that. You still say that. I'm scared to death now. Anyway, you just go back tomorrow. It's all your fault. So horrible and still insist on watching it. I said not to watch it. Lin Ruoshi pretended to complain. I'll be back then. You wait. Luo Feng cocked a smile and once again returned to Lin Ruoshi's little home. Seeing Lin Ruoshi open the door in her silk pajamas, Luo Feng leaned up and hugged her. Not afraid. Not afraid. I'm coming. I slipped my hand over the shoulder strap. Hey, what for? It's not a call to come back and do something bad. Tonight? You can't do anything. Be honest, okay? No bad behavior. Lin Ruoshi grunted. A little rookie who was curious, but scared. Understood. Luo Feng gave an okay sign. I'll believe the hell out of you. I'd love to tie you up. I'm really a little worried. Lin Ruoshi grunted. Then opened the bathroom. Go wash up. I'm on Simmons. I don't want a stinky treasure that reeks of alcohol. Yeah. Luo Feng smiled cheerfully and immediately took off his top. That perfect sinewy line. Once again, he looked at Lin Ruoshi and blushed a little. When he came out of the bathroom again, Luo Feng saw that Lin Ruoshi used a sheet and wrapped herself tightly. Are you wrapped in dumplings? Not sharing some of my bedding? Luo Feng sat breathlessly on the edge. You're in such good health and you won't catch a cold. So it's fine if you don't want bedding. Luo Feng was sweating like crazy. What are you talking about? If you're going to catch a cold, you have to be responsible for taking care of the sick and today's temperature isn't too low, right? Besides, what kind of relationship is it now? Still guarding against me being bad at night? Women. First time. All this attitude. It's just showing that she's just defending herself against you. Actually defend a hairline. Can't wait for you to get in there. Hey, you, what are you doing in here? With a sudden chill, Lin Ruoshi felt her shoulder, leaning against a sturdy harbor. Rested. What else is there to do? Luo Feng reached out and just turned off that table lamp. Lin Ruoshi's face was already red beyond red. The restlessness and desire in his heart came up all at once. Don't you move. There would have been no words after the lights were turned off, one after the other. But Lin Ruoshi suddenly grunted. There's a pair of hands around my waist. What are you so nervous about? It's making me nervous. Luo Feng could see the other's list of desires at the moment. 1. It seems like I've been that. But will Luo Feng really take responsibility? Will I be dumped the next day? See here. Luo Feng was quite speechless. In fact, at first, she was, at heart, quite trusting. But women, they like to ramble. The more I thought about it, the more I got worried. Luo Feng, why don't you go back? Lin Ruoshi really wanted to, but she was afraid that it wouldn't end up the way she thought it would. Then move yourself. I'm ignoring you. Lin Ruwashi thought about it, but still softly said, sure, lend a fart a hand. Just borrowing it though. But borrowing. Suddenly, it was a little after 6 o'clock the next morning when Lofeng lifted the white arm that was wrapped around his neck. First thing was to call and make a reservation for breakfast for two. Yeah, ask for millet porridge with red dates. I'll just order goji berries for mine. Make it hot. Don't get cold halfway through. After clicking to pay the 188 yuan, Luo Feng put the phone aside, wanting to continue to embrace her and sleep for a while, but Lin Ruwashi seemed to have woken up as well, and delicately said, Luo Feng, it hurts. Not afraid. Cuddle. Luo Feng coaxed, thinking about yesterday. It's really a bit speechless. Takeout is here. I'll go get it, and if we can't sleep, we'll get up and have breakfast. Lin Ruwashi nodded obediently. Soon, Lofeng covered the door and brought in the takeout. Half an hour. 2 people had breakfast. Luo Feng also washed up. Lin Ruwashi, on the other hand, forced herself to get up and send Luo Feng downstairs. Luo Feng and Lin Ruwashi entwined kisses for a while before the two of them lifted their heads. Luo Feng softly said, Ruwashi, you rest for a few days. On the gym side, I've given a word to Sister Lan. Okay, you drive slow ha. Farewell to Lin Ruwashi. Luo Feng left refreshed. After 2 months of absence the beauty is finally here. Ever since with Maggie So, it's really been held back for a long time. If Luo Feng really wants to flirt with him, the success rate is horribly high. Counting up from the use of the investment company prop card. 3 days. It passed quickly. Senior management Chen Ping. There was also the elite investor, Tong Tianlong, who got in touch with Luo Feng. Luo Feng authorized Chen Ping to manage the investment company. Tong Tianlong, on the other hand, cooperated with him. Complementary. Though both are at the die-hard level of 120 loyalty, but Luo Feng still wanted to be on the safe side. The new investment company, Luo Feng, is called Fengshan Investment Company. Rubbing the heat of that company is also good. This is also a choice to start fast. And there was only a week left before the day to go to school in Shucheng. Luo Feng's company over there was thoroughly prepared. After this week, Luo Feng could be going over there. While he was at it, Luo Feng departed for the capital. Of course, Luo Feng had also notified Chen Dali and also Lin Xiaoyun in advance that when they got there, they would come to pick themselves up. 144, going to the capital again. Luo Feng is going to do something big. Old brother Luo Feng, I've arranged the Mr. 13 bar for you to pick you up. The airport in the capital. Luo Feng met up with Chen Dali and Lin Xiaoyun. Steady this time? Luo Feng didn't say it politely either. Ha, don't worry. This time it's all males, and there are no lookalikes. Chen Dali spoke. My brother Wind. This time, you won't be bringing Miss Ferrari, right? Lin Xiaoyun spoke. There's no need. Luo Feng shook his head. He didn't even tell Duanmu Yunji that he had come to the capital. Luo Feng planned to, following up with some time, make a trip to the conservatory. Surprise her. Soon the crowd arrived at the bar. Chen Dali and Luo Feng sat in the center. One is a guest. One is the host. I'll drink to you, old man. All in good time. You're welcome. Luo Feng picked up his wineglass and clinked it with the other party. One drink after that. Luo Feng looked around at his friends. All of them were the same buddies from the last race. An Peng, Duanmu Feng, Li Wood, etc. You guys aren't going to try to fight me again, are you? Luo Feng took the initiative to inquire. Ha, brother Feng, spare your life. Can't mess with it. Excuse me. A few people immediately waved their hands when they heard that. Sure enough, packing up fear all at once, the followers wouldn't dare to bleep with Luo Feng. Come on, I'm afraid of you. Li Mu was a person who couldn't afford to drink, and the more he did, the more he liked to pretend to be a bully. Come on you, last time you guys were over there, you didn't give a damn. Lin Xiaoyun disliked it without hesitation. I say Lin Xiaoyun, who are you to say anything about me? If someone else were to say something about me, they would still be able to figure it out, but you're just going to have to get over it? Li Mu also disliked him nonchalantly. Alright, let's drink casually today. Mainly to pick up my old brother, Chen Dali said to Zhang Shunyong beside him. Xiaoyong, arrange a bit of the atmosphere group. You can fix it up for me. Zhang Shunyong hurriedly said. Okay, no problem. A few moments later, a bunch of warbling, swallowing, thin and fat young ladies came over. Chen Dali said politely. Older brother, you choose first. Luo Feng hit his eyes and looked over. Rows and rows of long white legs, dressed still cool, but still waved his hand. Brother Dali, you are the host. It's better for you to choose first. The crowd clamored for Chen Dali to come first. That's the privilege of being a host. Chen Dali touched his nose and still chose one. Lo Feng was also very agreeable and chose one. It's the atmosphere panel anyway. It's not like we're playing pool or have to play bumper cars. Doesn't matter. With the addition of the atmosphere group, the group also started chatting about all sorts of interesting things. Luo Feng casually said, "Brother Xiao Yun, have you found a suitable Porsche 718 yet?" "Not yet." "See this?" One side of Chen Dali said. "He is a bit unlucky. Like the configuration. The condition is not very good. The condition is good and do not like the configuration. Finally found the condition is good. The configuration is also like. The price in the new car is not too much less. Ha ha ha, it's a bit of bad luck." Luo Feng laughed. "Yeah, my luck is too bad," Lin Xiaoyun said helplessly. "Is your family that ruthless?" Anpeng spoke up. "He crashed 2 sports cars a month, worth a combined $7 million. If I were his father, I could be ruthless." Duan Mufeng did know something about the situation. Lin Xiaoyun deflated his mouth. Depressed. If it wasn't for those things, he wouldn't be so miserable. "This technique, I would like to ask, how did it pass the exam?" Luo Feng smiled. "All are accidents." Lin Xiaoyun defended. "The first time was when the other party hit me. My $3 million Aston Martin. Froze thinking it was a Ford Mondeo. He was trying to avoid a Mercedes-Benz, and barged straight over to me. After all, at night, both car logos are a bit similar." Ha ha ha, Luo Feng laughed out heartlessly. "So that hit-and-run car, did it cry later?" "The other party bought $3 million of commercial insurance, and it's the kind with no deductible. Do you dare to believe it?" Lin Xiaoyun spat. "The other party made a phone call, notified the insurance, and went ahead. I cried anyway. The second car to buy a car. I learned from the experience of the first time to buy a car, directly on the Porsche 911 GT, all down. That is 4 million, that exaggerated big rear wing, how to look full of expensive money flavor, right? As a result the tragedy came. A guy Audi RS7 was on the highway and crashed with me because it was the middle of the night and I couldn't hold back. So we crashed." "So what did it hit?" Luo Feng asked. "The owner of that car, who was trying to avoid a stray dog and then threw a disc at me. The cost of repairs reached $2 million. Ha ha ha, Luo Feng couldn't afford to laugh. "Was this a grudge against sports cars?" Luo Feng laughed. "With your luck, I mind if you still buy a normal car for good. Buying a supercar and crashing it once, who can handle that? Once drove my car and even disliked me to the flower bed on the roadside. Do you think it's infuriating?" Chen Dali opened his mouth and said, "That time I was on my way to avoid a ghost probe alright?" Lin Xiaoyun said helplessly. "What's a ghost probe?" "It's just a passerby who comes out of nowhere, crossing the road. All of them, here in the third big deck, are revealing themselves to each other. But there wasn't such a bad atmosphere. Instead, everyone was pretty happy." And Pang said, "You only know about Lin Xiaoyun's car crash. I know an even funnier one." "Oh?" Luo Feng looked curiously at the Tan and Pang. "I said Brother Pang, Master Pang, I beg you." Lin Xiaoyun immediately begged for mercy. "Once, Lin Xiaoyun and I jerked off. I said Father Pang, please, okay?" Lin Xiaoyun shouted, "Calling your ancestor is useless. Your previous 9 consecutive losses in the League of Legends that you sent me in your circle of friends, have you forgotten?" "Crap, that's not you." A grandson said to take me off. ITM positioning match, 10 games lost 9 games. I still can't spit and send a friend circle. You don't mention these things to me. Luo Feng laughed out loud. 9 consecutive losses for the ally? Can we still sit and drink together? To replace Lo Feng, lift the table and go to hell. Do you guys play canyons too? And Pong nodded. Zone 1 Master. Battle records available. Check you a grandson. Last time deliberately play me 10 innings. One of the innings, you cannot play it, right? Everyone else has taken off, and you're the only one who's giving it away. Lin Xiaoyun spat. Accidentally. I really didn't act. Does it work for one person to act in a game of 5? So one person acted no? Why can't I get on the score if I'm a vegetable? Lin Xiaoyun retorted out. The other side simply ran out of excuses. Never mind. Why don't I just get on with my good stuff? And Pang continued. 145, stock market insider information. And Pang said, once I jerked off with Lin Xiaoyun, we both drank and had to find a chauffeur to go home. I just went home. Lin Xiaoyun sent a message. Said to transfer 10,000 to him. His WeChat limit was up. And I didn't think about it, so I transferred it. And guess what happened after that? What? Luo Feng asked curiously. So he says he was blackmailed by a female valet? You guys dare to believe it? And Pang said with a bad smile. How much was blackmailed? Luo Feng already knew what was going on and deliberately asked. $20,068. of which $68 was charged for chauffeuring. Luo Feng laughed out loud. It was just a guess earlier. Now it's straight up solid. What's this? A full stomach and a chauffeur? As a result, the female valet was allowed to fight a battle in person? But it's okay? She's an expensive chauffeur, too. But in fact, Luo Feng also knows that these female valets are here to let people ride. After all, when a beautiful woman drives for you, do they really earn a valet fee? It's to seduce the owner of a luxury car and then just come to the door. Chen Dali smiled and looked at Duan Mufeng. Have you guys learned valet driving for more than 20,000? Understand? Screw you. We're not getting such an expensive female valet. This is something that only Lin Xiaoyun could do. The ladies in the atmosphere group, hearing this, also learned something new. After all, they certainly don't make as much as a female valet. It's just Lin Xiaoyun alone who is bitter and shut up. Lin Xiaoyun spat. Drinking is a mistake. Drinking is a mistake. Yeah, drinking is a mistake. But that thing? It's not delayed at all. And Pang spat. There aren't many left in a box. Are there? Crap. Is little brother Yun so fierce? Luo Feng was stunned. Or else, Chen Dali said. A bad reputation, but also too capable. People say they can't handle it. After playing around for a while, Luo Feng looked at the time and it was almost time. Gmei guys, let's stop here today. I've set up a face-to-face group. You guys add the group and come in. I'll arrange a red packet for everyone. Lo Feng got a face-to-face group, waiting for the 7 ladies to join in. 5 random red envelopes of 2,000 amounts were sent in a row. It then simply exited the group chat. Gmei means chicken, you are too beautiful. After sending them away, Luo Feng clapped his hands and said, Big brother Sum, change the place. Let's talk about business. The crowd saw this and wondered for a moment. Then it was time to leave the bar and go to the last little alley grill. Chen Dali was in charge of ordering the skewers, while Luo Feng sat in his seat and spoke. I believe that brother Dali, who has already told you all, that I'm looking for everyone this time for something. I wonder how you guys feel about the topic of insider information. Luo Feng followed up. We're all good brothers, so if you have something to say, there's no need to hide it. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and no one spoke. After all, there is such a thing as insider information. 10 years ago, there would have been people who would have believed it. But now, everyone is the reincarnation of the Monkey King, and monkeys are so smart. Who still wants to believe? Brother Feng, what insider information did you get? Lin Xiaoyun asked. Luo Feng smiled without saying anything. Chen Dali had already ordered the skewers and sat beside Luo Feng. Old brother, what's your plan? Just say it. I've currently gotten an investment company over in Shu City, named Fengshan Investment Company. I'll give you all 10 minutes to look up the relevant information about this company. And if you do, you've got your admission ticket. Luo Feng said calmly, by the way, I want each of you to inquire independently, and don't tell anyone else what you find out, no matter what connections or means you find. Remember, you only have 10 minutes. After all was said and done, Luo Feng counted down his cell phone and gave it on the table. Luo Feng was going to throw out an olive branch, so naturally he needed to have the strength to be able to catch it. Chen Dali opened his mouth. Let's all go our own way. After all, investigating a company's information isn't that difficult. Everyone nodded in unison as well. Chen Dali was on his cell phone, sending messages to his friends to investigate. And everyone else is pretty much the same. Both are utilizing their various contacts. Some are still on the phone. As time passed by, Chen Dali first sent the relevant information to Luo Feng. Lin Xiaoyun went to ask Lin Wanting, who ignored him, and he went to look for other people's connections, finally sending the message to Luo Feng at the 5th minute. The others were also after Lin Xiaoyun and sent the company information they had inquired about to Luo Feng. Anpeng was the last to send a message. At this time exactly 9 minutes, all in planning time. I'll read your survey first, haha. Luo Feng laughed. A posture of grading papers. The first thing to look at was the message that Chen Dali sent over. The information about the company that Chen vigorously investigated was quite detailed. Includes the registration time of Fengshan Investment Limited, the actual controlling person, as well as the general manager Chen Ping, deputy general manager and investment director Tong Tianlong, as well as the company's address. The information that others have investigated is not far off. Not bad. You guys passed the first level. Luo Feng nodded. Lin Xiaoyun then spoke. I say brother Feng, you hold full access to the $40 million? This time, the insider information, is it related to the $40 million? Lin Xiaoyun asked. It's not related to the $40 million. It's the insider information this time. A mere $40 million can't make waves at all. But the funds that I can use, is $40 million. Luo Feng shook his head and said, Can you tell me more about it? Chen Dali opened his mouth. Since it's all insider information, it certainly can't be said explicitly. This time to call everyone over. In fact, it is to return the face of Brother Vigor. Before in the Golden Harbor for me to arrange a racing car. But I am in my heart. Luo Feng knew that Chen Dali loved face. And at this moment, he was completely pretending to him. And Chen Dali was quite comfortable. I can only tell you, my Fengshan investment company, in the last 3 days, will do a short operation. The expected return is 20%. As for the risk, well, we are all their own people. I give you a word. Almost zero. Luo Feng lowered his voice. This time, he came to the capital city, but it was for this matter. Don't underestimate 20%. You know, the average bank, with a 3-year term, is only now giving a % annual yield. That's almost 10 times higher, and it's just a couple days. For 10 million, it's 2 million in hand. Zero risk? Chen Dali flinched. Yes. Is there a limit to the total funds? Chen Dali continued to ask. As a matter of principle, of course, there is none. But the stock market, as you should all know, with too much money, is likely to move some people's cake. Is that $10 million considered big? Chen Dali opened his mouth. Luo Feng directly death-gazed at the other party. A mere $10 million? You're about to let capital take you seriously? What's on your mind? I say, Brother Dali, $10 million? I don't think you should be able to touch someone's cake. Luo Feng spat. We're different. We've got this $10 million, but it's all of it, including the year-end money from our childhood. All kinds of savings from pimping out our family. Chen Dali's meaning was simple. Nothing can go wrong. $10 million is a small problem. There really won't be any risks. The capital won't care. Luo Feng opened his mouth. I only have 600,000 in savings. Damn it. Lin Xiaoyun laughed bitterly. Less is less. Just mean it. Luo Feng comforted. Li Mu thought for a moment. I trust Brother Luo Feng. I'll invest $2 million. And Pang smiled bitterly. I just bought a Ferrari recently, so I'm strapped for cash. So I'll pull out $1 million. Duan Mu Feng nodded. 1 million for me too. Everyone who has a recommendation vote, all vote to the author. This thing is free. Every day. If there is a monthly vote, it would be better. The monthly vote this thing, the author is also needed. Thank you, haha. 146, collective entry into the hotel. It's time to do something big. What about the others? Luo Feng looked at them. Investments have risks. I know everyone needs to think about it and is not in a hurry. But not to say that if you don't invest, you are not giving me face. So all of you think about it. A few minutes later, a rich second generation called Li Bukai then said, Luo Feng, I believe in you. I mortgaged my Lamborghini Big Bull, and then the suburban house was drawn out and mortgaged for a total of $10 million. Both An Pang and Duan Mufeng looked at Li Bukai and felt that this person, for fear, was crazy. Nothing has been heard yet and $10 million is being invested. He's not Chen Dali, who has an iron relationship with Luo Feng, right? Everyone is, in fact, just meaning it. Give Luo Feng face. Li Bukai was really a spiritual young man. Luo Feng was very optimistic about him. I'll pull a WeChat and everyone comes in. When the Microsoft group is established, Luo Feng then sent out everyone's investments. Chen Dali, 10 million. Lip Okai, 10 million. Limo, 2 million. Ampan, 1 million. Duan Mu Feng, 1 million. Again, I'll state that any of my buddies can quit at any time, so don't let this affect the camaraderie of the group. Luo Feng clarified. Also, if you guys really want to participate, during the daytime tomorrow, credit your funds to my company account. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he opened his mouth and said, Come, everyone jerk off. The olive branch has been thrown. As for them picking it up or not, that's all up to them. That night, Luo Feng naturally chose to stay at the Quarry Hotel once again. Everyone else couldn't fall asleep and had their own little private parties. Chen Dali and Lin Xiaoyun, the two of them discussed in the middle of the night and determined the investment. Duan Mu Feng, did you find out any inside information? And Pang asked. If you have any news, you can share it. Duan Mu Feng asked backhandedly. You can share when you find out. We're good buddies. Lin Mu laughed. There's no insider information, right? Li Bukai said. But I believe in old brother Luo Feng. Yes, Chen Dali has invested $10 million. What are you guys afraid of? I don't have any money, so let's just invest $1 million anyway. So many people still have mixed feelings. After all, according to the relationship between a few people, the relationship with Luo Feng was not that good. Worried about the fear of a trap, but it's actually normal. Luo Feng was suddenly like this. No one could have predicted it. Aren't you all afraid of being cheated? Anpeng spoke carefully. Didn't you guys check the other party's information and indeed the registered capital is $40 million? Who else takes the registration capital thing seriously? And Pang asked rhetorically. Some financing companies, which offer capital verification services, but are able to fake it with little difficulty. I believe Luo Feng anyway. If you guys don't, simply don't get involved. Li Bukai opened his mouth. It's not that I don't believe in it. It's better to think carefully about things like that. And Pang clarified. I'll reconsider it too. If it's not possible, let's just give Brother Dali a face and invest $1 million. And also give Luo Feng a face. Duan Mufeng opened his mouth and said, well, stop chatting. All rested. The next morning, Luo Feng and Chen Ping, along with Tong Tianlong, discussed the matter of investing in U.S. stocks, because both are diehards. Luo Feng briefly said that he had gotten insider information about a certain stock. Get them all ready to get the most out of it. They all nodded as well. At noon, in the group of rich second generation, and Pang was the first one to send a message. Sorry brother Luo Feng, I have a little problem with the funds on my side. This time, I can't participate in the investment. Luo Feng didn't care. It's okay, brother and Pang, there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. As for any collaboration after that, who knows? There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. Luo Feng didn't know if there would be a chance. It all depended on the benefits. Duan Mufeng also sent a message afterward. Sorry, Luo Feng, inside information? Duan Mufeng said, what other inside information is there now? Bullshit, right? 10 million checking in. Li Bukai over there, directly sent transfer screenshots. It's been received. Luo Feng nodded. Chen Dali sent a message. My 10 million has also passed. Roger that. Big brother, I've transferred 2 million. This time I've squeezed the toothpaste. You have to be more forceful. Lin Xiaoyun had originally promised 600,000, but now there was an extra 1.4 million coming over. Definitely kowtowing and borrowing money from somewhere. Lin Xiaoyun continued. Big brother, it's up to you next. If this round, I can really make money, then my top-of-the-line Porsche 718 will be here. The promised 20% profit. Ha ha ha, try. I try. Luo Feng replied to the message. Lin Mu, on the other hand, was the last to send a message. Sorry, brother Luo Feng, our family business is in a bit of trouble. We can't invest this time. Luo Feng knows. Maybe these guys, they're all in on the deal. Luo Feng also thought they'd make a token investment of $1 million or something. It doesn't look like it. Luo Feng naturally did not get angry. After all, only Luo Feng knew that it was a sure thing, and they didn't know Luo Feng's bottom line. If they want these broadsides, which are all fake, just to pull investment, then they've been duped. In this day and age, you really can't invest recklessly. You three, since you're investing, come on over to the hotel and we'll discuss it. I've gone ahead and taken the suite. Luo Feng said directly to them in the group. Soon, the three men also arrived at the hotel one after the other in an hour's time. Luo Feng sat on the sofa of the suite and opened his mouth. Three of you. I'll talk about the rules first. If you can accept them, you'll start immediately. If you can't accept them, I'll immediately notify someone and return your funds to you. Say it, old brother, Chen Dali said. First, for the next 4 days, we all live together. Right here in this suite, and no one can leave. No problem. Chen Dali opened his mouth. And secondly, you will contact your families later to indicate that you are going out for a few days. If there is any contact in the middle of the day, all three of you must supervise it together. And messages to the outside are forbidden. Chen Dali and Lin Xiaoyun considered for a while, but still nodded and said, okay. And thirdly, when everyone sleeps, I will put a seal on the door of the room, thus avoiding news from getting out. Luo Feng opened his mouth, yet so cautious. They know that this must be really insider information. If that's not it, then it's kidnapping. Otherwise there's no explanation. The last one, and I want it to be abundantly clear to all of us, is that what we're going to do next is a matter of self-interest. And even if there's an opportunity to disclose information to anyone or take anyone on board, I don't want that. Luo Feng reminded a bit and said, the investment market is risky. Any little wind in grass will be capital attention, so that the originally expected good 20% return found changes. So for their own interests to consider, it is best to make money alone. After all, also invited others. Others do not come. No way is not it? Luo Feng continued to finish. Lin Xiaoyun was the first to state, I don't use my cell phone the whole time. I watch TV every day. Just 4 days anyway. If it can come to 400,000, that blood money is not lost. Li Bokai laughed and said, me too. If it's 2 million in 4 days, I've already thought about purchasing a Mercedes-AMG 147. $40 million. Explosive earnings of $40 million. Chen Dali laughed. $2 million in 4 days is indeed a very good choice. Lin Xiaoyun, however, rolled her eyes. You all have big funds. I only have 2 million. I have the largest funds, so I'll arrange it for everyone's bar Grand Divine Dragon when the time comes. Luo Feng smiled. Li Bukai waved his hand. No, if that's the case, I'll just arrange it. I know of a place full of technical school beauties. You know. Luo Feng didn't reject Li Bukai's good intentions. He could arrange it if he wanted to. Okay, everyone, tell your family you're okay, then go take off your clothes and throw them at the door. Luo Feng said and finished taking care of these things. Naturally, he told Bai Ningbing's little fortune teller what happened. Luo Feng said for her not to disclose it. She could definitely keep her mouth shut. If this matter, she does not listen to Luo Feng. Then Luo Feng also recognized. But the fate is over. Follow me. Luo Feng led them to a room, which had a projector, and a hanging US stock analysis. The insider news I'm telling you now is that the LIGH company over there in the US stock market has a big problem. Their cell phone 5-camera solution processing system did not meet the expected results, and is about to announce today that they are completely withdrawing from the cell phone camera market, thus causing the company's stock to plummet. Lo Feng's US stock news prop card. That's the message that prompted it. I know this company. They provided a lot of cameras to Nokia. Didn't they say that they take good pictures? Chen Dali said. Theoretically, but the actual effect? It didn't even reach what was advertised. So it's going to announce that it's withdrawing from the cell phone camera solution market. Luo Feng replied. We know the news in advance, so we'll short this stock and wait for them to announce it. We'll make a huge profit. Luo Feng opened his mouth. So, a steady profit? Lin Xiaoyun said. Of course. Could it be that my Porsche 718 is stable? Lin Xiaoyun was surprised. Be confident. Don't. It's definitely stable. Luo Feng said. Ha ha, then I'll think about what color would be better. Lin Xiaoyun said. Lippo opened up and said. I want the green Mercedes GTR, and the silver one would be nice too. Ha ha ha, I think that you guys can think a little bit more. Luo Feng suddenly made such a remark. Several people were blindsided. What do you mean? My brother Wind. Don't scare us. Chen Dali spoke. Is there any other news? Luo Feng nodded. Of course there is. The insider information we got this time. There is indeed a lot of it. Lig, this company, will probably buy back its own stock, and then announce its entry into the driverless field, industrial robotics field, and all kinds of intelligent robots. Then, LIG's multi-camera processing, piggybacking on products with wider design constraints, especially drones, will be the next windfall. Crap, Harry, Lin Xiaoyun cheered. You be quiet. Luo Feng waved his hand. I'll say another news. According to the insider information we obtained, LIGT company, after entering the industrial field, he would go on to announce that he got a military order from the meter country. You guys imagine this news? How shocking is it? I am silly. Happiness comes too suddenly. I said I was dreaming. Lin Xiaoyun said. If these 3 insiders, all of them, are correct, and if we add the rules of the American stock market, we can get 100% gain in 4 days. Li Bukai said very happily. I'll take a breather first. Why don't we have a drink? How about it? Chen Dali took a deep breath. Lo Feng. The whole point? Okay. Luo Feng nodded. Mainly because only Lo Feng has a cell phone. Other people's cell phones. It's all been gotten in the safe by Lo Feng. High noon. And the guys got drunk. Fortunately, the suite living room and couch are larger. Night. The 4 men were in their bedroom, checking out the operations of Rockwind. Anyway, the money goes to this company. Then they operate and it's done. About 3 o'clock at night. 1 hour to go as the US stock market close. Because LIG announced its withdrawal, plus all the shorting forces, this company dropped 22% of its share price outright. Luo Feng's investment company, Staff Trader, has all but sold out. Then inhale low to go long. When it's 4 in the morning, US stocks closed. Everyone also stayed up with big panda eyes. Did we make more than 20% today? That's for sure. Luo Feng spoke. Don't worry, tomorrow will be better. That's actually true. Day 2. It's the same as what Lo Feng said. This company, which announced its entry into the field of drones, industrial machines and more, and it is supported by a large number of companies. With this one piece of news, the stock price, which had fallen 20%, instantly hardened. US stocks, but there is no concept of up and down. But near the close, this company rose to 51%. There is a segment of the population that has already begun to sell off. Thus, the price of the stock has been suppressed a little bit. We made another 51%. People are numb. It seems so. It has to be. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Continue tomorrow. Luo Feng looked at their excited looks and spoke. And the third day. It was the same as Luo Feng expected. This company announced an order with the official. A new upswing is on the way. This round is up 25%. Don't underestimate that 25%. After all, it's going up again on top of yesterday's, which was already up. The equivalent of $100, up 51%. Then comes to $151. And 25% of $151? How much is that? That's up dollars. Then the total comes to dollars. So doing the math, if you base it on $100, that's a total percent increase. To follow the original increase? Wouldn't that be 76%? Of course, that's just an example. Not practically. The gain would have been more than 100% anyway, since everyone was up 20% to begin with, wasn't it? But that's just shorting. But the conversion is the same. This was exceptionally exciting for all three. Only Lin Xiaoyun, because the investment is small, just 2 million, very upset looked at Chen Dali and Li Bo open. Made so much money. It is a little red. And then the yin and yang. However, they were inevitably disliked by Chen Dali and Chen Bokai. To be honest, at first they thought that just a 20% profit would be enough to shock them. But what about turning your head? Luo Feng directly burst out. Is more than 100% profit. That makes them simply humanly stupid. Invest $10 million, make $10 million. People like Chen Dali, the second generation of the rich, had never earned so much money in their lives. 148, good boy, go to bed. What's the point of being happy now? Call it happy when it arrives later. I'll give you back your cell phones first. You guys better lay low. Luo Feng watched a few people, cheering like children, even if Chen Dali had been very stable, all excited at the moment as well. Lin Xiaoyun was the first to nod. My own brother. Okay, I'll keep a low profile. I promise not to say anything. I'll hold it in. The most I'll do is post a friend circle saying that I'm getting a Porsche 911. Luo Feng nonchalantly disliked. I said that among several people. You're the one who earns the least. Why are you excited? WOJ. Lin Xiaoyun said that he had hit a sore point. But right. It seems like it's already made $2 million. Right? Why be greedy for so much? A small 2 million. Thursday something. Hurry up and sit down you. Chen vigorously combats too. Chen Dali and I are both 10 million. Ha ha ha. Li Bokai laughed and continued to hit Lin Xiaoyun. I regret it. I should have known better. Mortgaged all my family's cars and houses. And then went to kowtow to someone and borrowed $20 million into it. Chen vigorously combated. Wake up. That's all your parents. You don't have a house, much less a car. You can't borrow money either. Someone in your family has long been greeted. Not allowed to borrow money. The money you borrowed this time. I don't even know who you kowtowed to. Li Bokai laughed. I threw up. Lin Xiaoyun stated that he had been seen through. It's too hard. This 2 million. That's the maximum he can do. By the way, I'll add that, given the exchange rate thing and the need for some special means so as to avoid someone tracking us, the profit will be deliberately lost by 1 to 1%. The exact figure will be known only after the operation. Luo Feng opened his mouth to clarify. And there was no objection from anyone. Chen Dali said, should we give out some bonuses on the side of the investment company? The matter of the bonus. Don't need to worry about it. This time it's insider information. They're just manipulating. Our company has a clear reward provision. Luo Feng clarified. After about half an hour, Luo Feng clapped his hands to attract the three people's ideas. In the end, the loss of percent. Each of us profit is 106%. The funds need to be the next day to arrive. Woo woo. Yes. Nice. Brother Luo Feng is awesome. I'll arrange for Mr. 13. I'm arranging the art faculty bar. I'll arrange it. Lin Xiaoyun hadn't said anything yet. Luo Feng then struck out. What are you arranging for? You're the poorest one. And you still need to make arrangements? The other two. They're both making over $10 million yet. He's only 2 million. What about here at Luo Feng? 40 million down there? That's $42.4 million? Riotously cool. I can't sleep. Me too. Although the funds are not yet available. You have already seen screenshots of the withdrawals. Usually, as long as it's a big company, it's not so bad that it won't get to you for just that little bit of money. After all, how much is this? Will people get stuck with this amount of money of yours and tarnish their reputation? Next day is solid. Anyway, we can't sleep. Let's give Lin Xiaoyun a chance and let brother Xiaoyun treat us to a getaway meal. Li Bokai proposed. There's a midnight snack at 5 in the morning? Lofan said, getting on his knees. I'm actually still sleeping. Luo Feng calmly said. Really sleepy now. Okay. However, Luo Feng just now. Did not forget Bai Ningbing, who stayed up all night. Let her operate as well. Of course, she invested all of her assets, $150,000 or so. This time, naturally, the proceeds were a little over $150,000 as well. It's happily sending a lot of messages to Luo Feng right now, but Luo Feng didn't reply. It's okay for you guys to send a circle of friends, and it's okay to say how much money you've earned, but the specific channels, don't expose them, lest you don't have such an opportunity in the future. Luo Feng said, don't worry, it's okay. We understand. Subsequently, a few people didn't go out for a late night snack. Instead, he ordered the waiter to bring over 2 pots of rice and peanuts. Lin Xiaoyun paid for it, and slipped $200 on the waitress's panda. Just received an 8-figure level profit. The big man said to celebrate, and the peanuts are ready. Li Buakai immediately sent a message in the circle of friends, and Chen Dali didn't mean to send a friend circle. Lin Xiaoyun inquired, Brother Dali? Not pretending? I wouldn't dare. After the pretense is over, it's my younger siblings, one less than 100,000 to hit the bottom. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, when I borrowed the money, all of them talked about the interest rate. Just business. No favors. Li Buakai laughed. Luo Feng, why are you ignoring me? What are you doing? You're not having a celebration meeting, are you? On Bai Ningbing's side, she also sent a lot of messages, all excited to death. Luo Feng took the time, replying, where? Just going to the bar in the art school series, over there, you know. Seeing that Bai Ningbing didn't reply to the message, Luo Feng comforted. Don't worry, what kind of person am I that I wouldn't go messing around? Saying that, Luo Feng asked, happy? Made $150,000. Of course I'm happy as hell. I'll buy you dinner when I get back, the most expensive Japanese arrangement. Come on, it's still my treat. How much did you make? You drifted? Luo Feng laughed. But then, Luo Feng satisfied Bai Ningbing's first desire. That's as Lo Feng said, make over 100% profit. Now that's a real bonus. Can it still not be the fulfillment of the first desire? Ding! Satisfy Bai Ningbing's first desire and gain 5 attribute points. Ding! Get a 3-day US stock market trend prop card. Crap! Still coming? Lo Feng said that not only could it come back, it could come back a little more. Such a prop card earned Luo Feng more than 40 million in one wave, if utilized again later. Then Luo Feng's capital is bigger in the case. The more profits. Ningbing, it's almost 6 o'clock. Go to bed quickly. Good boy. Oh. After Bai Ningbing replied, she said good night. But Luo Feng knew that the little fortune hunter probably couldn't sleep. But what about Luo Feng? Totally sleepy. The most exciting moment of his own life was just being reborn. And the moment he obtained the system. Can anything else be this exciting? 149. Happy to mention 2 luxury cars. The circle of friends is envious. Luo Feng here fell asleep, but Lin Xiaoyun and Li Buakai couldn't sleep at all. Circle of friends various comments. It also doesn't reply at all. And Pine saw the 2 people's circle of friends and immediately pulled a small group to discuss it. Have you seen these 2 circle of friends? I saw it. I don't know if it's real or not. I think it could be true. After all, we're all decent people. It's all in a circle. How is it possible to tell fake news and pretend to be something you're not? Didn't the other 2 send their friends? Looked at it and didn't send it. I checked out Luo Feng, the investment company. I said autistic. What do you mean? I'm autistic. Of course this news is true. Speechless, whether it was in Pang, Duan Mu Feng, or Li Mu, all of them were autistic at the moment. Hoping for a 100% chance of profit? Hardly they missed it. Immediately afterward, several people in the small group, all did not send messages. After all, they had agreed before that none of them would invest. Anyway, something like that is so off the wall. And now, did Luo Feng really get the inside information? This thing is actually real? As for that, send a message to Luo Feng, kneeling down, so that he can take them to get rich in the future. Such things are done by decent people who are totally incapable of doing them. People said a few days ago that they would give Brother Dolly face and take you guys to be rich. You don't believe it yourselves. But now, good enough to go to someone else? Around 3 in the afternoon, Luo Feng woke up. First, he sent a message to Bai Ningbing. No reply. Probably still happy. Estimated 7, 8, 9, 10 in the morning? You just went to bed? Who knows? Brother Feng, you're awake? Lin Xiaoyun saw Luo Feng wake up and greeted him. Crap. Damn you. You're not sleeping. Are you? No. I just went to bed at 10 and just woke up. Just 5 hours of sleep? Who sleeps? Luo Feng expressed speechlessness. 2 million? And you won't be able to sleep. For those who don't know, they think you're a poor bastard. Actually, can a family be any kind of poor when they can buy 2 sports cars to drive? Brother Luo Feng, hurry up and wash up. I've arranged for a noon meal. Let a few of them wake up and eat together. I'm starving like crazy. Lin Xiaoyun opened her mouth and said, give me 3 minutes. Luo Feng replied, what? Brother Wind, you only need 3 minutes? Luo Feng was speechless. He had used attribute points, on that matter, to add intensity. How can that be? Even if Su Mei Ji plus by Ningbing, plus a Duanmu Yunji with the height of a big ocean horse, you yourself are guaranteed to be undefeated. Okay, what are we eating? After Luo Feng took care of it, Chen Dali and Li Buakai both woke up one after another, made a reservation for the little peanut kanji place over there. Let's pat our stomachs first, and in the evening, we'll go to the bar. Lin Xiaoyun spoke up, and I'm driving with Li Bo, planning to pick up the car, or second-hand. Luo Feng teased, upgraded a bit, and it's a quasi-new car, 3,000 kilometers Carrera, stock 0-100 data seconds, for only 1.2 million. I decided to go next. Chen Dali heard Lin Xiaoyun say this and spoke. When he was looking for the 718 before, he liked that one Carrera, but the budget was too high, and now that he's making money, it's natural for him to spend on impulse. Luo Feng said, alright, let's eat first. Soon the 4 men were in 4 cars, leaving the hotel, after eating the porridge. Instead, they head towards the used car market. After all, if you want to pick up a new car, the car shows are gone. Porsche is brand new, and if you want to customize it, it's nice to be able to turn it in for 6 months. A good choice for a prospective new car. In the used car market, after some test drives, and various inspections, Lin Xiaoyun swiped his card with bravado. Ha ha ha, I have a car again. Lin Xiaoyun was directly excited and sent a friend circle. Li Buakai greeted on the side. Wait for me. I also send a friend circle. The one he got is also a quasi-new car. Various options, buying a new car, and the need to wait. You can only look at it in the used car market. You and I will shoot up our cars and we'll post them together. Get lost for labor. Lin Xiaoyun directly refused. The girls in my circle of friends. I can only pretend to be a pussy, and you still want to come and wreak havoc. Do you have your eyes on one of my girls? No way. Careful not. It's called sharing resources. In case the girl in my circle of friends has her eye on your Porsche? Right. What kind of girl likes Porsche and doesn't like Ferrari? Lin Xiaoyun directly disliked it. Obviously the other side made more this time. Is it okay to buy a car that costs more than you? Lin Xiaoyun wasn't stupid. Eventually, Lippo drove and chose a Ferrari. Didn't go for the big Mercedes G that I wanted before. Then after some tossing and turning, I actually took both together. It also made Lin Xiaoyun's teeth itch with envy. The precious used car market, where rich kids buy their cars, really isn't that low, because a lot of rich kids come here to buy their cars. The wait is too long for an expensive car that needs their setup again. These two people friend zone click and post. It was straight out of the gate that made the Inpeng guys skeptical. Just a few days, people Li Bo open, directly happy to mention 2 cars. Luo Feng, let's go over to Golden Harbor and drive 2 laps, Li Bo Kai suggested. Do you drive a Ferrari 812? Or a Mercedes Big G? Luo Feng threw over a death stare. Does this even need to be chosen? It must be a Ferrari. Little Yun I'll open 911 for you so that you don't get hung up again by then. Chen Dali laughed. Fuck off. Can you say something nice? Lin Xiaoyun didn't have the good sense to say, drive slow on the road. We'll talk when we get to the track. Luo Feng reminded. Then drove off. Just on the avenue. This guy Lin Xiaoyun couldn't wait to kick the gas and overtake 3 people. Cool. Lin Xiaoyun cheered. This guy, he just bought a new car and he's thrashing it up. Seeing this, Luo Feng naturally didn't go crazy with them. Safety first. But 814 feels, well, pretty good. Luo Feng was a little bit overjoyed. No wonder rich people, such as Principal Wang, have a bunch of luxury cars at home. So they look at this girl and think that girl looks good. Long legs say it's not always more fun to carry. That's how it feels anyway. But the ones who don't have money don't have much of a choice and it's nice to have a car and a woman. And rich people, just a home collection of dozens of luxury cars. A whole lot of girls, but not long after. Everyone saw Lin Xiaoyun in front of them, all of a sudden dumped out subsequently pulled over, but also turned on the double flash emergency lights? Could it be that something really TM happened? Chen Dili dare not think did not just casually say? 3 people went over. Sure enough, I found out that Lin Xiaoyun had been in a car accident. A real sports car destroyer? Brother Xiaoyun, what happened? Luo Feng checked the situation. Lin Xiaoyun crashed his shared bike. but Luo Feng didn't see anyone injured. So where are the cyclists? What's the situation? Where is the injured? Chen Dali also looked at the chassis of the car. Could it have crashed underneath the car? What's the situation? Li Bukai was also confused. I just came over. A stray dog rushed over. In order to avoid. After making sure that there is no car behind me, I jerked the steering wheel to avoid. It would have been a superb maneuver, but I do not know that the grandson put the shared bike on the road. This is not a pitfall? 150. Odd system. Odd prop cards. A shared bike on the side of the road? Crap. What a bummer. Lippo opened up and spat. This place, it's not allowed to be put. There's no public morality. Just hit the demon spirit directly. Chen Dali spoke. You can check the last shared bicycle user over there. It's okay for me to rush onto the non-motorized lane, right? Lin Xiaoyun hesitated. Wait for the comrades to come over to judge. According to the situation just now, in order to avoid stray dogs, rushed up the non-motorized road, indeed to be responsible, but put the bike in such a place, certainly also responsible. Chen Dali opened his mouth and said, this kind of irresponsible person should indeed be pursued to the end. Luo Feng nodded. It's too ungodly. Even half the compensation on one side. Porsche 911 Carrera. It's a 6-figure settlement for hitting a headlight, right? After hitting the demonic spirit. Soon the comrades came. After first questioning a few people, then the security footage was accessed. The perpetrator's name is Hai. A memorable name, but not a good character. Hello Mr. Hai. I am Captain Lee. Neurotic. The other person said and hung up. That Captain Lee was a bit confused. Who is he? Where is he? Just hung up? Mr. Hai, if you hang up the phone again, it'll be a charge of obstruction. Captain Lee explained the situation again. You're not a liar? Captain Lee said. You just put a shared bike in the non-motorized lane. We need to know more details. Hai dissatisfied too. Is not just a shared bicycle parked in the non-motorized lane. How big a thing can be? Those shared bicycles will be collected by the administrator. Amount. This brain circuit. That's awesome. Mr. Hai, because of your indiscriminate parking, you caused a serious traffic accident. Please come to XXXX to surrender yourself and discuss the traffic accident. Captain Lee spoke. I'm not available. Hai said directly. I've already swept the code to settle the bill. What does that bike have to do with me? You guys contact the company that shares the bike directly. Don't call me again. And I know the law. You can't scare me. After saying that, Hai directly hung up the phone. Given the lack of cooperation from the other side, Captain Lee had to take the next step. Positioned Hai's behavior as a hit and run, caught Hai in half an hour before and after. Don't think that you are not responsible for traffic accidents caused by the indiscriminate use of shared bicycles. Big car, small car, it's all the same. This result was directly unacceptable to Hai. It's not just a fleeing offense, and a 6-figure payout? It's fucking killing me. Ha ha ha, it's worth it. After only an afternoon of waiting, the final results came. Even though it was a wrecked car, that forced me to go in for 15 days. I'm really good at it, and I even paid out half of my repair bill. Lin Xiaoyun laughed, calling Nima uncivilized? It's good that the person is fine. Luo Feng smiled and said, it's nice to see people with no public morals being sanctioned. Everyone disperse? I just happened to contact Ms. Ferrari. Luo Feng clarified. Alright then, Brother Feng, Ferrari A12 you use it first. Li Bukai knew that Luo Feng came to the capital without a car, so he naturally said in an atmospheric manner. Thanks, brotherly, Luo Feng said. You're welcome, said Lippo, who had earned all his driving from the other side, and now lent out his car. So what was there to give up? Luo Feng opened his mouth and said to send him off. Then Lippo Kai will also nod without hesitation. It's about 6:20 in the evening. Lo Feng then arrived at the official conservatory. Moreover, Luo Feng sent a message to Duanmu Yunji. Sent a message over. Are you coming at our school? Yeah, in front of the school. You're not at school? Luo Feng said. Yeah, I'm in the little alley behind the school. I'm having dinner with my roommate. By the way, did you drive? If you drove, you parked inside our school. You have to get a ticket for parking outside. Duanmu Yunji sent a message over. A photo was also taken. Duanmu Yunji, actually eating dry pot fish mash. It's a hard dish that art school girls love, because there's a fish there's a row. You pin. You keep tasting. When you go in, if the doorman asks you, just say you're a relative of Duanmu Yunji from the piano department in XX. Okay, Luo Feng replied. However, the doorman didn't even question Luo Feng. Put it right in. So, is this the supercar? Conservatory Lo Feng's car was parked in the open lot. Luo Feng was familiar with finding the back door of their school. Know the way. 2. soon found the dry pot fish and chip store. He walked in and swept a glance, and immediately found the most beautiful big beauty, Duanmu Yunji. From a bunch of girls with average-like postures, Duanmu Yunji blankly glanced at Luo Feng. The chopsticks have already been scalded for you. Can you eat fish mash? This family's fish mash contains fish maw and fish guts. Luo Feng smiled and said, I'm not a picky eater. Saying that, he looked at Duanmu Yunji's roommate, who was slightly flustered. No introductions? Because this Duanmu Yunji's roommate, it's kind of familiar looking. After all, Luo Feng knew the girls in the Imperial City. As far as the bar's atmosphere group, could it be one of them? To let Duanmu Yunji know that they've ordered the atmosphere group, not exactly what a time management guru would do. Before Duanmu Yunji could introduce herself, the other party said, hello there, Wrist Ho. Luo Feng was a bit confused about this title. We did meet before. Patek Philippe's VIP room, does little brother remember? The other party prompted. My name is Yibing, the leaf of leaves, the ice of cold little hands. Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. So he looked familiar. Not at the bar, but at Patek Philippe? Wait a minute. This Yibing? Not in the VIP room? Looking at watches with a middle-aged man? Hello, Rowind. Luo Feng responded on the surface, but inside he pondered. This Yibing and the middle-aged man, what exactly is the relationship? I know you. Yunji talks about you almost every day. Don't I know you yet? Duanmu Yunji looked at Yibing in surprise. You've already met? Before accompanying my father, in the Patek Philippe side, happened to meet the Wrist Ho. This Wrist Ho really is too cow. Before and after a few minutes, wildly bought 2 million watches. Yunji, you fine taste, this is not Wrist Ho? Yibing flirted. It's mainly because the old man at home said he wants to be reimbursed. Luo Feng said in a low tone. I'll try the fish roe first. I like this stuff, but on our side, it's not easy to find. Fish roe is fish eggs, yellow and orange fish roe cooked in dry pan. It looks really drool-worthy. Luo Feng couldn't wait to take a bite. Fish roe explodes in your mouth. Sure enough, it was delicious, but Luo Feng was a bit speechless. Even if girls like to do such things, why do boys like it too? Seeing them eat so well, Luo Feng thought, why don't we try one of our own? When all is said and done, Lo Feng's backpack, there's an oddball prop card. It's real bull. Billions of descendants have no return date. This card, as long as the host billions of children and grandchildren, by the opposite sex with a face value of over 90%. After devouring, it will be based on 1% of the number of descendants, and then sincere heterosexual satisfaction for cashback. Luo Feng acquired this card at the time, expressing amazement. What king of cars? Will you come out for a second? Compare it to the system? The system is the king of the car, okay. However, Luo Feng found a blind spot. It didn't limit the number of people of the opposite sex. Okay, is this encouraging kings to multi-row? Normally, there are more than 300 million men. 1%. That's $3 million. Multiply that by a 10-point satisfaction rating, and you're talking about $30 million in cash back. If 3, 4, 5 rows? Jesus. Isn't this just a straight-up random little goal? But Luo Feng realized again that something was wrong. What if there are more rows? What about heterosexual satisfaction? It should be pretty low, right? It's highly likely that the third row will be disgruntled. And what a goddess to restrict 90 points or more. But on second thought, it's nice to be able to double team. So what's the point of thinking about it? According to the base of 300 million to 500 million children and grandchildren, if the satisfaction is 10 points, then the reward of a bite of fish roe is even more than Luo Feng staying up all night for the past few days. 151, the school doesn't close, and Duanmu Yunji doesn't go back? Luo Feng once again looked at Duanmu Yunji and realized that she was eating fish roe. Searching again. How about a change? Don't go hurting innocent little fish. What are you looking at me for? Duanmu Yunji blankly glanced at him. What's the point of staring at people when you're having a good meal? Do you like eating fish roe? Luo Feng asked with deep meaning. It's okay, what's wrong? Duanmu Yunji nodded. Ha ha, not bad. I also like fish roe. Luo Feng laughed. Try the fish intestines. They are also good. Duanmu Yunji took the initiative to give Luo Feng a piece of fish intestines, then looked at Luo Feng expectantly. Luo Feng after tasting. I'm kind of looking forward to it. If there's billions of children and grandchildren shitting their pants, prop card, that would be unbeatable. I say you too. Can you stop spreading dog food? Yibing spat out. Don't be ridiculous. We're just friends. Duanmu Yunji retorted. Lo Feng just wanted to say, friends can eat fish roe too, alright. By the way, when did you come over? Duanmu Yunji asked. I've been here for a few days, but I've been dealing with work stuff, and I just finished today, so I came over to see you. When Duan Muyunji saw this, she was also secretly happy. She fished a pile of fish roll for Luo Feng. When are you going to leave? I'm going to play for 2 days, then go back to Magic City, and finally depart for Shu City side. I told you on WeChat. I'm going to be an exchange student at the school there. The rest of the time are free to arrange. By the way, you've met Chen Dollies. They're going to form a group to go to the bar later. Are you free? Luo Feng inquired. Free. Duan Muyunji nodded haughtily. Luo Feng saw Duan Muyunji end up with the ice powder and reminded, eat less. I'm not fat. Ahem. Didn't say you were fat. Luo Feng coughed. 5'6". It's only about 107 pounds. Not only are they not fat, they are very slim. The key is still a big D. That's perfect. Okay? I made reservations for the car park over in Kingsport, so we'll make a run for it later? Yes. Duan Muyunji quickly agreed. It was obvious that this young girl loved racing cars so much. From the outside, you can't tell at all. White skin and long legs. Like to race cars? Not scientific at all. But there was the list of desires. And Lo Feng knew that he would have to take her to a drag race to be realistic about the first desire. Sometimes Duan Muyunji was thinking, this man is so good at this. By the way, it's not a calf today. It's Ferrari's top flagship car. The V12 engined 800 horsepower monster. 0-100 seconds. Wow. This is good. This is good. Duan Muyunji said happily. Wait a while you first try. This car, not four-wheel drive, Luo Feng said. High-powered rear-drive car. But it is a very test of technology. Too much force is likely to dump the tail. It won't be hard to drive, right? Duan Muyunji worried too. Luo Feng laughed evilly. It's okay. Ferrari is smart enough to have wet mode. When you get in the car, that's what you turn on. Yi Bing couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Duan Muyunji blinked. What? Are you messing with colors? Supercars come with the attribute of bad air conditioning. A good portion of the girls, when they go to the Ultra, feel hot. Wet, on the other hand, means wet. Luo Feng said in a serious manner. You two female drivers, is not overthinking. What is Ferrari's wetland mode? Whether it is the traction system, the stabilization system, are in the highest state of safety, so as to ensure stability, to avoid the newcomer cannot control the high horsepower rear drive car. Ferrari really has a wet mode? Yi Bing was a bit unconvinced. As you explained? Of course I did. Finished. Yi Bing spoke up. I used to have a friend who just said I test drive a Ferrari and just put it in wet mode, but we cut ties later. Luo Feng looked at this Yi Bing speechlessly. You Spider-Man is here for a laugh, aren't you? Duan Muyunji laughed out loud. Did the other party not give you an explanation? I directly pulled the plug. Didn't give it a chance. Yi Bing said breathlessly. Luo Feng could only give that dude a moment of silence. A good wetland pattern. Have to say something about wet mode? What does wet mean? That means wet. Go up to the Ferrari in just wet mode? For the girls who don't get it, they really think you're driving. The three of them finished the fish mash in no time. Duan Muyunji wanted to pay the bill. Luo Feng did not grab the bill. He liked this character. If Duan Muyunji is a vampire, even if it's a small wildcat in 98th percentile shape. Lo Feng, too. Okay. Luo Feng was wrong. You still need to woolgather. But the other guy really wasn't a vampire. Even if it is. Luo Feng was also willing to do so because Luo Feng got more benefits. Then the rewards are gone and it's straight bye-bye. Together, the three men went to the conservatory and found the Ferrari 812. Luo Feng looked at Yi Bing. Miss Yi Bing, I won't take you this time. Once again. Yi Bing smiled and said, forget it, I don't know what mode, then squinted at Duan Muyunji's long legs. Aha! Luo Feng was speechless. This spider spirit, so skinny? By the way, the dormitory in our college. It's all night. If she says the dormitory is closing you taste, you fine. Yi Bing skins again. Aha! Luo Feng was once again speechless. He had been defeated by this goblin. But the other party is Duan Muyunji's roommate. What can I do? Did Pai go back? Excuse me. Say goodbye. I don't go to the Ponzi cave. After Yi Bing left, Luo Feng sat on the passenger side of the Ferrari. The first thing is to turn on the wet mode. Yunji, you try it first. Go easy on the throttle on this car and try to drive it slowly. Yes. Duan Muyunji was also newborn and unafraid of tigers. Even if it was an 800 horsepower beast, the Ferrari 812 makes a low sound. She tapped the gas. Drive slowly. After she got into drag racing, she did a lot of looking up about high-powered cars. Half an hour. Duan Muyunji drove her Ferrari and finally arrived at the Golden Harbor Auto Park. Lo Fan booked the track service in advance. On the track, Duan Muyunji ran a few laps to familiarize herself with the car's performance, and gradually got faster. The Ferrari is paired with a V12 naturally aspirated engine. The powerful intensity of the outburst make it faster and faster. Luckily, Maiko can't drift. Otherwise, Luo Feng didn't even want to sit in the passenger side. Half an hour later, Duanmu Yunji drove the car to the rest area. It was a lot of work with the high intensity of concentration, and she had some fatigue. Yunji, do you want to learn to drift? Think. Duanmu Yunji just wanted to say, little brother is too warm, right? Just saw someone else drifting. You'll want to learn it yourself. But Luo Feng brought it up? Warmed up my sister. Everyone who has a recommendation vote, give it to the author. 152. Sister? Sore hands? Then you'll watch me operate it twice. Then I'll teach you. And finally you'll practice it yourself. Lo Feng was in the drifting teaching area and apparently the other guy was sitting on the passenger side. Good. Duanmu Yunji nodded. Golden Harbor side. Naturally, there are specialized training places for all kinds of racing hacks. Immediately after, Luo Feng drifted several times in a row with the beautiful girl. The wheels of the Ferrari 811 rubbed against the ground with a sharp sound. The drift is very good. Of course, Luo Feng even if he didn't use the vehicle attachment card. It's a good old driver, too, right? All added to the level 2 driving proficiency attribute. Luo Feng said. In fact, drifting is really simple. First of all in the car system in relation to the anti-skid system. This time wet must not open. Duanmu Yunji blankly glanced at Luo Feng, knowing that the other side is messing with the colors. What else is non-slip? Still wet? Wetland model. But when we turned off the anti-skid system, we flicked the left paddle, manually went to first gear, and then killed the direction toward one side. Luo Feng was teaching and operating at the same time. For example, when we have more room on the left side, we kill it to the left and start with a big foot on the gas. And that's key, make sure it's a big foot on the gas. Don't shy away from it. When starting after the throttle is maxed out, the car throws up and backfires on the steering wheel. I'll operate once more. And next you observe the effect. Luo Feng drifted out again. This time the Duanmu Yunji felt the drift, and it wasn't so mysterious. Go up there and try it yourself first. You can't learn as fast as you can by watching it as many times as you can by doing it yourself. Seeing this, Duanmu Yunji hummed softly. This is so simple. Much better than memorizing zither sheet music. Sheet music? It seems to make sense. Driving is easier than learning anyway. Don't think it's cool to know how to drift. That's because ordinary people don't have the chance. If you want to manhandle a sports car, anyone can do it, okay? The key is just the word sports car. Part 1. Turn off the anti-skid system first. Luo Feng muttered after sitting on the co-pilot. Ferrari 812 off anti-skid system. It's the so-called Red Death mode ESC. The daily is a sky blue wet model. Manual to first gear. Direction killed. Big foot on the gas. Reverse direction. Subsequent fine-tuning. Duanmu Yunji operated in a single breath. I can't believe I finished drifting for the first time. Whoa, did I do that? Duanmu Yunji cheered in surprise. When she stopped the car, she peeked straight over from the main driver and hugged Luo Feng. Luo Feng, I drifted successfully. Luo Feng, did you see it? Luo Feng was eager to show. One is not blind, and sitting on the passenger side, how can you not see it? But Duanmu Yunji carried it over. The aptness of pandas. It made Lo Feng once again very fond of such a cute animal. And this giant panda will transform. When protected, it is a giant panda. Once released, it is a white rabbit. And 2 red eyes. Seriously, with a hug like that, Luo Feng was tempted to spit out that her panda was too big. But one can only give in. It's actually kinda nice. Ha ha ha. After Duanmu Yunji got excited, she finally realized something. Flushed and let go of Luo Feng, pretending that nothing happened. I'll try again. Aha! After Luo Feng had made a good relationship, he was serious about wool gathering. Too active? I don't know how many hangers-on like Luo Feng are going to attract. Can you plug it in? After all, he's the warmest guy in the world. The teaching area on the Golden Harbor side. Apparently, Duanmu Yunji had learned how to drift. It's just that the details aren't good yet. It's easy to get started with this stuff, but it's still hard to get really good at it and apply it to the track. She's got a lot of talent, though. Followed by Luo Feng taking her directly into the track teaching. In order to be safe, Luo Feng directly chose to pack the house. For a track to learn to drift. Again, you need to turn off all kinds of electronic aids, or the advanced anti-skid system, which directly stabilizes the car, will make it almost impossible to drift. Luo Feng explained. The track drifts in 3 stages. The first thing is steering. This is the first step. Be bold on the gas before you enter the curve, thus allowing the car to oversteer the state. I'm going to perform it once next, so watch carefully. Luo Feng said. controlling this Ferrari to easily enter an oversteer state. The Ferrari began to drift with its tail. Lo Feng corrected the direction of the car. Before entering the corner, he continued, "It's important to maintain the drift as you enter the oversteer. This process is the most fascinating moment in drifting." Luo Feng spoke for half a day. She listened to it all very carefully, then nodded. "I know." After one lap, Luo Feng returned to the starting area, checked the condition of the tires. It was only then that he was relieved to let Duanmu Yunji go to the driver's seat. "You try next." "Aha," Duanmu Yunji said excitedly. "This long-legged beauty really likes to race, very seriously, and the talent is great." 5 laps later, though there is a certain chance of not doing very well coming out of the corners, this resulted in a dumping situation. But that's a horrible rate of learning, okay? After 2 hours of furiously racing around the track, Tuan Junji had already learned a lot. But still, it takes a lot of practice to become proficient. Drifting is fun for a while, but tomorrow you'll know it's even better when your hands and legs are sore. Lo Feng's bad joke. It made Duanmu Yunji think that Luo Feng was up to some weird colors again, but very found. His own arms and legs were really starting to get sore. Why didn't you think of it before? Too involved? Afterward, Luo Feng returned to the conservatory. The next morning, Luo Feng received a call from Lin Xiaoyun. "Brother Feng, my Porsche is full of blood, so let's get together at the bar tonight? Ask Li Bokai and Chen Dali if they're going." Lin Xiaoyun said, "That's what they told me to ask you. You're going to go. They'll form a bureau. The men are just the 4 of us. Do you take Miss Ferrari?" "Not sure. I figure she's got sore hands and legs today. Should I ask first anyway?" In Luofeng's words, it contains deep meaning. Let Lin Xiaoyun are listening to silly, immediately bad smile. My wind brother is really bullish, even let the sister sore hands and feet. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng didn't explain too much, since the words had all been said. Explaining further, wouldn't it be getting darker and darker? Simply ignore it. In the Quarry Hotel, Luo Feng sat on the sofa of his suite, so he picked up his cell phone, and on WeChat, voice call, contacted Duanmu Yunji. When the other party connected, Luo Feng asked, "Beauty, sore hands? Everyone who has a recommendation vote, all vote to the author. This thing is free, every day. If there is a monthly vote, it would be better. The monthly vote this thing, the author is also needed. Thank you, haha." 153, "I'm not a wanted little bun." Humph. Duanmu Yunji hummed lightly, and the answer was self-evident. Continuous high-intensity drift, even if it is electronically assisted. It's the same with sore hands, isn't it? Today Chen Dali and the others have a date to go to the bar. Are you going? Before the other party answered, Luo Feng laughed. "I'll give you some Wang Chai. I'm not a Wang." Duanmu Yunji suspected that the other party was messing with colors again. "And blind? You're a wanted bun yourself? It's obviously Shinran in your own. Okay?" Luo Feng was speechless. What he said about wanted, and what the other party said, seemed to be different, right? "I said where's the wanted milk?" Luo Feng laughed. "When? I should be having dinner in the evening. I'll pick you up early. Do you have time in the afternoon?" Luo Feng asked. "I've got piano practice this afternoon." "Alright then, I'll set the time on my side. WeChat it to you, and then when I get to the point, I'll go pick you up. How about that?" Luo Feng asked. "Yes." After ending the call, Luo Feng then couldn't help but check up on Duanmu Yunji's list of desires. Synthesize those ideas. Luo Feng knew that her favorability with himself had come to a score that was at least approaching 90 points. It's getting close to lover's favor. Just one last step away from a relationship that doesn't even require confession to establish a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship. Luo Feng contacted Lin Xiaoyun. "I brought my own female companion over here. Do you want an atmosphere group? Or what's the situation?" "Of course I brought my own. I went to sell water from a stall in front of the dance academy this morning and managed to get a takeaway," Lin Xiaoyun said triumphantly. Luo Feng couldn't spit. Such a tawdry routine. Anyway, Luo Feng would not play. As for selling water from a stand, it's where you put a bottle of water on the roof of a luxury car and then the driver sits in the car. It's the equivalent of a code word, and one that many people know. There are a lot of female college students do not work. They want to make money quickly. This time there will always be some like a small young girl boss to come here to find those who do not work female students. A bottle of water in the car is on behalf of the need to have this aspect. This is actually also considered to be the needs of each. Right. Luo Feng. "I'll arrange the Michelin French dinner tonight," Lin Xiaoyun said. "No problem, right?" "No. I'll bring the Ferrari Duty with me. You guys can see for yourselves." "Right. What time? Location?" Luo Feng said. "I'll tweet it to you." Afternoon. Luo Feng went to Golden Harbor again. replaced all of the few tires on the Ferrari, ran the track for 2 hours yesterday, and all kinds of drifting. All 4 tires were overwhelmed. Why do you say down track burnout? Because track rentals are expensive. Newer cars are more expensive. And tires are expensive. Oil consumption, too, is expensive. Those 4 tires were replaced for $20,000. Don't you dare believe it. It's only been 2 hours and that's it. Plus a 3-hour package. And a teaching block. That's $70,000 or $80,000. Learning a drift is just too expensive. Sure, you can learn with a slightly better performance car, like a BMW M2, in the field, but safety is not guaranteed. After leaving Golden Harbor, Luo Feng drove to the conservatory. He wanted to see Miyuki's school life. On the way, Luo Feng stopped by and bought a box of the Netflix model of the Wordback ice cream. The store is still cozy. A seamless foam insulated box was sent. There's also -50-degree dry ice to keep it cold. Luo Feng slipped into the academy without incident. The car was parked in the open lot. Then leave the ice cream warmer. Stopped a girl to ask. Hello, class. Let me ask. The piano room. Where is it? That way. Oh, thanks. No. Luo Feng followed Miss Roadrunner's tips. The piano room was quickly found. Then looked for Duanmu Yunji. Anyway, there were a limited number of piano rooms, and he searched for a little while before finding one. In Duanmu Yunji's piano room, besides Duanmu Yunji, there were 3 other girls. One of them Luo Feng recognized. It was Yi Bing. When Luo Feng came over, Duanmu Yunji is playing. The tune is supposed to be the ending song of Love Apartment 2. Yi Bing saw Luo Feng. Luo Feng made a gesture to her not to make a sound. Only when that song fell did Luo Feng applaud. It's so beautiful. Duanmu Yunji turned to look, and when it was Luo Feng, a flash of surprise flashed through her eyes. Why did you come? Ah? I thought it was hot and you were practicing the piano hard, so I came over to deliver the ice cream. Luo Feng raised his foam insulated box. Although the ice cream is not worth much, but Duanmu Yunji, however, was slightly moved and touched in her heart. Sometimes it's really easy to get a girl to move, once the foundation is laid. But if there's no foundation, you just send ice cream? Then it's not touching. It's annoying. Do we have a part in this? Yi Bing interjected. Of course. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. This box of ice cream. It's a full dozen or so. Luo Feng opened it and gave it to Duanmu Yunji to pick first. It's a matter of principle. To get it wrong, I'm afraid the other person is going to be wildly out of favor with him or her. Right? I like the peach flavor taste. Why don't you try it? It's really delicious, Duanmu Yunji said. Yeah, Luo Feng was willing to try what the girls were sharing. Yi Bing picked the jasmine flavor. The other 2 girls picked the reddish raisin flavor. Luo Feng picked up the ice cream and casually said, there's still 5 more. Go for it, you guys. Luo Feng ate an ice cream in a few bites. It was too small after all. Then, sitting down at the piano, he casually strummed the keys a few times. Do you play the piano? Duanmu Yunji sucked on her ice cream as she said in a rather flirtatious tone. 154. Peak amateur level? Understand? Ha ha. Luo Feng smiled faintly. His own piano attribute, but he had added 2 levels from the original 1 level. Level 1 words. Only a primer. Basically know some notes. And a level 2 leap is a big one. At least the top of the amateurs. And level 3 piano attributes. Then proper at the pinnacle of the professional level. And level 4, then it's the pinnacle of the education level. And level 5, that's the celebrity level. Level 6 is the highest world level. Immediately after that, Luo Feng's fingers gently moved. The originally messy sound of the zither suddenly became organized and moving. This is the? Duanmu Yunji knew the tune just by listening to the intro. Luo Feng didn't answer. Concentrated on playing it. The tune is still very short. Less than 2 minutes back and forth. Luo Feng finally wrapped up and held down the note. Smiling. How was it? What if I'm telling a lie? Then it's pretty good, Duanmu Yunji said. If I were to tell the truth, it would be that you're on the verge of transcending the amateur level to the professional level. Luo Feng smiled faintly. This beauty really knows her stuff. Accurately judged Luo Feng's level. Then I'll do another song. Luo Feng smiled and continued to play. When the intro plays, Duanmu Yunji still recognized it at once. Lonely Night? Duanmu Yunji rolled her eyes. This person, is he messing with colors again? Luo Feng quickly finished playing. I'll evaluate it myself. It's still at the peak level of amateur grade. Barely. Duanmu Yunji threw the finished ice cream in the trash. Let's get Luo Feng up. She played it once, two. Luo Feng immediately stepped aside. Yunji Tuanaki plays there. It's the same as the first song of Luo Feng, but Luo Feng could tell that he was still playing at a higher level than his own. Amateur pinnacle is just that. Amateur pinnacle. Duanmu Yunji is already a professional. Duanmu Yunji's second song, played again. A deep sense of loneliness was heard in it. The highs and lows of both sides. This is too powerful for you. I've been practicing hard for a long time, right? It still feels like there's a gap. When Duanmuyunji finished playing, Luo Feng smiled and said, in the field of piano, professional and, just getting started. In our piano department, many freshmen are professional level. Duanmuyunji didn't mean to hit Luo Feng. She just told the truth. In 4 years of college, at the most basic level, you're going to evolve from the professional level to the performance level, and if you're a little bit more talented, then it's the educational level. When you graduate, you can become a piano teacher. As for the more advanced ones, that's the famous master level, which is already a very impressive level. And finally, of course, a world-class, world-famous pianist. These latter levels, whichever one they are, require great talent and also many hours of hard practice a day to reach that level. Duanmuyunji was a bit despondent when she talked about this. Practice makes perfect. It can only be played at a low level, and to go to the higher segments, you don't just have to work hard, but what you also need is skill and talent. For example, in the matter of making money, you have to be able to make a living, and hard work is certainly possible, but you need talent if you want to be a big boss. By talent, that means brains. Luo Feng certainly wouldn't force this attribute of his piano and add it to advanced just for the sake of pretending. It's not necessary. And with only 200 attribute points in stock, it hurts to force additions. I'm surprised though, what can't you guys do? So good at racing cars, so good at singing, and you actually play the piano? Just self-taught. Not bad talent, right? Luo Feng joked. Although there is a bit of talent, it's still far from enough and needs to be worked on, Duanmuyunji said honestly. But, you probably don't have the motivation, right? Motivation. Luo Feng laughed. This is indeed no motivation. What do I want to become a world-class pianist? Wouldn't it be nice to be a world-class billionaire? About 5 o'clock, Luo Feng was then informed by Lin Xiaoyun. Said the restaurant over there? It's been arranged. Yunji, let's get ready to go. Luo Feng snorted. But then the Ji Bing Goblin said, are you going to come back at night? Said the man with a smirking expression on his face. Duanmuyunji blushed and grunted. I should ask if you're coming back tonight. Aren't you going out on a date as well? I'm dating? I was apologizing to someone. Okay, as I said before, I took that wetland model and thought it was that kind of model. I'm going to make amends and apologize for buying dinner today. Luo Feng saw Yi Bing say this, couldn't help but laugh too. But there's something about this little goblin. And apologize? Around 5 in the afternoon. Riverwest French restaurant. Luo Feng and Duanmuyunji were the last pair of men and women to arrive here. The other 3 pairs have come here. The 3 people had all seen Duanmuyunji and took the initiative to greet her. Hello sister-in-law. Li Bukai was the first to greet. Duanmuyunji's face flushed, but she didn't mean to retort. Luo Feng laughed and scolded. I said Li Bukai, my brother Li, don't talk nonsense, okay? Be merciful with your mouth. Ha ha ha, Li Bukai laughed. This is Li Shirshir, my high school classmate. Hello, Miss Li Shirshir. Luo Feng said. Hello Missy. Duanmuyunji also greeted. Luo Feng scanned it with his system. Height 157 centimeters. Weight 48 kilograms. Face value 85 points. Figure 81 points. A little birdie beauty, I guess, to be 10 centimeters taller. This girl is, properly, a goddess. Not very tall after all. A lot of times, overall, it sucks. But some of the boys like to be so bird-like. Anyway, Luo Feng didn't like it, and he had to carry long legs to get attached. As for the other party's desire list, Luo Feng didn't want to look at it. It would take a lot of mental energy to read too many of the ordinary people's. And it's not a goddess either. There's no need to look. Chen Dali also stood up and introduced himself. My hairdresser, Li Lanfeng, also came over to join in the fun today. This girl is a good height. Unfortunately a bit slightly chubby. If you lose another 10 pounds, then you'll be a proper goddess too. This guy, Lin Xiaoyun, was so embarrassed that he introduced himself as well. My friend, her name is Leah. Yeah. Hurry up and call someone. Hello, brother Wind. Soon, Leah fawned and greeted Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. It's clear that this is the woman Lin Xiaoyun got by selling water in a luxury car. The face is close to that of a goddess. I'm afraid Lin Xiaoyun spent a lot of money, right? Come on, sit down. Everyone, feel free to order. Don't be polite. Chen Dali, on the other hand, greeted. I'll be polite. I'll eat until your heart's ache today. Li Bukai laughed and picked up the tablet for ordering food. 155. Best body and best face? Combined? Doesn't matter. Anyway, today at the bar, I want to start a big dragon. Middle to big dragon. Late to drink. I still want Big Dragon. Lin Xiaoyun thought of these two pussies. Both invested 10 million. Only their own investment of 2 million. Definitely want to take good revenge. I said. You before the middle of what? I do not care. But you can drink how much ah? Li Bukai speechless white eyes. Even if 1 million a bottle, you have to drink it, right? A vegetable chicken. Let go of your stomach and let you drink. You can't even drink your way out of a wave. Subsequently, 2 man-hours. The original 12,000 per capita restaurant froze and a few people ate out 10,000 sky-high. Lin Xiaoyun didn't just curse these pussies for screwing up once. The more interesting one is that Leah, who takes all kinds of pictures and then sends them to her friends. Of course, Leah was more disciplined and asked Lin Xiaoyun first if she could take pictures. Lin Xiaoyun replied, as long as he didn't shoot them. But Lin Xiaoyun is still a bit speechless. It's a shame, isn't it? Too low for such a female. Let's go. Let's go to the bar. I've contacted Zhang Shenyang on my side. Direct card number 1. Lipakai grinned. Not just booked for deck 1. And also booked 2 sets of Grand Divine Dragons. And there was talk that it might be wanted again. But the other side of the Zhang Shenyang. Happy. Soon. Everyone leaves the restaurant. Just head towards the bar. Which are all driven by female companions. After all, at the restaurant, the men had been drinking. And the women were not allowed to drink. Naturally. So that they could drive at this moment. Soon. 4 sports cars, parked strongly in front of the bar. Zhang Shenyang enthusiastically came up to greet, but also instructed the car guide, the 4 big brothers' car, to park. All they have to do is hand over the keys to the car, how the car is posed. It's all about them now. Big brothers, this way please, a card has been set up. Zhang Shenyang bowed and invited a few to enter and go. None of it requires a line, but the guests are used to it. The place comes to dirt every other day. And it's booked in advance. That's how it is in this society. Cue the words. Just saying for the common man. Luo Feng and the others? Do I need to wait in line? Then I'm not coming. How about another place? Do you still want me to stand in line? There will always be people who will open doors of convenience for money. This one is not specific to bars, but to any industry. Oh yo! And meeting an old acquaintance. When Lin Bo Kai walked to the first card, he saw that the people in the second card were actually in Pang, Duan Mu Feng, Li Mu and a few of them. Crap, Wu Han is actually hanging out with them. Lin Xiaoyun's face darkened when he saw one of the people from the second card. This Wu Han, but he had a history with Lin Xiaoyun. Too much. Actually hanging out with Wu Han? Li Bo Kai spat. When there is no inside information on Lofeng, Chen Dali, Lin Xiaoyun and these few people were on good terms, but it should be that after the investment, the original clique was broken. Yunji, look, it's that BFF of yours, isn't it? And Yi Bing? Luo Feng spoke in a low voice. Duanmu Yunji looked over toward that side and saw Qin Rubing from the dance department. A girl with a 98-point face value. Luo Feng had seen the girl with the highest face value score so far. And it's still the dance department at Simmons Yukai. Apart from this, Yi Bing was also in the second deck. Anyway, Duanmu Yunji has the highest score body and Qin Rubing has the highest face value. If the two are synthesized. Wait a minute. Why synthesize? Doesn't the third row smell good? Should we go over and say hello? Luo Feng asked Duanmu Yunji. It's not good, is it? After all, Duanmu Yunji also knew just now that Lin Xiaoyun and Wu Han seemed to be at odds. What's wrong with that? We're all friends, right? Luo Feng smiled. Chen Dali seconded. Of course it's a friend. Go go go. Lin Xiaoyun nodded her head as well. Let's go over and say hello. And by the way, I'll apologize to Wu Han. Before I directly blackballed him, I haven't apologized yet. Seeing this, Li Bukai also said, well, go and check the situation. And ask them to send 3 bottles of Ace of Spades over to them if they haven't arranged for the Great Divine Dragon. What the hell? Ostensibly delivering wine? Isn't it disgusting? So Li Bukai, or taking sides, is willing to follow Luo Feng's side? How are a few of you? Luo Feng was the first to walk over towards Zerka and greeted him with a smile. Hello Brother Feng, Brother Dolly, Brother Yun, you guys are here too? And Peng and a few others said with some embarrassment. It's a coincidence. Windy, Li Mu said somewhat awkwardly. I said how come someone booked a card? So it's Brother Dolly you guys who made a move? And Peng laughed. Lin Xiaoyun looked at Wu Han. Brother Xiaotong. Hello, I haven't apologized to you for what happened before. I just happened to meet you today. Sorry for what happened before. Brother Xiaotong is naturally a terrier. It was because of a certain deer. But Wu Han immediately death-gazed over. This pussy? What's with the mentality? Bringing up those things now? Who called Brother Xiaotong by his nickname when he apologized? Yi Bing, why are you here? Luo Feng greeted Yi Bing. Yi Bing pointed at Wu Han. LOL, that wet mode guy I was talking about. That's him. Luo Feng couldn't help but admire how small the world was. Ru Bing, why are you here too? Duan Mu Yunji asked. Seeing this, Xin Ru Bing pointed to a girl beside her. This girlfriend of mine is a friend of young Masterin, so I stopped by to take a look. Alright then, I'm in the next card. Come over and play together later. Duan Mu Yunji extended an invitation. What about me? Yi Bing rolled his eyes. If you want to come, how can I stop you? Duan Mu Yunji said. The crowd was superficially friendly for a while. Luo Feng and the others also returned to their own one card. Lin Xiaoyun opened his mouth and said, tried it out. It's Wu Han who is the proprietor. This person is usually a bit stingy. I took a look. There is no god dragon set. Basically the arrangements are all low consumption level. Li Buokai laughed. Then later on to screw them we directly big Shenlong takeoff, but also arranged a bit of atmosphere a bit. Chen Dali looked at Luo Feng. Older brother. What do you think? After all, last time, Luo Feng didn't like such fancy things. Feel free to arrange it today. Luo Feng wasn't an unreasonable person and nodded. Then let's just go with the Great Divine Dragon and arrange it splendidly. Chen Dali looked at Li Buokai. No problem. It was already booked. Li Bo came the host, and he nodded. Xiao Yang the first set of Great Divine Dragons hurry up and arrange to come up. Make it a bit more forced. You know, Lin Xiaoyun said. Okay, brother Yun. I'll arrange it right away on my side. The spotlight will be transferred from the second card, as well as the DJ and the light board. Get it all up, Zhang Shunyang said smilingly. Knows things. Lin Xiaoyun laughed and patted Zhang Shunyang's shoulder. 156, bar clash. Girl not giving face? 156, bar clash. Girl not giving face? Only a minute or so had passed. The spotlight that had been hitting the second card hit. The DJ on the set shouted back. Congratulations to the big brothers of Ichika on the big Divine Dragon set. Immediately after, the whole room, looking over to this side of the deck. Talking points. Then the music got high. Various lights flashed. 6 black silk, high-heeled bunny girls with lighted signs holding the ace of spades paraded throughout the venue. Finally passed by the second card and came to the first. Wu Han at the moment face is very gloomy to look at a card. That foreigner in the end, what old man? Come up. Vigorously brother them. TM Big Shenlong arrangement? Aha! At this moment, several people, and Pang, were also embarrassed. But they hadn't told Luo Feng's business to Wu Han yet. If they knew Luo Feng was coming over, they wouldn't have accepted Wu Han's invitation. The opposite side are all people who make a lot of money. What's a mere Great Divine Dragon? Under normal circumstances, however, people like Pang were generally not consuming the Great Divine Dragon. Is that what's his name Grand Divine Dragon very expensive? Yi Bing opened his mouth and asked. The price of $999 is $1 short of 100,000. Wu Han took a deep breath in response. Wow, it's worthy of him, Yi Bing exclaimed. Do you seem to know him well? Wu Han gritted his teeth. Seen a few times. The first time, really Patek Philippe, people casually buy 2 watches, is 2 million, before and after the consideration of time, not more than 1 minute kind of. Hearing Yi Bing say this, Wu Han could only remain silent. Although Wu Han's family is also very rich, but how has not reached, casually go to buy $2 million of watches. Eyes do not blink, right? But Wu Han felt that this was too fake. How rich must this be? $2 million in less than a minute? For such a thing to be true, it wouldn't be in their circle, but the circle of Principal Wang's level. By the way, my brother Wu Han, why did you find us over here today? Li Mu opened his mouth and asked. Come on, let's drink first. Wu Han responded a little awkwardly without saying it first. And today, Wu Han called Pang and the others over to support the scene. After all, Yi Bing took the initiative to invite for dinner, apologize for the wetland pattern from last time. Yet Wu Han then asked out 13 bar, in order to support Yi Bing's face. As a result, who knew that he met his old enemy Lin Xiaoyun, and the other party even made the Great Divine Dragons Bureau. It's very humiliating. Okay, should we send 2 bottles over? Lin Xiaoyun, who was in a card, glanced over there and spoke. Add a bottle to make up a small divine dragon, Li Buokai proposed. Wheel of disgust, or you win. Lin Xiaoyun laughed, giving a little divine dragon a handout. I see nothing wrong with that. Chen Dali said. Older brother, it won't make it difficult for you, will it? Chen Dali also knew that Luo Feng knew the 2 sisters over there, Xin Ru Bing and Yi Bing. They are all friends of Duan Mu Yunji. It would be bad for Luo Feng to be caught in the middle like this. It's okay. Luo Feng looked at Duan Mu Yunji's list of desires and didn't say, don't send it over, or anything like that. Then send it over. After all, Men fight. Can it still involve a girl? Luo Feng added. If they don't, order another set of great divine dragons and take over 3 more bottles. When Lin Xiaoyun saw this, he laughed out loud. Will disgusting people. Li Buokai is nothing. My brother Feng is the bull. Wing, come here for a moment. Take the gold, pink gold and also purple gold groups. Combine them to become a small divine dragon and send it over to the second card. Yes. Zhang Shunyang is just a sales manager. Where to care so much? How the guests say. How he arranged. A few moments later, Zhang Shunyang personally cart the 3 bottles of Ace of Spades, sent to the second card, politely said, Brother Han, a card over there. Xiao Yun brother, sent over a set of small dragon, said to make amends to apologize. Smile. Wu Han's face darkened, suppressing anger. He was 100% certain that this Lin Xiaoyun was messing with his mind. He's treating himself to hosting, and it's all low consumption booze, and people just send over a set of little divine dragons? What does that mean? You don't have to guess, do you? And Pang and Duanmu Feng, among several others, also looked at each other. Knowing that Lin Xiaoyun was engaging the mind, they knew that Lin Xiaoyun and a few others had made money. Is this the Ace of Spades? Yi Bing curiously looked at the 3 bottles of wine. Although Yi Bing could see that Wu Han was unhappy, she didn't care. Well, the first time I came to a place like this, I met the legendary Ace of Spades and took a picture of it first. Yi Bing said. Just picked up the phone. Just as the picture was being taken, Wu Han said, what's so great about the Ace of Spades? Of course. Got angry and just slapped the other guy's cell phone away. What are you doing? Yi Bing raised his voice. What are you filming? Did I ask you to shoot? Wu Han's face sank. I can't take pictures? You can't take pictures of what other people gave you. Yi Bing lightly hummed. Oh, you. Yi Bing said, standing up directly. I'll go next door. It's always okay, right? You stand still. Wu Han shouted as he stood up. Yi Bing didn't pay any attention to him. Both parents have a relationship that would have been mediocre. It's just a paternal acquaintance. Plus, Yi Bing felt that he had wronged the other party, which was why he invited for dinner. But the other side is so bad. Yi Bing didn't listen and continued to walk towards Yika. Wu Han felt that he couldn't pass his face. His girl actually wanted to go to another card seat. Immediately went forward and pulled the other party. Fell on the sofa. Such roughness. It obviously made Yi Bing angry. What are you doing? You're so annoying. Such a commotion made Duanmu Yunji Sai hear it and pulled Luo Feng's arm. Luo Feng, over there it seems like Ice is arguing. Let's go over and take a look. Okay? Go together. Lin Xiaoyun grabbed the lead. Yes. Luo Feng nodded and a few people headed over there. The atmosphere in the second card was already awkward. Yi Bing glared at Wu Han in anger. Wu Han was embarrassed and ghostly. A few people, and Pang, pretended to play with their cell phones. Qin Ru Bing, on the other hand, was silently recording cell phone videos. Bing Bing, are you alright? Duanmu Yunji was the first to walk up and opened her mouth. You still want to block me? Yi Bing glared at Wu Han. Get lost. Wu Han looked at Duanmu Yunji, then at Yi Bing, and said with a cold snort, this person. Luo Feng was secretly speechless inside. Narrow-minded. Brother Xiaotong, you're drunk, aren't you? While Lin Xiaoyun was on the side, she was kindly laughing. Lin Xiaoyun, you deliberately messed with me today, didn't you? Wu Han stared at the other party and said, TSK, my brother Xiaotong. I look up to you before I call you brother, otherwise what are you? Lin Xiaoyun also stopped pretending. Since it was all like this, was there a need to pretend anymore? 157. Brother, you're dead. You believe me. Oh, want to settle old scores? Wu Han looked at the other party and smiled. I did hit your car. Did I not compensate you? Lin Xiaoyun smiled coldly. Oh, is that so? The car was in an accident. It will be discounted and you paid for it? Wu Han laughed. Harm. I said why did you pull the plug on me? It turned out like this. Say it, how much do you want? Lin Xiaoyun smiled faintly. Before Wu Han opened his mouth, Lin Xiaoyun continued. Your old Ferrari seems to be on the purchase price of 2.2 million. At that time, because of me, it was scraped by a bicycle rider. I've already compensated in full. Tell me, how much more compensation? Luo Feng was speechless and thought how serious it was. Just a reflector? Such a situation, for vehicle valuation, is not harmful. How is it an accident car? Wu Han was silent, unable to speak at all. Li Bo drove. According to this, the depreciation cost is at most 10,000. Brother Xiaoyun, I'll pay for you, so you can have a couple more drinks later. Lin Xiaoyun grunted. Roll on, Am I short of $10,000? Facing a double cross from two people, Wu Han couldn't refute anything. Scratched the reflector thing. Even if you send it to the used car market, it's just depreciation. It won't be more than $20,000. Luo Feng looked at the silent Wu Han and spoke. Alright, if there's nothing, let's disperse. Yi Bing, come over with us. Hearing Luo Feng speak, Wu Han instantly picked up the soft ones and pinched them. Where did that come from? What gives her the right to go over there? What are you? As Wu Han spoke, he lifted the bottle of wine and pointed it at Luo Feng in an imposing manner. At first, Wu Han asked what is the situation of this Luo Feng, and how come Chen Dali and the others have arranged a big divine dragon? Everyone smiled awkwardly and didn't know what to say. I guess this Wu Han had misunderstood the meaning. Luo Feng was speechless. Was this person out of his mind? After all, after being in the capital for this long, Luo Feng still had a good feeling about these great young masters. It didn't matter if it was Chen Dali and Lin Xiaoyun, or Li Buokai. This includes people like An Peng who don't invest in Luo Feng. After all, in the modern world, it's too normal for people to be reluctant when it comes to things like pulling in investments. After all, people race cars and have entry fees to give to charity. And also polite. The exchange was not pretentious or prideful. And yet, this gives Luo Feng a survivor bias? You think the young masters of the capital are all very high quality? Now you finally need a douchebag? When Wu Han saw that Luo Feng was silent, he thought that the other party was shocked, and with alcohol and disgrace, he directly threw the bottle at Luo Feng. The beer bottle hit Luo Feng's shoulder and fell to the ground, breaking with a thud. Ah! Duanmu Yunji screamed. The bottle fell as if it had hit her foot. Or debris scrapes it. What's wrong? Luo Feng didn't bother himself first, but inquired about Duanmu Yunji. Chen Dali yelled lowly. Wu Han, what are you doing? Li Buokai's face was odd. He didn't say anything but just silently gave Wu Han a nod. Why did you dare to invest $10 million directly before? Not some cream of the crop guy. Rather, he knew that Luo Feng was over in Bangkok and had a Tang's investment company. In that case, why is Li Buokai afraid to invest? Moreover, even if the investment fails and loses money, then it is still on good terms with Luo Feng. That's the problem on message resources. The others just knew Luo Feng's company information, while Li Buokai, on the other hand, had found out more. Li Mu also shouted in embarrassment. Wu Han, you've gone too far. Li Mu was smart enough to call the other person by his first name, expressing a general relationship with him. Soon, An Peng and Duanmu Feng also questioned Wu Han. What do you all mean? A guy from out of town. Instead of helping me, you come to help him? Li Mu, I used to respect you, and I ended up like this? Wu Han continued. Also, An Peng, you're the pure man of our gang. What do you look like now? Wu Han continued counting, and at this moment Luo Feng, squatting down beside Duanmu Yunji, he checked the nudity of her feet. It was a broken beer bottle, scratched, about a centimeter. The white, jade-like insteps were bleeding slightly. Luo Feng's face was ugly as he said, I'll take you to the hospital first. Duanmu Yunji blankly glanced at Luo Feng. Am I that fragile? Just sterilize it and put a band-aid on it. Isn't it true that the doctor will come later? Did the wounds all heal themselves? Alright then, you go back to the deck and rest first. Luo Feng nodded. Duanmu Yunji didn't refuse as she greeted. Ru Bing, Bing Bing, let's go over together. Yes. Aha! The two men nodded. This time, Wu Han did not stop Yi Bing again. When the sister left, Luo Feng's face sank even further. Luo Feng coldly said, do you have a passport? Wu Han was simply baffled by the question. What does it matter to him whether he has a passport or not? Could it be that domestic Luo Feng has only one hand in the sky? To yell at yourself to get your ass to a foreign country immediately? Pretend. Keep pretending. Wu Han directly disliked him. After all, he was also a bit drunk. Xiao Yun, what's this person's origin? Luo Feng shook his head inside, looking towards Lin Xiaoyun. It seems that the cold poultry products made by the family are quite large, sitting in the markets north and south of the Yellow River. The capital is also their market. Liamo lowered his voice and spoke. There are probably a few small target assets in the house. For the average person, this must be the big guy. The family fortune was even more than Luo Feng, but for resources and cash flow, not even close. The Loyalty Hall Security Company alone could make Luo Feng undefeated. Disperse, Luo Feng greeted, and everyone wondered about it. I can't believe it's just over? Luo Feng didn't say anything and went straight to a card. Wing immediately sent over the disinfectant spray. Yi Bing and Qin Ru Bing, on the side, carefully treated her wounds. Excuse me, Luo Feng looked at Duanmu Yunji. It's okay, it's just a little thing, and if I don't call the doctor, the wound is going to heal. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud even when he saw Duan Muyunji playing stunt. But he still said, let's go back first. Aha! Duan Muyunji didn't refuse either. Yi Bing and Qin Ru Bing also followed and left. Zhang Shunyang arranged for a business car. When Luo Feng left, Li Buokai laughed. That guy is going to have bad luck. Yeah, I think so too. Lin Xiaoyun laughed. You guys checked it out as well? Chen Dali looked at the expressions of the two people, while raising an eyebrow in question. Ha ha ha, the two men laughed, lifting their glasses and drinking already. Disperse, it's really no fun. Are we in bad luck with this bar? Lin Xiaoyun spat out. Last time there was a look-alike. This time there was another oddball like Wu Han.